Chapter 1. The mythical beast the phoenix. Consciousness emerged from the depths of an endless darkness, and Lin felt an excruciating pain enveloping his entire body, as if he had bin struck by a massive truck and then crushed beneath its weight. He could hardly fathom how many bones might have been broken. Wait, I was actually hit by a truck. Memories surged forth, and Lin recalled the incident of the car accident. In his haste to return home to play that Pirate King web game, Lin, a diligent worker under the 996 work culture, had ridden his little electric scooter purchased with half a month's salary towards his rented apartment. In a tragic twist of fate, he was struck by a turning cargo truck at an intersection and lost consciousness on the spot. Oh no, my game. Today was the day I could use the demon fruit fusion card I obtained yesterday to combine it with a second demon fruit and gain a second ability. This is a disaster. I have no idea how long I will be delayed. True to his identity as a pirate aficionado and gaming enthusiast, even in the face of a severe car accident, his first concern upon awakening was still his game character. As Lin wallowed in frustration, an overwhelming torrent of information suddenly surged into his mind. It was as if a powerful current had rushed into a narrow canal, causing his head to pound mercilessly, and darkness enveloped his vision, nearly leading him to faint. After what felt like an eternity, the flood of information settled, and he gradually regained his composure, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had returned from the brink of death. Is this for real? I actually crossed over? What kind of truck hit me? The driver must have floored the accelerator to cause such devastation. Upon absorbing the influx of information, Lin realized that he had inherited the memories of another individual, a certain Lin Blair. He understood that he had crossed over into the body of someone also named Lin Blair. The name alone indicated that this individual was of Western descent, perhaps a mix of Eastern and Western heritage, which offered Lin some solace, knowing he retained a trace of his own Eastern bloodline. As a frequent visitor to certain online forums, Lin was no stranger to the concept of crossing over. He had often fantasized about how he would navigate such a scenario, but he never imagined he would actually become part of the crossover phenomenon. At that moment, Lin felt as if he were living a dream. Who would have thought that a mere truck accident would lead to such an extraordinary outcome? Lin's emotions were a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and bitterness. His parents back on Earth must have already received the news of his death. The grief of two elderly souls burying their son, how painfully devastating that must be for them. The thought of his parents weighed heavily on Lin's heart. He had never had the chance to repay their nurturing love before being irrevocably separated from them. For parents, there could be no greater anguish. And then there was the Pirate King web game, from which he must now bid farewell. It was a pity to lose an account he had poured so much money into. Soon, the intense pain radiating from his body interrupted Lin's spiraling thoughts, yanking him back to his grim reality. He realized that although he had crossed over, his current situation was dire. The injuries he sustained were severe, and it was precisely due to the former occupant's heavy wounds that he had been able to cross over. Moreover, Lin now faced a perilous threat, the murderous pursuit of his stepmother. Having assimilated the memories of his predecessor, Lin became aware of his lineage. His father, William Blair, was a nobleman in the kingdom, holding a title of considerable rank as an earl. As the eldest son, he was the natural heir, yet his mother had passed away years ago, leaving him vulnerable, with a malevolent stepmother and a half-brother vying for the title of earl. Seizing the opportunity while William Blair was away, the stepmother had attempted to take the life of Lin's predecessor. Fortunately, an old servant, Lin Rongfu, who had been left by his mother, revealed formidable strength and managed to protect the former occupant as he escaped, but it was too late to succumb to his injuries, which was why Lin found himself in this predicament. What a stroke of bad luck! Lin could only shake his head in disbelief. To cross over and find himself inhabiting a gravely injured body was one thing, to be pursued was simply absurd. Despite his inner complaints, the imminent danger of pursuit made Lin anxious. He needed to devise a plan to escape, otherwise he would meet his end just after crossing over, rendering his journey meaningless. However, the greatest obstacle to his escape was his current state of injury. It was a miracle he could still breathe. Even rising to his feet would be a monumental challenge, let alone fleeing. This was incredibly difficult. Beep. Game system binding successful. Activation in progress. 1, 2, 3, 10. Here it comes, here it comes. He walks with an ethereal grace. A notification chimed in his mind, jolting Lin back to alertness. Indeed, the indispensable golden finger for any crossover had arrived, providing him with a much-needed boost at this critical juncture. Lin was overjoyed. He knew he was not simply unfortunate after all. The system was here. Progress 100. Game system activation successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Given the host's current predicament, the system issues a temporary quest. Safely escape from Jelly City. Reward. 1 random technique from the Navy's 6 forms. As the system activated, all information regarding the game system flooded into Lin's mind. He was stunned. This was precisely the Pirate King web game he adored on Earth. Ironically, his car accident, which had caused a crossover, was due to his eagerness to return home to play this very game. Now, this game had crossed over with him and transformed into a system. Lin's excitement grew exponentially. This game was notorious for its pay-to-win model. He had invested a considerable amount of money into it, dedicating a good portion of his salary to it. He had collected various skills and equipment, along with powerful demon fruits. The only uncertainty was whether these items had come along with the system. If they had, he would be able to soar to new heights, overpowering any threats with ease. He hoped the system would be generous. Lin steeled himself, mentally urging, "System, open my attribute panel." Beep. The panel has been opened. Host, please view it at your leisure. Character, Lin. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Physical strength, 5. Profession, none. Skills, none. Demon fruits, none. Techniques, none. Physique, none. Specialization, none. Special items, none. Energy, 0. Backpack, 1 novice gift pack. Quests, main quest 1. The dream of leveling up to max level. First stage quest, reach level 20 reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Temporary quest, safely escape from Jelly City reward. 1 random technique from the Navy's 6 forms. Gazing at the bare attributes panel, Lin felt a wave of irony wash over him. His heart sank. Truly, it was as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. System, where are my skills? Where's my equipment? What happened to all the demon fruits I collected? Did you consume them all? I poured half my salary into this. I sacrificed finding a girlfriend just to play this game. And this is how you repay me? Do you even care about the money I spent? Lin's despair was palpable, his expression akin to that of a forsaken lover. His grief was profound, and his voice trembled. Anyone who heard him would be moved to tears. To think he would only receive 1 demon fruit for reaching level 40, how long would that take? Beep. The system protected the host's soul during the time-space crossover, consuming a significant amount of energy. All data on the game panel has been reset to 0. Please continue to strive, host. You can do it. Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Forget your encouragement. The words dripped with a strong sense of manipulation. Was this not yet another ploy to extract more money from him? Indeed, this Pirate King game had transformed into a system, yet it still exuded a pungent odor of greed. It was insatiable. Unfortunately, he was now in dire straits, nearly penniless. System, open the novice gift pack for me. Though he was displeased, he at least had the novice gift pack as a consolation. With anticipation, Lin commanded the system, hoping for something that would allow him to take off from square one. Beep. Host, do you confirm the opening of the novice gift pack? Confirm. Beep. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a demon fruit of the animal type. Mythical Beast Phoenix form perfect, acquired the skill basic swordsmanship and the skill life restoration. What the hell? A demon fruit and a mythical beast type no less. Finally, some good fortune. Lin was utterly delighted. The Phoenix fruit, belonging to the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, might not be the most formidable in combat, but it was undeniably the most suitable for Lin at this moment, as it possessed healing abilities. Marco had served as the ship's doctor. This is fantastic. Lin glanced at the other items. Basic swordsmanship and life restoration were both excellent skills, especially life restoration. If developed properly, it could be a divine technique. In the anime, The strongest characters possessed incredible bodies and recovery abilities because of life restoration, allowing them to rapidly digest and absorb energy from food to heal. Those superhumans could engage in fierce battles, sustain serious injuries, then feast and sleep, only to rise again full of vitality. The demon fruit was now stored in the system's backpack. With a mere thought, it materialized in his hand. The fruit resembled a pear, its skin adorned with faint blue patterns that formed the shape of a bird. Feeling the weight of the devil fruit in his hand, Lin's heart confirmed that this was not a dream. He was filled with an extraordinary excitement. As he had once fantasized while watching anime and playing games, how wonderful it would be to possess a devil fruit of his own. Now, that fantasy had blossomed into reality, leaving him utterly exhilarated. By the way, system, what does the perfect label on this devil fruit signify? Just as Lin was about to take a bite of the fruit, a sudden question crossed his mind. Beep. The devil fruit produced by the system is in a perfect state, free from the weakness of the ocean. Fantastic. A product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Overjoyed, Lin felt a rush of elation, and without further hesitation, he brought the devil fruit to his mouth and took a hearty bite. Ugh! A retching sound echoed within the room. Chapter 2. Pursuit approaches. Damn, this is truly awful. In his moment of excitement, he had completely forgotten the warnings from the anime that the devil fruit was notoriously unpalatable. Its taste was indescribably foul. With a grimace, Lin forced himself to swallow the mouthful of fruit pulp. The flavor of the devil fruit was a sourness beyond description. Gazing at the half-eaten devil fruit in his hand, Lin furrowed his brow in confusion, torn between whether to continue or not. In a manga, merely taking a bite of the devil fruit granted one the ability, but that was fiction in reality. Who could say? There had been no precedents. What if leaving the fruit unfinished resulted in incomplete abilities or hindered the potential of the fruit itself? For the sake of power, he would take the plunge. In the past, he had been able to stay up for 3 days and nights grinding levels in a game. Surely he could manage to consume just one devil fruit, no matter how repulsive it was. Steeling himself, Lin closed his eyes and stuffed the phoenix fruit into his mouth, devouring it in large bites. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Moments later, the mythical phoenix fruit was entirely consumed, thanks to Lin's immense willpower, resulting in a series of retching sounds. He could no longer distinguish whether he had consumed a fruit with the taste of excrement or excrement shaped like fruit. As the devil fruit was ingested, an extraordinary energy was born within Lin, brimming with vitality. This energy began to mend his internal injuries, while azure-green flames enveloped his body, rising over a foot high. The flames blazed fiercely but did not impart the scorching sensation of fire, causing no harm to his body or clothing. Rather, they exuded a vibrant vitality. As the flames danced, Lin felt his injuries healing at an almost visible pace, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth. How marvelous! Truly, the nature of the devil fruit is astounding. Gazing at the azure-green flames surrounding him, Lin felt both exhilarated and astonished. Creak! At that moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly, and an elderly man, around 60 years of age, hurried inside. Upon seeing the flames engulfing Lin, he was taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin, his face etched with concern. "Young master, what has happened? Are you all right?" "Grandfather Fu, there's no need to worry, I'm fine," Lin reassured him, halting the elder's instinctive move to extinguish the flames surrounding him, and subsequently drew the flames back into himself. Seeing the flames dissipate, Lin Rongfist's eyes briefly flickered with uncertainty, but he soon approached Lin, examining his body with a furrowed brow. Finding no burns from the flames, and noticing that Lin's condition had improved significantly, he finally sighed in relief and asked, "Young master, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. I was terrified just now. What was that flame all about?" "Grandfather Fu, I can't quite explain it myself, but it's a positive occurrence," Lin replied, rising from the bed and bouncing on the floor a few times. "Look, my injuries are nearly healed." Having merged with the memories of his previous self, Lin felt no barriers with Lin Rongfu, the loyal servant who had been entrusted to protect Lin's mother throughout her life. After her passing, his purpose became solely to safeguard and care for Lin. It could be said that Lin had grown up under Lin Rongfist's watchful eye, and their bond was profound. If not for Lin Rongfist's desperate protection, Lin would never have escaped the clutches of his stepmother. Had it not been for this incident, Lin would have remained oblivious to Lin Rongfist's prowess. "Wonderful!" Lin Rongfu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. He felt immense guilt for failing to protect the young master, fearing that if anything had happened to Lin, he would have no face to meet the young mistress in the afterlife. "Grandfather Fu, I apologize for causing you worry. I owe you my gratitude," Lin expressed, recognizing that without Lin Rongfist's fierce protection, he might not have survived, thus losing the opportunity to traverse into this new existence. "Old age renders one prone to losing composure. I apologize for my display before you, young master," Lin Rongfu said, wiping away tears from his eyes. He solemnly retrieved a transparent glass vial from his pocket, filled with a vibrant green potion. "Young master, this is a magical healing potion I discreetly acquired just now. Your wounds are not yet fully healed. Please drink it quickly." I was concerned that a single vial of a basic potion might not suffice, but now that your injuries have improved significantly, this should be adequate. As Lin En gazed at the magical potion presented by Lin Rongfu, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This realm is known as the continent of divine grace, reminiscent of a Western fantasy world, abundant with magic and martial prowess. Although there are individuals of Eastern descent, such as Lin En's mother, the population of the Eastern continent is scarce, with the majority being of Western lineage, devoted to the cultivation of both magic and martial arts. The magical potion is a wondrous creation devised by the sorcerers of this world. Lin is of mixed Eastern and Western descent. Her father is of Western origin. Perhaps due to her mixed heritage, Lin possesses neither magical talent nor martial prowess, rendering her a quintessential archetype of a seemingly inept protagonist. Fortunately, upon her arrival in this new world, she awakened a gaming system, a serendipitous turn of fate, for without it, Lin would have been at a loss as to how to navigate her plight. Shortly after her birth, Lin's mother succumbed to illness, and her father later remarried, producing a half-brother. While her father treated Lin reasonably well, the absence of her mother cast a shadow over her life. As the natural first heir to her father's title, Lin became a thorn in the side of her stepmother and half-brother, who regarded her as an obstacle to their ambitions. Throughout her upbringing, Lin faced relentless opposition and endured hardships. Had it not been for the devoted care of the old servant, Lin Rongfu, her survival would have been uncertain. Now, at the age of 15, with less than 6 months until her 16th birthday and the affirmation of her status as the heir to her father's title, Lin's stepmother could no longer contain her resentment. Seizing the opportunity while Lin's father embarked on a journey to the capital of the kingdom, she plotted to eliminate Lin, the sole rival for her son's inheritance. Lin managed to escape under the valiant protection of Lin Rongfu, yet she was gravely injured and on the brink of death, her body now occupied by the Lin who had traversed from Earth. "Grandfather Fu, I cannot consume this magical healing potion," she said, shaking her head. Although she was deeply touched by Lin Rongfu's audacious endeavor to procure the healing elixir for her, she felt it was no longer of use to her. Rather, it was Lin Rongfu who was in dire need of the potion. This loyal servant had fought fiercely to shield her from pursuers, sustaining significant injuries along the way. And given his advanced age, he could not afford to neglect his wounds. In a gentle tone, she urged, "Grandfather Fu, you should take this healing potion. You need it far more than I do." "Why?" Lin Rongfu was taken aback, then anxiously replied, "Young master, this is meant for your recovery. Your injuries have yet to heal completely. My wounds are nearly mended. There is no need to squander this precious magical potion." Lin continued to shake her head, speaking earnestly. "Grandfather Fu, you have sustained serious injuries in your efforts to protect me, and we have yet to escape the threat of our pursuers. It is imperative that you maintain your strength. Only with your combat prowess can you ensure my safe escape." Lin was acutely aware that although she had awakened the system and consumed the devil fruit until her strength increased, Lin Rongfu remained her greatest support. Lin Rongfu was persuaded by Lin En, and seeing that Lin En's injury had indeed healed significantly, he assured, "Young master, rest assured. Even if I have only one breath left, I will ensure your safety." After speaking, Lin Rongfu tilted his head back and consumed the healing potion. Observing the visible recovery of Lin Rongfu's aura after taking the magical potion, Lin En's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that this potion possessed remarkable properties. In the realm of magic and martial energy, the forthcoming events appeared to be quite exhilarating. Grandfather Fu, please take some time to recuperate your martial energy. Once the sun sets, we shall make our escape from the city, Lin En instructed. Naturally, Lin Rongfu had no objections to Lin En's words. He merely noted the young master's newfound confidence and decisiveness. Additionally, the greenish-blue flames that had enveloped Lin En earlier made him wonder if the young master's transformation was somehow connected to that flame. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such musings. It was imperative to restore the expended martial energy, for battles lay ahead. Not long after, as Lin Rongfu began to recover his martial energy, Lin En busied himself with familiarizing himself with the powers of the phoenix fruit. The mythical beast phoenix fruit, while remarkably effective in healing, did not significantly enhance individual combat prowess. In other words, its capacity for direct confrontation was rather mediocre. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, Marco, possessed Vice Admiral level strength primarily due to his exceptional physical skills. However, with the abilities granted by the phoenix fruit, he boasted extraordinary regenerative capabilities, allowing for prolonged engagements in battle, akin to an indomitable cockroach, thus also enhancing his overall strength. Before long, Lin Rongfu, who was recovering nearby, suddenly sprang to his feet and said in a low voice, "Young master, someone is approaching." Huh. Lin En cast a puzzled glance at Lin Rongfu, then quickly realized. Could it be that his stepmother's people had tracked them down? It seemed that the old servant had been spotted while procuring the magical potion. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Lin Rongfu's aged visage. "Young master, we cannot linger here. We must flee at once." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Lin Rongfu's expression tightened. He seized Lin En's hand, drew his sword, and kicked open the door, charging out. Outside, 2 or 3 dozen armored knights wielding weapons had surrounded the courtyard. "Old man, you certainly run fast. If you hadn't shown your hand earlier, I wouldn't have tracked you down so quickly," sneered the lead middle-aged knight, his gaze scrutinizing Lin En with surprise. Wasn't this kid severely injured? How is he now so full of life? He recalled Lin Rongfu's purchase of the healing potion, but doubted its efficacy unless it was a high-grade potion. Yet, such potions were non-existent in Jelly City. However, he thought, it matters not. If he hasn't died yet, then he can be slain once more. Lin recognized the knight at the forefront, Teddy, the deputy captain of the guards from his family's estate, a trusted subordinate of his stepmother, renowned in Jelly City for his prowess as an intermediate warrior. "Master Lin, this time you cannot evade capture. The old man Lin Rongfu can no longer protect you. Come back with me obediently and bow to the lady to seek forgiveness, or do not blame me for being impolite," Teddy stated coldly, slowly drawing his knightly longsword. Chapter 3. The Sorcerer Strikes. Lin sneered. "Such words might deceive a child, but if I were to return with him, I would surely lose my life. My stepmother would eagerly wish for my demise to achieve her own liberation. Young master, stay close," Lin Rongfu commanded in a low voice, wielding his long sword to cleave the air ahead, unleashing a torrent of battle energy that surged towards Teddy. The expulsion of battle energy marked the presence of a Grand Master. Within Lin Rongfu's aged form resided a terrifying power of that caliber. "Old man, had you been at your peak, I would have surely retreated in fear. Alas, you are now gravely injured and far from your prime. How many times can you possibly wield such a strike?" Teddy scoffed, displaying no trepidation as he met Lin Rongfu's onslaught with his knightly greatsword, enveloped in battle energy. A resounding crash echoed as the wind surged, causing Teddy to stagger back a few steps. Although it was a harsh blow, he managed to fully withstand Lin Rongfu's attack. "Young master, we must depart." Lin Rongfu struck fiercely with his sword, repelling Teddy, yet refrained from pressing the advantage. Grasping Lin En's arm, he swiftly maneuvered to break through to the side. The long sword in his hand flashed like a streak of light. Before the 2 knights stationed ahead could react, blood gushed forth from their throats. A gap had been created in the encirclement, and Lin Rongfu seized Lin En, leaping through the breach. It was evident that Lin Rongfu had meticulously plotted this escape, pushing back Teddy and exploiting the weak point to break free. Given his current combat prowess, a swift elimination of Teddy was beyond his reach. If ensnared within the encirclement, it would surely result in a grueling battle. Useless. Teddy seethed with fury upon witnessing Lin Rongfu dispatch 2 of his men and flee the encirclement with Lin En. In a fit of rage, he stomped the ground heavily, propelling himself into the air to vault over the courtyard wall in pursuit, while the other guards hastily followed suit. Lin was grasped by Lin Rongfu's arm, pulled forward with immense force, and felt as though he were weightless. Fortunately, after consuming the mythical phoenix fruit, his physical strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, he would have found such speed utterly unbearable. Although Lin Rongfu's strength surpasses that of Teddy, age and previous injuries have taken their toll, and with new wounds added, even after consuming a healing potion, he is only partially recovered. His consumed fighting spirit has yet to be replenished, and coupled with the burden of Lin En, his speed cannot compare to Teddy's. Before long, Teddy caught up from behind. As Teddy pursued Lin En, he unleashed a formidable energy strike with his knight's greatsword, executing a lethal arc aimed directly at Lin En with unrelenting ferocity, intent on cleaving him in two. A chilling sense of impending death enveloped Lin En, causing his hair to stand on end. His heart racing with dread. Was he truly unable to escape his fate? In that critical moment, Lin En felt a firm grip on his right hand from Lin Rongfu, who pulled him forward with great strength, propelling him to the front of Lin Rongfu. In a swift motion, Lin Rongfu turned, his sword meeting Teddy's strike just in time. However, due to the hurried nature of the defense, Lin Rongfu suffered a setback, stumbling back a few steps, causing Lin En to falter as well. Teddy, seizing the opportunity, continued his assault, unleashing wave after wave of energy strikes with his knight's greatsword, targeting Lin Rongfu's vital points. Lin Rongfu was compelled to defend himself, unable to break free from the onslaught. "You cannot escape with this waste of a boy," Teddy taunted. "If you were to ally with the lady and surrender him, your strength would ensure you a place of prominence." He continued, "A mere boy devoid of any magical or fighting talent is not worth the life of a warrior like you. Why sacrifice your life for him? Surrender him, and the lady will surely reward you with riches and glory. Enough of your nonsense. Unless I perish, you shall not harm a hair on my young master's head." Lin Rongfu retorted grimly. "Stubborn fool. Then you shall meet your demise," Teddy sneered, unleashing his signature technique, the Storm Slash, as energy surged through his knight's greatsword, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Impatient now, Teddy wielded his renowned combat skill, the sword slicing through the air, enveloping Lin Rongfu in a torrent of energy strikes. Though Lin Rongfu held Lin En with one hand and wielded his sword to parry Teddy's relentless attacks, he could only exert the strength of a warrior due to his prior injuries. Yet, Teddy found himself unable to gain the upper hand in his haste. To protect Lin En, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to endure Teddy's strikes. After several exchanges, the strain on his injuries became evident, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The situation grew direr as Teddy's allies closed in, surrounding both Lin Rongfu and Lin En once more. "How much longer can you hold out, old man?" Teddy mocked, noticing the blood at Lin Rongfu's lips, his confidence swelling with each taunt. Lin Rongfu maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent as he strategized amidst the fray. The current predicament rendered any hope of escape exceedingly daunting, while his own life held little value. He was resolute that the young master must flee. Lin En, shielded by Lin Rongfu until now, felt a chill as the pursuing guards closed in around them. He cursed his own fate, having just awakened the system and consumed but a single phoenix fruit. Beyond regaining a life, he remained utterly powerless. A liability rather than an asset to Lin Rongfu. A deep-seated rage brewed within him. Once he escaped and gained strength, he vowed to exact vengeance for this humiliation. "You cannot escape. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a swift end," Teddy taunted, wielding his knight's greatsword with lethal precision. He commanded his subordinates to encircle them, warning that if they allowed this old man to slip away, he would show no mercy. The remaining guards echoed his sentiments, surrounding the trio of Teddy, Lin Rongfu, and Lin En. Eager for glory, several guards rushed towards Lin En, heedless of their mistress's orders to disregard life or death. If they succeeded in slaying Lin En, they would undoubtedly earn great favor with the mistress and the second young master. Seeking death, with fury ignited upon witnessing the guards advancing on Lin En, Lin Rongfu unleashed his wrath, parrying Teddy's greatsword with a swift strike. His long sword carved a sweeping arc, and the surge of battle aura erupted forth like a tempest, cleaving through the assailants. The guards, caught unawares, were severed in twain, their blood and entrails painting the ground, striking terror into the hearts of the others who hesitated to step forward. Witnessing such a brutal spectacle for the first time, Lin En felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning violently. He fought to suppress any signs of weakness. He had come to understand the brutal reality of this world. Transmigration did not equate to an effortless ascent. He must learn to adapt. In that moment, Teddy seized the opportunity while Lin Rongfu dispatched several guards, delivering a deep wound to Lin Rongfu's back with his greatsword. Staggering, Lin Rongfu's complexion turned ashen, and he nearly faltered. Grandfather Fu, Lin En exclaimed, rushing to steady him. I am fine. Lin Rongfu replied, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile despite his injuries. Do not worry, young master. Even if it costs this old life, I shall ensure your safety. Gazing at the pained yet resolute smile on Lin Rongfu's face, Lin En felt his vision blur, overwhelmed with emotion, and for the first time, he deeply resented his own impotence. Old man, perish. Teddy, emboldened by his earlier success, swung his great sword again with fervor. Lin Rongfu exhaled a long breath, seemingly striving to expel every last vestige of air from his lungs. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his deep-set eyes as his aged frame stood upright, the once stooped posture transforming into a formidable presence. An overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Rongfu. In this moment, he ceased to suppress the injuries within, unleashing his peak combat prowess. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Lin En, standing behind Lin Rongfu, immediately sensed the transformation in him. The frail body had shed its hunch, radiating an immense sense of security that enveloped Lin En. A stunning sword light surged forth as Lin Rongfu swung his blade, cleaving through the night like a rainbow piercing the darkness. The aura of combat energy, indicative of a master warrior's signature attack, was unleashed. Boom. The combat energy unleashed by Teddy shattered instantaneously, his knightly greatsword lifted high by the tremendous force. Under such overwhelming power, Teddy was forced to stagger back several steps, unable to withstand the might of a master warrior. As Teddy's greatsword was deflected, a vulnerable opening appeared on his chest, and a sudden realization of peril struck him. He had not anticipated that Lin Rongfu, despite his injuries, would unleash such peak strength. Just as Teddy sought to adapt to the situation, it was already too late. Another strike came hurtling toward him. With a tearing sound, the sword light cleaved through his chest armor, blood gushing forth as Teddy was propelled backward several meters. A wound more than a foot long marred his torso, had it not been for the armor mitigating most of the strike's force. He would likely have been cleaved in two. The power of a master warrior was indeed terrifying. In that instant, Teddy was nearly convinced he would meet his demise. After delivering a devastating blow that severely injured Teddy, Lin Rongfu refrained from pursuing further strikes, instead directing his sword towards the encircling guards, dispatching several of them before seizing Lin En and making their escape. After sprinting several dozen meters, Lin Rongfu could no longer contain a spurt of fresh blood, his pallor growing even more pronounced, yet he remained silent, pulling Lin En onward in their flight. Grandpa Fu. The fresh blood expelled by Lin Rongfu was swept by the wind onto Lin En's face. In that moment, Lin En comprehended that Lin Rongfu had unleashed his peak power, undoubtedly at a tremendous cost. At this juncture, there was nothing Lin En could do but grit his teeth and closely follow Lin Rongfu's lead. Only by escaping could he avenge today's grievances. Fortunately, after consuming the phoenix fruit, Lin En had not only recovered significantly from his injuries, but his physical strength had also increased considerably. With all his might, he managed to barely keep pace with Lin Rongfu, alleviating some of the burden from him. Fireball technique. At that instant, a chant echoed through the night, and a sphere of fire suddenly illuminated the darkness ahead. A fireball, the size of a basketball, soared through the night sky, whistling towards Lin En and Lin Rongfu, emanating searing heat that seemed to scorch the very air around it. Chapter 4. Fiancee Yiful. Lin Rongfu's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly pulled Lin En to the side. With a resounding roar, a fireball descended, triggering a violent explosion that sent fierce flames soaring within a radius of several meters. The powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings, creating a pit over 3 meters wide and more than a meter deep in the hardened ground. Although Lin Rongfu managed to evade the fireball strike just in time, he was still buffeted by the residual force of the explosion, propelling both him and Lin En several meters backward and forcing them to halt their escape. It was a sorcerer, renowned for the formidable might of fire magic. Lin was nearly overwhelmed by the sudden explosion of a fireball, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Gazing at the crater left in the ground before him, he was filled with dread. The explosive force of that fireball was surely comparable to that of a grenade. Is this the might of a wizard? Indeed, it is extraordinarily formidable. Lin Rongfu steadied his stance, positioning Lin En protectively behind him, sword in hand. His gaze fixed upon a figure that had emerged atop the roof. It was a fire mage, wielding a staff, with a countenance fraught with displeasure. The esteemed sorcerer, a high-ranking fire mage in service to the Count's household. Unexpectedly, it seems I must intervene. Standing proudly on the rooftop, sorcerer declared, Lin Rongfu. I am commanded by the lady to detain you and the young master. Upon hearing sorcerer's words, Lin Rongfu's expression grew even more grim. A high-level mage, though formidable, had never commanded his respect in ordinary circumstances. Yet now, severely injured and burdened with Lin En, the prospect of escaping from a powerful mage capable of long-range attacks appeared nearly insurmountable. SC Charger, you thrive as a servant of the Count's estate. And yet you dare to treat me, the young master, in such a manner? When my father returns, can you endure the wrath he will unleash upon you? Lin En exclaimed, his heart nearly consumed by despair. The might of the mage was indisputable, and given Lin Rongfu's current state, their chances of escape dwindled to almost nothing. They could only hope to evoke some hesitation in SC Charger through their words. I am aware that the Count is currently absent from the estate, and it is the lady's command that prevails here, SC Charger replied coolly, dismissing Lin En, the heir of the Count's household, with apparent disdain. Lin, exasperated, thought to himself, what a pompous Schroeder. Once I attain the strength I seek, I shall ensure you regret your decision today. He was eager to witness how a mere high-ranking magician could possibly detain the two of them. Lin Rongfu spoke in a deep voice, his long sword pointed toward Schroeder, who stood beneath the ceiling. In the realm of divine grace, the status of a magician far surpasses that of a warrior who cultivates fighting spirit. This disparity arises not only from the scarcity of magicians but also from the formidable power and diverse capabilities they exhibit, which are significantly superior to those of warriors. A warrior only acquires the ability for ranged attacks upon reaching the 7th level, becoming a battle master, while a magician, upon attaining the 3rd level, already possesses the capacity for ranged assaults. Moreover, the extraordinary abilities of magicians extend far beyond mere combat prowess, rendering them incomparable to warriors. This distinction elucidates why warriors hold a lower status compared to magicians. Thus, despite Schroeder being merely a high-ranking magician, he bore an air of arrogance in front of Lin Rongfu, a battle master. A mere high-ranking magician, you say? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a so-called mere high-ranking magician, Schroeder replied with a cold smile. The magical stone embedded in the tip of his staff radiated a brilliant red light as he pointed it towards Lin and Lin Rongfu, proclaiming, Fireball spell, triple strike. 3 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, materialized out of thin air and shot towards the duo under Schroeder's command. Mountain River Sword, sever the river. Lin Rongfu issued a low growl as he slashed his sword, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that cleaved through the air with an overwhelming force. Confronting the 3 fireballs hurtling towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The air was rent with 3 resounding explosions as the fireballs were obliterated by the sword's brilliance, transforming into a cascade of flames that illuminated the night sky for several dozen meters, akin to daylight. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of countless onlookers in the city. Yet none dared approach to investigate, for the sheer intensity of the disturbance indicated the presence of a formidable sorcerer, who among them would risk their life for mere curiosity. Though he had vanquished the 3 fireballs, the resulting shockwave forced Lin Rongfu to stagger back several steps, a pallid hue overtaking his countenance, soon followed by a spurt of blood that he could no longer contain. Grandfather Fu, Lin En exclaimed anxiously, rushing to support Lin Rongfu while casting a furious glare at the sorcerer Schroeder atop the roof. What of a sorcerer? I possess a game system and the devil fruit. As long as I survive today, I will surely avenge this affront one day. A master of battle, indeed a rare strength, yet today marks your demise. Schroeder was not surprised to see his fireballs extinguished. Had a master of battle been incapable of withstanding such an assault, it would have disappointed him. However, Lin Rongfu had reached his limit. How many more fireballs could he endure? With a haughty smile, Schroeder's wand glowed anew, ready to unleash another spell. Suddenly, a dagger as dark as ink was pressed against Schroeder's throat, its icy touch and faint aura of death causing beads of cold sweat to spring forth. An assassin. Unbeknownst to him, Schroeder had been stealthily approached from behind. Though the sorcerer wielded great power, his physical form was frail and his close combat abilities limited. It was perilous for a sorcerer to be engaged at such proximity by a warrior. Typically, sorcerers were accompanied by guardians, yet today, Schroeder had grown complacent. Believing no one in Gary City would dare intervene in the affairs of the Count's estate. Esteemed sorcerer, it would be wise for you to remain still, otherwise my dagger may inadvertently sever your throat, a cold voice whispered in Schroeder's ear. A figure cloaked in black appeared like a specter behind him, an assassin. The combat style of an assassin differed profoundly from that of a warrior. It was not characterized by grand confrontations but rather by silent, lethal strikes, maneuvering through darkness, evading detection, and provoking great frustration. Do not act rashly. I shall remain motionless, Schroeder replied, drenched in sweat, unwilling to gamble with his life as the glow of magic stones on his wand dimmed. At that moment, the Count's guards reappeared, and among them was Teddy. Although Lin Rongfu had gravely wounded him, the armor had absorbed much of the damage, rendering his injuries non-fatal. After applying a simple bandage and hemostatic powder, he was still capable of fighting, and he pressed on relentlessly, knowing that the sorcerer Schroeder would not allow Lin Rongfu to escape. As Teddy and his entourage closed in, a cadre of armed figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. These figures concealed their faces with black cloth, clearly wishing to remain anonymous. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Count's estate?" Teddy demanded, his brow furrowing, though his voice lacked its usual strength due to his injuries. "Stop." The leading figure in black replied curtly, brandishing a spear to assert his stance. In an instant, Teddy's expression darkened, a tempest of rage brewing within him. He could scarcely believe that in Gary's city, anyone would dare to interfere in the Count's business. It was utterly lawless. Lin and Lin Rongfu found themselves momentarily at a loss, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the mysterious figures clad in black, who seemed to possess an air of camaraderie. "Grandfather Fu, do we have any other personnel at our disposal? Are these individuals part of your covert arrangements?" Lin inquired with a gleam of joy, thinking that perhaps he was not entirely alone in this endeavor. "Most certainly not." Lin Rongfu shook his head, equally perplexed by the emergence of these dark-clad individuals. He had no means to summon the forces within the Earl's estate. However, the situation appeared to be favorable, as the demeanor of these newcomers suggested an intent to assist. Lin Rongfu addressed them. "We are profoundly grateful for your support. My servant and I cannot express our appreciation enough. There is no need for gratitude. We are merely executing our orders," the leader of the black-clad figures replied coldly, dismissing Lin Rongfu's thanks with an air of impatience. "We must proceed swiftly. Thank you for your kindness. My servant and I shall repay this favor in the future," Lin Rongfu stated earnestly, refraining from inquiring about their names, as it was evident that they wished to remain incognito. To press for such information at this juncture would be inappropriate. "Enough of this. We must leave at once." The black-clad leader barked impatiently. Lin Rongfu ceased his speech, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and urged Lin En to hasten forward. "Halt! Stop them!" Teddy, witnessing the escape of Lin En and Lin Rongfu, became frantic and promptly commanded his guards to pursue them. "Those who cross this line shall die." A black-clad figure brandished a long spear, unleashing a fierce glare that carved a deep scar into the ground as he bellowed ominously. This leader among the black-clad individuals was, astonishingly, a formidable warrior at the peak of his strength. In his severely wounded state, Teddy stood no chance against such an opponent. Fuming with rage, Teddy's face turned crimson, nearly bursting with indignation as he watched the imminent demise of Lin En and his companion. Just then, a group of unknown black-clad figures intervened, complicating matters. Not only did they possess a powerful warrior, but Teddy's own ace, the magician, was held hostage by assassins. "Very well," Teddy gritted his teeth, stating, "If friends dare to meddle in the affairs of the Count's estate, let them reveal their names. I shall remember this transgression." The leader of the black-clad figures coldly chuckled, casting a derisive glance at Teddy, as if to say, "Do you think I would reveal my identity while masked?" The disdainful look offended Teddy deeply, stirring a mix of rage and despair as he felt blood rise in his throat, nearly choking him. Meanwhile, Lin Rongfu led Lin En swiftly toward the city gate, knowing that safety lay only beyond the confines of Jelly City. Despite the black-clad figures intercepting the Count's pursuers behind them, Lin Rongfu dared not let his guard down. They sprinted without pause, with no time to rest and tend to their injuries. Ahead, a carriage stood silently at the street corner, awaiting them. Lin Rongfu's hurried footsteps abruptly ceased, his grip on the long sword tightening as he warily gazed at the carriage ahead. The coachman exuded a subtle yet palpable sense of threat that unsettled him. "Grandfather Fu, what is it? Is your injury too severe to bear?" Lin En inquired anxiously, fearing that Lin Rongfu could no longer withstand his wounds. At that moment, a delicate hand parted the fabric curtain of the carriage, revealing the ethereal visage of a girl, as enchanting as a sprite. Both Lin En and Lin Rongfu were momentarily stunned by her beauty, astonished to encounter her at such a moment, as if she had been awaiting their arrival. "Lin En, please, step into the carriage. I shall escort you out of the city," the girl said, her expression a tapestry of emotions, her voice melodious as pearls striking against a jade plate, crisp and delightful to the ears. Lin was certainly acquainted with the young girl. She was his fiancée, the prodigious magical girl, Yvel. What's a source of inferiority for him? The juxtaposition of a genius magical girl and an utterly talentless individual transformed what was once an admirable engagement into a subject of ridicule. Yvel hailed from the estate of Viscount Phil, and her family was well matched with that of Lin, the Count. Thus, their fathers had arranged the betrothal from a young age. However, as they grew, Lin was discovered to possess no magical aptitude, while Yvel blossomed into a magical prodigy, rendering the engagement exceedingly awkward. Although Yvel did not look down upon Lin, she undoubtedly harbored reservations about their union in her heart. Lin was taken aback. She never anticipated that Yvel would come to her aid at such a critical moment. Chapter 5. Mission accomplished. Gazing at Yvel before her, Lin found herself momentarily lost in thought, utterly bewildered by the appearance of someone who had previously harbored no affection for her. Yet here she was, offering assistance in this pivotal hour. Wasn't it true that Yvel held no goodwill towards her? One was a prodigious magical girl, while the other was deemed talentless and inept. A stark contrast, yet fate had bound them together through a marriage contract. Though Yvel did not regard Lin with the same disdain as others, she remained as distant as a stranger, particularly resistant to the notion of their union. Lin, I am here to help you. Sensing Lin's confusion, Yvel continued. We can discuss any questions once we are on the carriage. Your old servant may not endure much longer. At these words, Lin was startled and quickly turned her gaze to Lin Rongfu, only to find him as pale as a ghost. His once formidable physique, now teetering on the brink of collapse. Anxiousness surged within Lin, and she cast aside her thoughts about Yvel's intentions. Realizing that her foremost priority was to escape from Jelly City and find a safe haven to tend to Lin Rongfu's injuries. Thus, Lin hastily assisted Lin Rongfu into Yvel's carriage. Yvel exchanged a brief word with the coachman, and the carriage set off towards the city gates. Thank you. Lin expressed her gratitude to Yvel while aboard the carriage. Do not mention it. I am merely seeking my own peace of mind, Yvel replied coolly. Her emotions towards Lin were indifferent. Her intervention was, as she stated, for her own solace, for Lin was her nominal fiancé, and she could not bear the thought of his untimely demise. Lin had more to say when suddenly Lin Rongfu spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes crimson. His vitality diminished dramatically, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Despite having just unleashed his utmost combat prowess, he could no longer suppress the internal injuries that had now flared up, resulting in a backlash from old wounds. Grandfather Fu, Lin exclaimed in alarm, hastily supporting Lin Rongfu's frail body. Observing Lin Rongfu's pallid complexion and feeble breath, panic surged within him. Young master, do not fret, Lin Rongfu reassured with a calm smile. This old servant possesses a resilient spirit. I have weathered many storms. This minor injury shall not claim my life. At this moment, Lin recalled the healing abilities of her mythical beast, the phoenix fruit, which might prove beneficial for Lin Rongfu. However, with Yvel standing before her, Lin hesitated to recklessly disclose her fruit's capabilities, finding herself in a predicament. I have a healing potion here. Quickly, make him drink it, Yvel declared as she produced a vial of magical elixir. Lin En felt a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Without further ado, he hurriedly administered the healing potion to Lin Rongfu. Before long, the potion began to take effect, and Lin Rongfu's breath stabilized significantly. However, the magical potion provided by Ivor was merely a basic healing elixir, capable of offering only temporary respite from Lin Rongfu's grave injuries. After all, his wounds were severe, and his body had been heavily taxed. Thus, even basic healing potions had limited efficacy on a master-level warrior. Nevertheless, it prevented Lin Rongfu's condition from deteriorating further, for which Lin En was immensely grateful to Ivor. Thank you, Ivor. With Lin Rongfu's breathing steadied, Lin En finally exhaled a sigh of relief and earnestly expressed his gratitude to Ivor. He carefully observed her, noting that Ivor's beauty was unparalleled, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in Jelly City. Otherwise, his father, Count William, would not have arranged their engagement. Ivor's eyes sparkled like the purest lake, untainted by any impurities, and her presence exuded an ethereal quality reminiscent of the most pristine of fairies, drawing one irresistibly into her allure. Lin En's feelings towards Ivor were largely influenced by the memories of his former self, a complex blend of admiration and inferiority. As he gazed at her, sensing her innate kindness beneath her simplicity and recognizing the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him in a critical moment, he found himself genuinely moved. Lin En, my future husband, shall undoubtedly be a formidable force. I hope you comprehend this. Ivor gazed at Lin En, her tone calm and devoid of scorn or disdain, merely stating a fact. Lin En, lacking any talent, was unworthy of her. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile flickered across Lin En's face, as a fissure cracked open in his fervent heart. What was this? Just as he began to feel a spark of affection, was he already facing heartbreak? Lin understood that his former self was indeed unworthy of Ivel, for neither her beauty nor her talent could be matched by his previous incarnation. However, having traversed into this new world and acquired a game system, he was destined to become a formidable force in the Divine Grace continent, more than capable of standing alongside Ivel. Yet, the matter of the game system was a closely guarded secret. Until he attained sufficient strength for self-preservation, Lin dared not reveal it. Thus, before Ivel, he continued to bear the title of a useless individual. I understand now, Ivel, Lin said with a bitter smile. He grasped her intentions and bore no resentment towards her. At the very least, Ivel did not look down on him. Instead, she had saved both him and Grandpa Fu. This girl had done enough for him. It was wise to let go of their engagement until he could match her prowess, sparing her any undue burden. With that thought, Lin spoke calmly. Let our engagement be dissolved. I shall clarify this to my father in due time. Thank you. Ivel's face softened with relief, though her expression remained complex as she expressed her gratitude to Lin. The primary purpose of her visit had been fulfilled, and she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. It is I who should be grateful. Without you, it is likely that Grandpa Fu and I would have perished. Lin replied, recalling the dark-clad figures who had intercepted Teddy and his companions. Surely, they were Ivel's arrangements. He owed her a significant debt. Ivel, regardless of what happens, I owe you my life. I shall repay this favor when the opportunity arises. Ivel merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Observing her demeanor, Lin surmised that she likely believed he would never have the chance or ability to repay her. He chose not to address it. After all, the future remained uncertain. The carriage fell into a silence, with Lin and Ivel exchanging no further words, the atmosphere within the carriage growing somewhat awkward. Before long, they arrived at the city gates, only to be halted by a group of guards from the Count's residence. Lin's stepmother had evidently prepared thoroughly, even stationing individuals at the city gates for interception. Inside the carriage, Lin's expression tightened, anxiety bubbling within him as he realized his stepmother's meticulous and ruthless nature. You dare to block the carriage of the Viscount's residence? Inside is Miss Ivel of my household. Who among you can bear the consequences of offending her? The driver barked at the guards, showing no courtesy. The guards exchanged glances. The two noble houses of Jelly City, the Counts and the Viscounts, traditionally maintained a cordial relationship. Otherwise, Lin and Ivel would not have been engaged. However, the guards had received orders and could not simply allow the Viscount's carriage to pass. We are guards of the Count's residence, here on the lady's orders to intercept any intruders threatening the Count's household. We must inspect your carriage. If there are no thieves within, we shall not delay your time. The lead guard stated. How dare you search my lady's carriage? Such audacity. The driver retorted, his spirit rising, revealing himself to be a formidable warrior. What is happening, Lydno? At that moment, Ivel descended from the carriage. Miss, Lydno quickly bowed, saying, the guards from the Count's residence wish to search your carriage for thieves. Ivel frowned slightly, casting a cold gaze at the Count's guards. There are no thieves within my carriage. Step aside. Her icy tone exerted immense pressure on the guards. It was not merely her beauty that rendered them hesitant. It was also her identity and talent. Word had it that Ivel had been accepted into the prestigious Nancy Magic Academy in the royal capital, soon to become a distinguished magician, one whose ire they could not afford to incur. Greetings, Miss Ivel. The lead guard, not daring to be disrespectful, quickly bowed to her, fully aware of her status as a favored daughter of destiny. He knew that she likely held little regard for her fiancé, whom she deemed useless, perhaps even wishing for his demise to liberate herself from the engagement. Since this is Miss Ivel's carriage, there can be no thieves inside. I apologize for the disturbance. You may proceed, Miss Ivel. Ivel nodded indifferently and silently re-entered the carriage. The guards opened the city gates, and Lydno drove the carriage slowly out of the city. Half an hour later, several miles outside Jelly City, Lydno brought the carriage to a halt. Lin, I shall take you no further, Ivel said to him, offering the carriage. I hope you reach safety. Thank you, Ivel, Lin expressed gratefully, gazing at the enchanting girl before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Profound gratitude mingled with inexplicable feelings. I meant what I said. I owe you my life, and I shall repay you in the future. Let us speak of it later. I hope that day comes. Ivel replied noncommittally. Now go. Farewell. Take care, Lin said, casting a deep glance at Ivel before clumsily leaping onto the carriage and driving away. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Ivel felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something were drifting away from her. Yet, The thought of her engagement being dissolved filled her with relief. Miss, that Lin fellow, an ordinary person devoid of any talent, dares to claim he will repay your life-saving grace? Truly, he is audacious, Lydno scoffed. Let it be. I shall have no further ties with him, Ivel replied coolly. Turning back towards Jelly City, let us return. Meanwhile, Lin gradually mastered the art of driving, the carriage gliding smoothly forward. A sense of boundless freedom filled him as he escaped Jelly City, akin to a bird released from its cage, soaring high into the vast sky. Ding. Temporary mission. Successfully escaped Jelly City completed. Random reward. One of the Navy 6 styles, sorrow. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Beast Sting. Temporary mission. Successfully escaped Jelly City completed. Random reward. One of the Navy 6 styles, sorrow. The system's prompt resonated like celestial music, igniting excitement within Lin. He had acquired one of the Navy 6 styles, sorrow. System. I wish to accept the reward. A surge of information flooded into Lin's mind, detailing the cultivation method for sorrow. As the system imparted this knowledge, Lin grasped the fundamentals of sorrow and had already made initial progress. With slight practice, he could employ the technique. Having accepted the reward, Lin felt elated, eager to begin practicing sorrow. However, given the current necessity to flee, he had no choice but to set that desire aside for the moment. Lin drove the carriage swiftly through the night, galloping for several hours without knowing how far they had traveled. However, they had already distanced themselves from Jelly City. Fortunately, the horses in the magical realm were not ordinary creatures. They possessed a hint of beastly lineage, granting them remarkable endurance. Otherwise, the horses would have succumbed long before after such an extensive run. Young master, we must stop, came the voice of Lin Rongfu from within the carriage, indicating that he had regained some strength after catching his breath. Upon hearing this, Lin promptly halted the carriage, leaped down, and lifted the curtain to enter the carriage. He noticed that Lin Rongfu looked considerably better than before and inquired, Grandfather Fu, how do you feel now? I'm fine, old servant, Lin Rongfu replied with a weak smile. Although his condition had stabilized, complete recovery would take time, and he was grateful to Miss Yeifel for her assistance. Indeed, I shall repay this kindness, Lin nodded in agreement. Young master, we cannot continue traveling by carriage as it will leave a trace, Lin Rongfu warned. Are you suggesting that my stepmother will continue to pursue us? Lin asked. Without a doubt. She will not rest until you are dead. Your existence stands as the greatest obstacle to her son's claim to the title of count. Lin Rongfu said bitterly. Thus, come dawn, she will undoubtedly send someone after us. What shall we do? Lin asked anxiously, feeling lost. In his previous life on Earth, he had been an ordinary person, and despite having crossed into this realm with a system, his thinking remained that of a commoner, leaving him unsure of how to confront the current predicament. We must abandon the carriage and let it proceed while we take refuge in the forest. We can devise a plan once I recover, Lin Rongfu suggested, determination flickering in his eyes. He was resolute in avenging this grievance and reclaiming the title that rightfully belonged to Lin. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Grandfather Fu. Lin wholeheartedly accepted Lin Rongfu's counsel. In this world, apart from the system, his greatest ally was Lin Rongfu, who remained steadfastly loyal. Thus, the two disembarked from the carriage. Lin Rongfu struck the horse sharply, prompting it to surge forward swiftly with the carriage, while Lin and Lin Rongfu slipped into the dense forest at the roadside. Cloaked in the cover of darkness, the continent of Shinin was replete with untamed forests, rarely traversed by humans, and many of these woods concealed numerous magical beasts. Even the most formidable individuals dared not venture into certain areas, making the forest an ideal refuge from pursuit. Meanwhile, in Jelly City, the Count's residence blazed with light. Useless. A bunch of imbeciles. Lady Rose, the mistress of the Count's estate, raged furiously at Teddy and the other guards. Her proud figure trembled with anger, her beautiful face contorted with malice and desperation. Rose had awaited this day for long, seizing the opportunity while her husband, Count William, was away in the royal capital to eliminate Lin, the greatest impediment to her son's claim to the title of heir. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable old servant, Lin Rongfu, would possess such formidable capabilities? At a critical moment, he had protected the useless Lin, even injuring her most trusted aide, Teddy. Furthermore, a group of mysterious cloaked figures had audaciously intervened in the affairs of the Count's household, inciting her wrath. Unfortunately, despite scouring the entirety of Jelly City, Lin and Lin Rongfu seemed to have vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. After so much scheming, to come up empty-handed left Lady Rose seething with frustration. Faced with her fury, Teddy and the other guards, including the wizard Schroeder, lowered their heads in shame. Continue sending men to search for him. I want to see Lin's head before me, no matter where it takes us, Lady Rose commanded coldly, offering a bounty to the various mercenary groups in the city. Whoever kills that worthless Lin will be generously rewarded by me. Understood. The guards quickly affirmed. Once the guards had retreated, Lady Rose, still seething with rage, swept her hand across the table, sending valuable porcelain crashing to the ground in shatters. As the night passed, the dark forest began to brighten. Within a concealed hollow of a tree, Lin awoke from his slumber. After hiding in the forest and discovering the secluded nook, both he and Lin Rongfu had fallen into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted from their escape through the night. Lin opened his eyes to find that Lin Rongfu had already awoken. Given the myriad dangers lurking in the forest, Lin Rongfu, with his wealth of experience, had risen after merely a few hours of sleep to keep watch. Grandfather Fu, you're up so early. Why not rest a little longer? Lin inquired. Age has diminished my inclination for slumber, Lin Rongfu chuckled. His complexion markedly improved compared to the previous day, though still pale. His internal injuries were not easily mended, especially the old wounds. After last night's peak battle, he had sustained further damage. Seeing Lin Rongfu in good spirits eased Lin's worries. His greatest fear was that after escaping their pursuers, Lin Rongfu would succumb to his injuries, which would feel like the sky itself had fallen. By now, he regarded Lin Rongfu as his closest kin. The sun had risen, casting bright rays through the dense foliage, illuminating the area outside the tree hollow. Lin stepped out into the sunlight, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, reminiscent of emerging into light after a long night. His mood soared, and he turned to Lin Rongfu, saying, Grandfather Fu, it seems we have escaped danger. The path ahead will surely be smooth, right? Indeed, young master. Your future journey shall be one of ease, Lin Rongfu replied, his heart swelling with pride as he observed Lin's spirited demeanor. After this ordeal, Lin had begun to grow. Even if he could not cultivate, living joyfully as an ordinary person was a worthy pursuit. Surely, the young lady in the afterlife would find solace in this, though Lin Rongfu lamented that he could not fulfill the young lady's wishes and accompany Lin indefinitely. The thought of his own injuries cast a shadow over his heart. From today forth, no one shall impede my progress, Lin declared, extending his arms and sporting a confident smile. I have the system's assistance. What does it matter if I lack magical or martial talent? I have the powers of the devil fruit to explore, as well as the 6 forms of the navy and the 3 colors of Haki. I shall see which is superior, magic or martial arts. Just then, a rumble echoed from Lin's stomach, protesting that he had gone an entire night without sustenance. Young master, please bear with me a moment. I shall hunt some game, Lin Rongfu said, struggling to rise. Grandfather Fu, you're injured. Please, continue to rest. Let me handle the hunting, Lin promptly interjected, unwilling to send the wounded elder into the perilous task of hunting. Besides, now that he had consumed the phoenix fruit, he was no longer the same. As long as no formidable beast roamed the forest, he could manage basic self-defense. How can I allow you to hunt alone? It is my duty to care for you, Lin Rongfu insisted. Please, Grandfather Fu, rest. During your recovery, I shall look after you. Do not underestimate me. I am not the same as before, Lin asserted confidently. Lin Rongfu glanced at Lin En, observing his unwavering confidence and determination, and thus consented to his request. This forest was not the kind inhabited by ferocious beasts. It lacked formidable creatures, so the prospect of danger seemed minimal. He handed his long sword to Lin En and said, Since you insist, young master, I shall acquiesce. However, do exercise caution and refrain from straying too far. Should any peril arise, call out loudly for help, and I will hasten to your side. Rest assured, Grandpa Fu, just await your feast. Lin En replied with a hearty laugh as he took the sword and ventured into the woods. Despite his bravado in front of Lin Rongfu, a flicker of trepidation gripped him as he entered the forest alone. After all, he was merely an ordinary worker back on Earth, entirely inexperienced in the art of hunting. Yet now, driven by the necessity of sustenance, he found himself forced to assume the role of a hunter, wielding the long sword and navigating through the dense foliage. Lin En scanned his surroundings for traces of prey. After consuming the fruit of the immortal bird, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced, and his sensory perception heightened. Soon enough, he stumbled upon the signs of his quarry. Before him stood a rabbit, its fur a striking shade of pink. Its size comparable to that of a large dog, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Lin En was taken aback. Was this truly a creature of the magical realm? Its size was indeed remarkable. This single rabbit would suffice for a meal. Rabbits are not only delicious but also notoriously lacking in combat prowess. Today, he would feast upon rabbit meat. Lin clutched his longsword, stealthily approaching a rabbit that was grazing. The creature, acutely aware of its surroundings, lifted its head upon hearing the slightest movement. Its crimson eyes locked with Lin's, and just as he anticipated that the rabbit would flee in fright, the creature opened its mouth, unleashing a fireball the size of a fist towards him. What on earth? It can breathe fire. This rabbit is actually a magical beast. Lin was taken aback by the sight of the fireball, and before he could react, it was already hurtling towards him. Chapter 7. Leveling up through combat. The fireball was mere inches away, and Lin had no time to evade. Instinctively, he raised his longsword to shield himself. Boom. The fireball collided with the blade, exploding into a blaze the size of a basin, surging towards his arm and body. Ah! Lin let out a piercing scream as the searing heat of the flames burned his arm, igniting the fabric of his clothing. In a state of panic, he rolled on the ground several times, extinguishing the flames on his attire. Fortunately, the fireball spewed forth by the rabbit possessed limited power, akin to that of ordinary flames, making it relatively easy to quell. However, the area on his arm that had been scorched was now blistered, inflicting unbearable pain upon him. Gazing at his injured arm, Lin felt a surge of anger alongside the pain. He had initially regarded the rabbit as prey, but now the tables had turned, and he found himself wounded by the creature's fireball. Indeed, one must not underestimate the magical rabbits of this realm. The rabbit wielded magic, and it appeared that securing today's meal would prove to be a challenge. At that moment, the ability of the phoenix fruit, a mythical beast fruit, activated automatically, initiating the healing of his arm and significantly alleviating the pain. Lin was momentarily taken aback before recalling that he was now a wielder of the devil fruit's powers. Seizing the opportunity, he actively employed his fruit's abilities, summoning emerald flames that danced around his arm. As the verdant flames enveloped the burned area, the pain dissipated rapidly, and the blisters caused by the burn soon vanished. Before long, aside from the charred remnants of his sleeve, his arm had completely healed. Seeing his arm restored to its former glory, Lin erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "O rabbit, you wield magic, but I possess the might of the devil fruit. Ultimately, my powers are superior." With the protection of the phoenix ability, Lin felt emboldened. What was just a magical rabbit? Today, I shall have you for my meal. No matter your magic, your fireballs are feeble compared to those of Schroeder, the fire mage. With my phoenix fruit power, I will effortlessly counter your feeble flames. Filled with newfound confidence, Lin brandished his sword and charged toward the rabbit, bellowing, "Little rabbit, come willingly into my bowl." The rabbit, startled by Lin's raucous approach, was momentarily perplexed. This human bore no aura that instilled fear. Why was he unafraid of its fireballs? In response, the rabbit opened its mouth and expelled another fireball at Lin before nimbly leaping aside. Prepared, Lin was no longer foolish enough to wait for the fireball to reach him. He dodged to the left, evading the flames, and continued his pursuit of the rabbit. Despite its massive size, comparable to that of a bulldog, the rabbit was remarkably agile, deftly evading Lin's attacks while intermittently launching fireballs to disrupt his advance. On several occasions, Lin was caught off guard and struck by a fireball. Although his injuries were mended by the phoenix fruit's powers, his clothing had been reduced to tattered rags. After several exhausting minutes, Lin had yet to even pluck a single hair from the rabbit. Damn it, this rabbit not only wields magic but has surely attained a level of sentience. Lin gasped for breath, watching the rabbit frolic about, his frustration mounting. In the magical world, even the lowest tier beasts possess a degree of intelligence, so it was not wrong to say they had become sentient. Suddenly, Lin recalled the Marine Six Styles technique known as sorcerer, which he had yet to utilize. This wretched rabbit relied on its speed and agility. Let us see how it fares against my sorrow. With this thought in mind, Lin's eyes brightened as he resolutely invoked the skill. The abilities granted by the system had seamlessly integrated into his memory. Only practice was needed. After several clumsy attempts, Lin finally managed to execute sorrow. Though not yet proficient, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mere rabbit. Sorrow. With the activation of the technique, Lin vanished, appearing beside the rabbit with astonishing speed, and slashed downward with his sword. The rabbit, caught off guard, only began to flee as Lin's sword descended. But it was too late. The blade carved a deep wound across its back. Squealing in agony, the rabbit bolted, no longer daring to engage with Lin, its forelegs propelling it swiftly into the depths of the forest. It was far too late for the little rabbit to consider escape. Sorrow. Lin launched into a swift pursuit once more, thrusting his long sword with great force, deeply embedding it into the rabbit's neck. In an instant, the creature collapsed, its limbs twitching a few times before falling entirely still. "Ha, little rabbit, now you shall find your place in my bowl," he thought, filled with a sense of accomplishment as he gazed at the lifeless form. This was his inaugural battle on the Divine Grace continent, Navy 6 styles versus the magical rabbit, and he emerged victorious. Not far behind a grand tree, Lin Rongfu observed Lin's triumph over the rabbit, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and satisfaction before quietly departing. Ding. The host has successfully utilized shave, skill proficiency increased by 2. Ding. The host has slain a level 1 magical beast, earning 100 experience points, fulfilling the requirements for leveling up. The host's level has increased by 1. The current level is now 1, and the spiritual power has risen by 5. The system promptly displayed these notifications, and Lin felt a surge of power welling up within him. The stamina expended during the battle with the rabbit swiftly restored itself, and his physical attributes had notably improved. Lin sensed that his strength, agility, and overall physical robustness had all been enhanced. Indeed, slaying magical beasts grants the opportunity to level up and strengthen one's capabilities. It felt akin to the exhilarating experience of playing an online game. System, display the attributes panel. Character, Lin level, 1 experience, 0-200 spiritual power, 30 occupation, none skills, basic swordsmanship, beginner, 21,000, shave, beginner, 25,000, life restoration, beginner, 05000, devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, beginner, 65,000, techniques, none constitution, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 0 backpack, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of max level, host must level up to maximum. First phase task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift package. At last, the attributes panel was no longer a blank slate. It now showcased 3 skills. An ability from the devil fruit, and the spiritual power had risen to 30. Lin reveled in the doubling of his physical strength. Feeling that everything was progressing towards a promising future, Lin glanced at his Dao power value. It began at 5, and upon leveling up, it increased by 5. It seemed that the consumption of the phoenix fruit had bestowed him with an additional 20 points of Dao power. Regrettably, most of the energy from the devil fruit was utilized for healing his injuries. Otherwise, the increment would have undoubtedly exceeded a mere 20 points. Having leveled up, the experience required for the next ascent was 200. A single rabbit could provide 100 experience points. Observing the lifeless rabbit at his feet, Lin contemplated whether to hunt 2 more to further elevate his level. After some consideration, he decided against it. Although his stamina and other attributes had been restored due to the level up, the gnawing hunger in his belly remained unabated, intensified by the recent battle. Moreover, Grandpa Lin Rongfu was still waiting in the tree hollow for him to bring back food. Let the other rabbits in the forest live a little longer. Thus, benevolent Lin hoisted the rabbit and made his way back, prioritizing his hunger over further leveling up. Grandpa Fu, I have returned. Shortly thereafter, Lin returned, dragging the rabbit and tossing it onto the ground. With a cheerful smile, he addressed Lin Rongfu. Grandpa Fu, look at this rabbit. It's large and plump, sufficient for both of us to feast upon. Who would have thought that you, young master, would hunt a fire rabbit? Today, I shall indulge in the exquisite taste of rabbit meat. Thanks to you, Lin Rongfu exclaimed, feigning astonishment. Is this rabbit truly called a fire rabbit? How fitting, Lin remarked, glancing at the creature on the ground. Indeed, this rabbit is a first-level magical beast. Aside from being able to spit small fireballs, it possesses little strength. Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the mention of the rabbit's lack of power, recalling how it had initially left him in a precarious state. Had it not been for the reward of a razor from completing a task yesterday, he would have found himself utterly helpless against this seemingly insignificant rabbit. With the materials acquired, the next step was, of course, to prepare a meal. Lin and Lin Rongfu worked together to skin and butcher the rabbit, constructing a fire pit and grill in front of the tree hollow to commence roasting the meat. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air. Starved from a long night and having expended considerable energy, Lin eagerly retrieved the rabbit meat, tearing off a leg to offer to Lin Rongfu while he indulged in another leg himself. Although devoid of seasoning, the rabbit meat was exceptionally tender and delicious. Perhaps owing to its magical nature, Lin found the flavor to be several times superior to that of earthly rabbit meat, and he could not help but devour it ravenously. In no time, one rabbit leg had completely vanished into his stomach. Life restored. Under the influence of the life restoration skill, The rabbit meat within him was swiftly digested, transforming into energy that nourished Lin En's body, resulting in a slight enhancement of his physical strength. Indeed, magical beast meat was not to be underestimated. Despite being a mere first-level creature, it still contained ample energy. With the life restoration skill, Lin En's appetite surged. Any quantity of food consumed could be rapidly digested and converted into energy. Consequently, apart from one rabbit leg consumed by Lin Rongfu, the entirety of the rabbit, a substantial amount of meat, was devoured by Lin. Burp. Setting down the now skeletal rabbit head, Lin contentedly released a satisfied belch, only to notice Lin Rongfu regarding him with a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his oil-smeared head with his greasy right hand, sheepishly saying, "Grandpa Fu, did I perhaps eat a tad too much? Young master, consuming so much, won't your body feel unwell?" Lin Rongfu inquired with concern, scrutinizing Lin's flat stomach. Despite the copious amount of meat ingested, the young master's belly showed no signs of distension. Where could all that food have gone? Though curious, Lin Rongfu's foremost concern remained Lin En's health. Such a large quantity of rabbit meat, sufficient to satisfy several individuals, had been consumed by Lin in a single sitting. Surely, this could not bode well for his well-being. If anything were amiss, how could he explain it to the young lady? Lin was taken aback by Lin Rongfu's inquiries, realizing the immense shock his sudden increase in appetite must have caused. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to confide in Lin Rongfu about certain truths. For Lin Rongfu was the person closest to him and the most trustworthy, aside from the existence of the system, which must remain undisclosed. He could selectively share other matters with Lin Rongfu. Clarifying things now would prevent future misconceptions that might cause Lin Rongfu undue worry. Organizing his thoughts, Lin began, "Grandpa Fu, the changes occurring within me are not solely limited to my increased appetite. There are other transformations, as you may have noticed." At this point, a greenish-blue flame erupted from his hand, flickering and swiftly enveloping his entire being. Lin stood surrounded by flames, yet remained unharmed. When Lin Rongfu witnessed the flames enveloping Lin En, his heart involuntarily tightened. However, upon seeing Lin En unscathed and his expression unchanged, he finally felt a sense of relief. Curiously, he gazed at the turquoise flames, pondering their nature. This was no ordinary fire. It did not resemble the spells cast by fire mages, for he sensed no fluctuations of magical energy. Remarkably, these flames did not scorch the human body. Lin Rongfu has cared for Lin En since childhood, understanding him better than Lin En himself. In the past, Lin En was indeed a talentless individual who could not cultivate, despite his relentless efforts. Sheer diligence could not compensate for a lack of innate ability. Lin Rongfu was certain that the transformations in Lin En, including the sudden acceleration technique he demonstrated while hunting rabbits, only occurred after he was gravely injured and miraculously healed the previous night. What on earth transpired with the young master? With anticipation in his eyes, Lin Rongfu was deeply curious about the changes in Lin En. "Grandfather Fu, after I was gravely injured and fell unconscious yesterday, it felt as though I entered a peculiar realm. I cannot quite describe it, but there was a person radiating a dazzling light, looking down upon me. He bestowed upon me a miraculous fruit, claiming that consuming it would heal my wounds. Initially, I thought I was dreaming and consumed the fruit. When I awoke, my injuries had nearly healed, and I had also gained the ability to manipulate the flame of life." Lin En explained, casually bestowing an elegant name upon the flames produced by the abilities of the mythical creature, the phoenix. "The flame of life. Young master, is this the flame you possess?" Lin Rongfu inquired in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the flame of life," Lin En continued. "This flame significantly enhances my recovery abilities and allows for rapid healing of injuries. Despite the severity of my wounds yesterday, I recovered swiftly due to the flame of life. Such an extraordinary fruit and flame. Could it be that you encountered a deity in your dreams, young master?" Lin Rongfu expressed his shock, pondering who else, aside from a deity, could possess such unheard of abilities. Though no deities have descended upon the divine grace continent for thousands of years, the legends of their existence endure. It is said that humans from the divine grace continent once attained godhood, which led Lin Rongfu to immediately associate Lin En's newfound powers with divine origins. Given their astonishing nature, deity? A thought struck Lin En. It was fortunate that Lin Rongfu could draw his own conclusions. What better explanation than that of a deity? After all, the legends of deities have always persisted in the divine grace continent. I cannot say for certain if it was a deity. That person did not engage in further communication with me. Besides the miraculous fruit, He also imparted some cultivation methods and combat techniques. Although I lack the talent for magic and combat energy, I am able to practice these methods and techniques. Lin En stated as he rose to demonstrate one of the few techniques he had mastered from the Marine 6 styles, shave. In a flash, Lin En appeared several meters away, moving with the swiftness of a startled swan, nearly impossible to capture. Then, in another instant, he returned to his previous position. Grandfather Fu. This is a combat technique called shave, Lin En explained. There are other techniques as well, but for now, I have only learned this one. The others will require time to master. To preempt any future surprises from Lin Rongfu upon acquiring additional skills, Lin En prepared him in advance. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Even with Lin Rongfu's seasoned eye as a martial arts master, he found it difficult to discern the technique Lin En had just executed. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Rongfu felt that the young master could finally cultivate. A longing he had harbored for over a decade had finally been laid to rest. It was indeed a blessing from the deities. Who would have thought that the young master could receive such divine favor? This was a momentous occasion. One that would surely bring joy to the late young lady, should she be aware. Lin Rongfu was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face as joy surged within him, causing such excitement that it exacerbated his injuries, prompting a fit of violent coughing that even drew blood. Grandfather Fu, please do not get too excited. Your wounds have yet to heal. Lin En quickly approached to support Lin Rongfu, gently patting his back. It's nothing. This old servant is not on the brink of death yet. I am simply overjoyed. Lin Rongfu chuckled heartily, seemingly indifferent to his injuries. Grandfather Fu, allow me to tend to your wounds. The flame of life should prove beneficial for your condition. Lin En recalled the abilities granted by the phoenix fruit. Its flames were not solely for his own healing, but could also mend the wounds of others. Very well. I too wish to experience the miraculous nature of the divine gift, Lin Rongfu replied with anticipation. A verdant flame rose from Lin En's hands as he positioned them over Lin Rongfu's chest, guiding the fire to envelop him entirely. Soon, Lin Rongfu became a figure of flame, and under Lin En's control, the energy contained within began to mend his injuries. It's working, Lin Rongfu exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he felt the powerful vitality coursing through him, gradually healing his wounds. Indeed, the flame of life, bestowed by the divine, proved capable of restoring even the most grievous injuries sustained by a seasoned warrior like himself. Moreover, the source of his power, which had been severely damaged all those years ago, had shown signs of recovery for the first time in decades. This revelation left Lin Rongfu astounded. Having fallen from the ranks of a master warrior to a mere warrior due to this source damage, he had struggled to suppress his injuries for years. Yet now, under the influence of the flame of life, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for restoration, a true chance to reclaim his peak prowess. It is worth noting that even high-grade magical healing potions had proven ineffective against such source damage. Young master, this is indeed a tremendous surprise. Though the restoration of his source was but a mere flicker, a vast distance remained to complete recovery. Lin Rongfu could now see the light of hope. Lin utilized his fruit ability to heal Lin Rongfu, but after a prolonged effort of over 10 minutes, he began to feel the strain. The exertion of using his abilities inevitably drained his stamina, and given his current physical condition, he was unable to sustain such power for an extended period. Young master, what ails you? Could it be that using the flame of life inflicts harm upon you? Please, cease at once. Lin Rongfu exclaimed, alarmed by the pallor of Lin's face. The thought that healing himself with the flame of life could endanger his young master filled him with dread. He would rather forego the healing altogether. Grandfather Fu, I assure you, I am fine. It is merely a matter of exhaustion. A brief respite will restore my strength, Lin replied with a weary smile, retracting the flames. He lamented, regrettably, my current mastery of the flame of life does not allow me to heal your injuries in one go. It will require several sessions. That is of no concern. Multiple sessions are perfectly acceptable. Just be cautious not to overexert yourself, young master, Lin Rongfu reassured him, relieved to see that Lin's condition was simply due to fatigue. Grandfather Fu, I am quite worn out. I shall take a short nap, Lin declared before lying down, quickly succumbing to slumber, soon emitting the sounds of restful breathing. Observing the peaceful countenance of the sleeping Lin Rongfu's expression softened with affection, his heart brimming with mixed emotions. The young master has truly grown, he mused. If the young miss were aware from beyond, she could finally rest in peace. For I have awaited this day. Lin slumbered deeply, and upon awakening, he found that dusk had begun to settle. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing his stomach to rumble in response. Young master, Now that you are awake, come and enjoy the roasted meat. Your timing is impeccable. The meat is just ready. Lin Rongfu's voice reached his ears. Rising, Lin beheld Lin Rongfu tending to the fire and inquired, Grandfather Fu, why did you not rouse me to join in the hunt? Your injuries remain unhealed. It is best that you refrain from exertion, Lin Rongfu replied. Thank you for your concern, young master. A mere level 1 magical beast. The fire-spitting rabbit requires little effort to capture, Lin Rongfu chuckled, presenting a piece of well-roasted rabbit meat to Lin. After being treated by your flame of life, my wounds have significantly improved. A bit of movement will do me good. Lin took a hearty bite of the roasted meat, and as he savored the flavors, he earnestly said, Grandfather Fu, you are the most cherished family member to me at this moment. Your health is of paramount importance. You have watched me grow since my childhood. Now that I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity to cultivate my abilities, I aspire for my name to resonate across the entire continent. I hope that when that time comes, you will still be by my side, caring for me, witnessing my achievements, and seeing me marry and start a family. Indeed, for that day, I shall strive to live well, replied Lin Rongfu, deeply moved. Though their relationship was that of master and servant, Lin Rongfu had regarded Lin as his own grandson, valuing him even more than his own life. Lin's heartfelt words struck a chord within him, bringing tears to his eyes. They relished their meal, satisfied and content, albeit with the sole regret of lacking seasoning. Lin contemplated that in a few days, once Lin Rongfu's injuries had sufficiently healed, they would depart from the forest and venture to other places that could aid in enhancing his strength. This harrowing experience had instilled in Lin a profound understanding of the significance of power in the divine grace continent. With this newfound awareness of the necessity to enhance his abilities, after finishing the roasted meat and while the sky was still light, Lin began to practice the basic swordsmanship skills from the novice gift package using Lin Rongfu's longsword. The foundational techniques included slashing, chopping, thrusting, flicking, and slicing. Thanks to the systematic guidance provided, Lin found the practice to be manageable. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but after several repetitions, he began to gain proficiency. And the mastery of the basic swordsmanship gradually increased on the system panel. Lin Rongfu observed Lin En practicing his swordsmanship with a hint of perplexity. Was it merely the basics that the divine spirit imparted to the young master? Yet, he soon considered that such an arrangement must hold profound significance without a solid foundation. The young master would first need to hone his skills. After mulling this over, Lin Rongfu began to offer guidance to Lin En as he practiced. Although Lin Rongfu had previously sustained injuries due to his surge of peak combat power, his current strength barely reached the level of a battle master. His keen insight remained intact. Even a few casual words of advice from someone of his caliber could greatly benefit Lin En. Chapter 9. Enhancement of Combat Power with Lin Rongfu's Guidance. Lin En's efficiency in practicing basic sword techniques surged, and he found himself executing the movements with increasing ease. His basic swordplay becoming quite impressive. Ding! Congratulations, host. The proficiency level of basic swordsmanship has reached 1000, skill level has risen, endowed power has increased by 10. We encourage the host to continue striving for excellence. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin En felt a surge of joy. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship had reached its maximum, transitioning from beginner to intermediate, and his Dao power had also risen to 40 points. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that the proficiency requirement for intermediate basic swordsmanship was 5,000, a five-fold increase. However, Lin En was untroubled, understanding that it merely required a bit more effort. With his basic swordsmanship upgraded, Lin En contentedly ceased his practice. Feeling fatigued after such an extended session, it was time to rest, as cultivation necessitates a balance of work and leisure. Before retiring for the night, Lin En noticed 2 fire rabbit magic crystals carelessly placed in a tree hollow by Lin Rongfu. A thought struck him, and he picked up the 2 crystals. Ding! Energy absorption detected. 2 level 1 magic crystals available. Would you like to absorb them? Could it truly be possible to absorb magic crystals? Lin En's eyes brightened. He had previously pondered how to recharge energy for the system, recalling that in his gaming days, energy was usually replenished with real money. Now, having traversed into this new world and finding the game had transformed into a system devoid of currency, he had been troubled by how to acquire energy. To his surprise, the system could absorb magic crystals for recharging. Absorb. Lin, filled with excitement, issued commands to the system. Energy absorption was complete, yielding 20 points of energy. The 2 magic crystals in Lin's hand crumbled to dust, and the energy section of the attribute panel now displayed an additional 20 points. Each first-level magic crystal provided merely 10 points of energy, but Lin chose not to dwell on this, recognizing that it was merely a first-level crystal. System. What are the applications of energy? Lin inquired within his mind, aware that this system was distinct from the games he had previously played. The host can expend energy to enhance skill proficiency and exchange it for items and skills in the store. However, the store is currently not operational, rendering exchanges impossible. Though the inability to access the store was a setback, the prospect of enhancing skill proficiency without arduous training was appealing. After all, one could strengthen oneself through monetary investment. A familiar game mechanic. System. What is the conversion rate for energy to skill proficiency? Lin asked. 10 points of energy can be exchanged for 1 point of skill proficiency. Goodness! Lin exclaimed. The system cannot be this mercenary. 10 points of energy for a mere point of skill proficiency? This is exorbitantly expensive. 2 first-level magic crystals only yield 2 points of proficiency? It would be more worthwhile to practice diligently. The system's exploitative tendencies remained unchanged. Even after his transformation, Lin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With no other magic crystals at hand, he resolved to find a way to earn some, or rather, to earn magic crystals. Though the continent of Shinin primarily utilized gold, silver, and copper coins, magic crystals also held significant value, circulating exclusively among magicians and warriors. Gazing at the meager 20 points of energy on his attribute panel, Lin sighed. Very well, this scant energy is insufficient for any significant endeavor. I shall save it for now and retire for the night. 2 days elapsed in a blink. During this time, Lin and Lin Rongfu remained in the forest. With Lin Rongfu recuperating and Lin honing his basic swordsmanship and one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave, he uttered with a sharp exhalation. His form darting with the swiftness of lightning to the side of a gigantic wildfowl, resembling an ostrich, several meters away. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed the creature's head, causing it to collapse instantly. This was another type of first-level magical beast, aside from the fire-spitting rabbit. Ding! The host has slain a first-level magical beast, earning 100 experience points. Level up requirements met. The host's level increases by 1, now at level 10. With a vigor value of 5. After 2 days of relentless hunting of magical beasts, Lin's level finally ascended to 10. A surge of new strength welled within him, invigorating his entire being. System. Display the attribute panel, he declared joyously. Character. Lin level. 10 experience. 01500 vigor value. 85 occupation. None skills. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 380-5000. Shave, beginner, 985-1000. Life restoration, beginner, 850-1000. Devil fruit, phantom beast type, phoenix, beginner, 215-1000. Techniques, none physique, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 inventory, empty quests, main quest 1. Dream of max level. Host to reach max level. First phase quest. Reach level 20. Reward. Level up gift pack. Upon reaching level 10, Lin noted that his vigor value had soared to 85 points. A tenfold increase from when he first crossed over. He felt invigorated, eager to ascertain how his current prowess compared to the warriors of this realm. Lin anticipated the moment he could showcase his capabilities, dispelling the notion of him being a mere wastrel in the eyes of others. With level 10 attained, the experience required for the next level had risen to 1,500 points, with each subsequent level necessitating an additional 500 experience points. It was evident that slaying first-level magical beasts for upgrades would become exceedingly slow. Thus, it was time to depart. Coincidentally, Lin Rongfu's injuries had nearly healed, at least to the point where they no longer hindered movement. Let us feast on chicken today. Lin shouldered the wild chicken and made his way towards the tree hollow. Upon reaching the hollow, he found Lin Rongfu recuperating from his injuries, his complexion remarkably improved since their last encounter. After 2 days of rest and the healing power of Lin's life flame derived from his fruit ability, Lin Rongfu's wounds had healed significantly. The injuries sustained during their recent battle had nearly mended, and even some lingering old wounds had shown signs of recovery. Regrettably, Lin's current mastery of his fruit ability was still insufficient to fully heal Lin Rongfu's old injuries and restore his damaged essence. Lin skillfully plucked the feathers from the wild chicken and kindled a fire to roast the meat. Originally, Lin Rongfu had forbidden Lin from engaging in such tasks. However, Lin, citing Lin Rongfu's grave injuries, insisted that he refrain from any exertion. Despite Lin Rongfu being a servant, Lin did not regard him as such in his heart. Moreover, As someone who had traversed from Earth, Lin could not bring himself to allow an elderly man, wounded and in pain, to prepare food for him. Unable to defy Lin's will, Lin Rongfu acquiesced, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude and emotion. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. After they had savored the feast, Lin rose and declared, "Grandfather Fu, I have felt a significant increase in my strength over the past few days. I would like you to assess my abilities and determine their current level." "Very well. I too am eager to witness the extraordinary methods of cultivation imparted by the divine." Lin Rongfu replied with enthusiasm. The two stood in an open space, 2 zhang apart. Lin wielded Lin Rongfu's longsword, while Lin Rongfu casually picked up a branch, stripping it of its twigs to serve as his weapon. "Grandfather Fu, I shall initiate the attack now," Lin announced, his sword angled toward the ground. A hint of excitement in his voice. "Master, feel free to attack," Lin Rongfu responded with a mild smile, holding the wooden stick nonchalantly before him. His left hand resting behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned expert. Lin's expression tensed as she stepped forward, swiftly thrusting her longsword towards Lin Rongfu's vital chest. Her strike was merciless, for she understood that her strength alone could scarcely harm him. Thus, she unleashed her full power, employing various techniques of fundamental swordsmanship. Each move was executed with clarity and precision, targeting the critical points of Lin Rongfu's body with unwavering intent. Lin Rongfu infused his wooden staff with fighting spirit, rendering it as unyielding as iron, showing no fear of Lin En's sharp sword. He refrained from launching an offensive, merely wielding the staff to deflect Lin En's assaults. Regardless of how ferocious Lin En's attacks were, they could not breach his defense, which appeared remarkably composed. As he executed the foundational sword techniques repeatedly, Lin En realized he could not penetrate Lin Rongfu's defense. Consequently, he resorted to the Navy's 6 styles, employing the technique known as sorcerer, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow that darted around Lin Rongfu with lightning speed. Coupled with the basic sword techniques, a dazzling display of sword light erupted. "Excellent!" Lin Rongfu let out a commendatory exclamation as he wielded his wooden staff with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly parrying Lin En's relentless assaults. As the minutes elapsed, Lin Rongfu navigated through Lin En's onslaught with remarkable ease, while Lin En, panting heavily, found himself drained from the continuous exertion of his techniques. Eventually, when his stamina waned, Lin En was compelled to pause. Ding! The host's challenge against a significantly superior opponent has failed, resulting in the acquisition of 500 experience points. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin En was momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter elated. It dawned upon him that not only defeating magical beasts yielded experience points, engaging in combat with other individuals did as well, and the rewards were remarkably abundant, far surpassing those gained from slaying fire rabbits. With Lin Rongfu nearby, he had a wealth of opportunities to seek guidance in combat, leading to an abundance of experience points and a swift ascent in levels. Moreover, his foundational swordsmanship and mastery of his techniques had also seen notable improvement. It was evident that practical combat was the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities. After all, hunting rabbits posed little challenge for Lin En, and practicing alone yielded minimal gains in proficiency. It seemed prudent to engage in more duels with Lin Rongfu moving forward. Indeed, young master, your foundational swordsmanship is remarkably solid. Achieving such a level in just a few days is quite impressive, Lin Rongfu remarked approvingly. Grandfather Fu, I still have much to learn compared to you, Lin En humbly replied, having failed to even graze Lin Rongfu's garment during their 10-minute exchange. That is quite commendable. Your current attacking strength equates to that of a novice warrior who has just begun to cultivate their fighting spirit, coupled with your explosive speed and shave. You pose a significant threat to advanced novice warriors. Furthermore, with the formidable recovery ability of Life Flame, you would not be at a disadvantage even against lower-tier warriors. Lin Rongfu assessed. Given Lin Rongfu's strength and insight, Lin En wholeheartedly accepted his evaluation, feeling a surge of joy at possessing power comparable to novice warriors, thus liberating himself from the shackles of being deemed worthless. Miss, if you were aware, you would undoubtedly rejoice for the young master, Lin Rongfu expressed wistfully, before adopting a serious demeanor. Young master, the Earl would never have anticipated that you would experience such fortunes. Once the Earl learns of this, your position as heir to the title will surely be as solid as a mountain. Lin Rongfu gazed at Lin En with palpable excitement. It had long been his fervent wish for Lin En to become the heir of the Count's estate. After all, in the past, Lin En had been unable to cultivate and only by inheriting the title could he enjoy a life of luxury in his later years, thus fulfilling the lady's wishes. Chapter 10. The first kill. Upon hearing Lin Rongfu's words, Lin En fell into deep contemplation. To become the heir of the Count's estate? As a soul from Earth. Lin En found little interest in the notion of nobility. His sole fascination lay in harnessing the system to attain formidable power and behold the vistas at the pinnacle of this world. Being a noble would confine him to his territory, limiting his exploration of the world. Grandfather Fu, I have decided not to return to Jelly City. As for being the heir, I shall forego it, Lin En declared. Young master, why? Lin Rongfu was momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring. As the eldest son of the Count's estate, the title is surely yours to inherit. Rest assured, with this old servant by your side, you shall undoubtedly inherit the title. Grandfather Fu, it's not that I doubt you, Lin En shook his head. Rather, I have little interest in inheriting a mere countship of a kingdom. I once lacked the ability to cultivate, but now that I can. My pursuit lies in attaining unparalleled strength and traversing the entire continent to witness the grandeur at the summit of the world. Young master possesses such ambition. This old servant shall accompany you with unwavering loyalty. Lin Rongfu chuckled, his heart swelling with pride at Lin En's confidence. Returning now would only place my father in a difficult position, Lin En continued. That said, my stepfather, while not entirely cruel, has treated my predecessor poorly. I do not wish to burden him. I shall seek vengeance against my stepmother in due time. Once I am strong enough, I shall heed your wishes. With Lin En's resolution, Lin Rongfu acquiesced. Grandfather Fu, this place no longer holds much benefit for my strength. Where do you suggest we venture next? Lin En inquired. Hudis Town. Lin Rongfu pondered for a moment before responding. Hudis Town lies at the foot of the Hudis Mountains, a renowned region teeming with formidable magical beasts. It serves as the final stop for all mercenaries before they enter the mountains to hunt. Additionally, Hudis Town is situated at the intersection of three kingdoms. Known for its chaotic order and abundance of strong individuals, making it well suited to your needs. Isn't that a lawless zone? This place is excellent. Chaos is advantageous for me, as my stepmother will undoubtedly continue her pursuit. A tumultuous environment will serve me well. Very well, then we shall proceed to Hudis Town. In an instant, Lin En made his decision. Having resolved on their course of action, Lin En and his servant immediately set off. They descended the mountain and found a village where they exchanged several unabsorbed first-level magical crystals for a few sets of clothing, as their attire had become little better than that of beggars after days of evasion and survival in the mountains. Lacking sufficient funds to procure horses, the two could only walk for the time being, hoping to find a merchant caravan en route to Hudis Town to hitch a ride. After enhancing his strength, walking posed no fatigue for Lin En. They moved swiftly, covering over 20 miles in just over an hour, until they encountered a junction ahead where a group of 7 or 8 knights had set up a checkpoint. Their attire did not resemble that of the kingdom's military. Could they be mountain bandits? Lin pondered as the two arrived at the intersection. The individuals stationed there noticed Lin and his companion, promptly approaching to block their path. A slight furrow formed on Lin's brow, sensing that these people bore ill intentions. Young master, they are likely members of a mercenary group, Lin Rongfu whispered. Let's observe their intentions, Lin replied, remaining untroubled, as he discerned that none among them appeared particularly formidable. They seemed merely a small-scale mercenary band. Among the mercenaries, a leader scrutinized Lin and his companion, then retrieved 2 portraits from his pocket. After glancing at them, his expression transformed into one of exuberance, as he laughed heartily. Aha! I never imagined my luck would be so fortuitous. I have truly stumbled upon them. Lin observed the exuberance of this individual with a sense of bewilderment, questioning whether the fellow had lost his sanity at the sight of his own joy. Brothers, he declared, these are the 2 individuals we seek. Capture them, and the bounty from the Count's estate shall belong to our Giant Axe mercenary corps. In due time, our esteemed leader will bestow generous rewards upon us. Harlock laughed heartily, gesturing for his comrades to spring into action, his heart swelling with pride at the prospect of securing this bounty, which might earn him favor in the eyes of the captain and perhaps even promote him beyond his current rank. Upon hearing that these 2 were indeed their targets, the mercenaries' eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if they could already envision the glint of gold coins before them. They swiftly unsheathed their weapons and surged forward. At that moment, Lin comprehended the intent of these men. They were indeed coming for him, likely under the orders of his wicked stepmother. It seemed she was resolute in her determination to eliminate him swiftly. As several mercenaries charged toward them, Lin Rongfu's face darkened with murderous intent, ready to retaliate and dispatch the intruders. However, Lin interposed himself, saying, "Grandfather Fu, there is no need for you to intervene with these mere lackeys. This presents an opportune moment for me to hone my skills and assess the fruit of my recent training." "Very well, young master. Do take care," Lin Rongfu replied, nodding as he handed his longsword to Lin. These mercenaries were but minor adversaries, possessing nothing more than the prowess of apprentice and novice warriors, ideal for the young master to practice against. Lin grasped the longsword, his countenance resolute as he boldly approached the group of mercenaries. The mercenaries, taken aback by Lin's audacity, exchanged bewildered glances. If their information was accurate, this lad was nothing more than an untalented waste, right? A mere waste, lacking even the strength to crush a chicken, dared to step forward. Surely, he must have been rendered speechless by fear. Could it be that this boy, emboldened with a sword, intended to slay us? A burly mercenary scoffed. Perhaps that was indeed his intent. After all, he was the young master of a count's estate, and taking a life would surely be trivial for him. Another mercenary chuckled, dismissing Lin entirely as nothing more than a feeble master without cultivation, believing that brandishing a sword could instill fear. We are no servants of the count's household. We shall not yield. Stand back, brothers, and allow me to assess this young master's prowess." The burly mercenary laughed heartily, striding confidently before Lin, towering over him, his eyes gleaming with mockery. With a war axe as large as a grinding stone pointed at Lin, he nonchalantly declared, "Come, boy, let me see if you can withstand my strike." The other mercenaries halted, reveling in the spectacle, viewing it as nothing but a farce, an untalented young master destined to be cleaved in twain by the burly one's axe. The squad leader, Hardik, observed with indifference, his attention primarily fixed on Lin Rongfu, the elder rumored to be gravely injured, yet still a formidable expert worthy of his focus. "As you wish." Lin's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion of his right hand, the longsword lunged toward the burly mercenary's chest. Clang! The mercenary, taken aback by the swiftness and ferocity of Lin's strike aimed at his vital point, broke into a cold sweat, hastily raising his axe to block the blow. The sword collided with the axe, and the tremendous force sent a tremor through his arm. Isn't this boy supposed to be a waste? Where does he derive such strength? A flash of disbelief crossed the burly mercenary's mind, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. He had nearly been pierced by a supposed waste, leaving him feeling humiliated before his comrades. "You have enraged me, boy," the burly mercenary bellowed, swinging his massive axe toward Lin. Clang! As the axe descended, Lin sought to gauge his strength against that of the burly mercenary, raising his sword to block the incoming blow. The clash of sword and axe resonated loudly, shaking Lin to his core, his right arm going numb from the impact. The sheer force behind the axe nearly overwhelmed him, making it clear that the burly mercenary's strength surpassed his own. Or perhaps, the mercenary's power was augmented by his battle aura. With such feeble strength, you dare to face my axe? Watch as I obliterate you. The burly mercenary roared, stepping forward as he raised his axe high, preparing to deliver a ferocious strike. Lin's arm was numbed by the tremors, and he dared not confront the burly mercenary's heavy axe head-on. He swiftly retreated, momentarily thrown into disarray by the onslaught of the mercenary's formidable weapon. Fortunately, although the mercenary wielded immense strength, his strikes lacked swiftness. After evading several blows, Lin gradually acclimated to the mercenary's attacks, calming himself as he employed basic swordsmanship to engage in a tactical dance with the burly foe, utilizing the encounter to hone his practical combat skills. Ding! The host employs basic swordsmanship against the enemy. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship increases by 1. Beside the skirmish, Lin Rongfu, observing Lin's regained composure, felt his tension begin to ease, yet he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the duel. Should Lin find himself in peril, he would intervene without hesitation. The mercenary's axe swung through the air, yet Lin deftly parried each strike, sustaining no harm. This infuriated the mercenary, who felt humiliated that a seemingly inept opponent had eluded his grasp for so long, diminishing his stature in the eyes of his comrades. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, the mercenary accelerated the tempo of his axe swings, intent on cleaving Lin in two. At this juncture, Lin had fully disowned the mercenary's fighting style and comprehended the disparity in their strengths. Abandoning any thoughts of prolonged engagement, he resolved that it was time to take decisive action. Swoosh! Lin executed a swift maneuver, her figure vanishing from before the burly man in an instant, only to reappear at his side, her longsword descending upon his arm. The burly man, who had been brandishing his hefty axe, was taken aback as Lin seemingly vanished from his sight. Before he could comprehend the situation, a searing pain shot through his arm, severing it cleanly at the elbow. Ah! He cried out in agony, retreating while clutching his dismembered limb. Lin once again drew his sword, the blade slicing through the throat of the bearded mercenary, whose scream abruptly ceased as his towering frame collapsed with a thunderous thud. Chapter 11. The Great Axe Mercenary Corps. Ding. The host has slain an opponent, earning 100 experience points. Ding. The host has utilized basic swordsmanship against the enemy, gaining proficiency too. The sudden turn of events left several mercenaries, who had been merely spectators, utterly bewildered. The worthless boy, who had just moments ago been pressured by the bearded mercenary, had unexpectedly turned the tables and killed him? How could this be? Wasn't this lad deemed incapable of cultivation? How could he possibly possess the ability to slay the bearded one? Were it not for the corpse of the bearded mercenary lying before them, they might have thought it a jest. For the bearded mercenary certainly would not have toyed with his life. Scoundrel! He has slain our brother. Avenge him. Enraged, several mercenaries drew their weapons and charged towards Lin. With the mercenaries advancing, Lin paid no heed to the system notifications that had just appeared. Instead, he swiftly propelled himself towards the approaching foes. Mastering the Navy's sixth style, he moved with such agility that the mercenaries could only trace his shadow with their eyes, their movements unable to keep pace with him. These mercenaries were but novice and junior warriors, and in the blink of an eye, two of them had already fallen beneath Lin's blade, while another had lost an arm to his strike. Curse it! He is not a waste. Our intelligence was flawed, shouted a novice warrior among them. Stand aside. Let me take him on. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his fighting spirit, his great sword shimmering with a faint glow. The novice warrior had learned to channel his energy into his weapon, thereby enhancing his attacks. He bellowed as he swung his sword toward Lin. In the face of this strike, Lin intentionally chose to experience the might of fighting spirit firsthand, opting not to evade. He swept his sword in a sweeping motion, akin to a tide that could sweep away armies. Clang! The two swords collided without flourish, and Lin felt an immense force surge through him, transmitted via his long sword. This power was several times greater than that of the bearded mercenary, sending a tremor through his arm, causing his grip to falter and nearly lose the sword. What an overwhelming force! Is this the true power of fighting spirit? Lin was taken aback. The aura of combat was indeed extraordinary. Even if his own prowess could match his adversary, he would likely still be no match for the opponent bolstered by such formidable energy. As the power of the phoenix fruit activated, his numbed arm and split palm swiftly healed. Realizing the disparity between himself and his opponent, Lin ceased his reckless assault. In a flash, he employed a swift maneuver, distancing himself and appearing before another mercenary. He thrust his longsword forward, and in the next moment, it pierced the mercenary's chest. As Lin withdrew his blade, the adversary stood rigid, slowly collapsing, witnessing Lin's rapid dispatch of another foe. The remaining two apprentice warrior-level mercenaries were struck with terror, their souls nearly escaping them. Had Lin targeted them instead, they would have had no means of resistance. Destined to share the same fate as their fallen comrade, unable even to perceive their opponent's form, let alone defend against him. Fear consumed the two mercenaries, prompting them to hastily retreat. They wished to survive, believing that distance from the demon named Lin was their only hope. Indeed, in their minds, Lin had ascended to the level of a fiend. Damn it, don't run. Face me and receive another strike. The junior warrior-level mercenary roared in fury, infuriated by Lin's elusive tactics, which resembled a wily rat. He found himself unable to confront Lin directly, his strength rendered futile, while he could only watch as Lin exhibited his prowess, simmering with frustration and rage. Upon hearing the mercenary's words, Lin scoffed internally, his form undeterred as he activated his swift maneuvers, pursuing the two retreating mercenaries. Captain Hardick, help! The two mercenaries cried out in desperation, lamenting the lack of additional legs to flee with. Just as their pleas reached Hardick, Lin closed the distance, his longsword sweeping through the air, and a crimson line erupted from one mercenary's skull, silencing him instantly. You dare slay my subordinates? I shall flay you alive. At that moment, Hardick was seething with rage. Unable to fathom that in mere minutes, he had lost the majority of his men to an opponent he had deemed a mere waste of potential. A young master thought incapable of cultivating power. How could this be? Was the Count's information erroneous? The combat prowess displayed by this lad was nearly on par with that of a junior warrior. How could such a being be deemed worthless? Enraged beyond reason, Hardick unsheathed his knightly sword, ready to confront Lin himself, when suddenly an elderly figure appeared before him. It would be wise for you to refrain from action. The young master does not wish for his battle to be interrupted, Lin Rongfu stated coldly. Old fool, step aside. Hardick bellowed, swinging his sword down toward Lin Rongfu. Lin Rongfu's expression remained unchanged as he summoned a surge of energy in his palm. With a casual flick of his hand, akin to swatting away a fly, he struck down on Haddock's descending sword. The furious blow from Haddock was utterly ineffective, failing to even breach the energy enveloping Lin Rongfu's hand. The mighty force shattered Haddock's knightly greatsword into mere fragments, and Lin Rongfu's hand landed unimpeded upon Haddock's chest. With a spurt of blood, Haddock was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Lying on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the sky. A singular thought reverberated in his mind. How could he be this powerful? While Lin Rongfu effortlessly subdued Haddock, the remaining mercenary met his demise at the hands of Lin En, leaving only a low-level warrior mercenary in pursuit of Lin En, trailing behind in the dust. With a solitary adversary remaining, Lin En chose not to flee, but rather to confront his opponent head-on. Utilizing the speed of his swift movements, he circled around his foe, relying on the formidable regenerative capabilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit. After a series of fierce exchanges, Lin En ultimately exchanged injuries with his opponent, delivering the final blow that felled him to the ground. Ding. The host has achieved a kill beyond his level and gained 300 experience points. Ding. The host employed basic swordsmanship in combat, gaining 5 proficiency. The system notifications arrived promptly, and Lin En was not taken aback. He had ample experience from slaying beasts and engaging in battles, and it was only natural that such skills would extend to taking lives as well. He had come to a profound realization. While he would not indiscriminately slay the innocent for the sake of leveling up, he would not hesitate to eliminate his enemies. Lin stood resolutely, having dispatched several foes in swift succession. Among them was one who possessed significantly greater strength. Despite the regenerative capabilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, the toll on his stamina was considerable. The tension that had gripped him began to ease, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by profound exhaustion. Yet, concurrently, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This marked his inaugural battle in this world, a true testament to his prowess as he vanquished his adversary, affirming the tangible assistance provided by the system. Though it was his first act of killing, Lin felt little discomfort. Perhaps the harrowing experiences of that fateful night escaping from Jelly City, witnessing the brutality of bloodshed and dismemberment, had desensitized him to such horrors. "Young master, how do you feel? Are your injuries severe?" Lin Rongfu inquired with genuine concern, having closely monitored Lin's skirmish. Despite knowing of Lin's life flame, he remained anxious about his well-being. "It's merely a minor wound. I shall recover swiftly." "There is no cause for alarm," Lin replied, shaking his head. "Young master, how shall we deal with this individual?" Lin Rongfu asked, his anxiety alleviated as he regarded the still prostrate Haddock. Lin once again lamented the formidable prowess of Lin Rongfu, whose mastery at the level of a general was indeed impressive. This mercenary, despite being a seasoned fighter, stood utterly powerless before Lin Rongfu, reflecting on his own struggles to vanquish a few apprentice warriors and a single junior fighter. Often relying on the regenerative abilities of the Phoenix Fruit to exchange injury for victory, he acknowledged the arduous journey ahead of him and the greater efforts he must invest. "Speak, why have you intercepted me?" Lin questioned, casting a cold gaze upon the bloodied and trembling Hades, devoid of any sympathy. He was no saint. From the moment Hades chose to strike, he became an adversary. "Please, spare me. I was merely following orders." Hades, terrified and desperate, pleaded for his life, hastily divulging every piece of information he possessed. Indeed, it was the handiwork of his wicked stepmother. Was such a trivial title as that of a count's heir truly so alluring? A shadow of gloom crossed Lin's mind. This venomous woman was remarkably malicious. Even with the young master having departed from Jelly City, she was unwilling to relent. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu's fury ignited, his countenance radiating menace as he addressed Lin. "Master, I am now fully recovered from my injuries, and my strength has returned significantly. Perhaps I should stealthily return to Jelly City and eliminate that vile woman." Lin rolled her eyes, having resolutely decided against returning to Jelly City to vie for the title of heir. Naturally, her stepmother remained oblivious to this decision and continued to send assassins after her. There was no need for revenge. She would settle the score herself in due time. Lin dismissed Lin Rongfu's suggestion, realizing that returning to eliminate her stepmother would only complicate matters for her father. Additionally, she was curious to observe her father's reaction upon learning of these events. Thus, she resolved to allow this venomous woman to linger a while longer. Lin Rongfu seethed with resentment. Lin remained silent, gripping his long sword, his gaze coldly fixed on Hades lying below, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. My lord, I have revealed all that I know. I beseech your mercy. Hades, sensing the lethal glare from Lin, was filled with trepidation, his fear causing him to soil his trousers. Do not blame me. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon your own choices and your misfortune that led you to cross paths with us. Lin cast a disdainful glance at Hades before thrusting his sword downward with ferocity, piercing Hades' chest. Hades convulsed a few times before drawing his last breath. Although Lin had witnessed many brutal killings in recent days, strengthening his resolve, this was his first instance of personally taking a life. He felt a twinge of discomfort, forcefully suppressing the wave of nausea that threatened to rise. In his heart, he silently vowed, the giant axe mercenary corps, this enmity is now forged. Those who dare to pursue me must be prepared to face death. Ding. The host has slain an enemy of high warrior rank. Due to the lack of independent kill, experience points are halved, granting 300 experience points. Chapter 12. The Gucci Merchant Association. The entire mercenary team, comprising 8 members, succumbed beneath Lin's blade, bestowing upon him a total of 1,800 experience points, elevating his level to 11 and enhancing his martial prowess by 5 points. Lin glanced at the system notification, noting that defeating enemies of equal strength yielded merely 100 experience points. However, vanquishing foes of a higher level provided greater rewards. Regrettably, even after inflicting severe injury upon Hades, who was unable to resist, he only granted 300 experience points. It appeared the system was rather cunning, denying Lin the opportunity for an easy gain. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Lin observed his experience had reached 2,000. As anticipated, the experience required for leveling up to level 12 exceeded that of level 11 by 500 points. Nevertheless, this minor increment posed no concern. Lin was confident that once he arrived at the Warcraft Mountains, experience would flow abundantly. Moreover, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship had significantly improved. Lin realized that his skills advanced more during actual combat than through mere practice, affirming that real-world experience was indeed the most effective means of enhancing one's capabilities. Grandfather Fu, let us depart, Lin declared. Young master, please wait a moment, Lin Rongfu replied, bending down to search through the belongings of several mercenaries. Lin paused for a moment, then quickly realized that Lin Rongfu was rummaging through the bodies. They had been pursued relentlessly and, in their haste to escape, had carried no valuables with them. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to exchanging the magic crystals of the fire-breathing rabbit for clothing with the villagers earlier. Lin sighed, acknowledging the wisdom that comes with age. Had it not been for Grandpa Fu's experience, he would have overlooked this unexpected windfall. Before long, Lin Rongfu had discovered dozens of gold coins and several hundred silver coins from the mercenaries. Though the sum was not substantial, these mercenaries lived lives on the edge, spending their earnings as soon as they came by them. The presence of such gold coins was largely due to the affluent background of their captain, Hades. Lin and Lin Rongfu set off once more, but this time they were spared the arduous journey on foot. The members of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, led by Hades, were kind-hearted souls. Not only did they offer their lives in gold, but they also provided horses. Lin, having already taken advantage of the situation, naturally accepted the horses without hesitation. After riding for about an hour, the members of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, having received word, arrived at the scene. As Hades and his companions' bodies lay conspicuously on the main road, making it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed, Lin and his servant had no interest in aiding them in recovering the bodies. The sight of their fallen comrades left the mercenaries in shock. An entire squad had perished without a single survivor, indicating the formidable strength of their adversaries. Quickly, send word to the captain with the messenger hawk, the team leader exclaimed, his face ashen. He was relieved it wasn't his duty to guard this road. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Hades. The messenger hawk, a second-tier magical beast, was small and swift, outpacing many third and even fourth-tier flying beasts. It was specifically trained for delivering messages, ensuring both speed and security. After more than 2 hours, at the station of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps in the city of Stan, Captain Jared, upon receiving a message via the hawk, exploded with fury, his aura surging as he crushed the letter in his grasp. How dare they slaughter an entire squad of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps? Jared roared, his presence akin to an enraged lion, instilling fear in his subordinates as if they were facing a terrifying beast. Who dares to oppose the Great Axe Mercenary Corps? Go out and investigate. Find out who killed my men, and I shall personally deal with them, cleaving them into 18 pieces with my great axe. Yes, Captain. His men responded in unison, their righteous indignation palpable. Several mercenaries immediately set out to execute his orders. Jared's raging aura gradually subsided, though his expression remained volatile. Having established a formidable mercenary force, he was no fool. Many had been misled by his rugged exterior. Beneath lay a calculating and cunning mind. The complete annihilation of one of his squads sounded alarm bells within him. Since the inception of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, they had faced numerous enemies. Captain, could it be that Hades' squad encountered the two individuals we are hunting? One mercenary speculated. Is that even possible? Jared replied, skepticism in his eyes. According to intelligence, one was an incapable waste, while the other was an injured old man. It was implausible for them to have the strength to eliminate a whole squad. Furthermore, the scene suggested Hades and his companions had been caught off guard. Jared's thoughts raced as he growled, are there still no updates on those two? Send more men to search. Regardless of whether they killed Hades, they must not escape our grasp. With the horses replacing their weary legs, Lin and his servant found their journey considerably eased. Although Lin had no prior experience riding, his improved physical condition and control allowed him to mount the horse with ease. With Lin Rongfu's guidance, he soon became proficient at galloping, reveling in the exhilaration that came with riding, a sensation he had never experienced back on Blue Star. Having encountered Hades and his crew, Lin and Lin Rongfu remained vigilant, successfully avoiding numerous suspicious figures along their route. With several hundred miles still to Huodi's town, they began to traverse mountainous terrain, characterized by towering peaks and dense forests where bandits roamed and high-level magical beasts from the Huodi's mountains could potentially appear, rendering the journey perilous. Consequently, this path was seldom trodden by ordinary folk, primarily traversed by mercenaries or trading caravans, which typically traveled in groups or hired mercenaries for protection. To alleviate some burdens and evade the attention of pursuers, after all, the duo's combination was rather conspicuous. Lin and his servant joined a caravan headed to Huodi's town for trade, paying a significant sum of gold as compensation. Otherwise, the caravan would not have accepted the entry of two strangers for safety reasons. The caravan was substantial, comprising over 100 individuals, with 30 to 40 well-trained guards, indicating the impressive strength of the trading house. By evening, the caravan set up camp beside a gentle stream, with Lin and Lin Rongfu assigned their own tent. After a simple dinner prepared by the caravan, Lin practiced basic swordsmanship outside the tent. Whenever he had the opportunity, Lin seized every moment to enhance his abilities, driven by the looming sense of crisis. Not far from Lin's tent, two individuals observed his training. A round-faced youth and a stern middle-aged man. Young master, why did you agree to let those two join the caravan? The formidable guard captain, Ritz, inquired, perplexed. Allowing strangers into the caravan was a perilous decision, a cardinal sin that could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the young master of the trading house, he surely understood this principle and could not possibly be swayed by a mere handful of gold coins. Ritz, tell me, what is the most crucial quality of a competent merchant? Ralph replied with a subtle smile, his round face betraying a mysterious air as his gaze remained fixed on the sword-practicing Lin. Well, I'm just a guard. My expertise lies in combat, not commerce. Ritz scratched his head, a sheepish smile breaking his serious demeanor. I suppose having capital is paramount for business. Indeed, you are not entirely mistaken. Capital is indeed vital. Ralph chuckled. Yet, it is not the sole requirement. I believe a qualified merchant must also possess keen information and discerning commercial insight. You are a commercial genius, young master. Your words must hold wisdom, Ritz remarked. Observing Ralph's unwavering attention on the young swordsman, he asked, Young master, do you see an opportunity in him? Ritz scrutinized the young swordsman again. Given his strength, it was evident the youth emitted no traces of battle aura, merely practicing rudimentary sword techniques. At his age, he had yet to cultivate any battle aura, suggesting a lack of talent. Such an ordinary individual could hardly attract the interest of the young master. Indeed, there lies an opportunity, Ralph asserted enigmatically. As I mentioned, a competent merchant must have access to reliable information and a sharp business acumen. Just days ago, we passed through Jelly City, where I heard a piece of news regarding that sword-practicing youth. What? That youth is the son of a count and the first heir to the title? Ritz exclaimed upon hearing Ralph's revelation. An aristocrat, and a count's son at that. Such a status was significant. Young master, you must be mistaken. There is no error. Ralph chuckled with confidence, assured of his keen insight. The youth beside the elder appeared to align with the descriptions he had received. A significant detail that confirmed their identities was their shared features, black hair and dark eyes, indicative of a mysterious Eastern lineage. Having traversed several kingdoms with my merchant caravan, I had yet to encounter anyone else of such heritage. Ah, it all makes sense now. Gazing at the boy's dark locks, Riz experienced a moment of clarity, leaving no room for doubt regarding his master's judgment. However, master, even if he is the son of an earl, he is merely an ordinary person unable to cultivate, having been expelled from his family. What merits could there possibly be in him that would catch your eye? Riz, let me impart to you another essential trait of a competent merchant, audacity, Ralph replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Once a business opportunity is recognized, one must invest without hesitation. Although this boy has been cast out from his family and relies solely on an old servant, does this not present an ideal opportunity for my investment? As long as the Earl has not officially revoked his inheritance, he could potentially become the future lord of the Earl's estate. Once he ascends to that position, my investment would yield returns multifold. Ralph regarded the boy as if he were an extraordinary treasure. Despite his family's vast wealth and influence, they remained mere merchants. Their social standing humble, often bowing to the nobility. Establishing a connection with an earldom could undoubtedly bring immense benefits. Master, since you hold him in such high regard, why not approach him for an acquaintance? Riz inquired. There's no rush. The journey to Hudistown is still long, and opportunities will arise, Ralph replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips, eyes brimming with wisdom. Chapter 13. Ralph's goodwill engrossed in his sword practice. Lin remained blissfully unaware that he had become a coveted asset in the eyes of others. Had he been privy to Ralph's intentions, he might have likened him to a modern-day elbowway. Ding. The host diligently practicing basic swordsmanship has increased proficiency. Ding. Proficiency increased. Ding. Congratulations, host. Basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached 5,000. Skill level has risen. Endowed power has increased by 50. We hope the host continues to strive for excellence. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin's heart soared. His basic swordsmanship had upgraded to an advanced level, and his Dao power had risen by 50 points. He silently commanded, System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 300, 2000 Dao power, 135 occupation, none skills, basic swordsmanship, advanced, 010000, shave, beginner, 122. 5000, life return, beginner, 555,000. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, beginner, 385000. Techniques, none physique, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of level max. Host must reach max level. First stage task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. With the proficiency of basic swordsmanship upgraded to advanced, and his Dao power increased by 50 points, Lin felt a surge of strength within him. His previously depleted energy from practicing swordplay felt revitalized, the exhilarating sensation of enhanced power captivating him. Having achieved an upgrade in basic swordsmanship and with his energy nearly exhausted, Lin decided to cease his practice just as Lin Rongfu approached him. Master, while you were practicing, the caravan's leader kept casting glances your way, seemingly intrigued by you. Lin Rongfu murmured, his gaze darting toward Ralph and Riz in the distance. Oh, Lin replied, somewhat surprised. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? He turned to look, only to meet Ralph's gaze at that moment. Ralph's friendly smile momentarily stunned Lin, who then returned a slight nod in acknowledgement. From Ralph's demeanor, Lin sensed no malice, remarking, Uncle Fu, this individual does not seem to harbor ill intentions. Master, human nature is inscrutable. We are within another's caravan, and caution is paramount. The captain of the guards possesses considerable strength, being an initial tier battle master, and there are numerous guards. If they harbor malicious intent, we could be in grave danger. Lin Rongfu cautioned. His own instincts had picked up no hostility from Ralph. Otherwise, he would have acted immediately to extricate Lin from the caravan. I understand, Uncle Fu. Please remain vigilant, Lin nodded. With the ever-present threat of his stepmother's pursuit, exercising caution was always prudent. That night, with guards keeping watch over the caravan, they passed the night peacefully. After breakfast the following morning, the caravan set out again. Lin and Lin Rongfu rode at the center of the caravan, traveling for several hours without encountering any bandits. The sizable caravan was sure to possess formidable security, deterring any would-be robbers from attacking. Any occasional magical beasts that appeared were swiftly dealt with by the guards, posing no threat to the caravan. Clop, 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 clop. Just as the caravan progressed steadily, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed ahead, signaling the approach of a large contingent. Stop the advance. Riz commanded loudly, spurring his horse forward, raising his right hand. The guards swiftly fell into formation, preparing for combat. Trained to respond with precision, the caravan's guards followed Riz, arraying themselves before the caravan, weapons drawn and poised for battle. The remaining members of the caravan stood resolutely beside their carts. Unperturbed, they held great confidence in their protective forces. Ralph, emerging from the carriage, did not approach but instead furrowed his brow, gazing intently ahead as a cloud of dust billowed from the direction of the approaching hoofbeats, suggesting a considerable number of individuals were on the move. Lin, stationed at the front, gazed towards the rising dust in the distance, a sense of foreboding brewing within him. The approaching figures did not seem benevolent. It was highly likely they were coming for him. Soon, a throng of 30 to 40 horses appeared before the merchant convoy. Leading the charge was a formidable beast, a massive black wolf nearly the height of a horse. Its colossal frame and menacing jaws, filled with sharp fangs, exuded a fierce aura that sent chills down one's spine. The sight of the lupin creature stirred unrest among the horses in the convoy. Although they possessed a trace of beastly lineage, they were not beasts themselves and instinctively recoiled in fear upon encountering the wolf. Riz, emanating a powerful aura, quelled the agitation of the horses beneath him. His expression turned grave. The strength of these newcomers was palpable, especially the individual riding the giant wolf, who posed a significant threat. "Which path do you hail from?" "We are the merchant convoy of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, heading to Hudis Town for trade," Riz called out, advancing a few steps to announce their presence. The group before them was led by Jared, the captain of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps. His mercenaries had finally tracked down the targets of their commission and had come to intercept them. Upon hearing Riz's declaration, Jared's expression grew serious. He was familiar with the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, renowned for its formidable influence. Notably, the captain of the guard who had just spoken was a warrior of considerable strength, not to be underestimated. However, despite the Gucci Chamber's prowess, Jared had no intention of abandoning his mission. As his gaze swept across the convoy, it landed on Lin, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes before he redirected his attention to Riz. "I am Jared, the captain of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, and I have heard of the esteemed Gucci Chamber of Commerce. I bear no intention of making enemies with you. Yet there are 2 individuals within your convoy who are the targets of our commission. Should you surrender them to me, I will depart at once," Jared proclaimed, gesturing towards Lin and Lin Rongfu. Riz's countenance darkened at Jared's demand. These 2 individuals were crucial to the young master's investment plans, and he could not hand them over. However, as merely a captain of the guards, he required the young master's decision. "I cannot comply with this request. It necessitates my master's judgment," Riz replied, turning to look at Ralph. Ralph had naturally overheard Jared's ultimatum. He furrowed his brow, glanced at Lin, and then mounted his horse to approach. Lin observed Ralph's retreating figure with mounting anxiety. If Ralph yielded to the pressure from the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, their only recourse would be to fight their way out. Beside him, Lin Rongfu wore a solemn expression, bracing for potential conflict. "Captain Jared, I am Ralph, the owner of this convoy. I cannot surrender these individuals, as it pertains to the credibility of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. Since its inception, our reputation has been paramount. Therefore, might I suggest an alternative? We could negotiate a sum of gold, which would foster goodwill between us," Ralph stated. "Gold and the friendship of the Gucci Chamber, I certainly desire. However, a mercenary must fulfill their contracts. This, too, is a matter of reputation. Otherwise, the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps would not survive in this realm." Jared replied, "Lord Ralph, these individuals are not members of your chamber. Surrendering them is merely a matter of words for you. You could likewise gain the friendship of my corps and enjoy a discount on future commissions. People are not negotiable. Captain Jared should consider revising his terms," Ralph insisted. Lin was an investment he could not relinquish, and this was an opportunity to curry favor with Lin. He could not let it slip away. "So, Lord Ralph, are you resolute in opposing the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps for the sake of 2 unrelated individuals?" Jared's expression darkened, his voice icy. "Whether we are friends or foes depends on your choice, Captain Jared," Ralph retorted, unwavering. While merchants typically sought harmony to thrive, they would not shy from confrontation when substantial interests were at stake. "Then there is nothing more to discuss," Jared declared coldly, tightening his grip on his axe. A powerful surge of battle energy emanated from him, and the giant wolf beneath him sensed its master's fury, releasing a low, ominous growl that permeated the air with menace. The atmosphere became taut with tension, the specter of conflict looming. "What is happening? Is it not time for a break? Why have we halted?" Just then, a voice rang out, and an elderly man with disheveled hair and beard emerged from a wagon, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Master Wanda, I did not expect to disturb you. I sincerely apologize. Upon seeing the old man, Ralph's demeanor shifted to one of respect as he hurried to explain. Hearing Ralph's explanation, Master Wanda erupted in fury. He was pressed for time, seeking materials in Huda's town for an alchemical experiment, and time was of the essence. The audacity of a mere mercenary group to delay him over trivial matters was utterly intolerable. What nonsense mercenary group is this? What trivial task? Have them depart. Do they not understand the value of my time? If they waste it further, I shall have their core expelled from the mercenary world. Master Wanda bellowed. His temper as fiery as a youth ass. Yes, Master Wanda, I will have them make way at once, Ralph replied, his heart brimming with delight. With Master Wanda present, conflict was averted. Though he harbored no fear of the giant axe mercenary corps, avoiding battle meant sparing the convoy from unnecessary losses. Riding forward, Ralph addressed Jared, Captain Jared. I trust you heard Master Wanda's words. You must leave swiftly. He is not one to be trifled with. If he truly becomes enraged, your humble giant axe mercenary corps could easily be obliterated. Jared had indeed heard Master Wanda's command, but he dared not voice dissent. For the old man was clad in a wizard's robe, embroidered with silver threads depicting a staff, a symbol of a registered mage of the Mage Association. The wrath of a mage was something the giant axe mercenary corps could scarcely withstand, let alone the immense power that lay behind such a figure. Chapter 14. Arrival at Huda's town. Faced with the ire of a volatile mage, Jared relented, clearing the path. Though warriors and mages were of comparable might, a mage could annihilate an entire mercenary corps with a single spell, and their ability to cast spells instantaneously left little room for counteraction. As the convoy of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce departed, the members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps felt a mixture of frustration and resentment. When had they ever endured such humiliation in their perilous line of work? Yet, they kept their discontent to themselves. Captain, shall we simply let that brat go? One of Jared's subordinates inquired. Humph. The Giant Axe Mercenary Corps has never abandoned a commission, Jared replied, his expression dark. The Gucci Chamber's destination is likely Huda's town. Once there, I find it hard to believe they will continue to protect that brat. Huda's town is our paradise. There is nothing we cannot accomplish there. And as long as that mage is absent, the Gucci Chamber is nothing to us. Captain, you are wise, his subordinate flattered. Let us proceed to Huda's town, Jared declared. Smiting the head of the giant wolf beneath him, the beast roared and galloped away, trailing the merchant convoy of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your assistance, Ralph, Lin remarked. Lin proactively sought out Ralph to express his gratitude. Had it not been for Ralph's intervention earlier, he and Grandpa Fu would undoubtedly have faced a bloody confrontation. Even if they managed to escape, it would have come at a significant cost. Thus, Lin felt profoundly grateful to Ralph and was quite ashamed of his previous doubts about him. Brother Lin, there's no need for formality. You have contributed gold coins to the caravan, making you a member of our trade group. It is my duty to protect you, Ralph replied with a hearty laugh. Moreover, it was not solely my merit. Had it not been for Master Wanda's esteemed reputation, Jared would not have retreated so readily. Regardless, I must still extend my thanks. Lin expressed sincerely, feeling his admiration for Ralph growing. By the way, Ralph, would you be able to introduce me to Master Wanda? I would like to express my gratitude to him as well. He played a crucial role just now. Although Lin was unaware of Master Wanda's true identity, the status of a mage of such caliber was already impressive enough. He wished to cultivate a relationship with a powerful figure. Knowing one more strong ally could only be advantageous. Of course, but Master Wanda is not affiliated with the Gucci Trading Company, and he does not take the carriage on a whim. Additionally, he has quite an eccentric personality, so I cannot guarantee he will agree to meet you. Ralph responded without hesitation. Ralph led Lin to Master Wanda's carriage and respectfully inquired, Master Wanda, I am Ralph. And a young brother of mine wishes to meet you to express his gratitude for your timely assistance to the caravan. Gratitude? Spare me the trouble. Do not disturb me unless it is necessary, came the impatient voice of Master Wanda from within the carriage. Ralph felt a bit awkward and offered Lin an apologetic smile. Master Wanda is rather temperamental. Perhaps we should not intrude any further. Very well, Lin replied, his expression somewhat strained. He mused to himself, are mages always this irritable? Although he felt slighted, he dared not show it. While Lin's desire to befriend Master Wanda was thwarted, his relationship with Ralph blossomed rapidly. Ralph, being a shrewd businessman with extensive experience, quickly became like a brother to Lin. He did not inquire about Lin's background or the conflicts with the Giant Axe mercenary group, as a man of his acumen understood the line between appropriate and inappropriate questions. Brother Lin, though Wodi's town is bustling and renowned as a haven for mercenaries, it is also a place of chaos. You must exercise caution upon your arrival, Ralph advised, providing Lin with insights about Wodi's town. Through Ralph's explanations, Lin gained a deeper understanding of Wodi's town. Although he had heard of it from others, he had never ventured beyond Jilly City. Wodi's town lies at the intersection of three nations, existing in a lawless region, yet it is not devoid of overseers. Currently, it is jointly controlled by three formidable mercenary groups. To reside or conduct business in Wodi's town, offending any of these groups is ill-advised. In addition to the three major mercenary factions, the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Association also wield considerable influence. Though they only have branches in Wodi's town, none dare provoke them. Despite the control exerted by the three mercenary groups, chaos remains the hallmark of Wodi's town. Mercenaries live on the edge, braving the dangers of the Monster Mountain Range daily, where the fate of tomorrow is uncertain. This lifestyle fosters a culture of hedonism, where disputes can escalate to violence in an instant. Thus, bloodshed is commonplace and casualties are not considered unusual. It is the lack of fatalities that raises eyebrows. As the caravan continued toward Wodi's town, the remainder of the journey was uneventful. 2 days later, the outline of Wodi's town came into view. Even before entering, Lin could sense the town's vibrancy. Though labeled a town, it resembled a small city, fortified with thick, towering walls constructed to fend off monstrous assaults. Armed mercenaries patrolled both the gates and the walls. At the grand entrance, numerous mercenaries laden with weapons streamed in and out, many returning triumphantly with various monster carcasses, ores, and medicinal herbs. Others, however, bore the grim countenance of comrades slain in battle, their bodies drenched in blood. As the caravan approached the gates, they waited in line to enter. Lin observed that the mercenaries stationed there appeared formidable, their prowess evident. Those newly arriving in Wodi's town were required to pay an entry fee, receiving a token as proof of payment, which allowed future passage through the gates. Brother Lin, to conduct business in Wodi's, you must pay an entry fee of 1 gold coin, granting you a month's stay. During this period, you will be under the protection of the three major mercenary groups. When the month expires, you will need to renew your payment. Otherwise, you will be expelled. And should you choose to remain, the consequences could be dire, Ralph elaborated. This fee essentially serves as a protection tax, Lin thought, impressed by the substantial income generated from the thousands of mercenaries residing in Wodi's town. Thank you for the warning, Brother Ralph. I will heed your advice, Lin nodded appreciatively. Soon, the caravan paid the entry fee and passed through the gates. Ralph covered the costs for Lin and Grandpa Fu, and Lin did not protest the 2 gold coins. He simply noted it for future reference. Brother Lin, the Gucci Trading Company has its own establishment in Wodi's town. If you find yourself without accommodation, you may stay at our guild's quarters, Ralph offered. Thank you, Brother Ralph, but that won't be necessary, Lin declined, not wishing to impose on Ralph. He harbored certain secrets that must remain undisclosed and preferred to find his own lodgings. Very well. I will be in Wodi's for about a month. Feel free to visit me at the guild if needed. The location is easy to find, Ralph said, a hint of disappointment in his tone, revealing his genuine desire to assist Lin. Brother Lin, my associates have reported that the Giant Axe mercenary group has not given up. They are following the caravan and are likely to enter Wodi's town as well. Given the town's complexities, you must remain vigilant. Thank you for the warning, Brother Ralph. I will exercise caution, Lin assured him. After Ralph departed with the caravan, Lin and Grandpa Fu sought a nearby inn for temporary accommodation. Wodi's town was indeed bustling, with ample inns, taverns, and casinos available, making it easy to find a place to stay. Once in their inn room, Lin requested a tub of hot water from the attendant and indulged in a long-awaited bath. After days of travel, he felt the grime clinging to him, yearning for the refreshing cleanse. Soaking in the warm water, Lin began to contemplate the next steps. The town of Hudis, nestled against the Hudis Mountains, presented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. However, both the town and the mountains were fraught with complexities that necessitated a thorough understanding and meticulous planning. In addition to enhancing his abilities, the urgent need for financial resources loomed large. The gold coins procured from Hades would not sustain him for long. Money was essential in every corner of Hudis, and Lin was acutely aware that the system he had inherited, with its penchant for extravagant expenditures, required substantial wealth to swiftly leverage his capabilities. As Lin luxuriated in his bath, Jared, accompanied by his band of mercenaries, entered Hudis. Upon Lin's arrival in Hudis, a magnificent griffin descended into the estate of Baron Phil, where he, alongside his wife Lady Laura and daughter Ivel, awaited the esteemed arrival of Minter Phyllis. "Welcome, Minter Phyllis," Baron Phil greeted with utmost respect. Phyllis, a powerful water mage and esteemed instructor at the Nancy Magic Academy, held a prestigious position throughout the kingdom of Chachi, her noble status as a mage surpassing that of ordinary aristocrats. "Greetings, Baron Phil, Lady Laura," Phyllis replied coolly, her presence exuding an air of elegance and haughtiness. Hardly deigning to regard the Baron, had he not been the parent of her chosen student, Ivel. "Ivel," she acknowledged warmly as the young girl approached with bright eyes filled with joy. "I have come to escort you to the academy." "Minter Phyllis, your journey must have been arduous. Please, allow me to show you inside to rest. A lavish feast awaits," Baron Phil offered. Phyllis nodded, taking Ivel's hand as they proceeded indoors. Following the welcoming banquet, Baron Phil summoned servants to present fragrant tea. "You are aware of my purpose, I presume. The academy is about to commence, and I am here to take Ivel to the capital. However, I have heard that you have arranged a betrothal for her. And I understand that her fiancé is an ordinary man without any talent for cultivation?" Chapter 15. The Annulment Indeed. Though taken aback by Phyllis's direct inquiry, Baron Phil felt compelled to divulge the engagement between his daughter Ivel and Lin, the eldest son of the Earl. As he spoke, a sense of apprehension washed over him. Phyllis's demeanor turned frosty, causing him to wonder if this revelation would jeopardize his daughter's opportunity to study under her. "Foolishness," Phyllis snapped, her piercing gaze directed at Baron Phil. "Ivel is a student of remarkable talent, a true prodigy even at the Nancy Magic Academy. How could she be bound to a talentless wastrel? As her mentor, I cannot condone this engagement. Baron Phil, you must annul it." Baron Phil found himself in a quandary. While he would gladly agree to the annulment, having regretted the engagement since discovering Lin's lack of cultivation talent, he was wary of the Earl's stature. Moreover, he and Earl William were close friends, having arranged the betrothal when their children were still young. Annulment would not only embarrass the Earl but could also strain their friendship. Yet, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he felt compelled to disregard the Earl's sentiments, particularly given Lin's disappointing circumstances. "Is it that you are reluctant, Baron Phil?" Phyllis's anger was palpable, her overwhelming magical presence filling the room with a suffocating weight. "Please, Minter, do not be angry. My father did not mean it that way." Ivel interjected hastily, fearing a rift between them. "I have already spoken with Lin and made it clear that our betrothal is null and void, and he has consented." Thus, Ivel recounted her agreement with Lin. "Humph. Baron Phil, your daughter possesses more courage and resolve than you," Phyllis remarked, her expression softening. Yes, Baron Phil assented eagerly, relieved yet still anxious. "It is indeed best that Lin agrees to the annulment, but I worry that it may be solely between Ivel and Lin. The Earl may not acquiesce." "A mere Earl holds no authority to object," Phyllis declared with pride. "However, I agree with your reasoning. If we are to annul the engagement, let us do so thoroughly. I shall personally accompany Ivel to convey the annulment. No Earl would dare refuse me." Thus, Phyllis resolved to take action. And Baron Phil could hardly contain his relief, grateful for her intervention that would spare him the awkwardness of confronting the Earl while simultaneously resolving the engagement. At the Earl William's estate, having recently returned from the capital, he was enraged upon learning of his eldest son Lin's near-fatal encounter with his wife, Lady Rose, who had pursued him relentlessly. In a fit of fury, he chastised her severely. Though still simmering with rage, William found himself in a dilemma. He could not truly harm his wife, especially as she had borne him a young son, Wayne. He instructed Lady Rose to withdraw the bounty on Lin's head while dispatching aides to locate and protect him. "Pray that Lin remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you." William seethed at Lady Rose. Despite his complicated feelings towards Lin, stemming from the tragic loss of his first wife during childbirth, he could not bear the thought of his son coming to harm. Lady Rose bowed her head silently, feigning subservience, yet behind the Earl's back, her expression was one of simmering resentment and malice. "My lord, Miss Ivel has arrived," a servant announced. "Oh, Ivel is here?" William's demeanor brightened at the prospect of his future daughter-in-law, whom he held in the highest regard. He quickly dismissed his earlier ire with Lady Rose, urging, "Please, show Miss Ivel in." Before long, Ivel and Phyllis entered, and William greeted Ivel with delight. "Ivel, it has been too long since you visited. You grow more beautiful each time." "Greetings, Baron William," Ivel replied, executing the formalities with grace. "And you are the Earl?" Phyllis addressed William with unreserved boldness, her demeanor exuding both nobility and arrogance. "Who are you?" William was taken aback, his brow furrowing at her audacious tone. Rarely did anyone speak to him in such a manner, and though he felt a surge of indignation, he suppressed it, recognizing her association with evil. "I am Phyllis, a magic instructor at the Nancy Magic Academy," Phyllis stated, her tone commanding. "I do not approve of the marriage between Yvel and your son. I have come today to annul this engagement." Upon hearing this, Count William's expression darkened profoundly. The weight of Phyllis's status pressed upon him, and he was taken aback by her bold declaration of intent to break the engagement. "Yvel, is this your decision, or your father's? Where is your father? Why did he not accompany you?" Count William asked, suppressing his anger. "I am truly sorry, Uncle William," Yvel replied apologetically, yet her demeanor remained resolute. Count William fell silent. Yvel had said nothing, yet everything was conveyed. Her old friend, Viscount Phil, had not appeared, which spoke volumes. Count William understood that when his son was discovered to lack any talent for cultivation, the engagement had already been placed in jeopardy. "Count William, I did not come here to negotiate, but to inform you," Phyllis said coolly. "Impossible," Count William retorted angrily. Phyllis's haughty demeanor felt like a grave insult. "You are merely Yvel's teacher, not her parent. What authority do you have to demand an annulment? If the engagement is to be dissolved, it must be stated by Phil himself. Preposterous. You, a mere count, dare defy my command," Phyllis coldly exclaimed, clearly dismissing Count William. "If you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In an instant, I could reduce your modest estate to ruins." In a fit of rage, Phyllis conjured a staff, and a tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped the room, thickening the air, as if the sound of crashing waves echoed ominously from her presence, suggesting that a deluge was imminent. Under Phyllis's oppressive aura, everyone in the room, except for the deliberately shielded Yvel, felt as though they were but a small boat in a tempestuous sea, poised to be shattered by the oncoming waves. "My lord." Sensing the turbulent magical energy, the captain of the guards, Migaro, rushed in. Drawing his sword and placing himself protectively before Count William, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Phyllis. Despite being a warrior of considerable might, he felt dwarfed by the presence of a mage of her caliber. Upon seeing the loyal Migaro, Phyllis's expression turned disdainful. This was the perfect opportunity to teach the guard a lesson, to demonstrate to Count William the consequences of offending a mage. With that thought, she waved her staff lightly. With a crash, a gigantic serpent, as thick as a barrel and wholly composed of water, materialized and lunged at Migaro. "Ha!" Migaro shouted, channeling his energy into his sword to unleash a blade of light that cleaved down upon the serpent. With a thunderous roar, the energy was shattered by the serpent's might, which then slammed into Migaro, sending him crashing through a wall and into the garden, injured but alive. Phyllis effortlessly dispatched Migaro, as if swatting a fly, then turned her calm gaze upon Count William. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Produce the marriage contract." Faced with Phyllis's overwhelming force, Count William, despite his reluctance and fury, had no choice but to retrieve the contract. Phyllis examined it briefly before it disintegrated into fragments in her hands. "Yvel, we are leaving," Phyllis declared, stowing her staff and turning to exit. As the contract shattered, Yvel felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, as though she had cast off heavy shackles. She bowed deeply to Count William before hastily following Phyllis, leaving behind a scene of chaos in the hall and Count William's dark visage. In contrast to Count William's rage and resentment, Lady Rose's expression concealed a hint of schadenfreude. The humiliation of Lin, the worthless illegitimate child, brought her joy. With the dissolution of the engagement to the viscountcy, even if he returned to the count's estate, he would no longer possess leverage against her son's claim to the title. "Yvel, free from the bonds of engagement, you shall now dedicate yourself to studying magic with me. Your future is not one fit for a mere waste. Your achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine, making you one of the most brilliant talents in the realm of magic," Phyllis proclaimed as they exited the Countess' estate. "Teacher, I shall strive diligently," Yvel vowed with determination. For some reason, at that moment, the image of Lin surfaced in her mind, the boy who had resolutely promised to repay her for saving his life. The next time they met, she would be a shining star in the magical world, while he would remain an ordinary individual, a stark contrast in their respective paths. Not long after, a griffin soared from Yari City, heading towards the royal capital. Chapter 16, Sword and Rose. Lin, of course, was oblivious to the events transpiring in Yari City. After a restful night at the inn, he awoke feeling rejuvenated. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. The air in the Divine Grace continent, though devoid of modern conveniences such as phones or the internet, was refreshing and untainted by industrial pollution. Setting aside the lack of convenience and comfort, the environment was truly conducive to living. The inn also provided meals, and after breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu stepped out into the bustling streets of Hurtis town. Since they intended to stay for a while, it was imperative to understand the true nature of the town. Hearing rumors could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. Hurtis town, home to tens of thousands, was populated by numerous mercenary groups and trade guilds. There were no ordinary folk here. Everyone was either a magician or a warrior. The average person could scarcely survive in such an environment, where even the residual effects of a battle could prove fatal. Thus, the streets were filled with formidable mercenaries wielding various weapons, their demeanor proud and unruly. Many rode tamed magical beasts, exuding an air of authority, making the entire town resemble a wild menagerie. Lin was thoroughly captivated, whether it was the defiant mercenaries or the fierce magical beasts, or even the rugged architectural style of Hurtis town. All of it opened his eyes wide. After all, having just traversed into this world, he had been relentlessly pursued, hardly getting a glimpse of what Jilly City looked like. Enthusiastically exploring his surroundings, Lin remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a spectacle for others. With his black hair and dark eyes, he stood out starkly from the crowd, appearing quite out of place. Many onlookers cast curious glances his way, though none dared to approach him. After all, those who entered Hurtis town were far from ordinary folk. To offend someone whose background was unknown could result in a dire consequence, perhaps even the forfeiture of one's life. Look, isn't that the Sword and Rose mercenary group? Just glance at the enchanting sisters, Sherlin and Weiya, leading the way. They are renowned beauties of Hurtis town, simply stunning. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also formidable. I've heard that Captain Sherlin is already a mid-tier battle master, and Sword and Rose is striving to ascend to a B-class mercenary group. Good heavens, what sort of magical beast is that? Could it be the 6th-tier rampaging grizzly? It truly is the rampaging grizzly. This 6th-tier high-level beast is astonishing. I never imagined the Sword and Rose mercenary group could slay such a powerful creature. It seems that they will indeed elevate to a B-class mercenary group this time. And surely they will be expanding their ranks. I wonder if I could join the Sword and Rose mercenary group. What a dream it would be to be close to Captain Sherlin. Just the thought fills me with joy. However, my friends, Captain Sherlin is rather aloof. Not quite my type. I prefer the playful and adorable Weiya. Dream on, for dreams can encompass anything. Suddenly, the street erupted with commotion as the crowd turned their attention to a newly arrived mercenary group. This band consisted of merely 20 or so individuals, with 2 stunningly beautiful women at the forefront, one exuding a regal, frosty allure, and the other embodying a vibrant, youthful charm. Both carried knightly great swords, drawing the gaze of all. Equally captivating was a massive bear, lifeless yet imposing, resting atop a cart, still emanating a fierce aura despite its demise. Lin was captivated by the commotion, her gaze drawn to the sisters, Sherlin and Weiya, ahead of her. The sisters bore a striking resemblance to one another, appearing to be only a few years apart in age, clad in form-fitting battle armor that accentuated their statuesque figures. Their attire was not a full suit of armor, but rather designed to protect essential areas, rendering them both alluring and valiant. Sherlin, the elder sister, donned white armor, her expression austere as she remained indifferent to the gazes and murmurs of passers-by, embodying the demeanor of a regal queen. In contrast, Weiya wore red armor, her face aglow with a vivacious smile, reveling in the attention and chatter, bouncing along with a playful gait, reminiscent of a spirited young girl. Indeed, they were celebrated as the 2 most beautiful flowers of Hurtis town, a reputation well-deserved. Retracting her gaze from the enchanting sisters, Lin observed a massive earthshaker bear resting on a carriage behind them. The bear boasted a length of 5 meters, its sturdy limbs and earthy-toned fur emanating a palpable aura of elemental energy, indicative of its formidable defenses. A grave wound marred its neck, a gaping gash that nearly severed it, clearly inflicted by a large sword. The ability to vanquish a 6th-level high-tier magical beast spoke volumes of the prowess of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps, evoking a sense of admiration and envy within Lin as she contemplated when she might possess such strength. Weiya, behave yourself and stop bouncing around. Sherlin admonished her younger sister, clearly exasperated by her exuberance. But sister, I'm just happy. Weiya retorted playfully, clinging to Sherlin's arm. Listen, everyone is saying how powerful our Sword and Rose mercenary corps is. Enough already. Do you not realize your own capabilities? If it weren't for Thomas, You would have met your end beneath the fangs of that Earthshaker bear. Focus on your training. And only when you become a battle master will you have the right to take pride in yourself, Lin replied sternly. I understand. I'll train diligently, Wei pouted, feeling a twinge of fear from her sister's seriousness. Yet her spirited nature soon returned as her bright eyes scanned the crowd. Upon spotting Lin and Lin Rongfu, curiosity sparked within her, and she tugged at Shirleen's arm, pointing in their direction. Sister, look. Those two are peculiar. Their hair and eyes are both black. I've never seen anyone like them before. Following Wei Yu's, Shirleen's gaze fell upon Lin and Lin Rongfu, her surprise palpable. A person with black hair and black eyes was indeed a rarity for her, but given the vastness of the Divine Grace continent, with its myriad nations and races, including orcs and the legendary elves, it was conceivable that such individuals were merely part of a scarce demographic. However, Shirlin was more attuned to the elder man accompanying the youth, sensing a faint yet undeniable aura of danger about him, a sign of a formidable strength. Wei, refrain from pointing at others so carelessly. Your impulsiveness might inadvertently offend an unknown powerhouse, bringing us trouble, Shirlin cautioned, her tone firm. Okay, I understand, Wei replied obediently, recognizing her sister's concern for her well-being. Yet her curiosity regarding the black-haired, black-eyed youth remained unabated. Let us hurry back to our base and rest properly, Shirlin urged, feeling a renewed headache as she quickened her pace. As the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps moved further away, the commotion of the street subsided. Young master, I believe we ought to alter our appearance. This way, we will not attract undue attention, Lin Rongfu suggested. Having spent many years within the confines of the Count's estate without traversing the outside world, he had initially overlooked this aspect. However, the gazes of the townsfolk had reminded him, and he realized it was not too late to rectify the situation. Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. The streets were filled with individuals sporting a myriad of hair colors, yet he and Lin Rongfu were the only ones with black hair and black eyes. Such conspicuous traits undoubtedly pointed a target on their backs for those pursuing them. Consequently, Lin and Lin Rongfu entered a clothing store, emerging shortly thereafter clad in caped cloaks with hoods, while Lin adorned himself with a cowboy hat. The street was a veritable tapestry of diverse costumes, with many eccentric outfits, rendering their appearance unremarkable. After wandering through the modestly sized Hudis town for the better part of the day, the two returned to their inn. The night in Hudis town buzzed with liveliness, yet it was also fraught with chaos, as danger lurked in the shadows. Despite the presence of three major mercenary groups maintaining a semblance of order, violence was far from eradicated. Lin had little interest in the nocturnal activities of Hudis town. In his previous life on Earth, he was merely an ordinary employee, preferring to return home after work to indulge in video games rather than frequent bars or nightclubs. Although he was deprived of games in the Divine Grace continent, he found solace in honing the abilities of the Phoenix Fruit within the confines of his room, a pursuit far more gratifying than gaming. The night passed without incident, and Lin's proficiency with the Phoenix Fruit had significantly improved. After breakfast, he and Lin Rongfu made their way to the Mercenary Guild located on the main street of Hudis town. Over the course of the previous day, Lin had gathered information indicating that registering as a mercenary was the optimal way to establish themselves in Hudis town. By becoming a mercenary, they could sell hunted magical beasts or various materials at the guild with assurance, avoiding the risk of being swindled. Furthermore, the guild's task hall offered a plethora of commission opportunities for mercenaries seeking to earn money, making it an ideal choice for those lacking in strength. Early in the morning, the Mercenary Guild was already bustling with activity, particularly the task hall, where individuals posted commissions and mercenary groups sought jobs. The reception staff were exceedingly busy, and numerous mercenary groups were actively recruiting within the task hall, targeting independent mercenaries. Hello, I wish to register as a mercenary, Lin announced at the registration window, which was currently unoccupied save for a young woman in her 20s attending to the area. The receptionist boasted a mane of wine-red hair, her fair skin somewhat coarse, adorned with a few prominent freckles. Her features were decidedly ordinary, yet a hint of natural allure lingered in her expression. She regarded Lin with mild surprise. After all, few at such a young age sought to become mercenaries, a profession riddled with peril. Most youths of his age possess little strength, yet their aspirations often soared high. Young man, being a mercenary is a perilous endeavor. Without formidable strength, it can be quite dangerous. Are you certain you wish to proceed with your registration? Perhaps you should reconsider, she advised gently, her concern stemming solely from his youth, not his striking appearance. a fact she could swear before the god of mercenaries. "Thank you for your concern, but I have made my decision," Lin replied, shaking his head. "Becoming a mercenary is the most effective means to garner resources and enhance my strength. What is danger but a catalyst for growth? You do have a way with words." The receptionist responded with a charming smile, her allure almost tempting. "Since you are resolute, I shall not dissuade you further. However, registration necessitates a strength assessment. For insufficient power will preclude your registration." With that, Baiwei led Lin and Lin Rongfu towards the testing area behind the guild's task hall. Lin found himself momentarily captivated by Baiwei's curvaceous figure, her swaying hips drawing his gaze. It dawned on him that her physique was indeed remarkable. With a generous bosom and a slender waist that seemed to struggle under the weight of her upper body, though he lamented the average quality of her visage. After a brief period, Lin snapped back to reality, pondering his unexpected distraction. Although his soul belonged to a man in his 20s, this body was merely 15 and still considered a minor, having previously been well-versed in matters of attraction. He wondered how he could be so easily swayed by a mere silhouette. Surely, it was the early maturity of the men in the divine grace continent at play, not any impropriety in his thoughts. Before long, the trio arrived at the strength testing facility, a spacious room measuring several hundred square feet. The walls were lined with weapon racks brimming with an assortment of arms meant for mercenaries to utilize during their assessments, while the center of the room housed a complex magic circle, within which lay a black magical stone designated for strength evaluation. This stone is used to gauge combat power. Strike it with all your might, and the magic circle will reveal your true strength, Baiwei explained, turning her gaze toward Lin, her enchanting eyes seemingly urging him on. "Young man, it's time for your performance." Lin felt her cheeks flush and her heart race under the captivating gaze of Baiwei, thinking to herself how enchanting her sister's eyes were, although the freckles on her face somewhat marred her beauty. The weapons in the room were also prepared for testing. "You may choose a weapon of your expertise," Baiwei added. Lin selected a single-handed sword and stood before the magical stone, eager to test his current prowess. His panel displayed a power value of 135, yet he wondered what his strength would translate to as a warrior. Clang. Lin unsheathed his sword and executed a fundamental sword technique, striking down with full force upon the obsidian magic stone. A radiant glow emanated from the stone, illuminating the intricate patterns of the magic array, and a number materialized. Combat power value 135. This value, surpassing the minimum standard of 100 for a novice warrior, elicited surprise from all except Lin. Lin Rongfu and Baiwei were taken aback. Lin Rongfu had not anticipated Lin's rapid advancement, achieving the strength of a low-tier novice warrior in mere days. Baiwei was equally astonished by Lin's prowess at such a young age, recognizing his considerable talent, which justified his decision to register as a mercenary. However, she was not merely surprised by his strength. She was particularly intrigued by the absence of any aura of combat energy when Lin had drawn his sword. Could it be that he possessed a specialized technique to conceal his energy fluctuations? "Wow, I never imagined my little brother was a novice warrior. You truly astonish me." "Dear sister," Baiwei exclaimed dramatically. "Not at all," Lin replied modestly, feeling quite pleased with his growth and strength. "Sister, am I eligible to register as a mercenary?" "Absolutely," Baiwei responded with a smile. She then glanced at Lin Rongfu and inquired, "Is this esteemed gentleman also seeking to register as a mercenary? If so, he will need to undergo a strength assessment." "Indeed," Lin affirmed. Lin Rongfu unsheathed his longsword and approached the magic stone, without employing any battle techniques. A blade of aura extended from the sword's body and struck the magic stone. The magic array lit up once more, revealing a number, combat power value 2110. A combat power value of 2110 indicates a low-tier warrior. A hint of astonishment and respect appeared on Baiwei's face. Powerful individuals invariably command respect. She had not anticipated that this elder was a formidable warrior, someone who could be considered a master even in the town of Hudis. Intrigued, she speculated about Lin En's identity, recognizing that this elder was undoubtedly a servant. To possess a warrior of such caliber as a servant, could he be a young master from a significant power undergoing training? "Both of you exhibit commendable strength and are eligible to register as mercenaries. Please follow me," Baiwei said, suppressing her thoughts with a bright smile. With Baiwei's assistance, Lin En and Lin Rongfu registered their personal information and paid the registration fee of 1 gold coin each, officially becoming mercenaries. "Little brother Lin En, from this moment onward, you are a member of the Mercenary Guild." Baiwei handed the mercenary credentials to Lin En and Lin Rongfu. which took the form of a magical crystal card. She proceeded to explain some of the guild's regulations. In the future, any items you acquire in the Hudis Mountains can be sold at the Mercenary Guild, where prices are very fair, more reasonable than those at external trading houses. You may also accept commission tasks in the task hall. However, it is advisable to join a mercenary group, as many commission tasks are exclusive to them, and being part of a group offers greater safety. Thank you for the reminder. Sister by wire, Lin En expressed his gratitude. Such sweet words. Do remember to visit your sister often, by wire replied with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. Yet, the beguiling allure of her gaze juxtaposed with the freckles adorning her face created a rather incongruous impression. Lin found it somewhat difficult to endure the gaze of by wire, and hastily took his leave, internally lamenting the unfortunate fate of her exquisite visage. By wire, observing Lin's retreating figure, maintained her smile, her eyes reflecting a contemplative depth. Upon arriving at the task hall, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. Lin made his way directly to the magical screen displaying the available missions. This enormous magical screen bore a striking resemblance to electronic displays from Earth in his previous life, indicating that the magical civilization of the Divine Grace continent was remarkably advanced, capable of producing effects akin to technology. Numerous tasks were listed, ranging from slaying magical beasts to acquire specific body parts, searching for herbs and minerals, delving into mysteries, locating individuals within the Hudis Mountains, to escorting missions. Almost all requests necessitated the involvement of a mercenary group to fulfill their requirements. Lin furrowed his brow, pondering the predicament before him. Was he left with no choice but to venture into the Hudis Mountains to hunt magical beasts for sale? Such endeavors, however, yielded lesser rewards compared to completing tasks. Was it truly necessary to join a mercenary group? Glancing at the mercenary teams recruiting members in the task hall, Lin contemplated but ultimately dismissed the thought. Joining another's mercenary group came with numerous restrictions. Not only was his identity unsuitable for exposure, but the secrets he harbored made it inappropriate to join an existing team. Thus, he resolved to establish his own mercenary group. With this decision made, Lin called over Lin Rongfu and made his way toward by wire. Lin, dear brother, you've returned so soon. Did you miss your sister? By wire exclaimed joyfully. Sister by wire, I wish to establish my own mercenary group. What must I do? Lin inquired. Forming a mercenary group is quite simple. I can assist you with that, by wire replied. You merely need to decide on a name for your mercenary group and pay the registration fee. The registration fee for a mercenary group was 10 gold coins, a modest sum. The Mercenary Guild did not rely on this for profit. Rather, their earnings came from the commissions completed by each mercenary group or the resources sold to the guild. Daxiao Mercenary Group, Lin proclaimed, naming his group in homage to his homeland on Earth, the Xia Kingdom, a place that nurtured him yet was now a distant memory, forever etched in his heart. As he took the magical crystal card representing the Daxiao Mercenary Group from by wire, the system notification echoed in Lin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, establishing a mercenary group. Reward, skill, armed color hockey. Goodness. The unexpected system notification nearly caused Lin to lose his composure. He had never anticipated that forming a mercenary group would be a hidden task, let alone that it would reward him with armed color hockey, a skill he had long desired. The system was incredibly generous, and Lin felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. Ding. Host has established a mercenary group. Unlocking the main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Daxiao Mercenary Group must grow to an SSS level group. This task is phase-based. And the first phase task is recruit the first member of the mercenary group. Reward, 1 starter package. Joy flooded Lin's heart. He had not expected such remarkable rewards so swiftly and with such potency. An actual phase-based main quest. Dear brother Lin, the magical crystal card for the mercenary group is quite convenient. You can swipe it to accept tasks at the task hall. If you wish to add members to your group, simply connect the magical crystal card representing the mercenary identity with the card of the mercenary group to input their information. Afterward, you can bring the group's magical crystal card to the mercenary guild to update its information, by wire explained with great fondness for Lin. Lin was astonished by the convenience of the magical crystal card. I never imagined magic could be so wondrous, he mused, reflecting on the incredible advancements of magic in the Divine Grace continent, which rivaled technology in certain aspects. Indeed, our mercenary guild boasts many powerful magicians. By wire replied with a hint of pride. This esteemed Lin Rongfu is also a member of your mercenary group. Allow me to demonstrate how to add members. Thank you so much, sister, Lin exclaimed, eager for the opportunity. After successfully inputting Lin Rongfu's information, the first phase of the mercenary group's task was completed, filling him with immense satisfaction. He wondered what treasures the starter package would contain. Under by Wire's skilled guidance, Lin Rongfu's information was swiftly recorded in the mercenary group's magical crystal card, and the Daxia mercenary group welcomed its first member. The system notification chimed in Lin's mind like celestial music. Chapter 18. The Invitation from Wei Yading. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Reward, 1 starter package. Now stored in your backpack. Please check it. Ding. Main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Daxia mercenary group must grow to an SSS level group. The second phase task is now unlocked. Upgrade the Daxia mercenary group to an A-level group. Reward, 1 upgrade package. With the completion of the task and the acquisition of the starter package, Lin could hardly contain his elation. If not for the setting, he would have danced with joy. Moreover, he had unlocked the second phase task, though it required upgrading to an A-level mercenary group, which seemed quite challenging. After all, the 3 major mercenary groups in Hudis Town were only A-level. But we still need a badge for the mercenary group. What emblem would you like to use for the group's badge? By Wire inquired. A badge? Lin suppressed his immediate impulse to open the starter package and began to ponder. Given that the name of the mercenary group paid homage to his homeland, what should the badge represent? After a moment of contemplation, Lin had a decision. Borrowing paper and pen from By Wire, he sketched a design, a fluttering red flag adorned with 5 yellow stars, 4 smaller stars encircling 1 larger star. What is this design? By Wire asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar banner. The 5-star red flag, Lin stated solemnly, gazing at his creation with profound depth. Since Lin had chosen this design for the badge, By Wire had no objections. Taking the magical crystal card from Lin, she swiftly added the vibrant 5-star red flag emblem to it. Holding the card, Lin's heart surged with emotion. This badge held significant meaning for him. A representation of a traveler in a foreign realm, forever connected to his roots. He inhaled deeply, envisioning the day the flag would wave proudly across the divine Grace continent. When the Daxia mercenary group would rise to SSS level status, and the entire continent would come to know the name of this flag, the 5-star red flag. Dear brother Lin, I've helped you so much. How will you show your gratitude? By Wire's bright eyes sparkled as they fixed on Lin, playfully teasing him. Sister By Wire, I am truly grateful. How about I treat you to a drink? Lin suggested, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze, which seemed intent on captivating him. He silently thanked his predecessor's parents for bestowing such admirable genes. Indeed, good looks opened many doors. However, as soon as the invitation left his lips, Lin remembered his dwindling funds. After registering the mercenary group, his finances had significantly diminished, and he was uncertain if he had enough left to cover the cost of a drink at Hudis Town's taverns. Realizing this, his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Money was indeed a formidable barrier, yet he had already extended the invitation and could not retract it. Besides, By Wire had genuinely assisted him, and he sincerely wished to express his gratitude. I'll hold you to that. But sister still has work to do. Once you earn some money from your tasks, you must take me to the finest tavern in Hudis Town. I know which one serves the best drinks, By Wire remarked, seemingly aware of Lin's discomfort. With a playful wink, she added, just so you know, my capacity for drinking is quite impressive. Then it's settled. Whatever you can drink, I shall treat. Lin replied enthusiastically. Lin promptly exhaled, relieved that the request was not made at that moment. After bidding farewell to By Wire, Lin and his companion returned to the mission hall, standing beneath the vast magical screen to select tasks. Not far from the hall, members of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps were actively recruiting, having recently upgraded to a B-rank mercenary group and eager to expand their ranks. The aloof yet strikingly beautiful leader, Lin, along with her sister, Via, were personally present, embodying both beauty and strength, thus attracting numerous independent mercenaries. The recruitment efforts were naturally overseen by Lin and the vice-captain, Thomas, while the charming Via was tasked with simply being enchanting. With nothing to occupy her, Via twirled her bright eyes around the mission hall, finding everything rather mundane, and thought it might be more exciting to hunt magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains. Suddenly, Vi's eyes sparkled as she spotted Lin selecting tasks under the magical screen, her bored expression instantly transforming into one of interest. Sister, look at that person. Isn't he the one we saw on the street yesterday with black hair? Via exclaimed, tugging at Lin's arm. In her eyes, the handsome boy Lin eclipsed the presence of Lin Rongfu, the older man beside him, whom she entirely overlooked. He is a mercenary too. Let us invite him to join our corps. Lin cast a brief glance in Lin's direction and then shot a disapproving look at her sister. How can we invite a complete stranger to join our mercenary group? He may already be affiliated with another corps, so just forget it. Getting to know him isn't difficult, Vi pouted. If he is not with another group, I'll definitely invite him to ours. He would want to contribute to our corps growth. With that, Vi eagerly made her way towards Lin. Lin furrowed her brows slightly and then shook her head in resignation. Her stern demeanor had no effect on her sister. Let her be. It wouldn't do to dampen her enthusiasm. Captain, I'll keep an eye on Vi, Thomas. The vice captain offered. Lin nodded, knowing her sister was quite naive. Having Thomas watch over her would help prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As Vi approached, Lin Rongfu sensed her presence and stepped protectively in front of Lin. Although no one dared to cause trouble in the Mercenary Association's mission hall, Lin Rongfu remained vigilant, prioritizing Lin's safety above all else. However, seeing that the approaching figure was merely a young girl with no hostile intent, he relaxed somewhat. Hello, I'm Vi, she said, stopping before Lin Rongfu, yet her gaze drifted past him to Lin. Hello, is there something you need? Lin replied, surprised to recognize her as one of the two roses from the Sword and Rose mercenary corps he had encountered the previous day. He couldn't fathom why she would greet him. Was it common for young ladies in the Divine Grace continent to be so forward? Unlike Baiwea, Vi's beauty was striking. You haven't told me your name yet, Vi said playfully, her demeanor so familiar that one might think they had known each other for ages. My name is Lin, he responded, pondering Vi's intentions. Surely, it couldn't be merely that she found him handsome, though he was, in fact, quite close to the truth. Lin, you're a mercenary too, right? Our Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps is a B-rank group, and we're currently recruiting. I'd like to invite you to join us, Vi said, her eyes filled with hope and anxiety as she made her first invitation, fearing rejection. Are you affiliated with another mercenary group? No, Lin shook his head. Hearing this, a smile blossomed on Vi's face, but just as quickly, Lin added, however, I've just established my own mercenary group, so I'm afraid, Miss Vi, I cannot join yours. Oh, Vi's expression fell, her disappointment palpable, as if she had been struck by frost. Her first invitation had ended in failure. Seeing her dejected demeanor stirred something within Lin. It felt wrong to disappoint such a beautiful and graceful young lady. Yet, he truly could not join another mercenary group. And he felt compelled to apologize. Just as he contemplated whether to comfort the disheartened Vi, a haughty voice interrupted. Kid, how dare you refuse Miss Vi's invitation? Thomas approached with a hostile expression, his gaze fixed on Lin. You've just formed an E-rank mercenary group, which pales in comparison to our B-rank Sword and Rose. Thomas's demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming, fueled by a sense of rivalry stemming from Vi's interest in Lin. His motivation for joining the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was to pursue the captivating sisters, Lin and Vi. Despite being a high-ranking mage, he could have easily aligned with one of Hudis Town's 3A-rank mercenary groups, which would have eagerly welcomed him. However, witnessing Vi's interest in Lin, compounded by Lin's superior looks, ignited a sense of urgency within him. Thomas felt infuriated that Lin had dared to reject Vi's invitation. Such an affront was intolerable. Lin was somewhat taken aback. What was the matter with this person? As if he were owed money. What of the E-rank? Hadn't the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps ascended from E-rank to B-rank? One day, my great Xiao Mercenary Corps shall also rise to B-rank. Or even S-rank, Lin replied with a composed demeanor. How absurd. You must still be lost in a dream. Do you even understand the prerequisites for an S-rank mercenary corps? Thomas sneered. I advise you to awaken from your fantasies and disband your so-called Great Xiao Mercenary Corps, accepting Miss Vi's invitation. Otherwise, I will ensure you cannot make a living in Hudis Town. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu's expression darkened, his aura ready to erupt. How dare he threaten the young master, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Lin grasped Lin Rongfu, his expression turning cold as he fixed his gaze on Thomas. Articulating each word with precision, I shall await your demonstration of how you intend to render my existence intolerable in Hudis Town. Once an ordinary worker on Earth, living a life of humility, Lin had traversed into this realm with the aid of a gaming system, accompanied by Lin Rongfu, a former master of combat. There was no justification for him to continue living in a state of subjugation. Having faced death once, Lin no longer harbored the same trepidation. If death were to claim him again, perhaps it would lead to another adventure. Thus, he approached the inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent with a mindset akin to that of a player in a game, perceiving them as mere NPCs. An NPC daring to bare its teeth at him was intolerable. Chapter 19. The way of the one-character tension filled the air as swords were drawn in spirit. Wea, taken aback by the escalation of events, momentarily set aside her disappointment and quickly grasped Thomas's arm. "Thomas, Lin, please cease your quarrel," she implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she struggled to comprehend how matters had spiraled to this point. "I retract my invitation. Let us return, Thomas." Seeing Wea on the verge of tears tugged at Lin's heart. She was rather innocent, and he felt a pang of compassion. It was unnecessary to engage with Thomas at this moment. Any future provocations could be addressed later. Thomas allowed Wea to lead him away, casting a cold smirk back at Lin before turning his attention elsewhere. "Young master, this individual harbors animosity towards you. Caution is advised moving forward," Lin Rongfu remarked, his protective instincts flaring. Had the situation permitted, he would have intervened earlier, unwilling to allow any threat to his master's safety. "Understood," Lin nodded, temporarily setting aside the earlier discord to search for suitable quests on the magical screen. Meanwhile, Sherlyn observed her sister's discontent upon her return, glancing at the disgruntled Thomas and inquired, "What transpired?" "Nothing significant. That individual has formed his own mercenary group," Wea replied, her tone tinged with frustration. Realizing her sister's disappointment stemmed from a failed invitation, Sherlyn assumed her sister was merely feeling disheartened by the lack of success. The desire to join the Sword and Rose mercenary group attracted many candidates, and Sherlyn was preoccupied with the meticulous selection process, nearly overwhelmed. "Thomas, as the vice captain, you should lend a hand," she instructed. With that, Sherlyn returned to her busy tasks, leaving Wea to sulk, her face reflecting her displeasure. The events in the task hall did not escape the attention of the Mercenary Guild. Typically, they would overlook such trivial matters unless they escalated into conflict. Yet a staff member reported the incident to Bai Weier. At that moment, Bai Weier exuded an air of authority, her alluring eyes sparkling with intelligence. While the reporting staff member stood before her, timid and hesitant to meet her gaze. "Ah, the allure of beauty. This young man truly attracts attention." Bai Weier mused with a playful smile, her eyes glimmering. "Investigate Lin's identity. I require all pertinent information regarding him. Additionally, keep an eye on the movements of the Sword and Rose mercenary group." "Yes, ma'am," the staff member replied respectfully. After a considerable period of filtering, Lin finally accepted 2 suitable commission tasks. One involved the search for a medicinal herb known as the Spirit Flower, and the other entailed capturing the young of a level 3 magical beast, the Moonlight Fox. Both tasks required a substantial quantity and posed no restrictions on the number of mercenary groups that could undertake them, offering a commendable reward. Other tasks either presented significant challenges or imposed level requirements. Given that the Daxia mercenary group held only an E rank, many tasks remained beyond their reach. Lin felt a sense of helplessness, realizing he could only proceed with the tasks at hand, gradually elevating the mercenary group's rank. Besides completing commissioned quests, venturing into the Hudis Mountains could yield additional gains, enabling him to profit at the Mercenary Guild. With the presence of Lin Rongfu, a low-tier master of the battle arts, earning money was not overly arduous. Accepting a task using the Daxia Mercenary Core Magical Crystal card, Lin and his companion departed from the Mercenary Guild, heading towards their temporary lodging. Staying at an inn was not a sustainable solution, as it proved inconvenient for training. Once they amassed sufficient funds, securing a proper room would be their priority. Outside the Mercenary Guild's entrance, 2 individuals masquerading as passing mercenaries fixated their gaze on Lin and his companion, their eyes shrouded in secrecy. One of them lingered to continue the surveillance while the other departed to relay information. "Captain, we have observed that the lad has accepted a task at the Mercenary Guild. He will likely soon enter the Hudis Mountains to fulfill it," reported the mercenary, addressing Jared, the captain of the Axe Brigade, who had followed closely behind Lin into Hudis town. "Excellent. This fool seems blissfully unaware of the danger. What a pitiful creature, daring to enter the Hudis Mountains. We cannot act in Hudis town, but once they venture into the mountains, their demise will be inevitable," Jared sneered. He was not surprised by Lin's task acceptance. Although Lin was deemed incapable of becoming a mercenary, the elderly man accompanying him could indeed register. "Continue the watch. The moment they leave the city, we will pursue." "Understood, Captain," replied the subordinate mercenary. Unbeknownst to them, as they returned to their inn room, the Axe Brigade had set their sights on them. Lin was eagerly anticipating the contents of the system's reward for opening the group package. "System, open the group package now." Ding. Host. Do you confirm the opening of the package? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special physique, dominant sword body, the great knife, 21 craftsmanship, and the devil fruit. Zoan type, human fruit. These have been stored in your backpack. Dominant sword body? This is the physique of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, established in the game. It doubles the speed of swordsmanship training and grants a 30% increase in sword attack power. Lin was overjoyed. As he had been troubled by the slow progress in basic swordsmanship mastery, this physique felt akin to having a cheat. The next reward was the Great Knife, 21 craftsmanship. Why not the Supreme Great Knife, 12 craftsmanship? Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. He had already collected the Supreme Great Knife, 12 craftsmanship in the game, only for the system to present him with this. Although the Great Knife, 21 craftsmanship was commendable, the Supreme Great Knife held far greater allure. And what of this Zoan type, human fruit? Isn't this the devil fruit consumed by Chopper, the ship's doctor and mascot of the Straw Hat crew? What purpose does this fruit serve? Should I capture a magical beast and feed it to this fruit, treating it as a pet? Lin silently lamented the inadequacy of the group package. Aside from the impressive dominant sword body, it seemed her luck had run dry. Nevertheless, regardless of her grievances, she had no choice but to accept the system's rewards. With a mere thought, a long sword with a hilt and sheath of pure white material materialized in Lin's hand. Its appearance was unadorned, lacking elaborate patterns, and among the 21 creations of the Great Blade, this sword was her favorite. Its straight blade resembled the Tang sword style, distinguishing it significantly from the typical katana. Clang! Lin drew his blade from its sheath, a flash of brilliant light slicing through the air. As if a bolt of lightning had illuminated the room, a chilling aura pervaded the space, its sharpness seemingly capable of cleaving through flesh. Goosebumps erupted across Lin's skin. What a magnificent sword! Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration, thoroughly pleased with the Wado Ikamanji. The resentment from not obtaining the Supreme Great Blade's 12 techniques had dissipated significantly. With a gentle swing of the sword, he effortlessly sliced through the wooden table before him, feeling minimal resistance as a corner of the table fell away, remarkably smooth. Truly, the Great Blade was extraordinarily sharp. One could only imagine the prowess of the Supreme Great Blade. After testing the sword, Lin expressed his satisfaction and sheathed the Wado Ikamanji, placing it into his system's backpack. As for the currently inactive human fruit, he held little interest and decided to leave it stored away. Subsequently, Lin began experimenting with the newly acquired Busashoka Haki. A peculiar energy surged within him, enveloping his hand in a thin layer of black substance akin to wearing a black glove. Lin sensed a significant enhancement in the strength and intensity of his hand with the use of Haki. However, he would need further testing to quantify the improvement. With limited space for experimentation in the hotel room, he suppressed this thought. System, open the attributes panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 3002. 000 willpower, 145 profession, none skills, basic swordsmanship, advanced, 114 000 shave, beginner, 365 500, 000. Life return, beginner, 98500, 000. Busashoku, beginner, 1550, 000. Devil fruit, mythical Zoan, phoenix, beginner, 48500, 000. Techniques, none physique, extreme sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, Wado Ikamanji. Human fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, upgrade host level to maximum. Phase 1, reach level 20, reward, level up package. The ambition of the Legion, upgrade the Daxiao mercenary corps to SSS level. Phase 2, A-level mercenary corps, reward, promotion package. Upon reviewing the attributes panel, Lin noted that his willpower had increased to 145, suggesting a 10-point rise following the acquisition of Busashoka Haki. Additionally, various skill proficiencies had improved. Although he was still far from leveling up, Lin felt a headache coming on, with so many skills requiring enhancement. It was uncertain how long it would take through mere practice. It appeared that financial investment was necessary, and he would need to hunt more magical beasts to acquire magic crystals, as the lower-tier crystals held little value due to their minimal energy content. Indeed, to grow stronger, one must invest. Closing the attributes panel, and with time still on his side, Lin once more drew the Wado Ikamanji and began practicing basic swordsmanship within the confines of his room. Time waits for no one, although his proficiency would not increase dramatically. Every little bit counted. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. He could not afford to waste time. With the advantageous boost from the extreme sword body, his training speed was already respectable. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast and gathering necessary supplies, Lin and his companion set out from the inn towards the city gate, ready to enter the Hudis mountain range to fulfill their mission. Entering the Hudis mountains required a journey on foot, as riding horses proved futile. The steeds would become weak-kneed upon sensing the presence of magical beasts. As Lin and his companion exited the city gate, Jared, having received news in advance, followed closely behind with a band of mercenaries from Hudis town. Along the way, numerous mercenaries headed towards the Hudis mountains, and Lin observed with envy as various mercenary groups rode magical beasts. He mused whether he should capture a couple of magical creatures for himself, sparing him the arduous journey on foot. Besides, he still had the human fruit in his backpack, which might prove useful. Fortunately, all their prepared supplies were neatly stored in the system's backpack, lightening their load and making their trek less burdensome. Chapter 20. The unfortunate great axe. After more than half an hour, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Lin and Lin Rongfu had plunged deep into the dense expanse of the Hudis Mountains. The range was vast, comprised of a main ridge and countless peaks, characterized by towering heights and dense forests teeming with magical beasts. Within the depths of the mountains resided numerous powerful, advanced magical creatures, rendering the area a human taboo, rarely traversed by human feet. Lin and Lin Rongfu cautiously navigated through the dense forest, for the Hudis Mountains were far more perilous than the mountains where they had previously recuperated. Even a formidable warrior like Lin Rongfu remained exceedingly vigilant, constantly aware of his surroundings, fearful that a monstrous beast might suddenly emerge and harm Lin. Lin held a map of the Hudis Mountains, acquired from the Mercenary Guild. The map outlined the general topography of the Hudis Mountains, marked areas of magical beasts and resource distribution, as well as the territories of formidable creatures, though not exceedingly detailed. It sufficed to help avoid certain perilous zones. Guided by the map, Lin set forth towards a location where the magical spirit flower was likely to grow, prioritizing the collection of these flowers before capturing the cubs of the level 3 magical beast, the Moonlight Fox. This was because the magical spirit flowers could be stored in the system backpack, which could not accommodate living beings. Thus, the capture of the Moonlight Fox cubs would be postponed. The Hudis Mountains were vast. Even if the tens of thousands of mercenaries from Hudis town all ventured into the mountains, they would be but a drop in the ocean. Consequently, Lin encountered no other mercenaries during his journey. Those entering the Hudis Mountains were acutely aware and tended to avoid other mercenary groups. The dangers within the mountains were not solely from magical beasts. Mercenaries posed a significant threat as well. Unlike Hudis town, the mountains lacked any form of regulation, and incidents of murder and treasure plundering occurred almost daily. Countless mercenaries had entered the Hudis Mountains, never to return. Their fates unknown, whether they fell prey to magical beasts or met their end at the hands of fellow mercenaries. With a sharp clang, a longsword was drawn, and a serpent-like magical beast, entwined in the branches and poised to strike, had its head severed by Lin's adept hand. The creature was a level 2 withered vine serpent, its gray body resembling deadwood, excellently camouflaged among the branches and adept at ambush. While its attack power was modest, its venom was exceptionally potent. Throughout his journey, Lin had encountered numerous such ambushes, all of which he had preemptively detected and eliminated. Grandfather Fu, please refrain from acting so swiftly next time. As long as my life is not in peril, allow me to handle it. I wish to accumulate more combat experience, Lin remarked, somewhat helplessly. He had indeed noticed the withered vine serpent, yet before he could draw his sword, it was preempted by Lin's grandfather. Very well, young master. Grandfather Fu replied with a smile. His instinct to protect Lin was deeply ingrained, and for a moment, he forgot that Lin now possessed a degree of self-defense capability. Lin was, of course, unaware that he was being blamed by Lin Rongfu. Lin Rongfu understood the latter's thoughts, however. He was in dire need of combat experience to level up. Although the experience from battling second-tier magical beasts was limited, he could not afford to abandon it. Lin Rongfu stepped forward and extracted the venom sac and magic crystal from within the withered vine serpent, the only valuable possessions it had to offer, which could fetch a decent price. In their current state of financial destitution, he could not afford to overlook anything of worth. After walking a short distance, a black-furred panther-like magical beast, foraging for food, caught sight of Lin and Lin Rongfu. It was a third-tier magical beast, the Shadow Panther. Lin Rongfu remarked that the Shadow Panther belonged to the wind element, known for its incredible speed and ability to unleash blades of wind. Leave it to me, Lin said, eager for the challenge. A third-tier magical beast was comparable to a novice warrior among humans, matching his own strength. Before Lin could make a move, the Shadow Panther let out a low growl, initiating the attack. Its elongated and agile form cut through the air like a shadow, lunging towards Lin with its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs akin to swords, accompanied by a wave of fetid wind. Lin's figure flickered as she deftly evaded the pounce of the shadow leopard. Drawing her sword, she executed a fundamental sword technique, slicing towards the creature. True to its reputation for speed, the shadow leopard's lithe and powerful torso twisted with precision, narrowly avoiding Lin's strike. With limbs like the wind, it swiftly pivoted and lunged at Lin once more. Quite impressive speed. Lin, far from being alarmed, was instead filled with delight. Although the shadow leopard was merely a third-tier magical beast, its wind attribute granted it a swiftness that rivaled even some fourth-tier creatures, enabling it to match the speed of his skill, Slash. Thus, a contest was at hand to determine whose speed reigned supreme, while simultaneously honing his proficiency with the technique. Consequently, Lin refrained from swiftly dispatching the shadow leopard, recognizing the rarity of such an invaluable experience opportunity. Withdrawing his sword into its sheath, he opted instead to engage in a dance of agility with the shadow leopard, relying solely on Slash. 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 The host adeptly wielded Slash, gaining Proficiency 2. Proficiency 2. In the forest, only the figures of Lin En and the shadow leopard flickered, stirring up whirlwinds and countless fallen leaves, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of fleeting shadows. Not far away, Lin Rongfu, the guardian watching the battle, observed with shining eyes, marveling at how much faster the young master had become. Indeed, the inheritance of the divine was extraordinary, elevating the young master's speed beyond that of even intermediate warriors. Listening to the continuous system notification resounding in his mind, Lin En felt an immense sense of joy. After an indeterminate passage of time, the long-awaited system prompt finally arrived. Ding. Skillshave has reached full proficiency. Skillshave has advanced to intermediate level. Dao power value 50. With the skills upgrade, Lin En's speed surged significantly, and the distance of his shave maneuver doubled. At this point, the shadow leopard could no longer keep pace with Lin En's velocity. Aha. Thank you for aiding in the enhancement of my skill. To express my gratitude for your efforts, I shall grant you a swift end. Lin En laughed heartily, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared to the right of the shadow leopard, delivering a brilliant arc of blade light. Roaring, the shadow leopard sensed the imminent peril. It summoned the winds beneath its feet, attempting to evade the descending sword, only to realize that escape was futile. At that moment, the ferocity inherent to beasts surged within the shadow leopard, which turned to Lin En, opening its jaws wide as a mass of azure wind coalesced, transforming into several blades of wind that shot forth. However, the blade light swept through, shattering the wind blades, and in the next instant, the shadow leopard's massive head tumbled from its neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ding. Host has slain a level 3 magical beast, shadow leopard. Experience points 200. Young master, has your skill leveled up? Lin Rongfu inquired joyfully, having noticed the significant increase in Lin En's speed, feeling more delighted than if he had advanced in strength himself. Indeed, it is all thanks to this shadow leopard serving as my sparring partner. Lin En replied with a smile. Lin Rongfu began to gather the valuable items from the shadow leopard, saying, Young master, the leopard's head has been severed, and its hide is incomplete. It will likely be worth considerably less. I shall be more attentive next time. Lin En smiled sheepishly, realizing he had been overly excited moments before. The sin of blood would attract magical beasts, so after collecting the remains, the two continued their journey towards the area where the demonic spirit flower was likely to grow. In another part of the forest within the Hudis mountain range, members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps were also traversing the woods. After wandering for a considerable time, they discovered they had lost track of their target. Damn it! How could you lose the target? What use is it to employ such useless fools? Jared, whose temper was already short, erupted in anger at the two subordinates responsible for the surveillance. The two mercenaries dared not utter a word, knowing their leader was in a foul mood and did not wish to incur his wrath. Seeing his subordinates silent, Jared's frustration had no outlet, and he slammed his fist against a nearby tree, causing the sturdy trunk to tremble and its leaves to rustle violently. Unbeknownst to him, this outburst startled a magical beast resting in the tree above, and from the lush foliage, a pair of cold eyes fixated on the group below. Captain, what shall we do now? One mercenary inquired. Continue searching. That kid lacks strength and will not venture deep into the mountains. His movements are likely confined to the periphery. Jared replied. His decision met with no dissent from his subordinates, and they resumed their search. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind them, prompting the group to turn and witness a massive python, as thick as a water barrel, descending from the tree, devouring one of the mercenaries whole. It's a level 5 magical beast, the rock python. The rock python, one of the forest's predators in the Hudis mountain range, while lacking innate abilities, possessed a hide as resilient as stone, offering formidable defense. Mature rock pythons could reach level 5, and some exceptionally fortunate ones could attain level 6, rivaling the prowess of human warriors and magi. Though not social creatures, rock pythons typically traveled in pairs, so the appearance of one signaled the presence of another nearby. Help! Save me! The python, having swallowed one mercenary, was still unsated. Its long tail swept down, ensnaring another mercenary who had no time to escape. Just as he uttered a plea for help, the python's immense constriction shattered his bones, extinguishing his last breath. Die! Jared, already seething with rage, could barely contain himself. How dare a level 5 beast provoke him? He swung his giant axe at the python, the gathered energy of his aura striking the creature with tremendous force, shattering its protective scales. However, the python's defense was extraordinary. Though it was injured, the pain merely elicited a hissing sound as it retaliated with its tail, which lashed out at Jared with the force of steel, snapping trees in its path. Jared evaded the tail strike, engaging the python in battle while remaining vigilant for the other python that had yet to appear. As a seasoned mercenary, he was well aware that rock pythons often traveled in pairs. Indeed, after a few exchanges with the first python, a second one emerged, its strength nearing level 6. It immediately crushed 2 members of the giant axe mercenary corps, shattering their bones. Beast, take this. In a fit of fury, Jared, resembling a raging lion, unleashed a surge of energy, causing the aura around his axe to double in intensity. With a mighty swing, he sent the entangled python flying before turning to confront the newly appeared, more powerful one. Chapter 21. The Swordsman Profession After a Fierce Battle. The giant axe mercenary corps finally vanquished the 2 pythons, albeit at a significant cost, having lost 5 members and sustaining numerous injuries. This only fueled Jared's ire. They had not yet located their target and had already suffered losses, making this mission a considerable setback. Strip the skins and extract the tendons from these beasts, Jared commanded angrily. Fortunately, the magical crystals, scales, and tendons of the 2 pythons held considerable value, which might help offset some of their losses. In the aftermath of the intense conflict, the morale of the giant axe mercenary corps plummeted, leaving Jared with a headache as he contemplated whether to return to Hudis town. Captain, although we cannot ascertain what mission that kid and his group accepted from the mercenary guild, newly registered mercenaries have limited task options, and I have reviewed all the available assignments. The most likely tasks they could have taken involve searching for the demonic spirit flower or capturing moonlight fox cubs, suggested Philip, the vice captain and strategist of the giant axe mercenary corps. Rather than aimlessly wandering in the mountains and risking the unknown, we should set an ambush at these 2 task locations. Indeed, your intellect shines as always. You are truly my vice captain, Jared exclaimed with a hearty laugh, clapping Philip on the shoulder. Now, tell me, which location should we choose for our ambush? The area frequented by the moonlight fox is the most suitable, Philip replied, wincing from the force of Jared's slap. The moonlight fox's territory was not far from their current position. Very well, then we shall proceed there, Jared decided. Thus, the giant axe mercenary corps set off once again. The host utilized basic swordsmanship against the enemy, gaining 4 proficiency. The host executed the technique shave, gaining 2 proficiency. Ding. The host's basic swordsmanship, advanced, reached a proficiency of 10,000, achieving perfection and gaining 100 in spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in basic swordsmanship, unlocking the skill, One Sword Style, Iato. The notifications of achieving perfection in basic swordsmanship and mastering the One Sword Style, Iato filled Lin En with elation as he battled a level 3 ironback boar. The rapid advancement in his advanced swordsmanship was due to the continuous fighting throughout the day, where he gained the most experience, coupled with the special physique of the dominant sword body, which doubled his training speed. The method of employing One Sword Style, Iato imprinted itself in his mind, and Lin En instantly grasped the technique, understanding that it doubled his attack power. Remarkable. A technique indeed makes a difference. My attacks will now be doubled. Lin En had battled the ironback boar for an extended period, focusing on honing various skills to gain proficiency. The ironback boar, being a level 3 high-tier magical beast. Boasted impressive defenses, and without the ability to utilize armed color, he could only inflict minor wounds on it. Now, with the one-sword style, Iaido at his disposal, he was determined to test his newly acquired sword technique against the ironback boar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several piercing sounds rang out as the ironback boar launched a volley of iron spikes from its back toward Lin En, while its massive body charged like a tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Shave. Lin swiftly evaded the incoming iron spike, sheathing his blade as he positioned himself directly in the path of the charging ironback boar. With his knees slightly bent and his center of gravity lowered, he placed his sword at his waist, gripping the hilt firmly, his gaze unwavering as he faced the ferocious beast. "Master, it's dangerous," exclaimed Lin Rongfu, a nearby observer. Taken aback by the scene, he could scarcely believe that his master not only chose not to retreat but boldly placed himself in the boar's trajectory, fully aware that with his current strength, he risked severe injury or even death. Anxious, Lin Rongfu prepared to leap forward, but just then, Lin sprang into action, advancing toward the ironback boar with his sword drawn. "Aye, slash," he declared, unleashing a resonant sound of steel as an unparalleled flash of light erupted from his blade, illuminating the surrounding forest for several meters. The sword met the ironback boar with the ease of a red-hot iron slicing through butter. In an instant, the blade passed through the boar, embedding itself in a nearby tree and leaving a deep scar in its wake. Almost immediately, a line of blood appeared on the beast, and as it continued its charge, it was cleaved in two just 3 meters from Lin, its severed halves crashing down on either side of him. Lin Rongfu, who had just taken a few steps forward, stood in stunned silence, astonished by his master's mastery of such a formidable technique. The legacy of the divine was indeed mysterious and powerful. His earlier concerns had been unfounded, and he couldn't help but feel joy for Lin's triumph. Ding. Host has slain a level 3 magical beast, the ironback boar. Experience points, 300. Level up requirements met. Level increased by 1, Dao power 5. Lin's spirits soared at the news of his advancement. The sensation of enhanced strength was exhilarating. However, the system's notifications were not yet finished. Ding. A skill, basic swordsmanship, has reached full mastery, class unlocked. Would you like to choose the class of swordsman? At last, the moment Lin had eagerly awaited had arrived. The game mechanics dictated that only upon perfecting a foundational skill could one select a class. Choosing a class would pave the way for acquiring advanced skills and further enhancing his abilities, defining his developmental path, be it as a swordsman specializing in sword techniques, a warrior honing martial arts, or a mage mastering the powers of the demon fruit. Of course, selecting a class did not preclude the study of other skills. It merely established a primary focus. System, I choose the swordsman class. Lin resolutely chose to become a swordsman, for the elegance of wielding a sword was undeniable, and he could still continue to utilize the powers of the devil fruit. Ding. The host has selected the profession of swordsman, acquiring the skill of basic swordsmanship. With the system's notification, the methods of practicing basic swordsmanship were inscribed into Lin's mind. Basic swordsmanship is accompanied by 3 techniques, which can be employed once the proficiency reaches perfection at initial, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively. Thus, despite having obtained basic swordsmanship, Lin currently possessed only the technique of II. Yet he was already immensely satisfied. With the enhancement of his dominant sword body, he believed that he would soon be able to execute the techniques of basic swordsmanship. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin level, 12 experience, 2,002, 500 physical strength, 300 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, junior swordsmanship, initial, 330, 055, 000, shave intermediate, 540, 550, 000, life return, initial, 101, 055, 000, Armament Haki, initial, 285, 000, devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, initial, 550. 500, techniques, II physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 inventory, Wadekamanji human fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of full level. Upgrade host level to maximum. Phase 1 task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift package. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group. Upgrade the Great Xia mercenary group to SSS level. Phase 2 task, a level mercenary group. Reward, 1 promotion gift package. Lin examined the attributes of his panel. He had reached the 12th level, with his power value soaring to 300 points. Each level gained added 5 points, while the advancement granted an impressive 50. His mastery of advanced swordsmanship had culminated in an additional 100 points. With a power value of 300, he was already equivalent to a high-ranking novice warrior. Combined with his remarkable speed and the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the phoenix fruit, he found himself unmatched among novices. It seemed he could even contend with intermediate warriors at the initial or even mid-level stages. Surpassing levels was no longer a mere daydream. In just a few days, his strength had experienced an explosive growth, and Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. A man equipped with a system could indeed be quite audacious. However, he soon tempered his thoughts, acknowledging that such rapid advancement was only feasible during the early stages of weakness. The further one progressed, the more immense the experience required. And thus, the slower the ascent became. Lin reminded himself that he was still merely a novice warrior, a small fry in the vast realm of the divine Grace continent, teeming with powerful beings. He resolved not to become complacent, yet he would not belittle his achievements either. For now, he would set a modest goal, to first match the strength of Grandpa Fu. Young master, have you made further progress in your strength? Lin Rongfu approached, a smile of genuine delight illuminating his face. Yes, I've experienced a slight breakthrough, Lin replied with a nod. In just a few days, the young master had made such remarkable advancements that it was simply astonishing. The inheritance of the divine truly is extraordinary, Lin Rongfu marveled. Utterly devoted to the divine being that Lin had fabricated, Lin Rongfu skillfully extracted the magical crystals and iron spines from the ironback thorn boar. These spines served as essential materials for crafting arrows. Lin Rongfu never allowed Lin En to partake in this laborious task, asserting that such menial work was not befitting of someone of his status. Unable to persuade Lin Rongfu otherwise, Lin En acquiesced to his wishes. Once everything was gathered, Lin En stored the items in his system pouch, enabling both of them to remain unburdened despite having slain numerous magical beasts. This prompted Lin Rongfu to once again marvel at the divine. Meanwhile, Lin En contemplated the necessity of acquiring a storage ring in the future, for it would be difficult to explain the whereabouts of their possessions, especially since it could not always be just him and Lin Rongfu. While he trusted Lin Rongfu implicitly, he could not extend that trust to others. Some secrets must remain guarded. However, storage rings were not only expensive but also rare, typically possessed only by significant powers or formidable individuals. Even Lin Rongfu, a former battle master, lacked a storage ring, and the estate of Count William had not acquired one either. Young master, nightfall is approaching. We need to find a secure place to rest. The Hudis Mountains are perilous at night, Lin Rongfu remarked. Lin nodded, recognizing that the Hudis Mountains were unlike the forest where they had previously sought refuge. In the wilderness, numerous formidable magical beasts roamed in search of food, and even powerful creatures from the depths of the mountains might venture into the surrounding areas to hunt. Should they encounter a high-level beast, Lin Rongfu, with his current ability to only exhibit the strength of an initial tier battle master, might find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 22. Surrounded that night, Lin and Lin Rongfu carved out a hollow in a large tree with their swords, providing shelter for the two of them. With provisions of food and water stored in their system backpack, they avoided the need to light a fire, thus sidestepping potential dangers and enjoying a peaceful night's rest. Throughout the night, the mountains echoed with the roars of beasts and the movements of magical creatures, as countless low-level beasts fell prey to their higher-level counterparts. After a simple breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu resumed their journey toward the area marked on the map where the ethereal spirit flower was believed to grow. As they delved deeper into the mountains, they encountered an increasing number of magical beasts, many of which were of higher levels, including those at the 5th and even 6th tiers. The advanced beasts fell beneath Lin Rongfu's blade, while the remaining foes provided Lin ample opportunity to hone his skills, yielding a wealth of precious materials and magic crystals, as well as a significant boost in his proficiency and experience. When a level 4 initial tier flame two-headed lion succumbed, the system notification chimed. Ding. The host has slain a level 4 magical beast, flame two-headed lion. Experience gained, 500. Experience meets upgrade requirements. Level increased by 1. Dao power, 5. Ding. The host has utilized basic swordsmanship against the enemy. Proficiency, 4. Proficiency complete. Basic swordsmanship has reached intermediate level. Dao power, 50. With 2 consecutive system notifications, both Lin's level and basic swordsmanship advanced, enhancing his strength further. Sheathing his sword, Lin exhaled deeply. as greenish flames emerged from several wounds on his body, beginning to mend the injuries sustained during battle. The level 4 initial tier flame two-headed lion possessed formidable strength. With exceptional fire elemental affinity and melee capabilities, Lin incurred considerable injuries in the fight. Yet these wounds were trivial in light of the recovery abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit. Lin glanced at his attribute panel, having risen 2 levels to reach level 14. He had allocated 10 points to his strength, and with the upgrade of his basic swordsmanship, he gained an additional 50 points, bringing his strength to a total of 360 points, equivalent to the prowess of a high-ranking beginner warrior. Furthermore, with the advancement of his basic swordsmanship, he was now capable of employing a special technique known as Sword Flash, a swift area attack that doubled his strike speed, delivering considerable damage for speed equated to power. Before long, the emerald flames of vitality encasing Lin dissipated, his wounds healed, leaving only fresh, tender skin in their wake. Young master. Not far ahead lies the habitat of the magic spirit flower, Lin Rongfu remarked as he gathered the magical crystals and materials from the fiery two-headed lion. The magic spirit flower is the favored sustenance of the level 4 magical beast, the blue-winged lizard. Wherever blue-winged lizards are found, there are usually magic spirit flowers. I noticed traces of their recent activity nearby. Then let us hasten our pace. We must collect the magic spirit flowers today and hope to find a plentiful yield. Lin replied. Following the remnants left by the blue-winged lizard, Lin and Lin Rongfu pursued the trail, soon discovering fresh signs of the lizard's activity. Half an hour later, they arrived at a valley where a stream ran through, flanked by a thriving array of magic spirit flowers. The purple-red blossoms swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding beauty, with over 100 plants in sight. Yet, a slight disappointment lingered, for by the stream, a dozen blue-winged lizards were drinking, occasionally turning their heads to extend their long tongues, devouring the magic spirit flowers with relish. So many magic spirit flowers. Lin's eye sparkled. Each flower fetched 25 silver coins in the mercenary guild's commission tasks. Thus, this bounty of over 100 could yield 50 to 60 gold coins, a substantial fortune for Lin at this moment. Witnessing the lizards indulging in the flowers pained him deeply. As each flower represented his wealth, the blue-winged lizards, sensing the intrusion of these unexpected guests, became irate, lifting their heads to roar and charging towards Lin and Lin Rongfu. Grandfather Fu, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow these blue-winged lizards to destroy the magic spirit flowers, Lin urged, knowing he was no match for the dozen lizards. The potential devastation they could wreak on the flowers would surely break his heart. It was best to let Lin Rongfu take action. Do not worry, young master. A mere dozen level 4 magical beasts are no match for an old servant like me. I assure you, not a single magic spirit flower will be harmed. Lin Rongfu replied, propelling himself forward to confront the charging blue-winged lizards. As water-based magical beasts with venomous traits, the blue-winged lizards unleashed a barrage of dark green water arrows upon Lin Rongfu, a pungent wind swirling around them, unmistakably toxic. In an instant, numerous water arrows shot towards him. Despite Lin Rongfu currently displaying only the prowess of an initial battle master, he effortlessly dealt with the attacking lizards. Moving with a speed surpassing even Lin's own swift techniques, his sword radiating brilliance as it cleaved through the air, leaving behind trails of crimson. Within moments, the dozen blue-winged lizards lay vanquished. This lightning-fast confrontation left Lin in awe. He realized how far he still had to go to reach the strength of a warrior like Grandfather Fu. He needed to exert himself doubly. He must not become complacent due to the recent surge in his power. Joyfully gathering the magic spirit flowers, Lin counted a total of 186. Enough to exchange for over 40 gold coins. While not an extravagant sum, he felt content. After all, completing the commission tasks was not solely about monetary gain. Accumulating points was equally vital, as points facilitated the upgrade of the mercenary group, which was crucial for system quests. In terms of profit, a single magical crystal from a blue-winged lizard would yield more than all these magic spirit flowers combined. Lin decided to temporarily retain the magical crystals he had collected along the way, pondering whether to sell them for currency or allow the system to absorb their energy once back in Huda's town. After departing the valley and searching the vicinity, they discovered several more magic spirit flowers. Subsequently, Lin and Lin Rongfu made their way towards the area frequented by the Moonlight Fox. After spending another night in the Hudis Mountains, they finally arrived at the region inhabited by the Moonlight Fox by noon the next day. This area was characterized by towering rock formations and a cliff rising over 100 meters high, atop which lay the Moonlight Fox's den. The Moonlight Fox was a level 3 magical beast, known for its ability to create illusions to bewilder opponents. Its attack power was rather average, placing it at the lower end among level 3 magical beasts. However, the Moonlight Fox possessed a unique charm. Its petite frame, adorable appearance, silvery white fur, and fluffy tail glimmering in the moonlight rendered it extraordinarily beautiful. Due to its striking appearance, despite its lack of combat prowess, the Moonlight Fox was highly sought after by noble women and young ladies as a pet, leading to a consistent demand for capturing Moonlight Fox cubs in the Mercenary Guild. Nevertheless, the den of the Moonlight Fox was perched high on the cliff, and the creatures were exceedingly vigilant. Any sudden movement would send them fleeing up the cliff, making capture a challenging endeavor. While adult Moonlight Foxes could also fetch a price, cubs were valued even higher, as those raised from a young age formed a closer bond with their owners. Although contract magic existed, many nobles were ordinary individuals lacking sufficient mental strength to form contracts with magical beasts, thus increasing the desirability of Moonlight Fox cubs. Standing among the chaotic rocks and gazing at the towering cliff ahead, Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. I have yet to spot a single Moonlight Fox. Is this truly a place where they roam? The Moonlight Fox's den is atop the cliff, and they only venture out at night. It seems we must wait until evening. Lin Rongfu replied. In light of this, the two decided to find a suitable spot to rest and conserve their energy until nightfall. However, just as they settled beneath a relatively concealed large stone, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed around them. Someone approaches, Lin Rongfu whispered, drawing his sword and scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lin's expression grew serious as he realized that encountering other mercenaries in the Hudis Mountains was even more perilous than facing magical beasts. Soon, over 20 mercenaries materialized around Lin and his companion, forming a menacing encirclement. Upon recognizing them, Lin's countenance darkened. These were the very individuals who had previously ambushed the Gucci merchant caravan on their way to Hudis town, the Giant Axe mercenary group. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. Haha. At long last, I've cornered you, brat. You certainly made me wait, sneered Jared, whose face twisted with rage. Having endured 2 days of fruitless waiting in the mountains while suffering significant losses in his mercenary group, his demeanor suggested that he harbored a desire to devour Lin whole. Young master, you must flee. I will hold them off, Lin Rongfu said solemnly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin, his face radiating an aura of lethal intent. Grandfather Fu, I will not abandon you. If we are to escape, we shall do so together, Lin declared, drawing his sword, the Ando Ichi, with a fierce determination. Escaping this time would only lead to future threats. The only way to eliminate the danger was to eradicate the Giant Axe mercenary group entirely. Young master, please reconsider, Lin Rongfu urged, his concern palpable. Grandfather Fu, there is no need to plead further. I refuse to leave. I am no longer defenseless, Lin asserted, resolute in his stance. Only by vanquishing them could he truly resolve the impending troubles. Lin Rongfu fell silent, having discerned Lin En's transformation over the past few days. His resolve was unyielding. As the young master had aptly stated, it was time to eliminate these adversaries once and for all. With a determined expression, Lin Rongfu steeled himself, willing to risk his life to eradicate the lingering threats for the young master. Leave. None of you shall escape, Jared growled menacingly, swinging his massive axe. Seize this brat. Once I deal with this nearly dead old man, I will relish in tormenting him to relieve my pent-up fury. With that, Jared's fighting spirit surged, and a formidable axe light coalesced on his weapon as he stepped forward to confront Lin Rongfu, delivering a powerful, descending blow reminiscent of a mountain split. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Lin Rongfu parried the axe with his longsword, his feet moving with agility. He then executed a horizontal slash aimed directly at Jared's shoulder. Old man, you possess some skill, Jared remarked, taken aback by Lin Rongfu's unexpected prowess. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, engaging in combat with the elder wielding his colossal axe. Kill. Lin En commanded, as several mercenaries from the axe-wielding brigade advanced to capture him. He took the initiative, launching an attack that unleashed a brilliant arc of light with his sword. Chapter 23. The perilous predicament. Lin's proactive assault momentarily stunned several mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary corps, as they were all aware that Lin was a talentless wastrel devoid of any cultivation aptitude. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, several mercenaries paid a heavy price. Dowie's razor-sharp blade glided across one mercenary's neck before piercing another's chest. The mercenary, impaled through the heart, let out a blood-curdling scream as he faced his demise, awakening those who had been momentarily dazed. It dawned upon them that they were not confronting an ordinary individual, but rather a demon capable of claiming their lives. Be cautious. He is no ordinary man. The vice captain, Philip, warned his fellow mercenaries loudly, his mind racing with astonishment. How could Lin possess the capacity to slay his seasoned mercenaries? Could it be that the intelligence from the Count's estate was flawed? In that instant, Philip found himself grappling with the same doubts that had once plagued Hades. Kill him. The mercenaries of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps were enraged. Having initially perceived him as a mere lamb, they now realized he was a ferocious wolf. They surged forward, weapons drawn, surrounding Lin and launching a ferocious assault, their blades aimed mercilessly at his vital points, epitomizing the essence of bloodthirsty mercenaries. Lin deftly parried a colossal sword with his blade, the weight of the opposing force causing him to sink slightly. The adversary was no less formidable, and several other weapons assailed him from all directions. In a moment of urgency, he executed a swift sidestep to evade the onslaught. Yet he still sustained a wound. A deep gash measuring several centimeters across marred his back, staining his garment with crimson. The searing pain elicited a muffled groan from Lin. However, having battled ferociously against beasts over the past few days, he had grown somewhat accustomed to pain, ensuring that his combat prowess remained intact. Emerald flames danced upon the wound as Lin summoned the powers of the phoenix fruit to mend his injuries. Unfaltering, he unleashed another strike with his blade, employing the newly acquired elementary sword technique. One slash. A brilliant flash of steel sliced through the air, cleaving through several mercenaries with astonishing precision. Blood sprayed forth as two fell dead and another two were grievously injured. Impudent brat, come here and die. Rampaging charge. A towering mercenary, as robust as a small giant, bellowed with fury, brandishing an enormous shield that dwarfed him. He charged at Lin with the force of a raging bull, generating a tremendous momentum. In the aftermath of executing the one slash, Lin found himself unable to evade with another sidestep as the mercenary barreled towards him, shield and all. In that critical moment, Lin braced himself, positioning his blade defensively against the oncoming shield. Bang! The impact from the shield's colossal force sent Lin hurtling backward as if struck by a freight train, propelling him several meters away. His grip on the sword faltered, and a torrent of blood surged up his throat. Rampaging charge. The imposing mercenary, emboldened by his initial success, reared back once more, lifting his shield to charge again, his heavy footsteps resonating with a deep, thunderous sound. Draw cut. As blood threatened to obscure his vision, Lin's gaze hardened with ferocity, fixating on the charging mercenary. He sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, and in the next breath, surged forward, drawing the blade in a brilliant arc. The flash of his blade cleaved the enormous shield in twain, and the mercenary behind it met the same fate. Just as Lin dispatched the towering adversary, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing through his left thigh. Staggering, he nearly lost his footing. But before he could regain his composure, a knight's broadsword descended upon him. Lin raised his blade to deflect the strike, then executed a swift sidestep, vaulting atop a large rock to extricate himself from the encirclement. Thud. Lin deftly severed the protruding arrowhead from the back of his thigh with a knife, then grasped the shaft, gritting his teeth as he forcefully extracted it, drawing forth a crimson line of blood. Instantly, a vibrant green flame of life ignited at the wound, and the bleeding ceased almost immediately. Gazing at the approaching mercenaries of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, Lin's visage morphed into one of ferocity and lethal intent. He leaped from the boulder, brandishing his sword, re-entering the fray with renewed vigor. In this battle, retreat was not an option. Only the brave could emerge victorious from this narrow passage, carving a bloody path through their foes. The remaining mercenaries, after an initial moment of shock and disarray, quickly regained their composure. They were seasoned warriors, having thrived in the mercenary world for years, their combat experience vast, and their resolve unyielding. The casualties of their comrades only served to awaken their predatory instincts. Once the mercenaries settled into their rhythm, utilizing their numerical advantage, Lin found himself in peril. Their years of camaraderie translated into seamless coordination, and augmented by their superior numbers, he soon became ensnared in their assault, his own skills rendered almost impotent amidst the onslaught. In a fleeting instant, Lin faced dire consequences, his body adorned with several wounds, drenched in blood. Most individuals would deem it a miracle to survive such grievous injuries, let alone continue fighting. Yet Lin was different. The formidable regenerative capabilities granted by the phoenix fruit allowed him to disregard pain. As long as the wounds were not fatal, they would heal swiftly. Thus, as new wounds adorned his form, he was engulfed in flames of life, appearing as though he were enveloped by a blazing inferno. This bizarre spectacle left the mercenaries in a state of bewilderment. Was he a monster? No matter how they struck, he would not perish. The flames that danced upon his body not only spared him from death, but also accelerated his recovery. Were it not for his tattered garments and the blood staining his skin, one might suspect his injuries were mere illusions. More disconcerting was Lin's ferocious combat style. He embraced his formidable healing ability, opting for an offensive strategy that exchanged injury for lives. Each cut he received seemed trivial, while each strike he delivered proved fatal. Confronted with an adversary like Lin, who could neither be vanquished nor deterred, even the most battle-hardened mercenaries felt the chill of dread. The very thought of encountering such a relentless foe, who grew more formidable with each exchange, sent shivers down their spines. Despite their indifference to death, they had no desire to court it. "Monster! He is a monster!" One mercenary shouted, his spirit shattered, his emotions spiraling into chaos. Bathed in the eerie green flames, Lin resembled an invincible demon. Meanwhile, the vice-captain, Philip, who had refrained from joining the fray, initially believed his men would easily subdue Lin. However, he was taken aback by Lin's formidable prowess, which had inflicted significant losses on his subordinates. Even more astonishing was Lin's growing ferocity in combat, nearly driving his men to the brink of despair. Philip observed with astonishment as the flames engulfed Lin. In all his experience, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Even fire mages would hesitate to engage in such reckless behavior, for the outcome would likely be their own demise. Moreover, Philip sensed no magical fluctuations emanating from Lin. "Step aside, let me handle him," Philip declared as he watched Lin claim another mercenary's life in exchange for his own wounds. He could no longer stand idly by. If this continued, few of his men would remain. Philip discerned that, despite Lin's monstrous demeanor, his strength was not insurmountable, likely equivalent to that of a mid-level warrior. Otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries amidst a throng of lower and mid-tier mercenaries. As the battle wore on, Lin's condition began to deteriorate, far from the initial vigor he had exhibited. Thus, he resolved to join the fray personally. Upon hearing Philip's command, the remaining mercenaries felt an immense relief wash over them. They were finally spared from battling this terrifying creature. As they retreated, Lin too sighed in relief, grateful for a moment's respite. The intensity of the combat had not only strained his mental fortitude but had also drained his physical stamina. The regenerative abilities of the phoenix fruit, while powerful, required substantial energy to heal wounds. At this point, Lin had expended a significant portion of his strength. "You have surprised me," Philip remarked as he approached Lin, drawing his knight's greatsword from his back. A layer of fighting spirit enveloped the blade, causing it to emit a radiant glow. "I shall see for myself if you truly cannot be killed." "Then let us see," Lin replied, his demeanor shifting as he sensed the overwhelming threat posed by Philip's formidable prowess, which far surpassed that of the mercenaries he had previously faced. "Let us test this hypothesis." With that, Philip closed the distance, his greatsword, imbued with fighting spirit, descending with devastating force. The clash resounded through the air. Lin raised his blade in defense as the knight's greatsword struck heavily against his, the tremendous force nearly causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. The impact sent Lin reeling backward, his back colliding forcefully with a large stone, which finally halted his retreat. The violent exchange inflicted internal injuries upon Lin, and he could no longer contain the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth. However, that was not the end. Philip sneered coldly as he advanced with determined strides, his great sword once again descending upon Lin, intent on cleaving him in twain. Lin dared not confront directly any longer and swiftly dodged aside. For this individual's strength surpassed her by a considerable margin, at least that of a high-ranking warrior. Boom! With tremendous force, Philip's sword cleaved the large stone that had previously shielded Lin, splitting it asunder and causing it to topple in two directions. One sword style. Aye. Lin took the initiative to launch an attack against Philip, aware that his own strength paled in comparison to that of his opponent. He realized that passively enduring the onslaught would lead to certain defeat. Only through proactive engagement could he hope to find an opportunity. Philip, effortlessly blocking Lin's sword strikes with his own blade, smirked and remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but if this is all you possess, then prepare to meet your end." With that, Philip unleashed a full-scale assault, his great sword enveloped in a whirlwind of battle aura, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Lin found himself overwhelmed, forced to rely on the nimbleness of his movements to evade Philip's relentless barrage. Yet, even with his agility, Lin could not gain the upper hand. Philip, as a formidable high-tier warrior, matched his speed, and though he may not have surpassed Lin's mobility, his strikes were swift enough to consistently thwart Lin's attempts, leaving him feeling as futile as a dog biting a turtle. Desperation began to seep into Lin's heart as he resorted to a reckless approach, attempting to exchange wounds with Philip. However, he soon discovered that he could not even breach Philip's battle aura defenses. As a high-tier warrior, Philip was capable of manifesting a formidable aura armor around his body, rendering his defenses nearly impenetrable. The battle was decidedly unfavorable for Lin, and as his stamina waned, he found himself gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. Chapter 24, The Fall of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps. Huff, 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 huff. After yet another fruitless assault, which only resulted in an additional wound, Lin retreated several meters, propping his fatigued body against the blade of his sword, gasping for breath. His physical endurance was approaching its limits. What to do? A sense of helplessness enveloped Lin. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even the razor-sharp edge of his sword could not penetrate Philip's battle aura defenses, leaving him powerless against his adversary. If only he could breach those defenses. With the sharpness of his sword and the techniques bestowed by the system, Lin was confident he could inflict serious damage on Philip. With the regenerative abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, perhaps he could wear down Philip. Yet, Philip's immense strength and formidable aura rendered his defenses unassailable. How could he possibly overcome this barrier? Lin's gaze remained fixed on Philip, his mind racing as he desperately sought a solution. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Jared had escalated to a fever pitch. In a bid to swiftly eliminate Jared and rush to Lin's aid, Lin Rongfu unleashed his most potent fighting prowess from the outset. However, Jared, possessing the strength of a novice warrior, proved to be a challenging adversary, and Lin Rongfu found himself ensnared, unable to assist Lin. As the conflict continued, Lin Rongfu gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Age had diminished his vitality and stamina, compounded by old injuries. In a prolonged confrontation against Jared, who was in his prime, Lin Rongfu faced significant challenges. At that moment, having kept a watchful eye on Lin's precarious situation, Lin Rongfu realized that Lin had been driven to the brink by Philip. Lin Rongfu grew increasingly anxious, disregarding his own threats as he resorted to desperate tactics. However, as his condition deteriorated, he found himself not only unable to repel Jared, but also in peril from Jared's counterattacks. Bang! Once again, the clash of the massive axe and the long sword echoed, sending Lin Rongfu reeling backward. He suffered greatly in this confrontation with Jared. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Do you think my axe is made of merewood? Jared sneered, striding forward to pursue Lin Rongfu, sweeping his giant axe with the intent to cleave him in two. Jared kept an eye on the battle nearby. Initially, when he witnessed Lin En unleash formidable combat prowess, dispatching several of his subordinates, the anger within him nearly reached a boiling point. It was only after Philip intervened, cornering Lin En into a desperate situation, that Jared felt a slight alleviation of his ire. Now, he was no longer in a hurry. The fallen subordinates were lost, but he could always recruit more. As long as Philip eliminated that brat, he would finish off this old man with his axe, thus fulfilling his task. Therefore, Jared focused all his energy on entangling Lin Rongfu, preventing him from aiding Lin En. Jared was confident that this old man was on the brink of defeat, unable to withstand many more of his strikes. Anyone who seeks to harm the young master must perish. Lin Rongfu's eyes brimmed with intense murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Jared, his tone as frigid as the biting winds of winter, penetrating to the bone. Lin Rongfu, with his stooped body, once again stood tall and straight, as imposing as a mountain. A formidable aura erupted from him, causing the air within several meters to swirl violently, forming a cyclone. In this moment, Lin Rongfu no longer suppressed his old injuries, as Lin En found himself in peril. He unleashed his peak combat prowess once more. A grandmaster? How could this be? Jared gasped, his expression transforming drastically, unable to suppress his tremors in response to the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Rongfu. Suddenly, as Jared was struck with terror, almost ready to flee, Lin Rongfu could not contain a spurt of fresh blood. His once straightened form appeared on the verge of collapse, his aura plummeting from that of a grandmaster to a high-tier master. After bursting forth with peak power once again within just a few days, the injuries from his essence had flared up, rendering his body incapable of sustaining the strength required for grandmaster-level prowess. Old fool, you nearly frightened me to death. Turns out you were just a half-broken patient. Witnessing Lin Rongfu's aura diminish, Jared let out a sigh of relief, swiftly regaining his composure. He felt a surge of indignation at his earlier near-flight, sneering, even if you can still wield high-tier master strength, what of it? In your current state, I do not believe you can endure for long. I could outlast you. Kill. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Rongfu's eyes as his body suddenly vanished, and he lunged forward with his sword aimed directly at Jared's throat. Jared was indeed correct. In this state, he could not maintain his strength for long. A swift resolution was imperative. Every second of delay increased the peril for the young master. Clang! Jared intercepted the long sword with his massive axe, and at that moment, he found himself surprisingly composed, focusing entirely on defense. His sole objective was to hinder Lin Rongfu from disrupting Philip and that young man's battle. Once Lin's condition deteriorated, it would mark his demise. In this desperate struggle, Lin Rongfu found himself at a loss against Jared's steadfast defense. The fierce battle between Lin Rongfu and Jared did not escape Lin En's keen observation. Witnessing Lin Rongfu unleash his full strength once more, Lin En felt an increasing sense of urgency. He fervently hoped that Grandpa Fu would remain unharmed. However, the pressing question loomed. How could one dismantle Philip's formidable aura defense? Only by breaching Philip's defenses could he inflict significant damage, thereby breaking the stalemate and overcoming the dire situation. Regrettably, the time to master the Armament Haki was insufficient. He could not yet envelop his weapon with it for an offensive strike. Had he been able to compare the might of Armament Haki against aura in real time, perhaps the former could penetrate the latter's defenses. Then it struck him, Armament Haki. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin En's eyes as he devised a solution. He fervently thought, System, I wish to recharge energy by converting all the magic crystals in my inventory into system energy. Ding. Please confirm. Will you convert 5 level 2 magic crystals, 11 level 3 magic crystals, and 16 level 4 magic crystals into system energy? Confirm. Lin En mentally affirmed. Uncertain of how much energy he could derive from the magic crystals acquired over the past 2 days, he decided to convert all of them. Ding. Conversion successful. System energy increased by 54,000 points, bringing the total energy to 54,560. System, allocate all energy to enhance the proficiency of Armament Haki. Lin En instructed the system once more. Indeed, this was his plan. The proficiency of skills could be augmented using energy, 10 points of energy converted into 1 point of proficiency. With an initial proficiency of 5,000 required for Armament Haki to reach perfection, Lin En had already accumulated several points from his recent training. This meant that the newly converted energy was sufficient to elevate his Armament Haki. Ding. The host's level is too low, and physical strength is inadequate. The proficiency of Armament Haki can only be raised to its initial perfection. Then let it reach the initial perfection, Lin En declared resolutely. If it is perfect, I can use Armament Haki to envelop my weapon. Ding. Consuming 4,600 points of energy, the host's Armament Haki has been elevated to initial perfection, increasing Taoist power by 50. The Armament Haki has significantly advanced, allowing it to envelop weapons and enhance attack power. The exchange between Lin and the system seemed to stretch on for an eternity, yet in reality, it lasted merely a few breaths. Sensing the burgeoning power of his Armament Haki, Lin felt a surge of confidence. Though he maintained an impassive demeanor and refrained from immediately employing the ability to envelop his foe, opting instead to confound Philip and prevent any precautionary measures. You are beyond the point of fighting. Surrender willingly, and I shall grant you a swift end, Philip declared, convinced that he had the situation entirely under control. If you can reveal the nature of the flames enveloping you, perhaps I might spare your life. His eyes glistened with avarice as he contemplated the unknown flames capable of rapid healing, a power that could significantly amplify his own strength. Surrender is an impossibility. I shall never yield in this lifetime, Lin replied coolly. I am destined only to fall in battle, never to capitulate. With that, he executed a swift move. Darting towards Philip with a technique known as shave, and thrusting his sword, Hadao Yiz, fiercely at Philip's chest. Futile. Your assault cannot breach my aura defense. It is merely an exercise in futility, Philip scoffed, bringing his knightly sword down upon Lin's left shoulder. However, he failed to notice the subtle dark matter that entwined itself around Lin's blade as it approached him. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as both weapons struck their marks almost simultaneously. The knight's sword severed Lin's shoulder, nearly cleaving it completely, while Hadao Yiz pierced through Philip's chest, its sharp tip emerging from his back. How is this possible? How could you break through my aura defense? Philip gasped in disbelief. Staring at the sword embedded in his chest, his face contorted in agony. Anything is possible. Lin laughed triumphantly. Lin erupted into a frenzied laughter, as if the knight's great sword embedded in his left shoulder were non-existent. Gripping the hilt of the katana with all his might, he forcefully yanked it downwards, leaving Philip with a long gash from his chest to his abdomen, his entrails spilling forth. Philip, in that moment, succumbed to his injuries, his face still bearing an expression of bewilderment as life ebbed away. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lin staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. The battle had truly pushed his body to its limits. He took a few slow steps forward, leaning against a large stone, and withdrew the knight's great sword from his shoulder. Instantly, the flames of life ignited upon his shoulder, beginning the process of healing his wounds. However, the exhaustion was profound, and the capabilities of the phoenix fruit had diminished, prolonging the recovery time. The remaining mercenaries from the giant axe mercenary corps stood in stunned silence, struck with fear. With Philip, the vice-captain, slain by Lin, their morale shattered. Although they knew Lin was too exhausted to continue fighting, none dared to advance against him. "Philip, you worthless fool!" Jared, engaged in combat with Lin Rongfu, was aghast at the sight of Philip being slain. Unable to contain his rage, he roared, wishing to exact vengeance upon Philip for ruining their advantageous position. "Damn it! Good riddance." At this juncture, Jared felt a flicker of retreat, despite the old man's declining state. His indomitable will remained unyielding. If this continued, Jared feared he might collapse before the old man did. He did not wish to perish here. With this thought, Jared's resolve crumbled, and his singular focus shifted to self-preservation. He swung his axe with all his might, forcing Lin Rongfu back, and turned to flee. Exposing his back to an opponent of equal or greater strength was a grave mistake, and Lin Rongfu seized the opportunity. Channeling all his fighting spirit, he unleashed a massive sword of energy, sweeping it across. Jared barely took 2 steps before his body was cleaved in 2 at the waist. Chapter 25. Assessing gains upon Jared's demise. The remaining mercenaries of the giant axe corps scattered in disarray, each fleeing for their lives. With the captain dead, loyalty was non-existent. Lin Rongfu lacked the energy to pursue these lowly subordinates. With the deaths of Jared and Philip, the giant axe mercenary corps had effectively disbanded. "Master, are you unscathed?" Lin Rongfu approached Lin with concern, ignoring his own injuries. "With the flames of life sustaining me, I am unharmed." "No need to worry, Grandpa Fu," Lin replied languidly, leaning against the stone with a weary yet joyful smile. Despite the perilous battle, he had emerged unscathed. "What of you, Grandpa Fu? The old servant can endure," Lin Rongfu assured him. "Master, we must depart swiftly. The stench of blood is too potent and will attract more magical beasts." The prospect of attracting beasts at level 4 or 5 posed a significant threat to both Lin and Lin Rongfu in their current weakened states. "Grandpa Fu, do not forget to collect the spoils," Lin reminded him. The bodies of Jared and his companions surely held considerable wealth, including magical crystals harvested in the Hudis Mountains. For Lin, who had just converted all his magical crystals into system energy, no opportunity for wealth could be overlooked. Before long, Lin Rongfu had gathered the valuables from Jared and his companions. Upon returning to Lin, he found him fast asleep, softly snoring. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Rongfu's pale face as he tenderly lifted Lin, grasping the collected riches with one hand, and departed swiftly. Lin enjoyed a deep, rejuvenating slumber, sleeping for over 10 hours, and awoke in the afternoon of the following day. Refreshed from his rest, he felt invigorated, though his stomach growled with hunger, demanding sustenance after the tremendous exertion of the battle. At that moment, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, accompanied by Lin Rongfu's voice. "Master has awakened. You must be hungry. Come quickly and eat." The food was stored in Lin's system backpack, but since he had been asleep, it was inaccessible. Thus, Lin Rongfu had prepared an alternative. Fortunately, the Hudis Mountains were abundant in magical beast meat. With his stomach growling insistently, Lin wasted no time, seizing the roasted meat and devouring it voraciously, as if he had not eaten in 3 years. In a single sitting, he consumed several kilograms of magical beast meat. Finally feeling satiated, the skill of life restoration began to decompose the food, converting it into energy and distributing it throughout his body. Soon, Lin felt his strength returning. Invigorated once more, as his vitality restored, Lin's spirits soared. He finally experienced the thrill akin to characters in anime, where, regardless of the severity of their injuries, a mere sleep and hearty meal would suffice to revive them. "Grandpa Fu, how's your health?" Lin inquired, concerned for Lin Rongfu's condition after the fierce battle against Jared, which surely exacerbated his old wounds. "Do not fret, master. The old servant can endure," Lin Rongfu replied with a faint smile. He had grown accustomed to his decades-old injuries and did not wish to worry Lin. "I shall tend to your wounds first," Lin declared. Having eaten his fill and replenished his strength, he skillfully employed the abilities of the phoenix fruit to heal Lin Rongfu's En's injuries. Lin Rongfu had long adapted to Lin En's healing methods. Now, Lin En was more adept at utilizing the fruit's abilities than at the beginning. After half an hour, the external injuries on Lin Rongfu's body had healed, but his internal old wounds had worsened due to the explosive peak combat strength, causing further damage to his essence. Consequently, Lin Rongfu's combat capability had diminished again, now only able to exhibit strength equivalent to that of a high-ranking warrior. Grandpa Fu, you have not fully recovered from your old injuries and have added new ones. Your body is severely overdrawn. Promise me, please never unleash such power again, Lin En said, feeling a deep sense of guilt. If it weren't for him, Grandpa Fu wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Young master, there's no need to worry. I am well aware of my own body and can support you for a few more years, Lin Rongfu replied cheerfully, unfazed by his injuries. Witnessing Lin En grow stronger was the greatest joy of his life. Despite Lin Rongfu's carefree demeanor, Lin En felt a pang of unease, contemplating how to treat Grandpa Fu's essence injuries. At that moment, he recalled the magic crystals he had obtained from the Giant Axe mercenary group. After converting them entirely into system energy, he wondered if it would have any effect on healing the essence injuries. System. Convert all magic crystals into system energy and use the energy to upgrade the abilities of the Phoenix fruit. How much can I upgrade with the total energy available? Ding. Magic crystal conversion successful. System energy increased by 74,500 points. Total energy 83,060 points. Ding. Host level 2 low, body strength insufficient. The maximum upgrade can only reach the initial perfect level, requiring 44,500 points of energy. Please confirm whether to upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Though somewhat disappointed, Lin En resolved to upgrade the Phoenix fruit's abilities. Ding. Consumed 44,500 points of energy. Phoenix fruit ability upgraded to initial perfect level, Tau power 50. The recovery effect of the Phoenix fruit has been significantly enhanced, and flight capability has been acquired. Flight capability? Lin En paused for a moment, then remembered that the Phoenix fruit indeed granted the ability to fly. Having focused solely on the recovery aspect, he had forgotten about this additional feature. This was an unexpected delight. With flight capability, his combat techniques would be more diverse, and his self-defense ability would be significantly enhanced. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin En level, 17 experience, 1,005,000 Tau power. For 75 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, initial, 310,010,000. Shave, intermediate, 112,050,000. Life return, initial, 186,050,000. Armament color, initial, perfect. Devil fruit. Phantom beast type, Phoenix, initial, perfect, techniques, 1 sword style, Iato. 1 flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 38,560 backpack, everyone's fruit tasks, main task 1, dream of maximum level, host level to be upgraded to maximum. First stage task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main task 2, ambition of the mercenary group. Daxiao mercenary group to be upgraded to SSS level. Second stage task, A-level mercenary group. Reward, 1 promotion gift pack. Looking at the attribute panel, his level had already reached 17, indicating that he had gained considerable experience from yesterday's battle. During the fight, Lin En had no time to check the system notifications. With a Tau power of 475, he had already reached the combat strength of an intermediate warrior. Apart from the armament color and Phoenix fruit abilities upgraded using energy, his proficiency in both intermediate swordsmanship and shave had also improved significantly. Noticing that his skill life return was still at the initial level, Lin En, who had a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, decided to use energy to upgrade it. An enhanced life return would considerably benefit his physical constitution. It was precisely because his physique was not strong enough that he could no longer upgrade the armament color and Phoenix fruit abilities using energy. System. Upgrade life return for me. Ding. Consume 31 for 100 points of energy. Life return upgraded to initial perfect level, Tau power 50. Life return effect has been enhanced. With the deduction of energy, life return reached the initial perfect level, and Tau power increased by 50, bringing it to 525 points. Lin En's strength had notably improved. But life return could only be upgraded to the initial perfect level due to his low level. It was clear that grinding experience to raise his level was imperative. Without leveling up, his strength couldn't be swiftly enhanced. With 160 energy remaining, there was nothing else he could do but save it for later. Grandpa Fu. My life flame has grown stronger. The healing effect should be more potent now. Let me try it on you, Lin En said, prioritizing the healing of Lin Rongfu. Even if he couldn't cure him, he needed to stabilize his condition to prevent further deterioration. All right, young master, please proceed, Lin Rongfu replied eagerly. Being able to regain strength would be most beneficial, allowing him to better protect his young master. Once again, Lin En summoned the azure-green flames. Observing a subtle change in their hue, the blue had faded slightly, while the green had intensified, suggesting a more vigorous vitality. As the flames enveloped Lin Rongfu, the rich life force rapidly mended his internal injuries. Lin Rongfu could intuitively feel that the effect of the life flame was indeed stronger than before. Not only had his visceral injuries healed, but even the essence damage from his previous explosive state was gradually recovering. In a few days, he would be able to regain the combat capability of an initial stage battle master. Regrettably, the life flame's effect on his old essence injuries remained minimal. Nonetheless, Lin Rongfu saw hope. Perhaps when his young master's abilities advanced further, the old essence injuries could be fully restored. He eagerly anticipated that day. Upon learning about the life flame's healing effects from Lin Rongfu, Lin En felt a surge of happiness and devoted himself to treating Lin Rongfu until he had exhausted most of his stamina. During the rest period, Lin En began to tally the supplies obtained from the Giant Axe mercenary group. Before long, he had finished counting the supplies, a total of 260 gold coins, 386 silver coins, 106 copper coins, a dozen magic crystals of levels 3 and 4, as well as numerous valuable materials from magical beasts. It seemed the Giant Axe mercenary group was quite affluent, carrying such wealth on their persons. One could only wonder how much more treasure lay at their base. Unfortunately, that wealth was now out of reach. These gains left Lin En feeling satisfied. Aside from the monetary rewards, the dozen magic crystals represented a considerable fortune. Especially for Lin En, who had converted all magic crystals into system energy, this was a timely boon. Upon further inspection, Lin En discovered an unexpected delight among the supplies: 2 moonlight fox cubs. It seemed the members of the Giant Axe mercenary group had set an ambush near the moonlight fox's habitat and captured the 2 cubs effortlessly. This was splendid news, as it meant he could now fulfill the commission task concerning the moonlight fox cubs. The Giant Axe mercenary group truly was benevolent, akin to a fortune bringer from another world, even sacrificing their lives in the process. Lin sighed, having accomplished his task, and resolved to descend the mountain, returning to the town of Hudis. Chapter 26. Submission of the Task. Upon his return to Hudis, he beheld the bustling streets, which evoked a sense of dislocation within him. The harrowing battle in the Hudis Mountains felt like a mere dream. At times, Lin could not help but ponder whether he had truly become cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. He had taken the lives of numerous members of the Axe mercenary group, yet he felt little discomfort in his heart. Although the alternative was death, and killing had become a matter of survival, he questioned whether he should be so indifferent. Each life he had extinguished was vibrant and real. The lessons instilled in him since childhood on Earth taught that life is paramount above all else. Was he truly transforming into an emotionless NPC of the divine realm? Or had he simply become devoid of feeling? Lin felt a lingering sense of confusion. Despite having merged memories from his former self, he still found himself out of place in this world, haunted by the echoes of his past life. Only Lin Rongfu managed to bring him a semblance of warmth. Perhaps he had never truly integrated into this realm, for his heart bore no attachments. Upon returning to his hotel room, Lin washed away the dust of travel and collapsed into bed, casting aside all thoughts. The following morning, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the Mercenary Guild's task hall to submit their commission tasks. As they entered the hall, Lin instinctively glanced towards the registration area for mercenaries. Yet he was met with disappointment at the absence of Baiwire's enchanting figure. He found himself inexplicably let down. Shaking his head, Lin questioned his own sanity. How could he miss someone as ordinary, with a face covered in freckles? He dismissed this absurd thought and approached the window to verify their commission tasks. Miss, the Dixia mercenary group has come to submit their tasks today, a staff member reported to Baiwire, who sat regally upon a chair adorned with the pelts of high-level magical beasts, handing her several papers. This information was just delivered by our intelligence personnel. Regarding the leader of Dixia mercenary group, Lin, "Oh, let me see," Baiwire said. Her curiosity piqued as she eagerly accepted the documents and began to peruse their contents. The Mercenary Guild's intelligence system was formidable, providing extensive details on Lin. However, it revealed little about how he transitioned from an ordinary person incapable of cultivation to possessing formidable combat prowess in such a short span of time. I initially thought there might be some secret technique to conceal his fighting aura, but it appears he truly cannot cultivate fighting energy, By Wire mused, her alluring eyes sparkling with intrigue. How fascinating. A person without any innate talent for cultivation has achieved the strength of a novice warrior in mere days. It seems that this young man harbors quite a secret. If By Wire had previously been slightly interested in Lin due to his looks, she now found herself genuinely curious, eager to uncover the mystery surrounding him. Continue to monitor Lin and the Deities mercenary group's information. I wish to be informed at the earliest opportunity, she instructed. Understood. The staff member replied respectfully. Within the task hall, the personnel responsible for verifying tasks had completed the inventory of the items Lin submitted. Captain Lin, both of your tasks have been fulfilled. You gathered a total of 248 magic spirit flowers, with 50 counted as one task, equating to 5 tasks completed, thus earning you 5 task points. Additionally, you secured 2 moonlight fox cubs, yielding 2 more task points. Do you have any questions? No questions. Lin replied with a shake of his head. Very well, I will now confirm the completion of your tasks, the staff member said, activating the magical crystal card of the Deities mercenary group. In no time, the card reflected the completion of the tasks, and the task points increased to 7. Captain Lin, the commission for the magic spirit flowers totals 62 gold coins, while the commission for the moonlight fox cubs is 30 gold coins. After deducting the mercenary guild's 5 fee, you will receive a total of 87 gold coins and 40 silver coins. Would you prefer cash or a deposit into your magical crystal card? Please provide me with cash, Lin requested. The staff member promptly processed the commission. Yet Lin felt little emotional response to the gold coins. This sum paled in comparison to the rewards he had reaped from the giant axe mercenary group. What truly mattered to him were the task points. Leveling from E to D requires 20 task points, and with 7 points accumulated, he anticipated an upgrade soon. For most mercenary groups, ascending from E to D was relatively straightforward, as the majority possessed the requisite strength. The mercenary guild had not established excessively high thresholds, though the requirements for advancement only became more stringent with time, demanding not just task points but evaluations of the mercenary group's overall capability. By the way, I wish to sell some materials obtained from magical beasts. Where may I do so? Lin inquired of the staff. Proceed to the right side of the task hall. There is a designated room for purchases, the staff member replied. Thank you, Lin said, making his way toward the indicated area. Upon seeing Lin and Lin Rongfu approaching to sell materials, the responsible staff member greeted them warmly. Typically, only less formidable mercenary groups would opt to sell their goods at the mercenary guild, as, while fair, the prices offered were relatively low. More powerful groups usually collaborated with merchant associations, which tended to purchase only high-value items. However, the guild's advantage lay in its willingness to accept a broad range of goods, as long as they held some value, making it a preferred choice for less powerful groups. Captain Lin, the inventory has been completed. These materials are valued at a total of 680 gold coins, the staff member stated, surprised by the bounty. Who would have thought that a newly established E-level mercenary group with merely 2 members could slay so many level 4 and 5 magical beasts? Clearly, this group possessed remarkable strength. This was without even considering the sale of magical crystals, which would have significantly increased their worth, as the crystals were the most valuable assets found on magical beasts. Lin opted for cash. Just as he received the coins from the staff, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. He turned to behold the enchanting figure of By Wire entering the room. Lin, dear little brother, it seems you've had quite a fruitful few days. By Wire teased with a playful smile, her alluring presence drawing near. Her ample bosom nearly brushed against him as she gazed at him with sultry eyes. Have you missed your sister? Lin's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly stepped back, wary of inadvertently touching an inappropriate area. He refrained from answering By Wire's question and tossed the pouch of gold coins in his hand, declaring, Sister By Wire, I've earned some money and can now treat you to a drink. How rare that my little brother has not forgotten his debt to me for a drink. By Wire replied, suddenly leaning close to Lin's ear, her warm breath sending a shiver down his spine. Lin, dear brother, your eagerness to treat me to a drink, could it be that you harbor some thoughts about me? And no, he stammered. The warmth of her breath against his ear made his heart race wildly. Even more overwhelming was the sensation of By Wire's ample bosom brushing against his arm. The softness sent him into a flurry of confusion. He quickly retreated a step, desperate to escape the awkward situation. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance a few days ago, nothing more. Lin couldn't help but scoff inwardly, wondering if the ladies on Earth and those in the Divine Grace continent shared a penchant for teasing handsome men. What audacity did Sister Bywayer possess to believe he harbored feelings for her, given her rather indescribable appearance? Of course, her figure was undeniably impressive. You coward, how dull. Bywayer remarked, casting a glance at Lin, her eyes filled with a sentiment akin to that of a jilted lover, with Lin unwittingly playing the role of the rogue. However, noticing Lin's youthful visage, she opted not to pursue him further, declaring, "It's settled then. Tonight at the Silver Shield Tavern, we shall meet without fail." "Very well. I shall not miss it," Lin replied. After agreeing on the time and place, he hastily took his leave, finding it increasingly difficult to endure Bywaya's boldness, though it was less about her audacity and more about the fact that her appearance simply did not align with his tastes. "Lin, no matter what secrets you harbor, I shall uncover them. I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp," Bywaya mused, her enchanting eyes brimming with mirth and confidence as she watched Lin depart. Throughout this exchange, the staff responsible for procurement remained respectfully bowed, quietly observing Bywayer with reverence. A detail Lin, frazzled by the encounter, failed to notice. "Young master, this Bywayer is not to be underestimated," Lin Rongfu remarked as they exited the mercenary guild. Having observed the staff's unusual demeanor. "Not to be underestimated? What do you mean, Grandpa Fu?" Lin inquired. "Her identity is quite remarkable," Lin Rongfu replied. "Regardless of her identity, I have sensed no malice from her, and that is sufficient for me," Lin stated, indifferent to Bywaya's background. "You should maintain a distance from her." Lin Rongfu advised again. "Why?" Lin asked, genuinely curious. "I truly do not perceive any ill intentions from her. Young master, she harbors ulterior motives towards you," Lin Rongfu said earnestly. "It appears she has taken a liking to you." "Haha." Lin burst into laughter, surprised by Lin Rongfu's humor. "Grandpa Fu, such words should not be spoken lightly. What if she has no such intentions? She is unworthy of you. Your future wife must possess exceptional beauty and grace to be deserving of you," Lin Rongfu asserted, firmly believing that only the most outstanding of women could match Lin's excellence. Dismissing Bywayer's appearance entirely, "Let us cease this topic. We are now financially stable. It is time to purchase a house and no longer reside in an inn," Lin declared, recognizing the need for a permanent abode to facilitate his training. Chapter 27, The Silver Shield Tavern in Hudis Town. There was a real estate agency specializing in property transactions. Upon learning its location, Lin and his companion made their way there. "Brother Lin." Before they reached the agency, Lin heard someone calling out to him. Upon turning, he spotted Ralph waving from a distance. "Brother Ralph." Lin felt a wave of joy upon reuniting with Ralph, grateful to have an acquaintance in Hudis Town. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin revealed his intention to purchase a house at the agency. "Brother Lin." "There's no need to go to the agency. Our guild has a vacant property in Hudis Town, situated in a pleasant environment. Allow me to show it to you," Ralph insisted warmly. Unable to refuse Ralph's generous offer, Lin followed him. The property owned by the Gucci Guild was not located on the main street, ensuring a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small courtyard featuring 4 or 5 rooms and a spacious backyard that could serve as a training area. Instantly captivating Lin. "Brother Ralph, I really like this house. How much is it?" Lin inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety about whether his modest amount of gold would suffice for such a sizable property. "This house was originally purchased for 260 gold coins. Since you like it, I will sell it to you for the same price," Ralph replied. "That seems unfair, Brother Ralph. This house is undoubtedly worth more than 260 gold coins. I cannot let you suffer a loss." Lin shook his head. "How about 300 gold coins?" "Brother Lin, selling it to you at the original price means I have not suffered a loss. Besides, as friends, I cannot profit at your expense," Ralph insisted. "If you consider me a friend, you will accept my offer." "Very well, then. Thank you, Brother Ralph," Lin said, a wry smile on his face. Feeling a sense of obligation, Ralph nodded in satisfaction, demonstrating his shrewdness by selling the property at its original price, ensuring Lin felt he had not taken advantage of a friend while also securing a favor to strengthen their bond. The process was straightforward thereafter. Ralph had the property deed prepared, and once Lin paid, the house officially belonged to him. Holding the deed, Lin felt a surge of happiness. Everything in the courtyard looked so pleasing. He had never owned a house in his former life after years of hard work, yet here in the Divine Grace continent, he finally possessed a home of his own. Is this what it feels like to settle down in the divine grace continent? With a house, I feel as though I have found my place in this world. I am no longer a mere wanderer, but rather, I have left my mark. Brother Lin. Purchasing a house is a momentous occasion. We must celebrate. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks, Ralph declared. How can I let you treat me? It should be I who invites you. Lin replied, genuinely pleased. Brother Ralph, I have plans to drink with someone tonight. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us. Agreed. It's settled then, Ralph said, emphasizing that the essence of their gathering was to deepen their friendship rather than who paid for the drinks. After agreeing with Ralph, Lin and Lin Rongfu returned to the inn to check out, moving directly into their new home with minimal belongings, just a few daily necessities. Later that evening, as Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the entrance of the Silver Shield Tavern, Ralph was already waiting for them with the head of the guard, Ritz. Shortly thereafter, Bai Weier made her elegant entrance. Tonight, Bai Weier had dressed with great care, donning a sleek black gown that accentuated her alluring figure. The contrast between her slender waist and ample bosom strikingly evident. Her movements were graceful, drawing the gaze of onlookers, including Lin, who found himself momentarily entranced. Are you back to your senses? Bai Weier approached Lin, playfully waving her hand in front of his eyes. Once she noticed him regain focus, she spun around like a blooming rose, giggling, Brother Lin, do I look beautiful tonight? Cough, cough. Yes, beautiful. Lin coughed to mask his embarrassment and quickly introduced Ralph to shift the conversation. Sister Bai Weier, allow me to introduce you to my only other acquaintance in Hudis Town apart from yourself, Ralph, the young master of the Gucci Guild. Brother Ralph. This is Miss Bai Weier from the Mercenary Guild. Miss Bai Weier, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ralph greeted, casting a glance over Bai Weier, who, despite her average looks, possessed a commendable figure. He wondered if perhaps Lin had a preference for more mature women. Upon realizing there were others present, Bai Weier slightly furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. She had initially expected the evening to be solely between herself and Lin. However, she quickly composed herself, nodding subtly to Ralph and responding, hello. Upon entering the Silver Shield Tavern, one is greeted by a cacophony of voices. Numerous mercenaries shout boisterously, reveling in their newfound freedom. This tavern, second only to the brothels in its popularity among mercenaries, serves as a sanctuary for those who have braved life and death upon their return from the Hudis Mountains, seeking to indulge and release their pent-up emotions. Guided by a sensuously clad waitress, Lin and his companions settled into a relatively quieter corner. After ordering their drinks, Whiteveil nestled closely beside Lin, the physical proximity inducing a mix of tension and embarrassment within him. He felt reluctant to distance himself, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings, which would only amplify the awkwardness. Thus, he resorted to drinking as a means to divert his attention. It must be said that the libations of the Divine Grace continent possess a commendable flavor. Despite their high alcohol content, Lin's current physical constitution rendered such levels inconsequential. With the skill of life rebirth at his disposal, his capacity for alcohol had reached a point where he could consume copious amounts without inebriation. Little brother, come, let us share a drink, Whiteveil said, raising her glass to clink with Lin's, her body leaning in such a way that nearly half of her was nestled against him. Sister Whiteveil, could you refrain from calling me little? I am no child. I am an adult now, Lin replied, feeling somewhat disconcerted. After all, the essence of his soul had experienced over 20 years, and combined with his previous life, he was nearly 40. Being referred to as little brother felt somewhat incongruous. Where is the evidence of your maturity? Whiteveil teased, casting a playful gaze at Lin's lower half before looking back at him with a seductive sparkle in her eyes. Particularly after a drink, a rosy hue graced her otherwise ordinary features, revealing an unexpected shyness. Lin found herself in a predicament as her sister, uncharacteristically bold, drove the conversation with reckless abandon, proving herself to be an adept driver in this alternate realm. Lin admitted to feeling somewhat overwhelmed and quickly raised her glass to clink with Bai Weier's, exclaiming, let us not dwell on that. Let us drink. Ha! Coward! Bai Weier laughed heartily. Ralph, seated nearby, was at a loss for words, bemused that he seemed invisible in this scene. As the young heir of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, with an appealing visage and a wealth of youth, he had always been the favorite among ladies. Yet today the tables had turned. Brother Ralph, I have heard that mercenaries are typically unrestrained and brazen. Yet the mercenaries in this tavern do not seem to fit that mold. Even when inebriated, they do not cause a ruckus. I had anticipated a more chaotic atmosphere. Lin inquired, curious about the tavern's female servers, who were not only attractive but also dressed provocatively. Despite the occasional flirtation and clumsy gestures from the mercenaries, none dared to overstep their bounds. When had mercenaries, known for their bloodthirsty ways, become so docile? This establishment is under the aegis of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, Ralph explained. For a trading company to thrive in Hudis Town, it is imperative to possess an in-depth understanding of the locale. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps is one of the 3 dominant mercenary groups in Hudis Town, and no one dares to stir trouble here. It is one of the safest places in town, where mercenaries seeking a quiet drink typically choose the Silver Shield Tavern. Understanding dawned on Lin. With the backing of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, these mercenaries indeed behaved as meekly as lambs. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as the sound of shattering glass and overturned furniture erupted within the tavern. A wave of commotion drew everyone's attention. Curiosity piqued as they wondered who possessed the audacity to create chaos in the Silver Shield's domain. Ralph felt a twinge of embarrassment. The timing was rather unfortunate. A towering mercenary had just struck a female server with a resounding slap, sending her crashing to the ground. Wretch, you dared to spill your drink on me when all I asked was for you to share a drink. Today, you shall witness the consequences of offending me. The brute bellowed, seizing a bottle from the table and dousing the server with its contents. His boisterous voice echoed throughout the tavern, drawing the attention of mercenaries who were eager to witness the audacity of this warrior, knowing full well they might not have another chance to see such boldness again. However, upon recognizing the mercenary's insignia, the patrons understood why he felt emboldened to cause a ruckus. Some quick-witted mercenaries hastily settled their tabs, realizing that indulging in the spectacle could lead to dire consequences. They are from the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Ralph's expression shifted, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder he had the audacity. They were also one of the 3 dominant mercenary groups. Although they were rivals, there had always been a semblance of decorum between them. Tonight's events, however, were decidedly unusual. One of the 3 mercenary groups? Lin asked. Indeed, Ralph nodded, his face growing somber. A conflict between 2 major mercenary factions is never a trivial matter. We should leave at once to avoid being caught in the fray. In stark contrast to Ralph's seriousness, Bywire appeared unfazed by the unfolding chaos, her demeanor calm and collected. Let us make haste, Lin urged, not wishing to become embroiled in the disturbance. However, just as they attempted to rise, a throng of Silver Shield mercenaries surged into the tavern, blocking the entrance and effectively trapping them inside. Chapter 28. The situation in Hudis Town. Dozens of Silver Shield mercenaries formed a barricade at the tavern's entrance, encircling the troublemakers from the Paladin Mercenary Corps. The mercenaries who had not yet departed swiftly distanced themselves from the epicenter of the conflict, aware that being caught in the crossfire of 2 colossal mercenary factions could lead to utter devastation. Lin and his companions retreated to a corner, observing the unfolding situation. As Lin, Rongfu, and Riz, 2 formidable warriors of the battle division, shielded them from harm. Tim, what do you mean by that? The leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, a towering figure whose stature was imposing, spoke in a voice that boomed like thunder, his bovine-like eyes glaring fiercely at the Paladin mercenary named Tim. Are you trying to provoke a conflict with us in the Silver Shield Tavern? Sanchez, do not attempt to intimidate me with threats of war. Does our Paladin Mercenary Corps fear you? Tim retorted with a disdainful smirk, his anger evident as he pointed at the flustered waitress who had just been doused in ale. I came here with my brothers to enjoy a drink at your tavern, to show you some support. This wretched woman not only refused to drink with me, but dared to spill ale upon my head. If I do not receive an explanation today, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath upon your dilapidated establishment. Sanchez, suppressing his fury, glanced at the waitress, who bore an unmistakable handprint on her face and was drenched in alcohol. He then fixed his gaze upon Tim, speaking in a low, stern tone. Tim, tonight's events require an explanation from you, not the other way around. Although the Silver Shield and Paladin Mercenary Corps were 2 of the 3 dominant factions in the town of Hudis, their rivalry was palpable. While they publicly maintained a facade of harmony to preserve order, beneath the surface, tensions brewed among the mercenaries. Tim's actions had severely tarnished the Silver Shield's reputation. Should they fail to respond, it would suggest that they feared the Paladins, jeopardizing their control over Hudis. Given their history of conflict, Sanchez and Tim were locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. An explanation? Tim sneered, the stench of alcohol on his breath evident as he kicked over a nearby table. This is my explanation. Tim, it seems you genuinely desire conflict, Sanchez replied darkly, understanding that retreat was not an option. In the mercenary world, Reputation often held more weight than life itself. He waved his hand and commanded his men, "Clear the area. All non-combatants, leave now." The Silver Shield mercenaries swiftly acted, ushering patrons out of the tavern. The remaining mercenaries, sensing the brewing conflict, hastily exited, including Lin and his companions. Once outside the tavern, the mercenaries were met with fierce waves of battle energy and the cacophony of conflict erupting within. Fearful of the impending chaos, they hastened away, knowing that once the fighting commenced, reinforcements from both mercenary factions would soon arrive, leading to a full-scale war. Lin. The clash between the two mercenary factions could drastically change the dynamics in Hudis. It would be wise to remain vigilant during this time, Ralph warned earnestly. "I understand." Lin nodded, feeling a sense of resignation. All he wished for was to peacefully hunt a few magical beasts to gain experience and earn some coin. Why was it so challenging? It seemed that these mercenaries were all brawn and no brains, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. After Ralph and Riz departed, Lin escorted by Weyer back to the mercenary guild. Upon returning to his abode, he practiced for a while before resting, regarding the conflict between the two factions as irrelevant to his own pursuits, as long as he remained uninvolved. The next day, Lin anticipated turmoil in Hudis due to the clash between the two factions. To his surprise, the town was unexpectedly tranquil, maintaining its usual atmosphere, as if the previous night's conflict had been a mere fluke. Were the Silver Shield and Paladin mercenaries intentionally restraining themselves to prevent escalation? Given their comparable strengths, an outright battle would yield significant losses for both, especially with another A-rank mercenary faction, the Gale Wolf mercenaries, lurking in the shadows, poised to take advantage of any fallout. Lin felt a sense of relief at the town's calmness, as it allowed him to focus on enhancing his own abilities. He continued to accept commission tasks at the Mercenary Guild, venturing into the Hudis Mountains to hunt magical beasts and gain experience. Days passed, and Lin discerned that beneath the veneer of tranquility, the tensions were mounting. Although the Silver Shield and Paladin factions had not engaged in open warfare, skirmishes between their affiliated mercenary groups became increasingly frequent, with battles erupting in the Hudis Mountains. Today, an affiliated group of the Silver Shield had seized prey from a group associated with the Paladins. Tomorrow, the tables would surely turn. The situation escalated rapidly, with both sides incurring losses and weaker mercenary groups facing annihilation. The Gale Wolf mercenaries found themselves entangled in the chaos, further complicating the already turbulent situation in the Hudis Mountains. Meanwhile, the town of Hudis maintained its superficial calm, though every mercenary was aware that this was merely a fade, casting a shadow of unease over the entirety of the town. "Lin, I have decided to leave Hudis," Ralph announced one day, expressing his growing concern over the escalating situation. Though the Gucci Trading Company was relatively strong, it remained but a robust ant in the face of the three mercenary factions. So soon? Lin was taken aback, recalling that Ralph had mentioned staying for a month. Now, barely half that time had passed before he planned to depart. The circumstances here are precarious. The Gucci Trading Company could be obliterated in the fray. Ralph replied with a wry smile, addressing Lin sincerely. "I believe Hudis is no longer safe. Why not accompany me?" Leave Hudis? Lin had not contemplated this. Where would he go? The Hudis Mountains were currently the most suitable place for him to bolster his strength. Even if the two factions did engage in war, Lin believed he could protect himself. If worst came to worst, he could always leave later. "Lin, you could join me at the Gucci Trading Company," Ralph suggested, misjudging Lin's silence as a sign of vulnerability. He perceived Lin as the Count's son without any means of self-defense, too dangerous to remain in Hudis. "Thank you for your kind offer, Ralph, but I must respectfully decline," Lin replied, grateful yet resolute. "I have decided to remain in Hudis for the time being." Ralph felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from pushing the matter, instead saying, "Since you have made your choice, I shall not press further. Just remember, should you encounter difficulties in the future, you are welcome to seek me out at the Gucci Trading Company." With that, Ralph entrusted Lin with his token of goodwill. "Thank you, Ralph. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit the Gucci Trading Company," Lin expressed with genuine appreciation, recognizing Ralph as a commendable individual. Ralph departed with his trading caravan, while Lin continued to undertake missions to hunt magical beasts, accumulating points for his mercenary group and leveling up in the system, seemingly oblivious to the intensifying turmoil in Hudis. Meanwhile, in the city of Jelly, at the estate of Count William, news had arrived concerning Master Lin. The leader of the guards, Migaro, hurriedly entered to report to Count William. "Really? Where's Lin?" Count William's face lit up with surprise. Our men found a member of the Great Axe mercenary group, and from him, we learned that young Master Lin is in Town, Migaro explained. Town? Count William furrowed his brow. He knew that the Great Axe mercenary group had been commissioned by his wife to hunt down Lin, and he had ordered Lady Rose to rescind that commission. Town was a perilous and chaotic place, even with Lin Rongfu's protection. It would be far too dangerous for Lin, who could not cultivate. Migaro, you must personally take men to Town and bring Lin back. My lord. That member of the Great Axe mercenary group mentioned another matter, Migaro said, his expression somewhat peculiar. What matter? Did the Great Axe mercenary group harm Lin? Count William asked in a cold voice. No, Migaro replied. According to the information we obtained from that member, the Great Axe mercenary group has been annihilated. Both the leader and the vice leader were killed by young Master Lin and Lin Rongfu. Young Master Lin is no longer unable to cultivate. He has instead attained the strength of an intermediate warrior. How can that be possible? Count William exclaimed. The results of his aptitude test could not have been false. Lin was indeed unable to cultivate any fighting spirit, nor could he sense magical elements. My subordinates were also astonished upon hearing this news, Migaro said with a bitter smile. However, that member of the Great Axe mercenary group does not appear to be lying. Count William fell silent, but soon his heart filled with joy. If Lin could truly cultivate, it would be an immense blessing. Nevertheless, the truth could only be confirmed by bringing Lin back. Migaro, you must ensure Lin's safety while you retrieve him from Town, Count William instructed. Yes, my lord, Migaro replied, accepting the command. Before long, Migaro departed from Jelly City with several guards. Meanwhile, Lady Rose soon received the news, her beautiful visage clouded with fury as she muttered to herself. That waste must not return to compete for the inheritance with my son. He must die. Chapter 29. Paper drawing. The situation in Town grew increasingly ominous. The three major mercenary groups secretly coordinated their subordinate factions, recalling all mercenaries dispatched to complete tasks outside of Town. The total number of mercenaries in Town surged to an unprecedented level, causing the entire town to tremble in fear. Other mercenary groups were on edge, and many astute factions had already vacated the treacherous town. For the time being, Lin remained unaffected, continuing to complete mercenary tasks to accrue points and experience. Ding. Host has slain a level 4 magical beast, the powerful ape. Experience gained, 500. Level up requirement achieved. Host's level increases to 20. Dao power, 5. Ding. Host's level has reached 20. Main quest 1. Dream of full level, phase 1 completed. Host receives 1 upgrade package. The upgrade package has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it. Ding. Main quest 1. Dream of full level. Host's level has reached maximum. Phase 2 quest activated. Reach level 40. Reward. 1 upgrade package. As the level 4 magical beast, the powerful ape, fell beneath Lin's blade, the series of system notifications filled him with elation. At last, he had reached level 20. Achieving the first phase of the main quest and obtaining the upgrade package. System, open the attribute panel. Lin eagerly commanded the system. Character, Lin level, 20 experience, 20, 010. 000 Dao power, 540 class, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, level 1, 488, 510, 000, shave, level 1, 182. 050, 000, life return, level 1, perfect. Arm color Haki, level 1, perfect. Devil fruit, phantom beast type, phoenix, level 1, perfect. Techniques, 1 sword style, Iato. Flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 71, 600 backpack. 1 everyone's fruit, 1 upgrade package quests. Main quest 1, dream of full level. Host's level has reached maximum. Phase 2 quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade package. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group. Upgrade the Dasha mercenary group to SSS level. Phase 2 quest, A-class mercenary group, reward, 1 promotion package. After several days, Lin's level had risen to 20, with his Dao power increasing by 15 points, now totaling 540. The proficiency of both intermediate swordsmanship and shave had also improved significantly. Gazing at the newly acquired upgrade package in his backpack, Lin felt a surge of anticipation, curious about the treasures it might contain. The situation in Town was indeed dire, and he hoped to uncover skills or items that could enhance his strength. Furthermore, Lin harbored a wish to obtain a devil fruit suitable for Lin Rongfu, which would undoubtedly augment his power and potentially aid in healing his old wounds. System. Open the upgrade package. Ding. Upgrade package opened. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill paper drawing and 1 pet contract card. The contract card has been stored in the backpack. Please check it. One of the 6 forms of the Navy, paper drawing, is quite decent. The pet contract card can bind magical beasts, which is also a valuable item. Wait. Is that all? System, is that all? The upgrade package only yielded these 2 items? Where's the devil fruit? Lin was taken aback, repeatedly inquiring of the system. But the system remained unresponsive, exuding an air of indifference. Lin wore an expression of gloom, but soon began to grin, only to be met with a wave of frustration. Young master, what troubles you? Lin Rongfu inquired, having just finished gathering materials from the mighty ape. He had seen Lin smiling moments ago, and now his countenance was marred with distress. It's nothing, Lin replied, shaking his head. Deep down, however, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to unveil a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu, yet it appeared his luck was dwindling. After all, he had managed to procure 3 items from the starter pack of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Upon glancing at the newly acquired skill, Paper Drawing Beginner, 5000. Lin contemplated upgrading it with system energy. This would save him considerable practice time and augment his power, essential for confronting the increasingly dire situation in Hudis Town. System. Upgrade the skill Paper Drawing to intermediate using energy. Ding. Consumed 50,000 energy, skill Paper Drawing upgraded to intermediate, Dao Power 50. The upgraded skill now stood at intermediate level with a proficiency of 50,000. To reach the pinnacle of intermediate proficiency, 500,000 energy would be required. With just over 20,000 energy remaining, Lin opted not to pursue further upgrades, as enhancing proficiency alone would not significantly bolster his strength. Grandfather Fu. The assistance of level 4 magical beasts is becoming increasingly negligible. It is time to venture deeper into the Hudis Mountains, into the territory of level 5 magical beasts. Lin declared, eager to test the efficacy of paper drawing against more formidable foes. In the deeper recesses of the Hudis Mountains, within the territory of level 6 magical beasts, lay a valley shrouded in marshes, a habitat for the level 6 beast, the iron-toothed dragon crocodile. This formidable creature, rumored to possess a trace of dragon blood, was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly crushing steel. Adult iron-toothed dragon crocodiles reached high level 6, reigning at the apex of the food chain in their territory. At that moment, the typically tranquil marsh was in disarray, evidence of a fierce battle. The enormous body of the iron-toothed dragon crocodile lay at the marsh's edge, lifeless yet still exuding an aura of ferocity. Surely, the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps leaned on her knight's great sword, panting heavily. The recent conflict had left her in disarray, her armor was battered, and she bore visible injuries, yet her beauty remained unmarred, her regal demeanor undiminished by her plight. The other members of the Mercenary Corps were similarly injured, with 2 lives lost to the jaws of the iron-toothed dragon crocodile, a testament to its overwhelming might. Among them, only Vea appeared relatively unscathed, her weaker prowess rendering her unable to assist against such a high-level beast, relegated to cheering from the sidelines. Their mission to hunt the iron-toothed dragon crocodile stemmed from the desire to procure the dragon blood fruit, a magical herb flourishing within its marshy domain. With the beast now slain, the fruit was theirs for the taking. Captain, drink this healing potion, the vice-captain, Thomas, approached, his face pale from the exertion of battle. He offered Shirley a bottle of intermediate healing potion, his gaze revealing unmasked affection. Thank you, Thomas. Without your magical support, our endeavor to defeat the iron-toothed dragon crocodile would have exacted a far greater toll, Shirley replied, slightly uncomfortable as she averted Thomas's ardent gaze. She had long recognized his feelings since his first day in the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, understanding that his presence was motivated by her. Yet, matters of the heart were reciprocal, she harbored no similar feelings. Nevertheless, the Corps needed a powerful mage like Thomas, leaving her reluctant to outright reject him. Hoping he would grasp her sentiments. Surely, there's no need for such formality between us. You know my intentions, Thomas said softly. Thomas, my focus lies elsewhere for now. My dream is to elevate the Sword and Rose to an S-rank mercenary corps, Shirley stated resolutely. I understand. I will stand by you in the quest to transform the Sword and Rose into an S-rank mercenary corps, Thomas replied, his expression darkening momentarily before he regained his composure. Hurry and drink the healing potion. The Hudis Mountains are perilous, and you must recover swiftly. Shirley nodded. accepting the magical potion and drinking it without noticing the glimmer of pride in Thomas's eyes as she did so. The intermediate healing potion proved effective, swiftly restoring much of Shirley's vigor. She then instructed her comrades to harvest the materials from the iron-toothed dragon crocodile while simultaneously gathering dragon blood fruits from the marsh. Half an hour later, with all tasks completed, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps began their descent down the mountain, preparing to return to Hudistown for a respite. Within the ranks, Thomas surveyed the resolute figures of Shirley and Vea, a flicker of resentment crossing his features as he discreetly retrieved a communication magical item, sending forth a message. As frequent visitors to the Hudis Mountains, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was well acquainted with the terrain. They soon exited the territory of level 6 magical beasts and entered the realm of level 5, knowing that once they reached the level 4 area, the magical beasts would pose little threat. Stay alert. Halt. Shirley sensed disturbances upon entering the level 5 beast territory, detecting movements akin to those of a group of individuals rather than magical beasts. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps immediately halted, forming a defensive perimeter. Before long, a band of over 20 mercenaries emerged from the forest, encircling the Sword and Rose members. Recognition of their insignia caused Shirley's expression to darken. They were the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, as the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was affiliated with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. An encounter with the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps foretold inevitable conflict. Prepare for battle, Shirley commanded, drawing her great sword and assuming a combat stance as her inner energy surged forth to envelop the blade. Suddenly, Shirley felt her internal energy falter, then surge uncontrollably, causing injuries throughout her body. Overwhelmed, she coughed up blood, her formidable energy diminished by more than half. Chapter 30. To save or not to save, the sudden turn of events left not only the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps in shock, but also caught Shirley off guard. How could this happen? With a deep sense of dread as she felt her grievous injuries and the loss of most of her power, despair enveloped her. Sister, what is wrong? Vea rushed to support Shirley, her face etched with concern and fear. Thomas, take Vea and flee. I will hold them off, Shirley urged. Aware that the Sword and Rose's situation was dire, her only hope rested on her sister Vea escaping, and she placed her faith in Thomas. I won't leave, sister. Vea protested, her voice trembling. Be quiet. Shirley snapped, her tone sharper than ever towards Vea. Listen to your sister. Haha, none of you shall escape. After today, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps will be but a memory, Tim cackled, stepping forward with a lecherous gaze fixed on Shirley and Vea. Captain Shirley, I offer you a chance. Abandon the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and join us in the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, or this place shall become your grave. Impossible. Coldly, Shiren spoke, the injuries within her causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. She turned to Thomas and said, Thomas, I entrust Vea to you. Hurry and take her away. I will hold them off. Leave? Why should we leave? A peculiar smile crept across Thomas's face. Thomas, Shiren exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at him. You are fully aware of my feelings, yet you choose to reject me. Do you have any idea how deeply I love you? Thomas shouted in a frenzy. Since you are so obtuse, do not blame me. I can no longer wait. I must have you at once. Thomas, did you summon the Paladin Mercenary Corps? At that moment, realization dawned upon Shiren. She looked at Thomas's twisted visage and incredulously inquired. Indeed, Thomas cackled maniacally. Not only did I call upon the Paladin Mercenary Corps, but the magical potion you drank was also tampered with by me. Haha. Well done, Thomas. Tim approached, patting Thomas on the shoulder in admiration. Shiren's complexion turned pale. No wonder her inner energy had erupted so violently. It was all part of Thomas's scheme. This time, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was truly doomed. I will kill you. In a fit of rage, Vea unsheathed her sword and charged at Thomas. Unable to forgive this scoundrel for plotting against her sister, Tim blocked her with his sword, repelling Vea while wearing a victor's smile. Captain Shiren, you have no chance left. Your only path to survival lies in surrendering to us, the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Otherwise, this place will become your grave, Shiren. Surrender, Thomas urged. Even if you do not consider your own life, should you not think of your brothers who have fought alongside you? Shiren trembled slightly. If it were merely a matter of aligning with the Paladin Mercenary Corps, she would not be entirely opposed. For the Sword and Rose was merely an affiliate of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and did not embody true loyalty. However, aligning with them would mean falling into Thomas's clutches, an outcome she could not endure. Her hatred for Thomas had reached its peak. Thus, surrender is not an option. We fear not death. Thomas, you traitor, I long to slay you, shouted a mercenary from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, stepping boldly in front of Shirin and Vea. Brothers, protect the captain. Protect the captain. Instantly, 7 or 8 mercenaries responded, drawing their weapons and glaring fiercely at Thomas and the members of the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Shirin's heart swelled with emotion. They were indeed brothers of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, willing to risk their lives, unlike the ungrateful Thomas. Ha ha. You few worthless fools dare to stand against me. Thomas sneered, observing Shirin's touched expression. Shirin, do you truly believe your subordinates are loyal to you? You are woefully naive. Let me show you just how fragile the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps is. In the face of life and death and self-interest, loyalty is but the most inexpensive commodity. What are you all waiting for? Come, stand with me. As his words fell, a dozen individuals from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps stepped forward to stand behind Thomas. Witnessing this scene, Shirin staggered, nearly losing her footing. The mercenary corps she had founded was so utterly fragile, and despair washed over her heart. The mercenaries behind Thomas averted their eyes from Shirin's anguished gaze, yet they harbored no regrets. Following Thomas clearly offered a brighter future. After all, Thomas was a noble magician, and the choice was clear: surrender or die. Scoundrels. You are all scoundrels. Vea cried, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha. Shirin, surrender, and I will treat you well. Thomas laughed triumphantly. Thomas. You are delusional. Shirin's teeth nearly shattered as she gritted them, glaring at Thomas with such intensity that, had her gaze been lethal, he would have perished countless times. What a pity it would be. Thomas replied coldly. When I capture you, I shall take good care of you. Captain, you and Vea must escape. We will hold them off. The first mercenary to protect Shirin shouted, charging toward Thomas and his men with his sword raised. Brothers, for the captain. Fight. For the captain. Fight. The remaining mercenaries surged forward, ready to face death head-on. Fools. Kill them. Tim coldly commanded, waving his hand, and the surrounding members of the Paladin Mercenary Corps charged forward. Igniting the battle as energy and blood spilled across the forest, Lin and Lin Rongfu ventured into the domain of 5th-level magical beasts. Creatures that are equivalent to high-ranking human warriors. These beasts possess formidable physical strength, surpassing that of their human counterparts at the same level. Given that Lin's spiritual power is akin to that of a mid-tier warrior, he became increasingly cautious upon entering the territory of these 5th-level beasts, wary of potential pitfalls that could lead to his downfall. The greater the magical beast, the more pronounced its territorial instincts. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Each 5th-level beast has its own designated range of activity, and as long as they are not social creatures, a solitary beast, while imposing, remains within Lin's capacity to confront. With Lin Rongfu by his side, acting as a formidable ally, Lin could engage in battle with the magical beasts without reservations. After battling with a level 5 magical beast, the unicorn rhinoceros, for half an hour, Lin finally triumphed, bringing the creature to its knees. As he listened to the system's notification of experience points, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The experience gained from a level 5 magical beast was indeed substantial. Young master, someone approaches, Lin Rongfu remarked. Having just unearthed the magical crystal from the unicorn rhinoceros and sensing the disturbance, he swiftly moved to Lin's side, on high alert. Lin stood resolutely, bracing herself for the impending confrontation. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the dense thicket, appearing in Lin's line of sight. They looked thoroughly disheveled and panicked, as if being pursued by some dreadful force. It was them. Lin recognized the 2 individuals. The disheveled figures were none other than Shirin, the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and her sister, Vea. Upon realizing their identities, Lin felt a twinge of surprise. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was a B-rank group renowned for its formidable strength, led by the mid-tier warrior Shirin. What calamity could have driven them to flee in such a wretched state? Where were the other members of their corps? Had they encountered an insurmountable beast in the Hudis Mountains? With a sudden thud, Shirin and Vea stumbled out of the forest, collapsing to the ground, clearly injured and unable to control their bodies. Help! Save us! Vea cried out desperately upon spotting Lin ahead, as if clinging to a final lifeline. Young master. It is the people from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, Lin Rongfu remarked, having recognized the sisters as well. Let us go and see, Lin replied, having a vivid impression of Vea and a fondness for her spirited demeanor. Such lively girls were rare in the mercenary world, and seeing them in distress, Lin felt compelled to lend assistance. Young master, Lin Rongfu called after him, but seeing Lin advance, he could only follow. At this moment, The sisters were in a truly desperate state. Indeed, desperate hardly sufficed to describe their condition. They appeared utterly tragic, their armor tattered and stained with blood. Lin was exceedingly weak, on the brink of unconsciousness, relying entirely on Vea for support. Vea, though in slightly better shape, wore a pale expression and trembled uncontrollably, having nearly reached her physical limits after supporting her sister throughout their flight. "Please, save us. Save my sister, I beg you," Vea pleaded, struggling to help her sister rise. Her large eyes, devoid of their former luster, filled instead with a gaze of desperation and hope directed at Lin. "What has transpired?" Lin inquired, unable to suppress his sympathy for the sisters, who appeared to be in such dire straits. "It is the Knight's Mercenary Corps," Vea croaked, her voice hoarse, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the betrayal of her comrades and the plight of her sister. "The Knight's Mercenary Corps?" Lin's expression turned grave. For this was one of the 3 renowned A-class mercenary groups that wielded dominion over Hudis Town, a veritable sovereign of the region. He had heard whispers of the brewing turbulence within Hudis Town, yet he never anticipated it had escalated to such a degree that even the B-class mercenary group, Sword and Rose, had suffered casualties, and at the hands of none other than the Paladin mercenary group. This unveiled a significant dilemma. "Young master, it is highly probable that the Paladin mercenary group is in pursuit," Lin Rongfu stated, his countenance reflecting the weight of impending peril. From Vi's words, he had discerned the severity of the crisis at hand. If they were to confront the Paladin mercenary group head-on, it would be akin to eggs striking against a rock. "We must make haste to depart. Lin Rongfu's intentions are quite clear. It is imperative to disregard the Wei's sisters and swiftly extricate oneself, as this is the correct course of action." In his heart, Lin En's safety takes precedence above all else. Lin was acutely aware of the perilous situation. However, upon witnessing the pleading gaze of Vea, he found himself unable to turn a blind eye to their plight. Having been nurtured under the banner of the Red Flag, his upbringing starkly contrasted with that of the Divine Grace Continent. The noble virtue of aiding those in distress had been ingrained in the people of the Great Xia for millennia. Yet, extending a hand would directly antagonize the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Torn between the decision to save or not to save, Lin grappled with his dilemma. Chapter 31. Pursuit and Escape. Grandfather Fu, save them. In the end, Lin resolved to act. Despite his reluctance to become embroiled in the covert and overt conflicts between the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, he could not bear to witness the potential demise of 2 young women, whether out of compassion or desire. Above all, Lin sought solace for his own conscience. Although Lin Rongfu was deeply reluctant to offend the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps in his quest to save others, which could endanger Lin En, once Lin En made a decision, he would wholeheartedly cooperate. Having resolved to rescue, Lin En hesitated no longer and swiftly departed with Lin Rongfu and the Shirlin sisters, lest they be pursued by the mercenaries of the Holy Knight Corps. Lin Rongfu carried Wei Ya, while Lin En bore the unconscious Shirlin upon his back, channeling the flames of life to heal her wounds as they hastened through the forest. Shirlin's injuries were severe, and if not treated promptly, she might not endure for long. Shortly after Lin En and his companions left, Tim and Thomas, accompanied by their mercenaries, arrived at the location where the Wei Ya sisters had fallen. It was evident that someone had come to the aid of the 2 women. Tim surveyed the surroundings and spotted the carcass of a unicorn rhinoceros nearby. Drawing on his extensive mercenary experience, he quickly deduced from the traces left behind that there were not many individuals involved. Moreover, given the wounds on the unicorn rhinoceros, it appeared that this mercenary group lacked strength. Those foolish mercenaries dare to intervene in matters within the Hudis Mountains, Thomas fumed, lamenting the near capture that had slipped away, his discomfort palpable. "Whoever dares to meddle in our affairs should be prepared to meet their demise in these mountains," Tim coldly declared, waving his hand. "Pursue." Though the Hudis Mountains were rife with the activity of magical beasts, making human tracks easily obliterated, the injured Wei Ya sisters left a considerable trail of blood, ensuring that Tim and his men would not lose their quarry. Thanks to the healing properties of the flames of life, Shirleen's external wounds had nearly healed, ceasing to bleed, though her internal injuries remained complex and not easily remedied. To conserve energy for their escape, Lin En ceased treatment once Shirlene was no longer in immediate danger. As her breathing stabilized, she fell into a deep slumber on Lin En's back. Suddenly, a 5th-level magical beast, a lion tiger, emerged before them. With the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, it let out a furious roar upon seeing humans intruding upon its territory. With a powerful leap, it opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Lin En and his companions, creating a tempestuous wind through the forest, filled with the stench of blood. Mountain River Sword. Sever the river. Lin Rongfu released Wei Ye and swiftly charged towards the approaching lion-tiger beast. He unleashed a sword strike that sent forth a dazzling arc of energy, slicing through the air with remarkable precision. By the time the beast descended, its body had been cleaved in two, blood spilling onto the ground. A fifth-level magical beast was effortlessly vanquished by Lin Rongfu's sword. Wei Yu was taken aback, her mind swirling in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this elder was a formidable warrior. Alongside her astonishment, the hope for her and her sister's salvation soared significantly. Let us go. Lin Rongfu soared back, effortlessly dispatching a fifth-level magical beast as if swatting a mere fly. He grasped Wei Ya's arm, propelling her forward as they continued their swift flight. Lin En, however, did not falter in his pace, firmly believing that a mere fifth-level beast posed no hindrance to their advance. Moments later, Tim and his companions caught up. And upon witnessing the slain lion-tiger beast, Tim's expression grew grave for the first time. Among them were formidable warriors, at least at the battle master level. Tim spoke solemnly, stating that slaying a fifth-level lion-tiger beast with a single strike was no simple feat. Battle master? Thomas's countenance darkened further. In Hudis town, strong individuals of battle master caliber were scarce. Who would dare risk offending the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps to rescue the Serin sisters? Accelerate. I wish to see which mercenary group dares to oppose us. The Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, Tim scoffed, unperturbed even if the adversary was of battle master rank. Despite Lin En and Lin Rongfu exerting themselves to the fullest, their speed could not match that of Tim and his pursuing companions. Gradually, Tim and his group closed the distance, and they could even hear shouts echoing from behind. Young master, they are closing in on us, Lin Rongfu remarked. Lin furrowed her brows, realizing that the current course was untenable. There was no way to evade their pursuers. With the passage of time, they would inevitably be caught. The consequences of being overtaken were all too clear. The formidable strength of the Shireen Battle Division, coupled with the prowess of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Group, had already led to such a dire fate, underscoring the might of the approaching Paladin mercenaries. Moreover, they were burdened by two severely injured individuals lacking combat capability. Even without the encumbrance, their chances of survival were slim. I apologize for being a burden, Vera said, her face marred by sorrow and tears, lamenting her own helplessness. At that moment, such expressions of remorse held little significance. Lin spoke, her thoughts racing as she struggled to devise an escape plan. Noticing Vera's pale complexion, she recognized the severity of her injuries. If they were caught in this state, they would find themselves in an even more precarious predicament. Thus, she said, Grandfather Fu, let me take Vera. I will tend to her wounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu did not hesitate to transfer Shireen from Lin's back and hand Vera over to her. As Vera lay against Lin, a flame of vitality ignited within her, rapidly mending her injuries. Vera was taken aback, wondering what this flame was that could so swiftly restore her health. Amid her astonishment, she turned to glance at her sister Shireen, only to discover that her sister's wounds had nearly healed as well. Though still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized, clearly a testament to Lin's healing powers. In that moment, Vera's heart swelled with gratitude for Lin. Thank you, Lin, Vera expressed earnestly. Save your gratitude for when we are safe, Lin replied, her pace unwavering as she contemplated their next move. A roar echoed from ahead, signaling the presence of a formidable beast that had sensed the intrusion of humans into its territory, issuing a warning to assert its dominion. An idea struck Lin upon hearing the beast's roar. Grandfather Fu, let us head towards the territory of the beasts. We can utilize them to impede the pursuit of the Paladin mercenaries, Lin declared. Lin Rongfu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a viable plan. Although they would face peril from the formidable beasts and might be overtaken by the Paladin mercenaries more swiftly due to the monster's interference, in the absence of alternative solutions, they had no choice but to give it a try. Resolute in their decision, the two immediately adjusted their course towards the direction of the beastly roars. Behind them, Tim and Thomas quickly closed the distance. Tim, a formidable warrior, surged forward with remarkable speed, while Thomas, a high-level earth mage, utilized his earth magic to match Tim's pace, rendering the other mercenary groups far behind. From a distance, Tim spotted the figures ahead, to his astonishment. There were only two individuals daring to rescue the Siren Sisters and oppose the Paladin mercenaries, which infuriated him. Stone Bullet, Thomas commanded, his magic staff glowing at its tip, conjuring a dozen stone bullets the size of human heads that whistled through the air toward Lin and his companions. He showed no mercy at the onset, harboring intense hatred for Lin and his companion who obstructed his plans. The stone bullets raced through the air, far quicker than their running speed. With the burden of carrying another, Lin and Lin Rongfu could only veer aside, their speed inevitably diminishing. Boom, boom, boom. The stone bullets struck the ground ahead, splintering trees into shards and creating several large craters. Lin's expression changed. There was indeed a mage among them. Nowhere to run. Stay right there. Earth Splitter, Tim shouted, leaping into the air and slashing downward with his sword, sending a long blade of energy aimed directly at the slightly lagging Lin. Distracted by Thomas's stone bullets, Tim had rapidly caught up. Young master, you go first, Lin Rongfu urged, throwing Vaya toward Lin. Drawing his long sword to meet Tim's descending strike with a brilliant flash of blade energy, Lin took Vaya into his embrace and sprinted forward, confident that if he could escape, Lin Rongfu would find it equally easy to flee. You brat, it's you. Thomas, upon recognizing Lin and Lin Rongfu, was consumed by a surge of fury. In the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, he had once boasted that Lin would find it impossible to survive in Huda's town. But fate had conspired to keep them apart until now. Unexpectedly, it was Lin who had come to the aid of the Shilin sisters, igniting both old grievances and new resentments. At this moment, with one sister on Lin's back and the other cradled in his arms, Thomas, who had long viewed the Shilin sisters as his own possessions, felt an overwhelming rage, as if a green hue had settled upon his head. This incited a murderous intent within him, wishing nothing more than to dismember Lin in an instant. Swamp technique. Ignoring Lin Rong, who had attempted to impede Tim, Thomas charged directly towards Lin, unleashing a spell to hinder his progress. A surge of magic emanated from his wand, striking the ground before Lin, which instantly transformed into a quagmire, rendering the earth treacherous and boggy. Lin was caught off guard as he stepped into the magically conjured swamp, his feet instantly sinking into the mire. With the added weight of Lin and Weiya, the muck quickly rose to Lin's knees. His momentum faltered, and he nearly toppled into the swamp, his heart racing and his expression drastically changing. Kid, you've fallen into my swamp spell. There's no escape for you now. You must die today. Thomas sneered upon witnessing Lin's plight, swiftly approaching while continuing to unleash his magic, stone bullets. In an instant, a dozen stone bullets formed, hurtling toward Lin and the others ensnared in the bog. Should they be struck, their fate would be no better than that of the trees that had previously been pummeled by the stones. The bullets whistled ominously through the air, and with Lin's legs entrenched in the swamp, escape was futile. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In a moment of desperation, Lin hurled Weiya forward. Lin, sister, Weiya cried out in despair as her body soared through the air, helpless to control her descent. Tears blurred her vision as she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of her sister and Lin being crushed by the stones. Suddenly, at the critical moment, vibrant azure green flames enveloped Lin, encasing both him and Lin in a fiery cocoon. Two enormous wings of flame unfurled behind him, and with a powerful flap, they ascended from the swamp. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the stone bullets struck the swamp, sending mud flying for dozens of meters. How was this possible? Thomas stared in astonishment at Lin soaring through the air, his mouth agape. What manner of phenomenon were those flaming wings? A combat skill? Or perhaps sorcery? As a high-level mage, Thomas had witnessed many wonders, yet this spectacle shattered his understanding. Warriors could only achieve flight at the holy level. Even those with specialized combat skills could only glide a short distance, not sprout wings and soar skyward as Lin did. Furthermore, only wind mages among high-level sorcerers could fly using wind spells, yet Thomas had sensed no trace of wind magic from Lin. Weiya, thrown from Lin's grasp, landed heavily on the ground. Lin's urgent throw left her with little control over her landing, and though she was hurt, her heart ached more. The image of her sister and Lin being smashed to bits by the stone bullets haunted her thoughts, filling her with despair. Take care of your sister. In her days. Weiya heard Lin's voice, mistaking it for an illusion. Before she could discern its authenticity, a soft body landed atop her. Startled, she awoke from her sorrow, opening her tear-filled eyes to find that it was none other than her sister Lin. Is sister all right? Lin is safe too? That voice truly belonged to Lin. It was not a figment of my imagination. Overjoyed, Weiya embraced her sister's unconscious form, her gaze searching for Lin, who now soared above. Two azure-green wings of flame extending from his back. Awe and shock illuminated Weiya's exquisite face, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, exuding an adorable innocence. A thought flickered in Weiya's mind. Lin, how did you grow wings? Having entrusted Lin to Weiya, Lin soared over the swamp crafted by Thomas's magic. Charging toward him, Lin's mind raced with questions. Was Thomas not the vice captain of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps? Why was he allied with the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps and pursuing the sisters? However, there was no time to ponder this now. With the other mercenaries still distant and Tim occupied by Li Rongfu, Lin resolved to eliminate Thomas first, seizing the opportunity to dispatch a formidable foe, thereby increasing their chances of evading the pursuit of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Despite Thomas being a powerful high-level mage, Lin was confident that if he could close the distance, he would be able to defeat him. One sword style of flash, Lin swiftly approached Thomas, wielding his sword with a glimmering blade. Earth wall technique. Earth spike technique. Realizing that Lin was not fleeing but rather advancing with the intent to attack, Thomas couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Lin had misjudged the situation. He brandished his wand, conjuring a solid earthen wall to intercept Lin's assault. Immediately after, he unleashed the earth spike technique, causing a multitude of sharp spikes to erupt from the ground, resembling the vicious fangs of a ferocious beast, aimed directly at Lin. Simultaneously, a mound of earth rose beneath Thomas, propelling him swiftly backward to increase the distance between him and Lin. The earthen wall shattered under Lin's strike, scattering debris everywhere. Yet the dense array of spikes emerging from the ground forced Lin to evade, as he was acutely aware of their potential to pierce the human body with ease. Spreading his wings, he soared into the air, deftly avoiding the spikes before pursuing Thomas once more. Summon, Rock Giant. With a resounding boom, Thomas's magic manifested as a towering 5-meter rock giant emerged from the earth, blocking Lin's path. The giant's heavy footsteps echoed ominously as its colossal fist swung down toward Lin. Armament Haki, envelop. For the first time utilizing the flight capability granted by the Phoenix Fruit, Lin found himself less agile in the air. As the massive fist descended like a boulder, he realized he could not evade it in time. In that instant, he enveloped his sword with Armament Haki and struck fiercely. Boom! The enormous rock fist collided with the blade, cleaving it in half, yet the tremendous force sent Lin careening away, crashing into several trees before finally halting his momentum. Coughing violently, the immense impact reverberated through his insides, causing him to sputter blood, marking him as injured. Lin's expression turned grave. Indeed, the sorcerer's abilities were extraordinary, capable of summoning such formidable magical beings to battle. This initial encounter with a magician revealed to Lin the true power they wielded. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook once more as the rock giant charged forward, bulldozing through the recently uprooted trees as if they were mere twigs. Chafe. Lin learned from his experiences and chose not to soar into the skies again. Instead, he retracted his flaming wings to conserve energy and deftly evaded the rock giant's assault, using a swift maneuver. He charged towards Thomas, aware that while the rock giant possessed formidable strength, it lacked speed. To engage me in close combat is but a foolish dream, Thomas sneered, as the mound beneath his feet propelled him rapidly backwards. Meanwhile, the gem atop his magic staff glowed once more, casting the spell Earth Spike technique. Fong Assault. From the ground, 5 earth spikes erupted, extending rapidly like serpents towards Lin, effectively blocking his escape routes. Lin repeatedly utilized his evasive technique, yet several spikes relentlessly pursued him. One sword style, Iato, slash. With the sword Wado Ikamanji imbued with Haki, he cleaved through the approaching spikes. Without pausing, he materialized before Thomas and swung his blade directly at Thomas's chest. Thomas's expression shifted dramatically upon Lin's sudden appearance. He had never anticipated that Lin could sever his earth spikes with such speed. A warning echoed in Thomas's mind as the glinting blade resembled the scythe of death itself. In a panic, he raised his magic staff defensively. Clang! The Wado Ikamanji struck the staff forcefully, shattering it in two. The blade then struck Thomas's chest, his magical robe illuminated with intricate patterns, absorbing the blow, yet it tore open a gash in the fabric. Having made a successful strike, Lin intended to capitalize on the moment to eliminate Thomas. However, sensing a menacing wind overhead, he realized the rock giant was closing in. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a swift maneuver to evade. Boom! The rock giant's colossal fist crashed into the ground, creating a large crater and sending dust billowing into the air. Lin, now several meters away, could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes at the sheer force. Even with the regenerative abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, being struck directly would surely inflict severe injury. Almost on the brink of death, Thomas was drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. He had narrowly escaped, realizing that had the rock giant not intervened, he would have succumbed to Lin's blade. Gazing at the broken staff and tattered robe in his hands, Thomas seethed with rage. He had invested a significant portion of his wealth into those items, only to see them rendered useless by Lin's attack. "Lin, I will have your head," Thomas bellowed, his face contorted with fury. "Should you wish for my demise, I shall strike you down first," Lin retorted with a cold snort. Although he was uncertain of the source of Thomas's animosity, it was of little consequence. As long as he was an enemy, he would seize the opportunity to strike when the chance arose. With Thomas's staff and robe in ruins, it was the perfect moment to eliminate him. Whoosh! As Lin was about to make a move, an arrow infused with fighting spirit whistled through the air. With a swift motion, Lin swung his blade, cleaving the arrow asunder, though the residual energy left his arm tingling. Suddenly, 2 more arrows shot forth, aimed directly at Lin's vital points. He deftly evaded the onslaught, inwardly lamenting the arrival of the other members of the Paladin mercenary corps, which had cost him the prime opportunity to eliminate Thomas. Without further hesitation, Lin turned and fled. If he lingered, he risked being ensnared by the Paladin mercenaries, potentially leading to another fierce battle. "Chase him down. We must eliminate this brat," Thomas roared from behind. Dozens of mercenaries from the Paladin corps surged forward, archers drawing their bows, targeting Lin's fleeting figure with a relentless barrage of arrows. Yet, with the mastery of the 6 styles of the Navy, hitting him would prove a formidable challenge, especially since only one archer among the pursuing paladins followed in their ranks. Lin descended beside Vea, hoisting Sherlin onto his back, while grasping Vea's hand with his left, charging forward with fervor. Vea's expression was one of anxiety as she closely followed Lin's pace. Meanwhile, in the battleground where Lin Rongfu clashed with Tim, colossal trees toppled under the sweeping force of their energy-infused sword strikes, leaving the landscape in disarray, reminiscent of a tempest's aftermath. Both combatants possessed the foundational prowess of battle masters, rendering it impossible to determine a victor in such a brief encounter. At this juncture, Lin Rongfu noticed the approach of the Holy Knight mercenary corps, and with Lin having retreated just in time, he resolved to disengage from Tim. With a swift stroke, he repelled Tim and turned to make his escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Tim pursued relentlessly. Lin sprinted forward with the Shiren sisters, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Suddenly, a massive beast loomed ahead, blocking their path. It was a purple crystal lion king, a formidable 6th-level monster. With a furious roar, the purple crystal lion king expressed its wrath at the intrusion of humans who had disregarded its warnings. It lunged at Lin and the sisters, ready to pounce. Chapter 33. Escape. The purple crystal lion king was incensed, feeling its authority had been severely violated. It believed that the only way to quell its fury was to kill and consume those who dared to challenge its dominance. The ferocious aura of the 6th-level beast was palpable, its towering 4-meter frame and rapid approach instilling dread. Aside from the unconscious Shiren, Lin and Via were visibly shaken. Facing an overwhelming display of power, Lin felt a sense of helplessness as he realized that the Lion King had locked onto him, rendering him unable to evade its attack. The only option left was to confront the beast's claws and gaping maw head-on. A shadow of death loomed over him, and in that moment, he felt the chilling proximity of mortality, his body seemingly stiffening in fear. "Young master, be careful. Monster, do not harm my young master," Lin Rongfu shouted in desperation as he witnessed Lin's impending doom. Though he was still some distance away, his heart raced with rage and concern. As the purple crystal lion king descended upon them, Via's terrified cries filled the air. In this dire moment, Lin ignited with a vibrant green-blue flame of life, and 2 fiery wings unfurled from his back. The instant the wings appeared, the charging purple crystal lion king sensed a primal suppression in its bloodline. Though faint, it was a palpable indication of a superior lineage. This pressure caused the beast to momentarily falter, its ferocious momentum stalling, allowing Lin to escape its gaze. In a heartbeat, Lin was unaware of the Lion King's brief hesitation. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he soared into the sky, taking the Shiren sisters with him, while the Lion King crashed into empty air. Seeing Lin evade the Lion King's attack, Lin Rongfu finally relaxed, only to realize his back was drenched in cold sweat from the earlier fright. Just as he began to breathe easier, he sensed a dangerous aura from behind. A blade of fighting spirit swiftly cut through the air. It was Tim, who had caught up, seizing the opportunity to attack while Lin Rongfu was distracted. With a resounding boom, Lin Rongfu had no time to dodge. He braced himself, channeling his fighting spirit to withstand the blow. The sword's edge struck his back, causing him to spit blood, sustaining a significant injury. However, the force of the strike propelled him forward, allowing him to dart past the purple crystal Lion King. At that moment, the Lion King remained somewhat bewildered. The earlier sensation of high-level bloodline suppression had left it questioning its existence. How could a mere human possess the blood of a beast? And at such a high level? As Lin Rongfu zipped by, the Lion King failed to react in time. But when Tim approached, the Lion King regained its focus. Determined not to let these humans who had offended its dignity escape. With a shake of its massive head, the Lion King unleashed a furious roar directed at Tim. Exhaling a torrent of purple flames, its signature attack, the purple crystal fire. Damn it, Tim cursed, forced to halt and defend against the onslaught. Frustration boiled within him. How could the beast ignore one human and target him instead? He could easily abandon the Lion King and pursue Lin and the others. But his mercenaries would surely perish if the beast were left unchecked. Thus, he had no choice but to confront the Lion King first. All the while watching Lin's group escape, unable to divert his attention to help his men. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the Lion King's retreat. Even with Tim's prowess as a warrior, he could not contain a 6th-level beast intent on fleeing, especially with Thomas's staff damaged, reducing their fighting capability. Without Thomas's assistance, they could have potentially subdued the Lion King. Who were those two who rescued the Sharin sisters? Tim inquired, his expression darkening with displeasure. The leader of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, Lin, Thomas replied bitterly, his hatred for Lin palpable. He had researched Lin's background, uncovering all registered mercenary corps, which were semi-public information. Filled with anger, he resolved to use the Paladin Mercenary Corps to eliminate Lin, a mere newly registered mercenary group with only 2 members. Even with a warrior, they are no match for the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Tim's voice dripped with menace, adding Lin to his kill list. They ventured deeper into the Hoodie Mountains, determined to locate him while sending word to the affiliated Mercenary Corps to seal off the mountain's perimeter, ensuring Lin and his companions could not escape. Countless powerful beasts dwell deep within the Hoodie Mountains. May they not fall prey to them. Thomas gritted his teeth, yearning for the chance to kill Lin himself. After narrowly escaping the pursuit of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, Lin and his companions slowed their pace. The depths of the mountains held numerous formidable beasts, and they could not afford to intrude upon another's territory. Exhausted from their flight and the battles fought, Lin found his strength waning, unable to maintain their previous speed. Young master, the Paladin Mercenary Corps has not pursued us. We have temporarily evaded them, Lin Rongfu reported. With a deep sigh of relief, Lin halted, expelling a heavy breath. The lengthy escape had drained him significantly, leaving him utterly fatigued. Vaya, equally breathless and drenched in sweat, finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was grateful to have met Lin. Otherwise, she and her sister might have met a dire fate. Had they encountered another mercenary group, there was no telling if they would have received aid or been cast aside. Grandfather Fu, are you injured? Lin inquired, noticing blood at the corner of Lin Rongfu's mouth. Just a minor wound. It is of no concern, Lin Rongfu reassured him. To prevent the Paladin Mercenary Corps from catching up, we need to find a secure hiding place, rest, and plan our next move. Lin naturally agreed, as exhausting one's physical strength deep within these mountains could be exceedingly perilous. Chapter 34. The smuggler in the heart of the Divine Grace continent lies a sprawling mountain range, its highest peak piercing the heavens like a sword aimed at the sky. This mountain is known as Mount Anubis, or the Divine Mountain, said to be the closest point to the divine realm. Yet, the existence of such a realm or deities remains shrouded in ambiguity, as over a millennium of history on the continent has yielded no recorded appearances of gods. Nonetheless, there exists a group of individuals who firmly believe in the existence of deities in the divine realm, the inhabitants of the temple. The temple is situated atop Mount Anubis, where a grand complex of palaces resides. In the central hall, the venerable high priest Seville sits cross-legged upon a carpet crafted from the hides of precious magical beasts, deep in meditation. Behind him stands an oval mirror over 2 meters tall, its surface a faint golden hue, surrounded by an array of intricate and mysterious divine patterns, exuding an aura of mystique and nobility. Although referred to as a mirror, its dull golden surface reflects no images, appearing to have remained silent for countless ages. Suddenly, the previously inert mirror radiates a brilliant light, bathing the entire hall in a golden sea, as lines of dazzling text emerge upon its surface. Seville, roused from his reverie, opens his eyes to the golden luminescence, his face betraying astonishment. Whirling around, he beholds the resplendent mirror and the words materializing upon its surface. A divine oracle, an oracle from the gods. Seville leaps to his feet, overwhelmed with excitement and joy, exclaiming in exuberance, "After a century, I have finally received the will of the divine." Since the closure of the passage between the divine realm and the mortal world, it has been exceedingly difficult to convey messages. Even with the celestial artifact known as the Mirror of Heaven, requiring significant sacrifice. Thus, the temple has not received a divine oracle for over 100 years. Long enough for Seville to believe he would never hear the voice of the divine again in his lifetime. Ding, ding, ding. Moments later, the great golden bell atop the temple tolls, reverberating throughout Mount Anubis. A dozen figures swiftly descend, landing within the central hall. Esteemed colleagues, the Mirror of Heaven has delivered a divine oracle. An evil smuggler has infiltrated the divine grace continent. This smuggler threatens to disrupt the balance of our realm and undermine the delicate arrangements we have established over the years, Seville declares, his tone imbued with authority. Gazing at the equally fervent priests and knights of the temple, we must locate this smuggler, apprehend him, and subject his body and soul to the purifying flames of the divine, administering the utmost punishment. By the decree of the high priest. The assembly of priests and knights responds, the oracle's command leaving no room for doubt. The vast temple springs into action. Orders cascading from the temple atop Mount Anubis to the nations under its dominion, reverberating throughout the divine grace continent. In a secluded cave, Lin awakens. His eyes meeting a pair of cool, piercing eyes. These eyes, as clear as water, are set within a strikingly beautiful face, gazing intently at him. Momentarily taken aback, Lin, still groggy from sleep, finds himself astonished. Having often fantasized about awakening beside a fair companion, he never anticipated such a dream would materialize at this moment. However, a wave of embarrassment washes over him. Though this body is merely 15 years old, the divine grace continent is a realm of cultivation, where maturity arrives far earlier than on Earth. At 15, one is already brimming with youthful vigor, and Lin finds himself practicing martial arts instinctively each morning. He wonders if Shellen has noticed this peculiar habit. With this thought, Lin hastily rises to conceal his training state, but as he does, he inadvertently brushes past Shellen's lips. Having been seated far too closely, Shellen, unprepared for his sudden movement, fails to react swiftly due to her lingering injuries. Consequently, his cheek grazes her lips, creating the illusion that she has kissed him. In an instant, Shellen freezes, her face flushing a delicate pink, her cool eyes betraying a flicker of indignation and confusion. Having never experienced such intimate contact with any man, she finds herself at a loss. In the past, such a situation would have ignited her fury, perhaps even prompting her to retaliate. Yet, directed at Lin, she finds herself remarkably restrained in her anger. Gratitude fills her heart for the one who risked his life to save her sister. Although Shellen had been on the brink of unconsciousness at the time, she was still aware of her surroundings. After Lin stabilized her condition with the flames of life, her consciousness became acutely attuned to the events occurring nearby. Though exhaustion eventually claimed her, leading her to sleep, though not infuriated. The fact that she has unwittingly bestowed her first kiss upon someone else leaves her feeling both ashamed and vexed. Lin, oblivious to the implications of the moment, cannot be held accountable for her feelings of embarrassment. Lin was taken aback, swearing to the Buddha that this was undoubtedly an accident. He felt an intense embarrassment. Unsure of what to say, yet his mind lingered on the soft sensation from moments ago, causing ripples in his heart and a faint smile to emerge at the corners of his mouth. Observing the smile on Lin's face, Sirin could easily discern his thoughts. Flustered and annoyed, she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Lin a sharp glare, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and enchanting between them. "Lin, you're awake," came the voice of Vaya, which rescued them from their embarrassment. Sirin glared at Lin again, her eyes filled with a warning that he must not let their sister know of the earlier incident. Vaya seemed to have regained her former innocent and lively self, her face radiant with joy as she approached with a cheerful gait. "I slept so well," Lin chuckled, a hint of awkwardness in his smile, although Vaya remained oblivious to it. "You certainly can sleep. You were so soundly asleep that nothing could wake you. This is unacceptable. The Hudis Mountains are perilous, and you must be more vigilant. You are still a mercenary," Vaya admonished Lin seriously, taking on the role of an elder sister imparting mercenary wisdom, completely forgetting that it was Lin who had rescued her the previous day. Yes, I understand." Lin replied with an agreeable smile, acknowledging that it was only because of Lin Rongfu's presence that he could rest so easily. Sirin quietly observed the scene before her, a fleeting smile gracing her normally cold features, which quickly vanished. It was truly delightful to see her sister's innocent and lively smile once more. All of this was thanks to Lin. Her gaze lingered on him, her icy eyes now holding something more. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin's stomach rumbled. having expended a considerable amount of energy the previous day, now desperately in need of sustenance. "Oh dear, I'm hungry," Lin remarked, retrieving a large assortment of food from his system backpack, not bothering to hide it from the Lin and Via sisters. As long as he didn't say anything, they might assume he had taken it from a spatial ring. Seeing the fragrant food before him, Via's eyes widened, nearly watering at the sight. They were deep within the Hudis Mountains, where the active magical beasts were of a high caliber, making the hunt for food exceedingly difficult. In contrast to Via, Lin perceived the situation differently. She was astonished that Lin possessed a spatial ring, an item not commonly held by ordinary individuals. In Hudistown, only the leaders of the 3 major mercenary groups had such rings, indicating that Lin's identity was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 35. United against the enemy after a hearty meal. Lin contentedly burped, while the sisters, Lin and Via, were astonished by Lin's prodigious appetite. However, they refrained from asking questions, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Once they had finished eating, Lin Rongfu went out to scout the surroundings. Lin, feeling revitalized and full, turned to Lin. "Captain Lin, you are still recovering from your injuries. Given the current dangers, it would be prudent to heal as soon as possible. Currently, we lack healing potions and must rely on gradual recuperation," Lin replied bitterly. Uncertain of what Thomas had done to the magical potions, her body was still in disarray, with severe injuries to both her flesh and meridians, rendering her unable to condense her fighting energy. Although she did not know what Lin had used to stabilize her condition yesterday, the problem remained serious, with her combat effectiveness reduced to nearly nothing. "You need not rely on potions. I can heal your wounds," Lin declared, conjuring a sphere of life flame in his hand. Having rescued Lin and Via, he was unbothered about revealing a fragment of his secrets. Lin and Via stared in awe at the life flame in Lin's hand. Curiosity etched on their faces as they sensed a profound life energy emanating from the fire. "Lin, what is this ability? Is it magic? But why can't I sense any magical fluctuations?" Via asked, her eyes wide and sparkling. "Did you use this flame to heal us yesterday?" "Indeed. This flame is called Life Flame, possessing healing properties. It is a unique ability of mine, not classified as magic," Lin replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Lin. "Captain Lin, I must make contact with your body. I hope I do not offend." With that, Lin took Lin's delicate hand, and the life flame spread from him to envelop her entirely. As he grasped her hand, a faint blush appeared on Lin's typically cold face, though the flames concealed it from all eyes. Soon, Lin felt a surge of immense life energy flowing into her body from the life flame, repairing her chaotic injuries. It felt as though she had fallen into a warm spring, a sensation so pleasant that she almost moaned in bliss. Via watched in amazement as her sister was enveloped in the life flame, filled with curiosity about its nature, and her intrigue towards Lin surged. This Lin was indeed mysterious, possessing such a miraculous ability. After a considerable time, Lin's energy was nearly expended, prompting him to retract the life flame. As the life flame dissipated, Lin felt a lingering sense of longing, acutely aware that most of her injuries had healed. A rare smile appeared on her face. It felt delightful to regain her strength. She looked at Lin with gratitude, noticing his fatigued expression. She understood that using the life flame must have come at a significant cost to him. After all, such a miraculous force could not be without its price. Her appreciation for Lin deepened, and she asked with concern, "Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just a bit exhausting. I'll be all right after some rest," Lin reassured her with a shake of his head. The life flame only drained his physical stamina, and in fact, it would enhance his proficiency. That's a relief, Lin sighed, relieved that Lin did not suffer greatly for her sake. "Isn't Thomas the vice captain of your Sword and Rose mercenary group? How did he end up associating with the Holy Knight mercenary group and participate in the pursuit of you?" Lin inquired during the lull. "That scoundrel Thomas is a traitor." Via spat, her teeth clenched in anger. She was still tormented by his betrayal, filled with hatred. "He even dared to cast his eyes on my sister. What audacity! A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How despicable! Moreover, half of our mercenaries have sided with him. Despite my sister treating them so well, they are nothing but ungrateful wretches." Lin's expression grew grim as Via recounted the betrayal of their mercenaries. Putting aside Thomas, the betrayal of those mercenaries who had received her care felt like a deep wound in her heart. Had they truly abandoned her for the prospect of following that sorcerer Thomas? The pain within her intensified. Thankfully, half of her subordinates still remained loyal, willing to fight for her. However, they had all perished in battle for her sake. Reflecting on the mercenaries who had died for her, Lin's heart ached further. a hatred emerging on her usually placid face. She vowed to exact revenge. She could not allow the loyal subordinates to die in vain. Lin could hardly anticipate such events unfolding between the sword and the rose. His perception of Thomas, the rebellious youth, had further deteriorated. During their initial clash at the Mercenary Guild's task hall, Lin had discerned Thomas's feelings for Vea, and to his astonishment, this man even harbored intentions of courting both sisters. Such audacity! Ironically, Thomas's impure motives inadvertently became the catalyst for the downfall of the Sword and the Rose mercenary group, underscoring the unpredictability of fate. "What are your plans moving forward?" Lin inquired. "I do not know," Shirin replied, shaking her head, her heart clouded with confusion. The mercenary group she had founded with her own blood, sweat, and tears had met its demise, though she and her sister remained. The betrayal of so many subordinates left a thorn in Shirin's heart, extinguishing any desire to rebuild the Sword and the Rose. Now, I only yearn for vengeance, to exact revenge on Thomas and the Holy Knight mercenary group. Yet, when considering the formidable strength of the Divine Knight mercenary group, a wave of helplessness washed over her. If it were just her alone, she would act without hesitation. With her mid-tier warrior strength, she could certainly give the Holy Knight mercenary group a headache. However, with her sister Vea involved, Shirin found herself burdened with the responsibility of considering her sister's safety. "Indeed, we must avenge ourselves and eliminate that scoundrel Thomas," Vea declared, shaking her small fists in anger. Unlike Shirin, she had no such reservations. Revenge was her singular focus. Observing the two sisters, Lin hesitated, harboring the intention of inviting them to join the Great Xia mercenary group. Currently, it consisted solely of himself and Lin Rongfu, resembling a mere shell of a company. Lin sought to recruit additional members, yet he was wary of those whose backgrounds he did not know. He held high ambitions for the Great Xia mercenary group. Shirin, a mid-tier warrior, was stronger than Lin Rongfu's current capabilities. Should Shirin and Vea join, the strength of the Great Xia mercenary group would surge dramatically. However, as Shirin remained the leader of the Sword and the Rose, Lin felt hesitant to extend an invitation, uncertain whether she still wished to rebuild her former group. "Count me in for the revenge against the Holy Knight mercenary group," Lin stated. "They are aware of my identity and will certainly not let me off easily. Rather than waiting for them to come after me, I would prefer to take the initiative." "That's wonderful, Brother Lin. We shall fight side by side from now on," Vea exclaimed joyfully, patting Lin's shoulder with a demeanor akin to that of a protective sister. "Thank you, Lin. It is we sisters who have burdened you," Shirin expressed apologetically. "Do not mention it. It would be impolite," Lin replied, shaking his head. "I do this for my own sake as well." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside as Lin Rongfu returned to assess the situation. Chapter 36. The System Mall Grandfather Fu. "What is the situation outside?" Lin inquired. "Young master, the Holy Knight mercenary group has not relinquished their search. They have even reinforced their numbers, with guards stationed at several exits around the mountain," Lin Rongfu reported, a trace of killing intent lingering on his face from having dispatched a few members of the Holy Knight mercenary group to glean information. "I did not expect the Holy Knight mercenary group to go to such lengths," Lin mused, furrowing his brow. "It appears we must descend the mountain and return to Hudas Town. It will not be an easy task." Lin was not overly concerned about the search conducted by the Holy Knight mercenary group. The Hudas Mountains were vast, and as long as they were not tracked, the entirety of the Holy Knight mercenary group would not venture into the mountains. Moreover, the deeper they delved into the mountains, the more formidable the magical beasts became, rendering the Holy Knight mercenary group reluctant to conduct extensive searches. Shirin, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows. Initially, she had intended to recuperate before descending the mountain to report the movements of the Divine Knight mercenary group to the Silver Shield mercenary group. She suspected that the Divine Knight mercenary group had already made a move against the B-rank sword and the Rose mercenary group, and their next step might very well be open conflict with the Silver Shield mercenary group. If the Silver Shield was unprepared, they could suffer significant losses, drastically altering the dynamics of Hudas Town. Yet, Shirin had not anticipated the Holy Knight mercenary group's aggressive pursuit of her. Now, considering her sister and Lin, descending the mountain to take risks seemed unfeasible. "I surmise that the Holy Knight mercenary group will soon engage in battle with the Silver Shield mercenary group, leading to a great conflict in Hudas Town," Shirin stated. "If that is the case, it may present an opportunity." Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. If the two mercenary groups engage in battle, the Holy Knight mercenary group's forces in the Hudas Mountains will undoubtedly be redirected, allowing us to descend the mountain with stealth. Furthermore, we might seize the moment to infiltrate Huda's town during the chaos and strike the Holy Knight mercenary group a devastating blow from behind. Indeed, Shirin concurred, recognizing the merit in this strategy. If they could catch the Holy Knight mercenary group off guard, it might be preferable to risking a descent to warn the Silver Shield mercenary group. They might even sway the tide of battle in their favor. At that moment, we shall charge down the mountain and eliminate that scoundrel Thomas, Vea declared, her expression fierce as thoughts of revenge consumed her. With their strategy agreed upon, the group settled down to recuperate and heal, while remaining vigilant to the movements of the Holy Knight mercenary group on the mountain. Reflecting on the imminent battle, Lin felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Although he could dispatch ordinary members of the mercenary groups with ease, he still felt a considerable gap when facing captains, let alone the elite forces of the Holy Knight mercenary group. To enhance his strength in a short time, aside from continuing to hunt magical beasts for experience, he would have to resort to spending. Indeed, it seemed he was destined to tread the path of expenditure. Lin sighed internally. He gazed at the magical crystal cores he had gathered during his hunts and thought, system, convert all magical crystals into system energy. Ding. Please confirm whether you wish to convert the 21 level 3 magical crystals, 7 level 4 magical crystals, and 2 level 5 magical crystals into system energy. Confirm. Ding. Energy conversion successful, increasing energy by 137,500 points, bringing total energy to 159,100 points. With the addition of previous energy reserves, Lin felt a surge of satisfaction as his system energy exceeded 150,000. He had never felt so affluent. The sensation of wealth was delightful. Ding. Your energy recharge has reached 200,000, activating the mall function. The system mall is now open for your perusal. Another system notification chimed, bringing him joy upon joy. Lin was nearly ecstatic, having long anticipated the activation of the mall. Had he known that recharging 200,000 energy would unlock it, he would have converted those magical crystals much sooner. Lin eagerly opened the system shop, eager to explore the array of treasures that could enhance his abilities. Having just recharged a substantial amount of system energy, he felt an exhilarating sense of newfound wealth. It would be remiss not to indulge immediately. However, upon perusing the prices of the items within the system shop, he was utterly taken aback. Superhuman Series, Tremor Fruit, Exchange Energy, 2 million, Underworld Fruit, Exchange Energy, 3 million, Rubber Fruit, Exchange Energy, 2, 5 million, String Fruit, Exchange Energy, 1, 5 million, Dwarf Fruit, Exchange Energy, 5 million Natural Series, Ice Fruit, Exchange Energy, 2 million, Magma Fruit, Exchange Energy, 3 million, Flame Fruit, Exchange Energy, 2 million Animal Series, Bull Fruit, Wild Buffalo Form Exchange Energy, 500,000. Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Form, Great Buddha Form Exchange Energy, 2 million Supreme Great Blade Series, 12 Techniques of Supreme Great Blade, Exchange Energy, 500,000. 21 Techniques of Great Blade, Exchange Energy, 250,000. 50 Techniques of Good Blade, Exchange Energy, 100,000. Navy 6 Styles, Individual Exchange Energy, 200,000. Observation Haki, Exchange Energy, 1 million. Conqueror's Haki, Exchange Energy, 2 million. Pet Contract Card, Exchange Energy, 100,000. Devil Fruit Fusion Card, Exchange Energy, 5 million. Upon witnessing the staggering exchange energy required for each item, Lin's heart nearly faltered. The long string of zeros almost blinded him. He had believed that possessing over 150,000 energy points was akin to striking it rich overnight. Yet he now realized he was still impoverished. The only items within his financial reach were the Good Blade and the Pet Contract Card. Having made 2 previous recharges, Lin understood the conversion rates of different levels of magic crystals into system energy. A level 4 high-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 energy, while a level 5 low-grade magic crystal could yield 20,000 energy points. To acquire the cheapest Devil Fruit, one would require 25 level 5 low-grade magic crystals, necessitating an arduous quest against formidable beasts. Lin contemplated the possibility of acquiring a Devil Fruit for Lin Rongfu. However, the most inexpensive and inferior Zoan-type Devil Fruit in the marketplace demanded a staggering 500,000 energy, an amount far beyond her current means. Upon examining the prices of the Devil Fruits, she discerned that they differed significantly from her experiences during gameplay. In the game, the Logia-type devil fruits were undoubtedly the most valuable, followed by various formidable Paramecia-type and mythical Zoan-type fruits, while the mediocre Paramecia and subpar Zoan varieties were reasonably priced. In the current system marketplace, some Paramecia-type devil fruits even surpassed the Logia-type in cost, particularly the Nomi, which required an exorbitant 5 million energy for exchange, more than double the price of the Logia-type ice fruit. Was this a manifestation of the distinction between the game and reality? The reasons behind this discrepancy eluded Lin's understanding, yet it seemed evident that the system's arrangements were purposeful, even if their rationale remained a mystery to her. Lin also observed a phenomenon. The items available for purchase in the system's marketplace were primarily those he had initially acquired through spending in-game currency during his gaming endeavors. Due to Lin's penchant for collecting, he found immense pleasure in amassing treasures, even if he had no personal use for them. His collection consisted solely of remarkable items, such as powerful devil fruits, whereas the lesser quality fruits were merely obtained through completing various tasks within the game. Lin felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for the items he had collected earlier. Otherwise, the system marketplace might have been filled with nothing but worthless items. The impoverished Lin sighed as he closed the system marketplace. If he could not afford anything, it was better not to see it at all. He could only enhance his strength through the proficiency of his energy conversion skills. System. Utilize my energy to elevate the proficiency of my basic swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the intermediate level. Chapter 37. The conspiracy begins. Ding. Consumed 41,600 energy points. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship elevated to the pinnacle of the intermediate level. Dao power value 100. Ding. Host S proficiency in basic swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the intermediate level, activating the sword technique, flashing strike. As the system notification echoed, Lin felt a surge of tremendous energy flood into his body, causing his strength to nearly double in an instant. He had also activated the second technique of basic swordsmanship, flashing strike, an advanced attack maneuver that allowed him to strike multiple targets simultaneously. After a while, Lin adapted to his newfound power and thought. System, display my attributes. Character, Lin level, 24 experience, 180, 015 500. 000 Dao power value, 710 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, pinnacle, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 50, 000, shave, intermediate, 680, 500, paper drawing, intermediate, 185, 500, life restoration, basic, pinnacle, Armament color Haki, basic, pinnacle, devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, basic, pinnacle, techniques, one sword style, II, flashing strike. Flashing strike physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, pet contract card 1 energy, 117, 500 inventory, everyone S fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of leveling up. Host S level must reach the maximum. Second stage quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary corps. The Great Xia mercenary corps must be upgraded to SSS level. Second stage quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, 1 promotion gift pack. With a Dao power value of 710. Lin's strength was comparable to that of a high-tier intermediate warrior, representing a 30 attack bonus from his dominant sword body. His combat prowess was now dangerously close to that of a high-tier warrior. If he employed the one sword style, I technique, his attack would double, allowing him to unleash combat power akin to that of a high-tier warrior, nearing the level of a battle master. Of course, there remained a significant gap between a battle master and a high-tier warrior, even if Lin's explosive combat power approached that of a novice battle master. He could only hope to survive under the hands of a novice battle master without the ability to defeat one. Lin was quite satisfied with this outcome. Having transformed from an ordinary individual to someone with strength rivaling that of a high-tier warrior in such a short span of time. Perhaps no one in the entire Divine Grace continent had achieved this. Only he, with the assistance of the system, could attain such feats. Yet, Lin was not entirely content. The remaining energy was insufficient to further enhance any skill to its pinnacle. Thus, increasing proficiency would be of little consequence. It would be wiser to conserve energy for a decisive moment, allowing proficiency to progress through practice. A substantial increase in strength within a short period was implausible. The 5 points of Dao power gained from leveling up were now merely a drop in the bucket and provided minimal enhancement to combat prowess. The most significant increases would still come from skill improvements. Therefore, the immediate objective remained hunting magical beasts to enhance skill proficiency and obtain magic crystals. With the formidable healing abilities of the life fire, the injuries of Lin, Fuku, and Shiren quickly healed. Shiren regained her mid-tier battle master strength. With two powerful battle masters by their side, Lin and his companions could navigate the territory of level 6 magical beasts as long as they avoided groups or high-tier level 6 beasts. Under the assistance of the two battle masters, Lin's skill proficiency surged, and they amassed a considerable number of level 6 magic crystals, bringing great joy to Lin. At the entrance of the town of Hudis, a group of 4 or 5 individuals paid the entry fee and entered the small town. Among them, a curious golden-haired youth, around 15 or 16 years old, surveyed the mercenaries bustling about the street. "Lord Migaro, is this truly the legendary paradise of mercenaries?" the golden-haired youth inquired, his tone imbued with curiosity and admiration. "With so many people, how can we possibly reach the level of young Master Lin?" This group was led by Migaro, the head of the Earl Williams Guards, who had been dispatched from Jelly City to Hudis Town in search of Lin. "Let us find an inn to settle in and gather information about young Master Lin and Uncle Fuku," Migaro replied, his expression slightly grave. Since entering Hudis Town, he had sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. The intuition of a battle master was keen, and he hoped to locate young Master Lin quickly. "I wonder how young Master Lin is faring now. Surrounded by mercenaries, he must have endured considerable hardship since leaving the Earl's estate," the golden-haired youth expressed with concern. "What good does worrying do? Let us hope we can find young Master Lin soon. The Earl is quite worried about him," Migaro said, placing a large hand on the golden-haired youth's head. "Captain, there may be trouble with the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps." Sanchez hurriedly approached Jaralara, the leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, to report. "What is the matter?" Jaralara's expression darkened, her rugged features exuding authority, as she sat in her grand chair. Her tall and robust physique, even towering over Sanchez, radiated an imposing presence. It was no wonder she commanded the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, one of the 3 dominant forces in Hudis Town. "Our people have spotted Thomas, the vice-captain of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, mingling with members of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. However, Captain Shiren and the others are nowhere to be found," Sanchez stated. "My subordinates have inquired. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps has not returned since entering the Hudis Mountains. Thus, I suspect the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps has taken action against them, and Thomas has defected to the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps." Such audacity, Jaralara bellowed, smashing the armrest of her chair to splinters. The aura of a battle master surged forth, causing Sanchez to instinctively take a step back. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was one of the strongest affiliated groups under the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. An attack by the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps on the Sword and Rose was akin to severing a finger from the Silver Shield. Jaralara's face darkened, and she coldly declared, "It seems the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps intends to dismantle the structure of Hudis Town entirely, aiming for total dominance." Sanchez, "Send someone to ascertain the true situation of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Meanwhile, notify all affiliated mercenary groups to recall their members and prepare for a full-scale war with the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps." "Yes, Captain," Sanchez replied, already sensing the impending storm of war. After Sanchez departed, Jaralara remained silent for a moment before rising to head to the headquarters of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, one of the 3 major mercenary groups. With the structure of Hudis Town in upheaval, the Lionheart Mercenary Corps could not remain aloof. The ambitions of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps were too vast, and it was likely that the Lionheart Mercenary Corps would not be pleased. At the headquarters of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, Captain St. Paul revealed a sinister smile upon receiving news of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps activities. He turned to a shadowy figure cloaked in a black robe beside him and said, "Lord Prado, the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps has taken the bait. It is time to execute our plan. Rest assured, Captain St. Paul, the plan will proceed smoothly. But do not forget the promises you made." Enveloped in a dark cloak that obscured his visage, the sinister Prado chuckled ominously. "Rest assured, my Lord Prado, once I seize control of Hudis Town, I shall honor my promise," St. Paul replied with a sardonic smile. "That is reassuring," Prado responded with a chilling laugh as his figure gradually faded into the shadows. Chapter 38. The war commences at the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps encampment. A multitude of mercenaries had gathered. The core members of the Silver Shield, along with a dozen affiliated groups, numbered in the thousands, each fully armed and seasoned warriors who had survived countless battles against beasts in the Hudis Mountains. Their fierce demeanor radiated a palpable aura of menace, The atmosphere among the mercenaries was tense. They understood the purpose of this assembly was to engage in combat with the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Over the past weeks, frustrations had been mounting amid skirmishes with the Paladins, and many affiliated groups had been targeted and even hunted down, instilling a sense of dread and fury among them. Now, under the rallying call of Commander Geralera, they were prepared to deliver a lesson to the Paladin Corps. Comrades, the Paladin Mercenary Corps has overstepped their bounds, attempting to undermine our Silver Shield Corps and monopolize Town. Recently, they even attacked the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and as of now, leader Lin En of that group has gone missing, potentially falling victim to the Paladin's treachery, Geralera declared, her authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembled mercenaries. As your leader, I cannot stand idly by while you are oppressed. Today, we shall formally declare war on the Paladin Corps and show them with our blades that the Silver Shield Corps is not to be trifled with. Commander Geralera, issue the order. Let us engage them with fury, cried one of the mercenaries, fueled by righteous indignation. I have had enough. It is time to teach the Paladin Corps a lesson. The crowd of mercenaries erupted in anger, and seeing their fervor, Geralera felt a surge of satisfaction. Their morale was high. She continued, I have secured an alliance with Commander Vankinder of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps. Together, we shall strike the Paladin Mercenary Corps. To battle! To battle! The mercenaries cheered, their confidence bolstered by the prospect of a united front against their foe. With a commanding shout, Geralera led over 2,000 mercenaries out of their encampment, marching resolutely towards the Paladin Corps stronghold. In the streets, onlookers witnessed the exodus of the Silver Shield and its affiliates, their faces paling in astonishment. The impending conflict between the Silver Shield and the Paladin Corps was now inevitable, and the townsfolk understood the turmoil that was about to engulf Town. We must flee. With these two behemoths clashing, innocents will surely suffer. If we are caught in the fray, we will meet a disastrous fate, they murmured in alarm. As the Silver Shield Corps approached the main thoroughfare of Town, another throng emerged from a different direction, equally formidable in size, the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, led by the imposing figure of Commander Vankinder, whose wild mane and commanding presence resembled that of a lion. The two factions converged, marching in unison toward the Paladin Corps encampment. Witnessing this alliance, the townsfolk were left in shock. The Silver Shield Corps and the Lionheart Corps were joining forces, an event that would undoubtedly escalate the situation in Town. Panic spread among the other mercenary groups, who hastily barred their doors or sought refuge in the Hudis Mountains, intending to wait until the dust settled after the impending clash of the three major factions. Commander, we are in grave danger. The Silver Shield Corps and Lionheart Corps are uniting and advancing toward us. They will reach our encampment shortly. A breathless mercenary stumbled in to report, his face drained of color. Do not panic. Even if the Silver Shield and Lionheart join forces, the Paladin Corps is not to be trifled with, St. Paul responded with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. This outcome had been anticipated, or perhaps it had all been part of his grand design. Rising, he surveyed the gathered elite warriors and leaders of the affiliated corps, all present and prepared. He had summoned his troops, including those stationed in the Hudis Mountains. Brothers, the Silver Shield and Lionheart are upon us. This is a battle for our very survival. I implore you to stand united, St. Paul proclaimed. Should we emerge victorious, the Paladin Corps will reign supreme in Town, and you shall reap the rewards. After rallying his comrades with promises of glory, St. Paul led his men out to confront the Silver Shield and Lionheart Corps. Before long, the encroaching forces of the Silver Shield and Lionheart arrived at the gates of the Paladin Corps stronghold, halting 30 meters from the entrance. Faced with the combined might of 4,000 to 5,000 warriors, the Paladin mercenaries felt an overwhelming pressure. Many were visibly shaken, their legs trembling in fear. Commander Vankinder, this conflict between the Paladin and Silver Shield Corps is not your concern. As a veteran of the mercenary world, why involve yourself? St. Paul addressed the lion-hearted leader, his gaze shifting between Geralera and Vankinder. St. Paul, I seek tranquility in my twilight years. The balance of Town must not be disturbed, Vankinder replied, stroking his rugged beard. If you agree to withdraw and maintain the current order, I shall retreat. That is out of the question, St. Paul retorted firmly. A confrontation between the Paladin Corps and Silver Shield Corps is inevitable. Your request cannot be accommodated. St. Paul, your ambitions are too grand. In that case, I shall join forces with Commander Geralera to teach you a lesson. Vankinder's expression hardened, his frustration evident at being dismissed by a younger leader. Vankinder, there is no need to waste breath on someone so ambitious as St. Paul, Geralera interjected coldly, casting a fierce glare at St. Paul. With our two mercenary factions united and two formidable battle masters, do you truly believe your Paladin Corps can withstand us? Today marks the end for the Paladin Corps. Huh, what of two battle masters? Do you think I lack any hidden cards? St. Paul laughed heartily, as his laughter echoed. A formidable aura erupted from a middle-aged man beside him, revealing himself to be Flandeko, the vice-leader of the Paladin Corps, also a battle master. Recognizing the strength emanating from Flandeko, both Geralera and Vankinder's expressions darkened. It was clear now why St. Paul's confidence was so high. He had an additional battle master at his command. Even with one more battle master, the Paladin Corps is destined for demise today. Enough talk. Let us engage, Geralera shouted, propelling herself forward. Wielding a towering silver shield in one hand and a massive wolf-toothed hammer in the other, charging towards St. Paul. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. Chapter 39. Surrender. Geralera, towering and robust, resembled a small giant, charging forth with an astonishing momentum. In her hands, a silver shield and a massive hammer weighed heavily. And with each thunderous step, the ground trembled beneath her. A distance of 30 meters was mere moments for a warrior of her caliber, in the blink of an eye. She had reached St. Paul, raising her hammer high before bringing it down with tremendous force. The hammer, infused with her battle aura, roared through the air, creating ripples of energy. Come forth, St. Paul bellowed, summoning a knightly lance that extended a full length. With a fierce thrust, he unleashed a sharp beam of energy that collided with Geralera's hammer. The clash reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves that caused the ground to sink half a foot. Enveloping the area in dust, the mercenaries of the Holy Knight Brigade were thrown off balance, their ears ringing from the overwhelming force. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the battle between the masters. Shield bash. Geralera, shield held aloft, charged at St. Paul, merging her form with the shield. Akin to a human tank propelling forward, stirring up a tempestuous wind. St. Paul's eyes glinted with cold determination as he swung his lance in a sweeping arc, striking her shield with a resounding impact, disrupting her advance. The lance emitted sharp beams as he engaged Geralera in fierce combat. Captain Vankind, allow me to experience your prowess, Vladko declared, stepping before Vankind, his great sword drawn and aimed directly at him, his eyes aflame with the fervor of battle. Eager to find a worthy opponent after recently ascending to the ranks of the masters. Despite his advancing years, Vankind radiated an intimidating presence, his gaze still exuding authority. Unwilling to be provoked by a young challenger. Arrogance. Allow me to enlighten you. There are distinctions among the masters, Vankind retorted coolly, leaping forth and unleashing a colossal arc of his sword, cleaving through the air and splitting the ground open with a resounding crack. Engage, Vladko shouted. Brandishing his sword and charging at Vankind, the two clashing fiercely. Brothers, let us fight. As the four masters engaged, the remaining mercenaries surged forward, weapons raised. Fully aware that retreat was not an option, victory meant everything, while defeat could cost them their very lives. In an instant, nearly 10,000 mercenaries collided. The battle erupting into a brutal melee. Countless fell at the onset, as waves crashing against rocks, only this time, the spray was tinged with crimson. Despite the frenzy, the mercenaries were conscious enough to steer clear of the master's skirmishes, avoiding the peril of collateral damage. The cacophony of battle and cries of conflict reverberated throughout the town of Hudis. Other mercenaries, upon hearing the tumult, turned pale with fear. The town had been chaotic before the three major brigades took control, with frequent clashes among various factions, yet such a grand-scale battle had never transpired. Anxiety gripped many, uncertainty gnawing at their minds regarding the fate of Hudis. Inside an inn, Migaro wore a serious expression. In his recent inquiries for news of Lin, he had sensed something amiss in Hudis. The gravity of the situation had surpassed his expectations, leading to this monumental clash. He worried for his own safety and that of his companions, feeling trapped as he had yet to locate young Master Lin. Migaro, what should we do now? The blonde youth asked anxiously, fear gripping him at the enormity of the battle, a sentiment shared by the other guards from the Count's estate. Usops, do not fret excessively. Migaro consoled the young man, though he too felt a twinge of concern. Thankfully, he had received word that young Master Lin and Uncle Fu had entered the Hudis Mountains. With Uncle Fu accompanying him, the journey should be safe, a far better fate than being ensnared in the turmoil of Hudis. The Hudis Mountains stretched vast and unbounded. Migaro found it impossible to venture in search of Lin. Remaining in Hudis, awaiting his return, was the only viable option. He hoped fervently that Lin would return after the chaos had subsided. In Migaro's mind, Lin remained an ordinary individual unable to cultivate power. Staying clear of the town's conflicts was the safest course. Within the mercenary guild, Wire was also closely monitoring the conflict among the three brigades. The guild stood as one of the most formidable forces in Hudis. Even as a mere branch, none dared to openly offend it. However, the dynamics of the town would undoubtedly influence the guild's strategies. Wire, having descended upon the Hudis branch, sought to achieve significant results. Thus her keen interest in the ongoing battle. What puzzled Wire was St. Paul's tactics. Logically, even with an additional master, the Holy Knight Brigade should not have been able to contend with the Silver Shield and the Wild Lion Brigades. In terms of elite power and numbers, the Holy Knight Brigade was at a disadvantage. Now that the battle had commenced, they risked total collapse or worse. Why then was St. Paul acting so irrationally? Wire sensed there were facets yet to be uncovered, pondering St. Paul's true intentions. Regardless of the battle's outcome, she remained unconcerned about the guild's position, confident in its detachment from the conflict. At the Holy Knight Brigade's encampment, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, both sides blinded by the fury of combat, inflicting countless casualties. The Holy Knight Brigade, outnumbered, began to falter under the relentless assaults of the Silver Shield and Wild Lion Brigades, gradually retreating to their base. Using structures as makeshift defenses, St. Paul, fully aware of the surrounding chaos while engaged with Joralair, remained unfazed by the casualties among his mercenaries. Such warriors could easily be replaced in Hudis. However, witnessing Vladko's perilous encounters with Vankind, nearly falling victim to his blade, stirred concern within him. Vladko had only recently ascended to the ranks of the masters, and facing an established veteran like Vankind was a daunting challenge. A master was exceedingly vital for the Holy Knight Brigade. St. Paul did not wish to see Vladko fall in this encounter. Cease. The Holy Knight Brigade surrenders. St. Paul commanded, driving Joralair back with a lance thrust, standing firm as he declared loudly. St. Paul, having reached this point in battle, do you think you can simply halt? Joralair scoffed, though she refrained from launching another attack. Captain Vankind, please stand down. We concede. St. Paul ignored Joralair and swiftly moved to Vladko's side, deflecting Vankind's assault. Chapter 40. The Holy Knights withdraw from Hudis. Vankind, sensing the shift, sheathed his sword. Despite having the upper hand, dispatching Vladko, also a novice master, would not be an easy feat. Battles among masters were often prolonged, and were the opponent to fight desperately, he'd pay dearly as well. Captain, I apologize, Vladko said, shame evident in his expression. It is my failure. St. Paul placed a reassuring hand on Vladko's shoulder, addressing Vankind and Joralair. Captain Vankind, Captain Joralair, the Holy Knight Brigade concedes this battle. I implore you both to order a cessation of hostilities. Seeing St. Paul relent and concede, Joralair and Vankinder also chose to withdraw gracefully, issuing commands for their mercenaries to cease hostilities. The battle had already claimed numerous lives on both sides, and the toll was sufficiently grievous for both leaders. To annihilate the Silver Paladin mercenary group would demand an even greater sacrifice. However, the losses incurred by their subordinates would not be in vain. They must ensure that the Silver Paladin mercenary group pays a significant price. For that was the objective of both Joralair and Vankinder. Once war is ignited, it seldom concludes easily. The question remains what price St. Paul would be willing to pay. With the orders from the three main commanders, the fighting ceased abruptly, and an unsettling silence enveloped the battlefield. Yet the lingering scent of blood and the sight of dismembered corpses remained pervasive. St. Paul, after all this, with the Silver Shield mercenary group and the Savage Lion mercenary group suffering such heavy casualties, do you expect your mere words of surrender to suffice? Joralair remarked coldly. Vankinder remained silent, but clearly concurred with Joralair. St. Paul must endure a hefty toll to atone for his losses. Had it not been for the desire to minimize further casualties among his men and the fear of a desperate retaliation from St. Paul, obliterating the Silver Paladin mercenary group would have been the wisest choice. In the mercenary realm, mercy is an anomaly. Total annihilation is the norm. For leaving enemies alive only invites future troubles. I am willing to withdraw from Hudis town, St. Paul declared, taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly. Captain, we cannot abandon Hudis town, Flandico shouted, his voice laced with indignation and fury. To withdraw meant to relinquish everything. Forsaking the years of toil invested by the Silver Paladin mercenary group in Hudis town. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is final, St. Paul replied, his tone somber as he sighed deeply. Flandico, we have been defeated. We cannot allow our brothers to bleed any longer. Captain, Flandico's voice trembled, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Upon hearing St. Paul's words, both Jaralara and Vankinder were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a decision from him. Yet it was undoubtedly a judicious one. Exchanging glances, Jaralara and Vankinder recognized St. Paul's character. He was a man of substance, capable of both holding on and letting go. Their hearts were satisfied, for with the Silver Paladin mercenary group as withdrawal, control of Hudis town would fall to them, reducing competition for the spoils. St. Paul, I must commend your wise choice, Vankinder remarked. St. Paul, you have shown your discernment, Jaralara sneered, exuding the pride of a victor. Now, take your men and leave Hudis town. Though anger flickered across St. Paul's face, he restrained his fury. Understanding that a defeated leader must accept the reality of his failure, he uttered no further words and beckoned his men to retreat in disarray. The victorious Silver Shield mercenary group and Savage Lion mercenary group began to reap the fruits of their triumph, seizing the territory of the Silver Paladin mercenary group. The outcome of the war quickly spread throughout Hudis town. While many had doubted the Silver Paladin mercenary group's chances against the combined might of the two mercenary factions, the conclusion, an exit from Hudis town, surprised everyone. Upon reflection, this might have been the best outcome for the Silver Paladin mercenary group. Bywire received news of their withdrawal almost immediately, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. Did St. Paul truly leave Hudis town just like that? She sensed an incongruity in the unfolding events. Would St. Paul have instigated this conflict without some measure of confidence, even with Flandico at the helm? The Silver Paladin mercenary group stood little chance against the two formidable factions, so why proceed in this manner? St. Paul cannot be so foolish. Bywire shook her head, realizing that there was undoubtedly more to this situation than met the eye. His abrupt and decisive retreat from Hudis town was not without deeper implications. Send someone to closely monitor the movements of the Silver Paladin mercenary group, she commanded, intent on determining whether St. Paul was truly willing to relinquish Hudis town. Keeping a watchful eye would surely unveil the truth of the matter. Understood, one subordinate responded before departing. Bywire felt an unsettling unease in her heart, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. A looming crisis seemed to envelop the situation. Given the presence of formidable experts at the Hudis town mercenary guild, it was evident that they must exert influence over the three major factions. Nonetheless, an air of peril lingered, and thoughts of Master Wanda, who had recently arrived at the guild, crossed her mind. Master Wanda had been secluded in the guild's chamber conducting experiments with magical potions. It was time she paid a visit. Thus, Bywire swayed her slender waist and strode towards the chamber. Outside Hudis town, the Silver Paladin mercenary group trudged away, resembling defeated roosters, their faces reflecting confusion, despair, and uncertainty about the future after their withdrawal. In contrast, St. Paul, their leader, bore no sign of defeat, as if the loss had not touched him at all. In truth, he felt no despondency. Everything unfolded according to his plan. His retreat from Hudis town was merely a strategic maneuver, and ensuring Jaralara and Vankinder remained oblivious to any irregularities required this battle. Sacrificing several hundred men to achieve this objective was a price St. Paul would gladly pay. As long as he secured his ultimate goal, such losses were trivial. Flandico, find a place for everyone to rest and tend to the wounded, St. Paul instructed. Yes, Captain, Flandico replied, his earlier frustration dissipated. As the vice-captain of the Silver Paladin mercenary group, he was privy to the captain's plans. His previous discontent had all been an act, and he had played his role flawlessly. St. Paul turned back to gaze at Hudis town, a cold smile gracing his lips. Hudis town, I shall return soon. Jaralara, Vankinder. Relish your triumph for now. Chapter 41, The Pet System Roar. Roar. The Amethyst Lion King fixed its fierce gaze upon the four humans before it. Despite being gravely wounded and unable to move, it retained the ferocity characteristic of a 6th-level magical beast. The four individuals before the Amethyst Lion King were none other than Lin and his companions, who had fortuitously encountered this formidable creature again. The very beast they had previously thwarted in its pursuit of the Silver Paladin mercenary group. The ill-fated Amethyst Lion King soon succumbed to the combined assault of the formidable warriors Lin Rongfu and Shilin. Now, the Amethyst Lion King had lost its power to resist, and the final blow was reserved for Lin, as per his request. After all, slaying a magical beast personally would grant him valuable experience. Though the Shilin sisters found this peculiar, it did not hinder their compliance with Lin's wishes. Lin had just participated in the siege against the Amethyst Lion King. After all, opportunities to engage with a 6th-level magical beast are rare. With Lin Rongfu and Shilin as the primary forces to distract the beast, he could take advantage of the situation to gain some experience points. Even so, he had sustained several wounds, particularly a long gash on his chest from the Lion King's claw. At this moment, flames of vitality ignited at the site of his injury, rapidly healing the wound as he stepped closer to the Amethyst Lion King, poised to end its life. The once ferocious Amethyst Lion King, despite being severely wounded and on the brink of death, felt the oppressive force emanating from the flickering flames of life on Lin's body. Its fierce roars transformed into pitiful whimpers as it lowered its head and placed its forepaws before it, displaying a submissive demeanor. Its once fierce gaze now softened to one of resignation. "Wait, Lin," Shilin exclaimed, her expression shifting as she called out to him. "What's the matter, Sister Shilin?" Lin turned back, puzzled. "Lin, this Amethyst Lion King has already submitted to you," Shilin remarked, astonished. It is an exceedingly rare feat to have a fully grown magical beast submit, especially one of the 6th level, which possesses considerable intelligence. The ferocity ingrained in their bloodlines typically forbids submission to humans, unless one possesses overwhelming power or a formidable magical contract crafted by a powerful sorcerer. Otherwise, taming a magical beast usually involves raising its offspring from a young age. The actions of the Amethyst Lion King before them were unmistakably indicative of its submission to Lin, leaving Shilin in awe. Upon hearing this, Lin too felt a wave of surprise. The Amethyst Lion King had submitted to him? "Do you wish to serve me?" Lin inquired, gazing at the bowed and whimpering creature before him, experiencing a novel sensation, regardless of whether the lion understood his words. The Amethyst Lion King continued to whimper, though regrettably. Lin could not comprehend its lament. Lin found herself in a predicament. The language barrier rendered communication utterly impossible. Now that the Amethyst Lion King lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, what would happen once it recovered? Lacking the ability to perform contract magic, and without any scrolls for such spells, she was unable to bind the powerful beast. The presence of such a formidable creature nearby left anyone feeling uneasy. But what about the pet contract card? Lin recalled the pet contract card nestled within her backpack. The current situation presented a perfect opportunity to utilize it. With a mere thought, the pet contract card manifested in her hand. She inwardly commanded, "System, activate the pet contract card to bind this Amethyst Lion King." The card transformed into a beam of white light, dividing into 2 strands, one merging into the lion's third eye, while the other fused with Lin's own forehead. In that fleeting moment, Lin felt a newfound connection with the Amethyst Lion King, able to perceive its emotions and communicate commands. Ding! The pet contract card was successfully utilized. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first pet, thus activating the pet system and unlocking the pet space. You have been awarded a unique skill. Hear the voice of all things. This skill cannot be upgraded. The system's prompt chimed in, and Lin was pleasantly astonished to discover that binding her first pet would trigger the pet system. She had previously overlooked the existence of a pet system in the attributes panel, mistakenly believing it to be a distinction between the system and the game. Little did she know it required the binding of a pet to activate, thus presenting an unexpected delight. Moreover, the unique skill of Hear the Voice of All Things was indeed a remarkable boon, reminiscent of the abilities possessed by the legendary pirate Roger. This skill, attainable only upon achieving a high level of observation haki, enabled one to comprehend the voices of all sentient beings within the universe and engage in dialogue with them. While it might not enhance combat prowess, it was undeniably a formidable ability. When observation haki reaches its pinnacle, it can give birth to wondrous powers, such as Katakuri's foresight, which allows glimpses into imminent events, Enel's mindnet, capable of eavesdropping on the thoughts of an entire city, and even the extraordinary long-range perception of a character who could sense meteors in outer space and draw them down to attack. Lin beamed with joy. For mastering the skill of listening to the voices of all things was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Having just forged a contract with the Amethyst Lion King, communication with it became effortlessly seamless. Once she acquired abilities such as foresight or a mental network, it would be even more splendid. Alas, she had yet to attain the power of observation haki. The journey ahead remained long and arduous. Lin revisited the introduction of the pet space, which is capable of housing contracted pets and swiftly restoring their injuries. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The capabilities of the pet space were truly remarkable. Contracting several more pets and bringing them into this realm would leave others unaware, believing they were alone, only to be suddenly surrounded by a few magical beasts. What a fright that would surely instill. Chuckling to himself at the thought, Lin wore a mischievous grin, realizing the necessity of acquiring a few more formidable pets. However, The pet contract cards were rather expensive, costing a staggering 100,000 energy each, leaving him feeling rather impoverished. Moreover, the pet space possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly heal the injuries of the pets. Lin contemplated the idea of capturing the Amethyst Lion King to test just how potent this healing function could be. Yet, he reconsidered. With the sisters Lin and Wei nearby, the abrupt disappearance of such a large magical beast would undoubtedly terrify them. Thus, he resigned himself to the arduous task of tending to the Amethyst Lion King's grave wounds. As his first contracted pet, it was imperative that it did not succumb to its injuries so soon. Lin extended his hand and placed it upon the head of the Amethyst Lion King, igniting the flames of life within his grasp. Gradually, these flames enveloped the entire form of the majestic creature. The Amethyst Lion King sensed a profound vitality mending its wounds and submissively nuzzled Lin's calf with its fluffy head. In that moment, a formidable level 6 magical beast resembled nothing more than a mere kitten. Lin, have you truly tamed this Amethyst Lion King? Lin inquired, astonished. Indeed. It shall be my pet henceforth, Lin replied, his spirits soaring as he chuckled. Once the Amethyst Lion King regained its strength, he would possess an additional warrior-level force at his disposal. A look of disbelief crossed Shirleen's cool visage. How could Lin, who lacked magical prowess, have forged a bond with the Amethyst Lion King? Yet, the scene before her compelled her to accept the reality. Lin had indeed subdued this powerful level 6 beast, revealing the many extraordinary facets of his nature. Chapter 42. The speculation of the demon fruit. In contrast to Shirleen's astonishment, Lin Rongfu remained remarkably composed. After all, his young master was the recipient of divine inheritance. Taming a level 6 magical beast was but a trivial feat, yet he too felt a surge of joy. For acquiring a level 6 beast signified the strengthening of his master's influence. Wow, Lin, you are incredible, exclaimed Vaya, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Lin. She eagerly approached, marveling at the Amethyst Lion King with a hint of longing. Lin, may I touch it? Of course, Lin responded with a smile. With the existence of the contract card, the Amethyst Lion King would heed his every command. That's wonderful, Vaya exclaimed, reaching out to caress the long fur atop the Amethyst Lion King's head. This is a living level 6 magical beast, and it is so obedient. I wish I could have a magical beast as my steed. When the opportunity arises for a suitable magical beast, I shall certainly capture one for you, Lin assured her. You must keep your word and not deceive me, Vaya replied, her eyes gleaming with hope as she gazed intently at Lin. Of course, Lin affirmed, as long as there is energy to purchase a pet contract card. Acquiring a magical beast as a mount is not a daunting task. However, compelling a powerful beast to submit is a different matter altogether. Why did you choose to submit to me? Lin asked the Amethyst Lion King, intrigued by its decision to yield. For it was known that powerful magical beasts would sooner perish than submit to humans. Master, when this flame manifested upon you, I felt a primal compulsion coursing through my veins. This aura surpasses the nobility of my own bloodline, compelling me to submit to you, the Amethyst Lion King roared, transmitting a wave of mental energy through their bond. Is this truly the reason? Lin was taken aback. The flame of life was the ability derived from the mythical creature, the phoenix, associated with the devil fruit. It had somehow induced a sense of bloodline suppression in the Amethyst Lion King, which claimed it was more powerful and noble than its own lineage. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? What was the true origin of the devil fruit bestowed by the system? Could it be that the phoenix fruit indeed harbored the essence of the phoenix's lineage, thereby imparting upon Lin the aura of the phoenix's bloodline? This would explain the Amethyst Lion King's submission to him. The phoenix, a legendary divine beast, was renowned for its ability to be reborn from flames, hence the term immortal. Naturally, the bloodline of the divine phoenix would far surpass that of a mere 6th-tier magical beast in strength and nobility. In the realm of magical beasts, the hierarchy was clear, and bloodline suppression was profound. The Amethyst Lion King was yielding to the essence of the divine beast's bloodline, not to Lin himself. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Lin experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps this was indeed the true reason behind the Amethyst Lion King's submission. It appeared that Zoan-type devil fruits might bestow the consumer with the corresponding bloodline aura of the respective animal, while ordinary Zoan fruits might hold little significance, potentially even weaker than that of magical beasts. The more formidable Zoan fruits were an entirely different matter, much like his own phoenix fruit. If he could develop the capabilities of the phoenix fruit to the awakening stage, could he transform directly into the divine phoenix? Lin felt a surge of excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation. As he pondered this, Lin was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The noble bloodline aura bestowed by the phoenix fruit was unparalleled. It was likely that few magical beasts across the entire continent of Shenin could rival it in terms of lineage. Did this not imply that by harnessing the suppressive aura of the phoenix's bloodline, he could subdue numerous powerful magical beasts? With sufficient pet contract cards, he could forge an indomitable army of magical beasts. Each member of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps could ride a formidable magical beast, thereby making it significantly easier to elevate the mercenary group to SSS rank, fulfilling the system's requirements. Lin resolved that upon encountering the next magical beast, he would put his recent hypothesis to the test. Should his conjecture prove accurate, it would indeed be remarkable. The enormous form of the Amethyst Lion King demanded considerable exertion from Lin to mend its wounds. By the time Lin had exhausted much of his stamina, the creature's injuries had only partially healed, as it had been gravely wounded moments before. However, the improvement in its condition was sufficient to remove it from imminent peril, allowing it to rise unaided. Consequently, Lin retracted his abilities, which only intensified his desire to experience the rapid recovery capabilities of the pet space. With a roar, the now upright Amethyst Lion King, towering nearly 4 meters, exuded an aura of majesty. It affectionately nudged Lin with its large head, expressing gratitude for the healing. Lin, having expended considerable energy, stumbled slightly at the unexpected contact. Haha, laughed Vea. The Amethyst Lion King gazed at Lin innocently, as it acknowledged its master for the first time. Its attempts at charm were rather clumsy. Master, please understand, but you seem a bit fragile. You rascal, Lin remarked, playfully patting the creature's head. The Lion King's innocent expression was amusing, yet if it weren't for its still recovering state, Lin might have given it a good scolding. Lin and Lin Rongfu approached. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the now docile beast. Seeing its current demeanor made it hard to imagine the ferocity it had displayed in battle moments before. Lin, what will you name it? Vea inquired. A name? Lin pondered. It would be fitting to name such a magnificent creature something impressive, akin to how one might name a dog Fortune. This beast is the Amethyst Lion King. I shall call it Little Purple. Little Purple? Lin and the others were taken aback. Such a powerful creature, and you give it such a name? It's a level 6 beast, after all. It deserves more respect. The Lion King's large violet eyes reflected a sense of grievance, clearly displeased with its name. Master, could you be a little more considerate? I am the Lion King. Is Little Purple not suitable? Lin scratched his head, grappling with a naming dilemma. How about Little Crystal? Little Crystal? Vea erupted in laughter, nearly choking on her amusement. What kind of thought process is that, Lin? Lin couldn't help but chuckle, her smile enchanting, while Lin Rongfu wore a grin as well. Only the Amethyst Lion King bore a human-like expression of exasperation, seemingly pleading, Please, master. If that doesn't sound good, what do you suggest? Lin, noting their reactions, realized the name was less than ideal. Where can I find a remedy for naming difficulties? Let us simply call it Lion King, Lin proposed. With a resounding roar, the Amethyst Lion King expressed its satisfaction with this name, evidently relieved that Lin wouldn't bestow upon it any further peculiar titles. All right, since you like it. From now on, you shall be called Lion King. Lin patted the creature's large head, contemplating the high intelligence of level 6 magical beasts. This one even had the discernment to find its name unsatisfactory. Lin considered the animal-type human fruit in his bag, curious about what would happen if he fed it to this magnificent beast. Chapter 43. The beast roars deep in the mountains. Should the Amethyst Lion King consume the human fruit? This idea burgeoned in Lin's mind like weeds in spring. Should he dare to try? As the moment approached, he hesitated, uncertain of the transformation that might occur. In the world of One Piece, Chopper had gained the ability to walk upright and speak after consuming the human fruit, attaining intellect comparable to that of a human. For magical beasts, this fruit was extraordinarily potent. Though the magical beasts of the Divine Grace continent were indeed formidable and intelligent, they could not transform into human forms as depicted in Earth's myths and legends. Even the mightiest level 9 beasts were bound by this limitation. The human fruit was primarily an auxiliary type, offering little enhancement to combat strength. Lin dismissed the thought. The Amethyst Lion King was already striking in its current form, and a transformation into human shape might be visually jarring. Thus, he abandoned the notion. After an intense battle, everyone had suffered considerable fatigue and injuries, necessitating a period of rest. Lin Rongfu skillfully set a fire to roast the meat of a previously slain level 6 beast. In the territory of the Amethyst Lion King, no other beast dared to intrude, rendering the act of cooking unproblematic. The Lion King had a prodigious appetite, even with Lin En's life restoration ability. He couldn't match its voraciousness. After a hearty feast, the four of them and the beast were left thoroughly satisfied, though Lin Rongfu had labored diligently. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin opened his attribute panel to review the spoils of their recent battles. Character: Lin level, 30 experience, 90, 020. 000 vitality, 740 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, complete, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 22, 405, 000, shave, intermediate, 8, 705, 000, paper drawing, intermediate, 4, 905, 000, life restoration, initial, complete. Armament Haki, initial, complete. Listen to all things, non-upgradable. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, initial, complete. Techniques: 1 sword style, Aido, flash. Continuous flash constitution, dominant sword body specialization, none pet. Amethyst Lion King, level 6 beginner magical beast, special items. None energy, 117, 500 backpack, human fruit. Several magic crystals quests. Main quest 1, dream of max level, host S level to max. Second phase quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary group, upgrade the Daxiao mercenary group to SSS level. Second phase quest, A level mercenary group, reward, 1 promotion gift pack. Having reached level 30, Lin En's vitality had increased by 30 points, and various skill proficiencies had grown significantly. Yet, the growth in vitality felt painfully slow. Without skill upgrades contributing to vitality, the mere 5 points gained per level felt negligible, impacting his current strength minimally, while the proficiency required for skill enhancement had increased. The lengthy process of grinding for proficiency was arduous. He had tasted the joy of investing in energy, and the slow grind for proficiency felt excruciating. Additionally, life restoration, Armament Haki, and his fruit abilities still could not be upgraded, indicating that he would need to reach level 40 before he could enhance these skills further. Lin gazed at the several level 6 magic crystals he had gathered over the past few days in his backpack, contemplating whether to recharge. He wondered how much system energy could be converted from the level 6 crystals. System: convert all magic crystals in the backpack into system energy. Ding. Please confirm. Do you wish to convert 3 level 6 primary and 1 level 6 intermediate magic crystals into system energy? Confirm. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 225,000, bringing the total to 342,500 points. Having converted the 4 level 6 magic crystals, Lin calculated that the level 6 primary crystals yielded 50,000 energy each, while the level 6 intermediate crystal provided 75,000. It was evident that the energy contained within the level 6 crystals was substantial, far surpassing that of the level 5 crystals. With the system's total energy now exceeding 340,000, just a few more level 6 crystals would suffice to accumulate 55 energy. Ample for upgrading a skill, significantly enhancing his prowess. Grandfather Fu, it seems I haven't spotted any members of the Paladin mercenary group these past few days. Have you gathered any intelligence today? Lin inquired. No, I have scoured the nearby area and found no sign of the Paladin mercenary group, Lin Rongfu replied. Young master, could it be that they have abandoned their search? Lin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. After all, the Hudis mountain range was vast, teeming with formidable magical beasts, and the Paladin mercenary group could not endlessly squander their manpower. They could very well be lying in wait at Hudis. Perhaps a conflict with the Silver Shield mercenary group was imminent. At that moment, Sherlin spoke, her expression grave, sensing something amiss. Sherlin, are you certain? Lin inquired. I cannot be entirely sure, Sherlin replied, shaking her head. However, if Tim and the others have been summoned back to Hudis, the likelihood of war is substantial. Otherwise, they would not have recalled their forces. After all, compared to a grand battle against the Silver Shield, those few are undoubtedly minor players, not worthy of wasting resources. What should we do now? Should we rush back to Hudis? Lin asked, admitting his lack of expertise in such matters. The Paladin mercenaries have not appeared for 2 days. They may have already exited the Hudis mountain range. I fear that if we descend now, we shall not arrive in time, Sherlin said, worry etching her usually serene features. She was uncertain whether the battle between the Silver Shield and the Paladins had commenced, and what the outcome might be. If the Paladins emerged victorious, what would their fate be? Regardless, we must return to Hudis. If the battle has not concluded, we could strike a decisive blow against the paladin mercenaries. Conversely, if the paladins have triumphed, we must contemplate our exodus from Hudis, Lin mused, understanding that the fate of Hudis would directly influence their future actions. Very well. We shall return to Hudis at once, Lin resolved, her decisiveness evident. With their decision made, the four set forth down the mountain. Throughout the descent, Lin continuously employed the flame of life to heal the Amethyst Lion King, hoping that by the time they reached Hudis, it would exhibit the prowess of a 6th-level beast, thereby augmenting their strength. As they made their way down, deep within the Hudis mountain range, in a perilous area seldom trodden by mercenaries, a shadowy figure darted through the forest with remarkable speed, almost ethereal in its swiftness. This dark silhouette bore a burden, a package containing an unconscious magical beast cub. Roar. Shortly after the cloaked figure's departure, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Hudis mountain range, imbued with overwhelming authority and fury. The sound reverberated, startling countless magical beasts, who cowered, trembling in fear beneath the weight of the king's wrath. Chapter 44. The beast tide. The colossal roar reverberated throughout much of the Hudis mountain range, sending innumerable magical beasts into a frenzy of trepidation, as if they could sense the anger of a sovereign. The sound of the beast's roar resonated through the air, sending chills down the spines of Lin and his companions, their faces paling in response. The overwhelming authority embedded in that roar left them shaken, instilling a profound sense of terror. The Amethyst Lion King, trembling in fear, instinctively dropped to the ground, emitting a low, mournful whine, clearly stricken by fright. Possessing the unique ability to hear the voices of all beings, Lin discerned an ocean of wrath within that roar. Alarmed, he pondered the magnitude of the beast that could evoke such terror from a distance, questioning what could provoke such a formidable creature into a fit of rage. What kind of beast's roar is this, Lion King? Lin inquired, regaining his composure. Ugh, master. This is the roar of the king among beasts, the thunderwing white tiger, an 8th-level beast, the Amethyst Lion King replied, filled with awe for the thunderwing white tiger. An 8th-level beast equates to a saint among humans, while a 9th-level beast is nearly a mythological entity. In the absence of a 9th-level beast, the 8th-level beasts undoubtedly reign supreme, which explains the sheer might that could render a 6th-level Amethyst Lion King quaking in fear with just a single roar. The roar of the 8th-level Thunderwing White Tiger, Lin declared gravely. Thunderwing White Tiger. The others' faces turned ashen. Even Lin Rongfu, a former master of battle, could not escape the chill creeping into his heart. Why would the Thunderwing White Tiger be enraged? Has someone dared to intrude upon its territory? Lin's eyes widened in shock. It was common knowledge among the mercenaries of Hudis town that an 8th-level beast resided deep within the Hudis mountains, yet no one had ever dared to provoke it. Even the 3 major mercenary groups avoided it, and it was fortunate that the Thunderwing White Tiger never ventured beyond the mountain's depths, allowing Hudis town to remain safe for many years. Roar, roar. The roar of the Thunderwing White Tiger echoed again from the depths of the mountains. Master, this is bad. The Thunderwing White Tiger has commanded all beasts in the mountain to attack humans, the Amethyst Lion King exclaimed. Without needing further prompting, Lin comprehended the meaning behind the roars, his expression darkening instantly. Young master, what is it? Lin Rongfu asked urgently, noticing Lin's grim demeanor. The Thunderwing White Tiger has ordered all beasts to emerge from the mountains and assault Hudis town, Lin replied somberly, a cloud of dread settling over him. What? The 3 of them turned pale, realizing that the Thunderwing White Tiger's command meant chaos would erupt among all the beasts in the Hudis mountains. A terrifying thought struck them. A beast tide. How could a beast tide erupt? Lin exclaimed, her previously calm demeanor shattered. Someone has stolen the Thunderwing White Tiger's offspring, Lin said, his eyes widening with disbelief. Which audacious hero would dare to steal the young of a saint-level beast and succeed? Yet, that very individual had brought calamity upon them. What? Someone stole the Thunderwing White Tiger's cubs? The trio was equally horrified, struggling to fathom the enormity of this revelation. Young master, we must leave the Hudis mountains immediately, Lin Rongfu urged, his anxiety palpable. The horrors of a beast tide were well known, even if one had not directly experienced it. The continent of Shinin had witnessed many beast tides, a nightmarish spectacle where beasts surged like a relentless tide, obliterating everything in their path. Let us go. We must depart at once. The horrifying image of countless beasts descending upon them gripped Lin, leaving him pale and parched. Their combined strength, even with the Amethyst Lion King, would be no match against the tide. They hastened down the mountain, fearing even a moment's delay. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure swiftly traversed the outskirts of the Hudis Mountains, momentarily taken aback by the thunderous roars emanating from the depths. I didn't expect this creature to return so soon, but it is too late now, the figure chuckled softly, their presence vanishing into the trees. With the command of the Thunderwing White Tiger, every beast in the Hudis Mountains erupted into chaos, emerging from their hiding places and surging toward the outskirts. Some raced through the forest with incredible speed, while others, massive in size, shook the ground with their passage. Flying beasts soared overhead. Normally, these creatures would engage in relentless battles, but now, regardless of enmity or rank, they seemed to have cast aside past grievances, coalescing into a torrent that cascaded down the mountainside. The air was filled with the thunderous roars of beasts, their frenzied energy sweeping through the entire mountain range. Many mercenary groups in the Hudis Mountains were caught off guard, their fates sealed as they were torn to shreds by the oncoming tide. At that moment, Lin and his companions found themselves besieged, beset by a throng of beasts that charged at them as though they were mortal enemies. Despite the Amethyst Lion King's imposing presence, it proved ineffective. Though the beasts were merely 4th and 5th level, their overwhelming numbers and reckless ferocity severely hampered Lin and his group's escape. As the beasts multiplied, the sheer volume became a threat. Even ants could bring down an elephant. Once Lin and his companions exhausted their strength and energy, they would be engulfed by the tide. If they were to be overtaken by the 6th and 7th level beasts lurking deeper in the mountains, it would spell disaster. Roar! The Amethyst Lion King bellowed, snapping the neck of a charging 4th level beast. Typically, lower-level beasts would flee at the scent of its presence, but now they attacked fiercely, igniting the Lion King's wrath. Despite its furious roars, the Lion King was overwhelmed. For every beast it dispatched, another charged forth, under the Thunderwing White Tiger's command. These lower-level beasts sought to obliterate any human they encountered, and in their defense of Lin and his companions, the Lion King became a target as well. Young master, we cannot afford to be hindered by these beasts. If we are caught by the approaching horde, we will be trapped within the tide, Lin Rongfu shouted, slicing through the oncoming beast with his sword. He feared not for his own life, but for Lin's safety. There is no choice but to carve a path through. Lin grit his teeth, panic etched across his face. Despite having battled countless beasts in the Hudis Mountains, the terror of the impending tide filled him with dread. Never had he witnessed such a formidable spectacle. We cannot escape. Shirlene's face was ashen. They had ventured deep into the Hudis Mountains, and it would be nearly impossible to breach the territory of the 6th level beasts. The outer regions were even more densely populated with beasts, and though they may not be strong, their numbers were overwhelming. Find a place to hide, Lin Rongfu shouted. Yes, we must find refuge until the tide passes. Lin's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. This could indeed be a path to survival. Fighting was futile, but evading the tide offered a slender chance. Let us return to the cave where we previously sought shelter, Lin Rongfu exclaimed, leading the charge back toward their earlier refuge. Lin, Shirlene, and Wei followed closely behind. At Lin's signal, the Amethyst Lion King surged forward, clearing the path alongside Lin Rongfu. Chapter 45, The Panic in Mercenary Paradise. The group pressed on together, and Lin attempted to utilize the bloodline aura of the phoenix to intimidate the surrounding beasts. However, it remained unclear whether the low intelligence of these 4th and 5th tier monsters rendered them incapable of sensing the bloodline aura, or if the command of the Thunderwing White Tiger had rendered the phoenix's presence ineffective. Consequently, Lin withdrew the flame of life to conserve energy and resorted to carving a path through the horde with his blade. Fortunately, the cave where they had previously sought refuge was not far away. After vanquishing an unknown number of beasts, the group finally managed to enter the cave, leaving the Amethyst Lion King at the entrance to guard against the agitated monsters. As the beasts, unable to see Lin and the others, ceased their attacks on the Amethyst Lion King, they charged downhill, allowing those hidden within the cave to breathe a sigh of relief. We've survived, after all. I thought I was going to die from fright, Wei exclaimed, her voice quivering, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Do not fear, we shall be safe. Shirlene comforted Wei, embracing her. Although her own face was pale and marked by residual terror, she feigned calmness in front of her younger sister. Lin leaned against the stone wall of the cave, gasping for breath, embodying the very essence of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. This was merely a minor wave of beasts. One can only imagine the terror that a full-scale onslaught would bring. Even now, Lin felt his limbs weaken and his heart race uncontrollably. Young master, are you all right? Lin Rongfu inquired gently, his concern for Lin evident. fearing that the horror of the beast tide had left a mark on him. "I'm fine," Lin replied with a wry smile. "It's just that encountering such a situation for the first time is rather frightening. Experiencing this once is quite enough." Lin had previously watched a documentary on the migration of animals across the African savanna in a past life. Yet the spectacle of countless beasts galloping was utterly eclipsed by the current onslaught of monstrous creatures. The animals of the African plains were merely ordinary, whereas the beasts of the Hudis Mountains possessed formidable power, capable of shattering trees that required several people to encircle. He had once believed his strength had grown sufficiently, even feeling a hint of pride. However, confronted by the tide of beasts, he realized his abilities were insufficient for mere self-preservation. If only he were powerful enough to rival or even vanquish the thunderwing white tiger, what could a mere beast tide pose as a threat? With a single strike, he could disperse it. Though sheltered in a cave, Lin and his companions remained vigilant. The thunderous roars of beasts and the tumult of their stampede stirred unease within their hearts. Despite the presence of the Amethyst Lion King guarding the cave entrance, should a more formidable beast detect their presence, the outcome would still be uncertain. After a brief respite to recover some strength, Lin began tending to their wounds. The skirmish, though brief, had compelled them to forsake defense in their haste to reach the cave, leaving them injured. It was imperative to heal quickly to ensure their survival amidst the encroaching beast tide. At the gates of Hudis Town, a figure cloaked in black rushed through, exclaiming, "The beast tide has erupted! Quickly, shut the gates!" "Beast tide? What nonsense is this?" One guard scoffed. "It has been years since the Hudis Mountains last experienced such a phenomenon. Perhaps he has been driven mad by the beasts." Another jested. The guards, dismissing the black-clad figure's warnings, laughed heartily, finding amusement in the absurdity of the situation, especially after the recent upheaval in Hudis Town, which had left many mercenaries eager for a diversion. The cloaked individual, hearing their ridicule, merely smirked, disregarding the soon-to-be doomed mercenaries, and pressed onward into the town. Shortly after, one of the gate guards suddenly gasped, staring in horror towards the Hudis Mountains. "Look, what is that? A storm cloud? Is it about to rain? Are you infected by that fool's words? The sun is blazing. Where would a cloud come from?" Another guard teased. Yet, upon closer inspection, one exclaimed, "No, it's not a cloud. It's a horde of flying beasts." Panic erupted among the mercenaries as the realization dawned upon them. The beast tide was indeed upon them. The news of the beast tide spread through Hudis Town like wildfire, creating chaos and a frenzy as mercenaries scrambled to prepare. Jolanda and Vankin, who had just stabilized the town's situation, rushed to the city walls upon hearing the commotion. They exchanged no pleasantries, their expressions grave as they beheld the approaching swarm of flying beasts and the dust storm rising from the ground. "Gather all mercenaries. To the walls. Prepare for battle against the beast tide," Vankin commanded. As the most seasoned mercenary in Hudis Town, he had once witnessed the horrors of a beast tide and wished never to face such devastation again. Yet, with the tide bearing down upon them, they had no choice but to confront it. Fleeing was futile against creatures of such speed. "Everyone, we cannot falter. Those who retreat shall perish. We must hold our ground against the tide. It is our only chance for survival." Vankin's voice rang out resolutely. The tide of beasts approached relentlessly, and no one could evade it. Only a fierce battle awaited. Jolanda, despite being a woman, displayed remarkable courage as she echoed Vankin's sentiments. Under the leadership of the two mercenary factions, all mercenaries in Hudis Town rallied to the walls, steeling themselves for the impending conflict. Despite their fears, none dared to retreat. Retreat meant death. Should the beast breach Hudis Town, only a few would survive, and a grim atmosphere enveloped the battlements. In the distance, the swiftest of flying beasts neared Hudis Town, their forms becoming discernible against the sky, while below, the ground trembled under the stampede of landbound creatures. The scene was set for a brutal confrontation. White Veil, accompanied by members of the Mercenary Guild, stood atop the city walls, aware that the approaching beast tide spared no one. Watching the oncoming horde, her heart sank not solely from the threat they posed, but for Lin, still within the Hudis Mountains. The scale of this beast tide left little hope for his fate. "How can there be a beast tide?" Mikuro exclaimed, distraught upon hearing the news. "Young Master Lin is still in the Hudis Mountains. What shall we do, Mikuro? The young master is in grave danger." Usopp fretted, his face etched with worry. "Fear not. The old butler is with him. He will be safe," Mikuro reassured Usopp, though even he struggled to believe Lin would survive the onslaught. "Yes, the young master is blessed. He will be all right." Usopp tried to bolster his own spirits. Usopp, With the beast tied upon us, no one can escape. Your strength is too feeble to hide. I must go to the walls and see if I can learn of young Master Lin's fate, Mikuro declared. With that, Mikuro strode forth, flanked by several guards. While Usopp watched his retreating figure, lamenting his own weakness, he resolved that should the beast invade, he would fight to the death alongside them. Ahead of the beast tide, a dozen figures sprinted towards the town, mercenaries fleeing the onslaught in the Hudis Mountains, racing desperately to find refuge within the town's walls. Alas, the beasts offered them no reprieve. A flock of flying creatures descended from the skies, snatching the fleeing mercenaries and dragging them aloft. Blood rained down as broken bodies plummeted to the ground, trampled into the earth by the advancing horde. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the mercenaries on the battlements turned pale, realizing that their fate would mirror that of the fallen if they could not withstand the tide. Soon, the vanguard of flying beasts reached the skies above Hudis town, poised to strike as they descended towards the walls. Archers, prepare. Fire. With a commanding order, thousands of archers atop the city walls drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows imbued with martial energy that tore through the sky towards the flying beasts. Instantly, several hundred of these aerial monsters fell, plummeting from the heavens. These initial foes were of relatively low rank, merely level 3 or 4, and were easily dispatched by the archers' deadly volleys. Release the arrows. Another wave of projectiles soared forth, claiming hundreds more flying beasts. As the third wave ascended, a massive creature emerged from the dark clouds, a level 5 beast, the Iron Wing Eagle. Its wings spread over 20 meters, generating fierce gusts that deflected countless arrows. Then, with a powerful flap, it unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp feathers that descended upon the battlements. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries were slain by the raining feathers. "You wretched beast, cease your arrogance," roared Vankind, the leader of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps, as he witnessed the heavy casualties among his men defending this segment of the wall. Fueled by rage, he leapt into the air, his knightly greatsword cleaving through the air with a surge of martial energy, striking the Iron Wing Eagle. The creature's body was split in two, blood raining down from above. Meanwhile, the remaining flying beasts dove towards the city walls, their sharp claws crushing mercenary skulls and lifting others into the air before letting them fall to their doom. Chaos erupted atop the walls as the mercenaries fought back, their martial energy slicing through the ranks of the flying beasts, blood spilling like rain. The aerial onslaught was relentless, not only targeting the defenders on the walls, but also swooping into the town to assault the mercenaries within. Not all could remain atop the walls. Many ascended to the rooftops to fend off the airborne threats. A dozen flamingos soared over the town, spewing forth torrents of fire that ignited the structures below. Though the flamingos were swiftly dispatched, the mercenaries continued to suffer significant losses. The ground trembled as the tide of beasts surged forward, led by hundreds of level 4 wind wolves. With mere meters to the walls, the wolves unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards the defenders. "Defend!" shouted Jorarila, raising her silver shield, which projected a massive martial energy barrier that shattered a multitude of wind blades. The mercenaries wielded their weapons to counter the onslaught. Yet many were still struck by the relentless barrage. Magic attack. Despite the predominance of warriors among the mercenaries, a notable number of mages joined the fray, casting spells from the battlements, swamp traps, meteor fire rains, quicksand, and water tornadoes, devastating swathes of beasts. 100 wind wolves leapt, using the momentum to scale the 20-meter-high walls, crashing into the crowd and claiming the lives of several mercenaries. "Kill! Slay these beasts!" the mercenaries screamed, their eyes ablaze with fury as they clashed with the invading monsters. One by one, the creatures were dispatched. But the mercenary corps paid a heavy price as more beasts surged onto the walls, compounded by the aerial threats. White Veil joined the battle, wielding a one-handed sword that extended several meters with martial energy, cleaving through the beasts. In that moment, she resembled a battle-hardened goddess of war, shedding the delicate demeanor she once displayed when teasing Lin. A tremendous rumble echoed as massive figures emerged from the horde: the rampaging bear, the mammoth, and the diamond ape. All formidable creatures of level 6 or higher, towering at an astonishing 7 or 8 meters, reminiscent of small mountains charging towards the walls. With a thunderous crash, the city walls shuddered under the assault, causing several mercenaries to lose their footing and plummet into the surging tide of beasts. Do not let these monsters breach the walls. The urgency was palpable. Everyone understood that should the walls fall, the mercenaries would lose their defensive advantage, becoming exposed to the claws of the beasts. "Die, you fiends!" Jorarila leapt from the battlements, her hammer bursting with brilliant martial energy as it crushed the mammoth's head. A level 6 beast easily fell before the might of a battle master. Simultaneously, the rampaging bear and the diamond ape fell beneath Van Kind's sword. Yet neither warrior relaxed their vigilance, instead focusing on the ominous presence of powerful beasts approaching from the rear of the horde. With earth-shaking roars, the atmosphere was charged with the ferocious essence of the approaching level 7 beasts. Jorarila and Van Kind exchanged grave glances. The true battle was upon them. Chapter 47. The Thunderwing White Tiger. As the three formidable level 7 beasts became visible in the distance, the mercenaries of Hudis Town could not suppress their rising panic in the face of such overwhelming power. Most found it difficult to maintain their composure under the pressure of absolute strength. Moreover, trailing behind the trio of level 7 beasts were several dozen level 6 creatures, signifying the main force of the beast army was now at hand. Can we withstand this? One mercenary murmured, his gaze vacant, despair etched across his features. Fool! What are you dawdling for in battle? Another mercenary shouted, dispatching a beast that lunged at the distracted comrade. I know only one thing. We must fight with everything we have to survive. Even in death, I will take as many of these monsters with me as I can. We will surely hold them back. Look, leaders Jorarila and Van Kind are already confronting the level 7 beasts. They are battle masters. They can surely face them. On the walls, White Veil watched the approaching level 7 beasts, her expression grave. She turned to a robust middle-aged man beside her and said, Mr. Roland, I must trouble you to engage one of the level 7 beasts. Roland, a battle master stationed at the Hudis Town branch of the Mercenary Guild, was at the pinnacle of his initial level and could easily confront one of the level 7 beasts. Miss Whiteveil, my primary duty is to ensure your safety, he replied, mindful of the potential danger to her. If a level 7 beast breaches Hudis Town, we will all be at risk. I am safe atop the walls. And we still have Master Wanda here, she insisted. Roland glanced at Master Wanda, who was tirelessly casting magical scrolls, before finally nodding in agreement. He unsheathed his sword and leapt from the battlements, charging towards the level 7 beasts, slicing through the lower-ranking monsters in his path. What a loss! What a loss! Master Wanda lamented, tossing scrolls as he grumbled, lamenting the need for the abundant spirit flowers that grew in the Hudis Mountains for his potion experiments. He had never anticipated encountering such a catastrophic beast tide, and now he faced the prospect of exhausting his meticulously gathered magical scrolls. However, this predicament was unavoidable. With such a colossal horde of beasts, conserving magical energy was imperative, even amidst the agony of expenditure. One could not afford to skimp on magical scrolls at this critical juncture. Midgeral was valiantly combating the encroaching monsters atop the city walls, his body drenched in blood. With his initial stage warrior prowess, the current onslaught of beasts posed no threat to him, yet prolonged engagement would undoubtedly deplete his fighting spirit, leading to uncertain consequences. Not far away, Jorarila, Van Kind, and Rolando had surged forth to confront 3 formidable 7th-level beasts. Jorarira's adversary was an enormous mammoth, her favorite opponent due to its thick hide and substantial girth, providing immense satisfaction when struck with her hammer. As the mammoth charged, its massive trunk lashed out like a colossal whip, prompting Jorarila to unleash her fighting spirit, causing her hammer to swell dramatically, transforming into a behemoth of destruction that collided with the mammoth's trunk, producing a thunderous roar. Van Kind had set his sights on a 2-headed hellhound, rumored to evolve into a 3-headed infernal beast upon the emergence of its 3rd head, a creature of saintly might. The 2 heads of the hellhound unleashed twin columns of fire, one orange and the other pitch black, scorching the ground beneath them. Van Kind retaliated with his great sword, slicing through the air to extinguish the fiery onslaught. Rolando faced a colossal devouring serpent, measuring over 2 meters in diameter and nearly 30 meters in length, its armored scales impervious to blades. The serpent hissed menacingly as its massive tail coiled toward Rolando, who swung his sword, only for his energy-infused strike to be thwarted by the serpent's hardened scales, sending sparks flying. The initial clashes of these 3 battles reverberated with earth-shattering intensity, their fighting spirits intertwining in a display of raw power. The nearby beasts were instantly torn apart by the residual shockwaves. The 3 7th-level monsters were held at bay by the trio of warriors. Yet a dozen remaining 6th-level beasts thundered toward Hudis Town with an unstoppable ferocity, threatening to breach the walls. We must not allow these creatures to collide with the walls. Sanchez of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps bellowed, leaping from the battlements, followed by a dozen elite warriors from the mercenary community of Hudis Town, ready to intercept the advancing 6th-level beasts and unleash a cataclysmic battle. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, at a resting point of the Paladin Mercenary Corps. A frantic mercenary rushed in from the direction of Hudis, reporting to St. Paul. "Captain, a beast horde has erupted from the Hudis Mountains, and the monsters have begun their assault on Hudis town." Finally, the moment had arrived. St. Paul rose with a hearty laugh, devoid of fear, exclaiming, "My opportunity has come. Flandeco, rally everyone. We return to Hudis town to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Paladin Mercenary Corps." "Yes, Captain," Flandeco replied, equally exhilarated. After the beast horde, Hudis town would belong to the Paladin Mercenary Corps, excluding those still recuperating from grievous wounds. Nearly 2,000 warriors, led by St. Paul and Flandeco, marched triumphantly back toward Hudis town. In the depths of the Hudis Mountains, Lin and her companions, still hidden in their cave, remained oblivious to the fierce battle raging in Hudis town. Anxiety and trepidation filled them as the relentless sounds of the beast horde echoed outside, their hearts suspended in constant vigilance. After an indeterminate time, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, the roars and stampedes fading as if the beast tide had receded. Sensing the retreat, Lin exchanged glances with her companions, each reflecting a sense of relief. "Let us venture outside," Lin suggested. Upon exiting the cave, they beheld a scene of devastation. As if a hurricane had swept through, fallen trees and scattered branches lay strewn about, and the ground was marked with enormous, chaotic tracks left by the beasts. Only the amethyst lion stood guard at the cave's entrance, dutifully watching over them. "Thank you for your vigilance, Lion King," Lin said, patting the creature's massive head. Without the Lion King's watchfulness, they might have been detected by the monsters even while concealed in the cave. With a mighty roar, the Lion King nuzzled Lin's hand, eager to receive praise, when suddenly it tensed, its fur bristling as if sensing a formidable threat. "Lion King, what is the matter?" Lin's expression shifted to one of concern. As Lin's words fell, the once formidable amethyst Lion King, who seemed to face an imminent threat, instantly relaxed its bristled fur, its massive form trembling as it lay prostrate on the ground. "Master, the thunderwing white tiger has arrived." Upon receiving the mental transmission from the amethyst Lion King, Lin's expression changed drastically. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a white tiger with wings approaching slowly in the distance, plunging him into an icy abyss, chilling him to the core. Chapter 48. Temporary mission. The thunderwing white tiger was not particularly large, standing just over 2 meters tall and measuring only 5 meters in length, giving it a somewhat diminutive appearance in comparison to the amethyst Lion King. Yet, the overwhelming aura of a sacred-level magical beast emanated from it, exuding an air of dominion. Its piercing eyes, opening and closing, displayed the regal fierceness of a beast king, instilling an unshakable dread in all who beheld it. "Thunderwing, white tiger," Lin stammered, completely unaware that his voice had warped under the immense weight of his fear, his heart overwhelmed with trepidation as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The trio of Lin paused momentarily, then followed Lin's gaze to the approaching thunderwing white tiger. Their pupils constricted, and they froze in place, engulfed by an overwhelming fear that rendered their breaths almost suspended in that instant. The thunderwing white tiger continued to advance at its original pace. The sound of its paws touching the ground was subdued, yet it resonated like thunder in the hearts of Lin and his companions, stirring their blood and causing their hearts to race almost out of their chests. The amethyst Lion King fared even worse. Lying flat on the ground with its head buried deep, its fur quivering as if rippling with waves, emitting continuous mournful sounds. "Humans, all must perish." The thunderwing white tiger's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, brimming with a bloodthirsty malice. It did not need to speak. A surge of mental energy conveyed its intentions, fully understood by Lin and his companions. Those sacred-level magical beasts could not articulate words. They communicated with humans through their mental prowess. Flickers of blue lightning danced along the wings of the thunderwing white tiger, hinting at the imminent release of formidable electric power. Confronted with the unabashed murderous intent of the thunderwing white tiger, Lin's heart raced violently. What to do? Overawed by the tiger's imposing presence, he found himself paralyzed, unable to even perform the simplest of actions, such as raising a hand. Was it destined that he could not escape this calamity today? A sense of unwillingness filled Lin's heart. Ding. Due to the host being subjected to an overwhelming sacred-level mental assault and being in extreme danger, the temporary skill conqueror's haki has been awakened, lasting for 15 minutes. At this critical moment, the system made its appearance. As the notification echoed in his mind, Lin felt an exhilarating clarity wash over him, as if the suffocating pressure from the thunderwing white tiger had dissipated entirely. lifting an immense weight from his shoulders and leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. Lin felt a surge of joy. The system proved to be reliable. However, the Conqueror's Haki was merely a temporary skill, lasting only for a quarter of an hour. And it merely aided him in withstanding the oppressive aura of the Thunderwing White Tiger, incapable of assisting him in defeating it. The matter of registration still depended on his own efforts. With a deep breath, a verdant flame of life ignited around Lin, enveloping him entirely. This flame, imbued with the essence of the Phoenix bloodline, could potentially intimidate the Amethyst Lion King and, he hoped, would also prove effective against the Thunderwing White Tiger. This was the only method of self-preservation that Lin could conceive at this moment. Indeed, his gamble paid off. Upon witnessing the live flame surrounding Lin and sensing the Phoenix bloodline's aura within it, the Thunderwing White Tiger's ferocious gaze shifted, and its steps faltered. It scrutinized the flame-enshrouded Lin with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Human, how can you possess the aura of a magical beast bloodline? The Thunderwing White Tiger transmitted a mental wave to Lin, astonished by the overwhelming nobility of the bloodline's essence emanating from him, which even instilled a modicum of pressure within itself. Had this human not been so weak, it might have found the aura unbearable. How peculiar. In all its years of existence, the Thunderwing White Tiger had never encountered such an unusual human. Tiger King, I assure you, I too am bewildered by this. Lin cautiously inquired, anxious not to provoke the grieving Thunderwing White Tiger, yet he could not divulge the truth about the system, for it would likely be incomprehensible to the beast. Human, do you dare to mock me? Roared the Thunderwing White Tiger, its majestic and overwhelming presence shaking the very ground. The Amethyst Lion King, trembling and prostrate, was too frightened to utter a sound, feigning death. The Sylph sisters shuddered in terror, feeling the oppressive aura of death surrounding them. Lin Rongfu fared slightly better, having once been a formidable warrior of the Battlemaster rank. He could withstand the Thunderwing White Tiger's pressure, albeit with great effort. Under the temporary skill of Conqueror's Haki, Lin could resist the Thunderwing White Tiger's might, yet his complexion remained pallid. For the wrath of the beast instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Tiger King, I harbor no intent to mock you. I genuinely cannot explain, Lin hurriedly replied, a desperate desire for survival coursing through him. Indeed, I am aware that your offspring has been taken from you, and I can assist in retrieving your child. Human, do you speak the truth? Inquired the Thunderwing White Tiger, for in its heart, the well-being of its offspring was paramount. The more powerful the magical beast, the more arduous it was to bear young, which explained the tiger's fury upon realizing its child had been stolen, prompting it to unleash a beast tide. Though skeptical of Lin's ability to recover its offspring, the Thunderwing White Tiger was unwilling to relinquish hope as long as a glimmer of possibility remained. After all, even if it summoned the beast tide, there was no guarantee of reclaiming its child. Should harm befall its offspring during the ensuing chaos, even the extermination of all humanity would prove futile. Naturally, before the Tiger King, they were utterly powerless and dared not deceive it. Lin spoke sincerely. If we succeed in recovering your child, I hope you will spare us and retract your command to halt the beast tide. Very well. As long as my child is returned safely, I shall agree, stated the Thunderwing White Tiger, though a chilling aura accompanied its words. Dare to deceive me, and I shall be the first to devour you. Agreed, Lin nodded, a sigh of relief escaping him, for his life was momentarily spared. Ding. A temporary quest has been activated. Rescue the Thunderwing White Tiger's cub. Please assist in recovering the cub to quell the wrath of the saint-level Thunderwing White Tiger. And the reward shall be the Conqueror's Haki. Lin was taken aback, not expecting to trigger a temporary mission, with the reward being the coveted Conqueror's Haki. Elated, Lin felt as though a timely blessing had arrived, and he was determined to find a way to complete this task. With a mutual understanding, the Thunderwing Tiger King retracted its oppressive aura, allowing the Shirinvia sisters and Lin Rongfu to relax, as a fish returned to the water after a long struggle. Gasping for breath, the feeling of having survived a calamity lingered in their minds, and recalling the earlier scene still filled them with trepidation. The Thunderwing White Tiger shot several bolts of lightning from its wings, which transformed into electric ropes that ensnared Lin and his companions, lifting them into the air above the Hudis Mountains. The sensation of tingling and numbness coursed through them, as they feared that the Thunderwing White Tiger might mismanage the electricity and char them, yet they dared not utter a sound, fearful of provoking the beast again. The Thunderwing White Tiger, however, paid no heed to their plight and flew directly toward Hudis Town. Chapter 49. The appearance of the paladin. The battle in Hudis Town had already escalated to a fever pitch. with casualties among both magical beasts and mercenaries occurring with every passing moment. The city walls and battlements were littered with dismembered limbs, a true river of blood. In this fierce conflict between humans and beasts, there was no room for mercy, only a relentless struggle for survival. The most notable battlefield was undoubtedly the confrontation between 3 master combatants and 3 level 7 magical beasts, a clash that could be likened to the very earth trembling beneath them. Pivotal to the outcome of this conflict. Boom. Van Kinder, the leader of the Wild Lion mercenary group, unleashed a 10-meter-long sword light, extinguishing 2 fire pillars spewed forth by the Hellhound. Breathing heavily, the prolonged battle had taken its toll on him, and he found himself increasingly challenged by the Hellhound, whose formidable physical prowess surpassed that of humans. At that moment, the Hellhound's 2 heads released another pair of fire pillars, one black and one red. Van Kinder swiftly dodged the flames and charged toward the beast, contemplating a change in strategy. He would no longer engage in a direct confrontation but would seek an opportunity to strike the Hellhound from close range. Just as Van Kinder made his move, a dark flash streaked past him with the speed of lightning. Instinctively sensing danger, he sidestepped, but still felt a searing pain as the dark light grazed his left arm, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone and sent blood spraying. A slender, elegant beast appeared several meters away, its pitch-black eyes regarding Van Kinder with a mix of contempt and mockery. Flanking the Hellhound, the creature's predatory gaze bore down on him. It was a level 7 magical beast, the Shadow Stalker, a rare dark-type beast, born to be an assassin. Van Kinder's heart sank in shock. Another level 7 beast had joined the fray, and a troublesome one at that. The Shadow Stalker moved like the wind, with exceptional stealth capabilities that left one defenseless. Having barely managed to withstand the Hellhound, he knew he could not contend with 2 such formidable foes. With a chilling realization, Van Kinder felt a retreating instinct rise within him. Facing the onslaught of 2 level 7 beasts was tantamount to certain death, and he believed that only the protection of the city walls could offer any semblance of defense. Another level 7 beast. Van Kinder shouted, warning Jorarella and Rolando to withdraw and seek refuge behind the walls. Having issued his warning, he turned to flee. Preserving his life was the wisest choice in the face of such peril. Jorarella and Rolando were taken aback by Van Kinder's words, their hearts racing. The emergence of yet another level 7 beast could completely overturn the tide of battle. Faced with such dire circumstances, they too began to contemplate retreat, recognizing that engaging in the melee with these beasts would likely spell their doom. Thunder rumbled ominously. Before Jorarella could retreat, the ground beneath her suddenly collapsed, and a massive maw, brimming with countless razor-sharp teeth, erupted from below, lunging toward her. The Earth Dragon Beast. Jorarella's expression shifted dramatically. Another level 7 beast had emerged from the ground, resembling a gargantuan worm adept at tunneling. Its favorite tactic was to ambush from beneath. In a moment of peril, Jorarella raised her silver shield to block the beast's gaping maw, but the tremendous force propelled her into the air, causing her to spit blood as she fell into the throng of magical beasts below. As countless beasts surged toward her, threatening to engulf her, Jorarella disregarded her injuries and leaped from the ground, her hammer carving a bloody path toward the city walls of Hudis town. Meanwhile, Rolando, witnessing Jorarella's ambush, felt a surge of dread. He dared not linger. If another level 7 beast were to attack him, he would be in grave danger. With a swift strike, he repelled the Devourer Serpent and hastily retreated toward Hudis town. Bang! The Devourer Serpent would not allow its prey to escape. It lashed out with its powerful tail. Rolando narrowly blocked the attack with his sword, but the force sent him tumbling away, causing him to cough up blood. Using the momentum from the serpent's strike, he accelerated toward the walls of Hudis town. On the battlements, many were observing the fierce struggle between the 3 master combatants, mesmerized by the sudden turn of events. As they witnessed the trio's chaotic retreat, panic gripped the crowd. A wave of despair washed over them. If even the master combatants were forced to flee, who could possibly withstand the onslaught of the magical beasts? Was Hudis town destined to fall to the tide of beasts today? The Earth Dragon Beast burrowed through the ground, while the remaining 4 level 7 beasts thundered toward the city walls, their overwhelming presence instilling fear. The 3 master combatants had returned to the battlements, their expressions grave as they faced the approaching beasts. Each bore wounds, especially Van Kinder, who had been struck again by the Shadow Stalker during his retreat, leaving a gaping wound that weakened him considerably. How could they possibly fend off the beast horde? Other mercenaries appeared ashen-faced, their spirits dimmed by despair, and many fell under the claws of the magical beasts. A fiery inferno erupted. With a chant, a vast amount of fire element coalesced in the air, And in the next moment, a violent blaze erupted, engulfing the ground before Hudis town in flames, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Thousands of magical beasts were instantly reduced to charred remains, filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. It was Master Wanda who had intervened. At this moment, even he dared not conserve his magical energy, unleashing a large-scale spell. As a grand sorcerer, his magic was extraordinary. This powerful spell nearly eradicated all the magical beasts in front of Hudis town, yielding remarkable results. Instantly, the mercenaries on the battlements were invigorated. Their spirits lifted as they seized the opportunity to slay the magical beasts that had surged toward the walls. Master Wanda is truly remarkable, Wire exclaimed, admiration shining in her eyes. Master Wanda's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Casting such a large-scale spell was a significant drain on his energy. Yet it was necessary to intimidate the level 7 beasts. Indeed, the magical beasts were momentarily stunned by this display of power, their offensive momentum faltering. Even the level 7 beasts hesitated, casting wary glances toward the battlements. Roar. The hellhound let out a furious howl, perceiving the affront as a challenge, its roar resonating with wrath. The other level 7 beasts joined in the cacophony, issuing commands to their fellow creatures to attack, as the tide of beasts surged once more toward the city walls. The magical beasts continued their relentless advance. Defend yourselves. On the battlements, the mercenaries wore grave expressions as they beheld the oncoming horde, gripping their weapons tightly. Their faces a mixture of fear and resolve. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a beast echoed from afar. Upon hearing this formidable sound, the once surging tide of beasts came to a halt, and after a brief pause, it began to retreat slowly. Even several level 7 magical beasts began to withdraw. What was happening? The magical beasts were retreating? Observing the withdrawal of the beast tide, the crowd was filled with confusion, yet they dared not relax. High-level magical beasts possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. Did the magical beast harbor some sinister plot? The preceding roar had been imbued with overwhelming authority, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Moreover, after retreating several miles, the beast paused, still posing a threat to the town of Hudis. Like a sword suspended over their heads, leaving no room for complacency. Captain Van Kind, what is going on with these magical beasts? Jallarella inquired. Uncertain. That roar was far from ordinary, Van Kind replied gravely, his wounds leaving him weakened. He gazed into the distance, yet saw nothing, but the roar had unsettled him. What kind of beast could command even the level 7 magical beasts to submit? As the crowd pondered in trepidation, a commotion arose from behind. Van Kind and Jallarella turned to see a large group of mercenaries approaching the city walls, led by none other than St. Paul, the captain of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, and his vice-captain, Flandeco. The Paladin Mercenary Corps? Jallarella and Van Kind exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. St. Paul, what brings you here? Jallarella called out loudly. Captain Jallarella. Your question is quite amusing, St. Paul chuckled. With Hudis facing a beast tide, the Paladin Mercenary Corps, as part of Hudis, naturally must contribute to resisting the tide. Upon hearing this, the faces of the mercenaries brightened. The addition of the Paladin Mercenary Corps at this critical juncture significantly increased their chances of withstanding the beast tide. Moreover, the presence of 2 great masters within the Paladin Mercenary Corps equaled the number of level 7 magical beasts. Perhaps they could indeed withstand this wave. St. Paul. The Paladin Mercenary Corps has withdrawn from Hudis. You are no longer part of Hudis, Van Kind stated solemnly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The fight against the beast tide was fraught with peril. How could St. Paul possibly be so benevolent? Captain Van Kind, your words sadden me greatly. St. Paul retorted with a cold smile, sweeping his gaze over the assembled mercenaries. Esteemed comrades, at this moment of crisis for Hudis, I have brought my brothers to aid in its defense, and this is the attitude I receive? I did indeed declare that the Paladin Mercenary Corps withdrew from Hudis, originally. My brothers and I had no need to return and risk our lives against the beasts. Hudis could fall to the beasts, and it would be of no concern to me. But here I am, unable to bear witness to a place where I once fought being trampled by beasts. Unable to watch you all perish at their jaws. However, despite my willingness to put my life on the line for Hudis, both Captain Van Kind and Captain Jallarella refused to acknowledge my Paladin Mercenary Corps as part of Hudis. This deeply disappoints me. Do you all share this sentiment? If so, I shall turn and leave, and my brothers will not need to fight and bleed for those who are indifferent. St. Paul's words were laden with righteousness and indignation, as if he were the very embodiment of virtue, wronged in the most grievous manner. The mercenaries began to murmur among themselves. many openly praising St. Paul and his paladin mercenary corps for their noble spirit, pleading for him to stay and fight against the beast tide. Among the numerous voices, many also urged Vankind and Jalarella to mend their grievances for the sake of resisting the beast tide and to accept the paladin mercenary corps. Upon hearing these words, a smug smile graced St. Paul's face as he surveyed the grim expressions on Jalarella and Vankind, his heart filled with contempt. At this moment, Jalarella and Vankind wore expressions of deep discontent. St. Paul was cunning and insidious, leveraging the notion of righteousness to put them in a precarious position. If they refused, how could the two mercenary corps maintain control over Hudis in the future? Yet if they acquiesced, they were uncertain what schemes St. Paul had in store. In the crowd, Wire observed St. Paul with a watchful eye. She had sent people to monitor the movements of the paladin mercenary corps, but could not ascertain St. Paul's intentions due to the arrival of the beast tide. Nevertheless, she was certain that something was amiss with St. Paul's return. However, that did not matter. It would not affect the mercenary guild. And it was indeed advantageous for the paladin mercenary corps to join in resisting the tide. Captain Vankind and Captain Jalarella, if you welcome the paladin mercenary corps to stand against the beast tide, we shall gladly embrace it. They finally spoke after exchanging glances. Haha, Vankind, just moments ago I was willing to stand against the tide for Hudis, yet you deny my status as part of Hudis. Why should I agree now? St. Paul laughed heartily, but then his expression turned cold. If you wish for the paladin mercenary corps to join in resisting the beast tide, then from this day forth, both of you shall submit to me. The Lionheart mercenary corps and the Silver Shield mercenary corps shall disband and merge into the paladin mercenary corps. St. Paul, you are delusional. Jalarella retorted angrily. St. Paul, you are taking advantage of the chaos. Vankind glared fiercely. The mercenaries erupted in uproar. They could hardly believe that St. Paul would propose such conditions. This went beyond the realm of outrageous. Indeed, I am taking advantage of the chaos, St. Paul sneered. Do you think you can play the martyr? As long as you two submit, not only will I lead my men against the beast tide, but I am also confident in resolving this crisis, sparing Hudis from further loss. What? Captain St. Paul claims he can resolve the beast tide? Impossible. Captain St. Paul is merely a great master. How could he possibly handle such a scale of beast tide? What if he can? In an instant. The mercenaries buzzed with doubt regarding St. Paul's words, yet some held on to a flicker of hope. After all, no one knew if they would survive the beast tide. If only there was a chance, no matter how slim, that St. Paul could indeed resolve the crisis. St. Paul, such words could deceive children, Jalarella retorted coldly. Having seen through his sinister intentions, you merely seek to coerce both Vankind and me into submission with these lies. Your ambition to dominate Hudis is not a recent development. If you wish to return to Hudis, unite with us to resist this beast tide, and I will agree to the paladin mercenary corps rejoining. As for your desire for our submission, you may speak of that when you attain the rank of saint. Vankind remained silent, evidently sharing Jalarella's sentiments. What a pity. I have offered you a chance, St. Paul lamented. As soon as his words fell, a dark dagger materialized from the void beside Vankind, slicing swiftly across his throat. Already gravely injured, Vankind had no time to react before the dagger had grazed his neck, a line of blood instantly erupting forth. As Vankind clutched his throat and collapsed, a cloaked figure emerged beside him, only to vanish back into the crowd in a flash. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. No one had anticipated the appearance of an assassin at such a critical moment, assassinating the leader of the Lionheart mercenary corps, the formidable Great Master Vankind. Captain, the members of the Savage Lion mercenary corps cried out, supporting the fallen Vankind, yet it was too late. Vankind had already breathed his last. Chaos erupted within the entire corps. St. Paul, is it you? Yola Layla shrieked, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of alarm as she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, fearful that the assassin who had slain Vankind might strike at her next. If the assassin could take down Vankind, they could certainly do the same to her. Those who refuse to submit to me shall meet death, St. Paul declared, unabashedly acknowledging Yola Layla's accusations. At his words, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. They could scarcely fathom that St. Paul would turn against Vankind at such a critical moment. With the loss of a formidable master, how could humanity hope to withstand the impending beast tide? The mercenaries looked upon St. Paul with growing hostility in the face of such a grave threat. Internal strife was the last thing they needed. Regardless of St. Paul's intentions, discontent brewed among them. White Veil, too, was taken aback by St. Paul's sudden betrayal. She had not anticipated that he would so brazenly eliminate Van Kind, and the aura exuded by the assassin at that moment was unmistakably that of a mid-tier master. This was not someone from the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. From where had St. Paul procured such a powerful assassin? Moreover, did he truly believe he could handle the beast tide? Or was there some hidden agenda regarding this sudden surge of beasts that she was unaware of? All these uncertainties clouded White Veil's mind as she exchanged a glance with Roland. St. Paul, amidst such dire circumstances, you dare to murder Captain Van Kind, costing us a master's strength. What are you truly after? Roland bellowed. Faced with Roland's inquiry, St. Paul refrained from being overly arrogant. He was well aware of the power of the Mercenary Guild and did not wish to offend them. My Lord Roland, he replied. The Mercenary Guild will not interfere in the affairs of Mercenary Corps. That is its stance. I assure you. My claims of being able to resolve the beast tide are not mere words. I shall await to see how you intend to handle this beast tide, St. Paul. Roland retorted with disdain. St. Paul cast a regretful glance at Yola Layla, recognizing that her newfound vigilance rendered any further assassination attempts unlikely. Had both Yola Layla and Van Kind perished, the two mercenary corps would be left leaderless, allowing him to subsequently quell the beast tide and seize control of the entire town of Hudis. However, with Mr. Prado's assistance, Yola Layla would not pose a significant threat. Mr. Prado, I appreciate your assistance, St. Paul addressed respectfully. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black materialized beside St. Paul. It was the very assassin who had dispatched Van Kind. The appearance of the cloaked figure caused another stir among the mercenaries. Behold, witness how I shall confront the beast tide, St. Paul proclaimed with a booming laugh as he led his entourage to the city walls. The mercenaries were uncertain of St. Paul's true intentions but parted ways to allow him passage. Nevertheless, their gazes remained fixed with suspicion upon the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Should St. Paul fail to address the beast tide, the despondent mercenaries would likely turn their wrath upon them first. Beasts are approaching. A vigilant mercenary, observing the movements outside the town, alerted the others as a flying beast soared towards Hudis. Before it drew near, a suffocating aura swept over the crowd, leaving them struggling to breathe. Is that a saint-level beast? Master Wanda gasped in disbelief. A saint-level beast. The mercenaries' expressions turned pale, as if plunged into icy waters. 5 7th-tier beasts had already rendered Hudis nearly defenseless, and now the emergence of a saint-level beast seemed to indicate retribution for the town as countless hunts over the years. As the Thunderwing White Tiger approached, St. Paul's expression shifted, panic flickering within him. Yet, recalling the young Thunderwing White Tiger concealed within the mysterious cloaked figure's bag, he found some solace. Human, you must fulfill your promise. If my offspring is harmed, every one of you shall perish. The Thunderwing White Tiger proclaimed as it hovered ominously above Hudis, addressing Lin and then, with a flick of its lightning-infused rope, sent Lin and his companions hurtling towards the town's walls. Look, there are several individuals being thrown our way. Heavens! Another beast, a 6th-tier amethyst lion. They're coming down. Take cover. The townsfolk gasped in astonishment as Lin and his companions descended from the sky, evoking a swift retreat among the mercenaries, who were momentarily daunted by the presence of the Thunderwing White Tiger. Lin, thank goodness you're safe, White Veil exclaimed, rushing forward, her heart swelling with relief as she scrutinized Lin and the others. What on earth transpired? Sister White Veil, it's a long story. And this is not the time for explanations, Lin replied with a wry smile. He then grew serious. I have uncovered the cause of the beast tide. Someone has stolen the young of the Thunderwing White Tiger, inciting its wrath and unleashing this calamity. What? Someone has stolen the offspring of the saint-level Thunderwing White Tiger? Not only White Veil, but the other mercenaries who heard this revelation turned pale, their hearts ablaze with uncontainable fury. So many lives have been lost due to the theft of a mere cub? Who was this despicable thief? Chapter 51. The Thunderwing White Tiger is injured. Countless angry gazes scoured the crowd, and should the thief responsible for the abduction of the Thunderwing White Tiger's young appear, it was likely that the mercenaries would be able to exact vengeance with nothing but their furious stares. White Veil's heart skipped a beat as her gaze instinctively shifted towards St. Paul. His fervent claims of being able to resolve the beast tide made her wonder if he was the very one who had stolen the Thunderwing White Tiger's cubs. It was no wonder she harbored such suspicions. Only a master-level fighter could successfully pilfer from the nest of a saint-level beast, and St. Paul fit that description. Furthermore, the presence of that enigmatic and powerful cloaked assassin at his side suggested he possessed the means to carry out such a deed. What could possibly be his motive? Was it merely to weaken the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps, thereby asserting his dominance over Hudis? For this purpose, so many mercenaries have perished. Indeed, St. Paul is a figure of formidable cunning. It is no wonder that the Paladin mercenary corps chose to withdraw from Hudstown proactively, as this was evidently premeditated. Their early exit was a strategic maneuver, intended to prevent any losses among the Paladin mercenary corps during the Beast Tide. It is likely that the conflict with the Silver Shield mercenary corps was also orchestrated by him, aimed at concealing his true intentions from both the Silver Shield and the Wild Lion mercenary corps. This man is shrewd and ruthless, truly a formidable adversary. And he is backed by a mysterious force. The fact that the mercenary guild has failed to uncover any information regarding this suggests that this hidden power is equally impressive. Understanding this, Bywayer regarded St. Paul with an added depth of meaning and trepidation in her gaze. Many astute mercenaries also discerned this and turned their attention towards St. Paul. Indeed, the cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger is in my possession, St. Paul declared with pride, unashamed and indifferent to the murderous glances directed at him. Is it truly you, St. Paul? Xiao exclaimed, filled with rage. The Silver Shield mercenary corps had suffered tremendous losses, and she herself bore significant injuries, all caused by this scoundrel, inciting her fury. And what of it? St. Paul retorted coldly. You still have time to submit to me, Xiao. Otherwise, once I resolve the Beast Tide, it will spell the end for the Silver Shield mercenary corps. His gaze was sharp as he surveyed the numerous mercenaries, declaring, only I can quell the Beast Tide now. If you continue to regard me with such disdain, do not blame me for being ungracious. The weak must accept their place. You shall not succeed. Xiao shouted in defiance, desperately restraining her inner fury and murderous intent. St. Paul was correct. The cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger was indeed in his hands. And at this moment, only he had the means to address the Beast Tide. Lin cast a glance at St. Paul, feeling a mixture of admiration and anger towards him. It was indeed a display of courage to provoke the Thunderwing White Tiger, yet the resentment outweighed any respect. This scoundrel had nearly cost him his life in the Hudius Mountains. Had it not been for his system, he might have perished. He would remember this grudge, settling the score only after completing the system's tasks. Suddenly, Lin noticed someone behind St. Paul, fixating on him with a gaze full of hatred. It was none other than Thomas. Lin narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent brewing within him. This individual was a menace, and if given the chance, he must be dealt with. Sherlyn and Via also recognized Thomas, both sisters glaring at him with animosity. If not for Sherlyn's restraint, Via would have already charged at him to exact revenge. Sherlyn remained calm, knowing this was not the time for vengeance. Mr. Prado, the next steps are in your hands, St. Paul addressed the figure in the black robe, who remained indifferent to the onlookers. The cloaked figure nodded, retrieving a bag from behind him and pulling out a creature the size of a small dog. It was none other than a cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger. Upon seeing its offspring, the adult Thunderwing White Tiger unleashed a deafening roar, its primal instinct triggered by the scent of its bloodline. The roar reverberated through the air, igniting the fury of the beast in the nearby tide, shaking the very walls of Hudius Town. The mercenaries trembled in fear, apprehensive that the Thunderwing White Tiger might command the beast to attack again. Human, return my child. The Thunderwing White Tiger conveyed a mental wave. Sensing that its offspring was merely unconscious, a measure of relief washed over it, knowing the cub was safe for the moment. I can return your child, esteemed Tiger King. But you must promise to halt this beast tide, retreat back to the Hudius Mountains, and guarantee that you will not unleash such a tide again, St. Paul proclaimed loudly. I swear it, the Thunderwing White Tiger replied, suppressing its fury for the sake of its cub. How can I trust you? St. Paul countered, wary that once the cub was handed over, the Thunderwing White Tiger might renege on its promise. There was no one who could stop a beast tide, especially not a saint-level beast. The crowd on the walls looked at the Thunderwing White Tiger, filled with hope and trepidation, fearing the possibility of betrayal. I swear upon my bloodline to the god of beasts that as long as you safely return my child, I will not unleash the beast tide again. The Thunderwing White Tiger vowed, a solemn oath that held great weight for a saint-level beast. Since the Tiger King has sworn, I shall return your child now, St. Paul declared. The figure in black then tossed the Thunderwing White Tiger cub into the air. Upon seeing this, the Thunderwing White Tiger dove down, shooting out a lightning rope to ensnare its offspring. At this moment, Lin exhaled in relief. As long as the Thunderwing White Tiger reclaimed its cub, the temporary task from the system would be fulfilled, and the Conqueror's Haki would soon beckon him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the black-robed assassin leaped high, brandishing a dagger aimed at the airborne cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger. "Human, how dare you?" The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes blazed with murderous rage as it roared, summoning countless arcs of blue lightning from its wings, launching them at the cloaked figure. Damn it! Lin couldn't help but curse, realizing the black-robed figure was courting death. If the cub perished, not only would he fail his task, but his own life would be in jeopardy as well. Boom! A massive golden sword light erupted from the dagger in the black-robed figure's hand, emanating an unfathomable aura that seemed to sever the heavens themselves. A sacred weapon. Master Wanda on the city walls gasped in astonishment, recognizing the immense power of the sword light. The dagger was indeed a sacred artifact. A weapon imbued with the might of a saint-level powerhouse, akin to a mage's spell scroll. Such artifacts could only be crafted by saint-level beings and were extraordinarily costly, serving as consumable items that shattered upon unleashing their devastating force. Roaring in fury at the sight of the sacred attack, the Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes turned blood-red. If this strike landed, its cub would be obliterated without a trace of survival. Endless bolts of lightning surged from the Thunderwing White Tiger, transforming it into a being born from the storm. With a sudden burst of speed, it positioned itself in front of its cub just before the sword light descended. Boom! The colossal golden sword light cleaved down, splitting the lightning surrounding the Thunderwing White Tiger and inflicting a grievous wound upon it, blood splattering into the air. Simultaneously, several lightning strikes it had launched earlier struck the black-robed figure, shattering a protective scroll and mitigating some of the damage. The Thunderwing White Tiger's massive form plummeted from the sky, gravely wounded, yet it prioritized checking on its cub, only to find it covered in blood. Despite its protective efforts, the child had sustained severe injuries from the saint-level attack and was on the brink of death, roaring in despair and unbridled rage. The Thunderwing White Tiger lamented the impending demise of its offspring. Those treacherous humans would pay dearly. Seizing the opportunity, the black-robed figure, bloodied but undeterred, rose to his feet. Thanks to the protective magic scroll, he remained combat-ready. He was elated that events unfolded according to his plan. The Thunderwing White Tiger had indeed absorbed the sacred attack to protect its child. This was the black-robed figure's true objective. Not only to dominate Hudius Town alongside the Holy Knight mercenary group, but also to use the Thunderwing White Tiger cub to severely injure or even kill the beast. A feat that would resonate throughout the mercenary world. With a fierce shout, the black-robed assassin drew another dagger and charged towards the wounded Thunderwing White Tiger. However, this dagger was merely his everyday weapon. Sacred artifacts were exceedingly rare, and the one used before had been bestowed upon him by the commander for this specific mission. "Human, you shall perish." The Thunderwing White Tiger slowly rose, its child's critical state igniting an insatiable thirst for vengeance in its blood-red eyes. The one it loathed most was the black-robed figure before it. As it witnessed the figure's advance, the Thunderwing White Tiger let out a thunderous roar, leaping into action and delivering a devastating blow with its forepaw to the black-robed figure's chest. Puff! The dark-robed figure, Prado, felt a magical scroll shatter once more upon him, accompanied by a spurt of blood, as his body was violently hurled away like a sandbag. A wave of terror surged through Prado's heart. He had not anticipated being struck directly by a sacred artifact. The Thunderwinged White Tiger possessed such formidable combat prowess that he had grossly underestimated the creature's strength. It seemed the Thunderwinged White Tiger had already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the sacred level, nearing the mid-stage of sacred power. He had believed a single sacred artifact would suffice to vanquish the beast, with perhaps one additional strike needed. Little did he know, he had misjudged the creature's might. And now, with only one sacred artifact in his possession, Prado found himself devoid of further means to contend with a sacred-level beast. Outmatched, he realized he must flee. As this thought flashed through his mind, he witnessed the Thunderwinged White Tiger lunging towards him once more. Swiftly, Prado tore open another magical scroll. A surge of spatial fluctuations erupted, and his form vanished from sight. A teleportation magical scroll. Such scrolls were exceedingly rare, valued on par with sacred artifacts. With a furious roar, the Thunderwinged White Tiger bellowed, its blood-red gaze fixating on the city wall of Hudius, locking onto St. Paul, whom it identified as the dark-robed man's accomplice, both deserving of demise. Chapter 52. Healing the White Tiger cub. The sudden turn of events left those atop the city wall in a state of bewilderment, though the sequence of occurrences seemed prolonged. It transpired in mere moments. The rapid succession of events sent their emotions on a tumultuous ride, akin to a roller coaster, exhilarating yet disorienting. Upon seeing the Thunderwinged White Tiger cub lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, Lin En felt a chill wash over him. "Please, do not die. If you do, my mission is over," he thought. Overwhelmed by a sense of urgency, Lin En yearned to descend immediately and utilize the flame of life to heal the cub. Yet the sight of the thunder-winged white tiger's blood-red eyes, filled with an aura of insatiable wrath and potent sacred might, instilled fear in him, rendering him paralyzed with trepidation. Lin harbored no doubts that if she were to leap down, the thunder-winged white tiger would immediately unleash a bolt of vengeful lightning, reducing her to mere ashes. At that moment, St. Paul, targeted by the thunder-winged white tiger, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with curses for Prado, that scoundrel, who had previously boasted with unwavering confidence about his ability to handle the thunder-winged white tiger, only to flee cowardly now. Was this not a betrayal? With a furious roar, the thunder-winged white tiger soared towards the city wall, crackling with electricity, unleashing a thunderball the size of a house aimed directly at St. Paul's position. Boom! The thunderball struck down, unleashing a cataclysm of lightning that transformed the city wall into an ocean of electricity. Mercenaries caught within this tempest were instantly incinerated, and even the mightiest among them, St. Paul, could not endure long amidst the storm, meeting the same fate as his comrades. When the lightning subsided, a massive breach marred the wall, and those mercenaries who had stood there moments before were reduced to nothingness. The upper echelons of the Paladin mercenary corps were virtually annihilated, and with the deaths of St. Paul and others, the corps was left with little more than a name. Help! The thunderwing white tiger is coming. I want to go home. The mercenaries atop the wall, gripped by terror, scattered in every direction, wishing they had been born with extra legs. No one dared to confront the wrath of the thunderwing white tiger. Even formidable masters like Wanda, Joralira, and Rolando sought refuge. Having witnessed how a single thunderball had obliterated St. Paul, the thunderwing white tiger has gone mad. We must flee. We cannot withstand it. Wanda exclaimed in desperation, aware that as a fragile mage, a single strike could spell his doom. Miss Bai Wei, we must hurry. Rolando urged, dragging Bai Wei away, who, in the chaos, could not take Lin with her. Lin, what should we do? We must escape. Bai clung tightly to Lin's arm, lost and panicked. Although she felt a sense of satisfaction at Thomas's demise beneath the thunderwing white tiger's thunderball, the creature's madness filled her with profound dread. We might not escape. Lin replied with a bitter smile. Against the frenzied thunderwing white tiger, where could they flee? This beast had memorized her scent, and it was likely they would be pursued before they even left Hudistown. Moreover, the distant beast tide surged once more, an overwhelming wave of ferocity that would soon crash into Hudistown. The mercenaries, already in a panic, could not muster another line of defense. The tide would sweep through in an instant, and the town's downfall seemed imminent. If the town fell, everyone would likely be engulfed in the onslaught, with few escaping. Young master, we must leave now. If we delay, it will be too late. Lin Rongfu urgently pulled at Lin, for nothing mattered more to him than Lin's safety. Observing the unstoppable thunderwing white tiger atop the wall, the panicked mercenaries fleeing in all directions, and the beast tide charging toward the wall, Lin's expression flickered between hope and despair. Even with the flight ability granted by the phoenix fruit, which could allow her to evade the beast tide, what of Lin Rongfu and the sisters Shilin and Vaya? And Bai Wei, she feared none would escape this calamity. During their time together, Lin and Lin Rongfu had forged a deep bond. Lin could not bear to see his devoted servant perish for her sake. As for Bai Wei and the sisters, Lin had come to regard them as friends. Humans possess emotions, and as Lin embraced these connections, he gradually found himself entwined in this world, no longer perceiving it merely as a game populated by NPCs. They are living beings, with flesh and blood, with feelings. Grandfather Fu, the beast tide is almost upon us. We cannot escape amidst it. Lin spoke solemnly. The only way now is to communicate with the thunderwing white tiger. If I can stabilize it, we may stop the tide and survive. Could it be? Lin Rongfu paused, quickly grasping Lin's intention. With the ability of the flame of life, perhaps they could save the thunderwing white tiger's cubs. Worry etched across his face, he blocked Lin's path. Young master, this is too dangerous. What if the thunderwing tiger king grants you no chance? You would be in grave peril. I cannot allow you to proceed. It was not merely dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Yet Lin had made up his mind. A gamble was worth a slim chance of survival. For the sake of Lin Rongfu and the others, as well as for himself, he resolved to take this risk, knowing how much the thunderwing white tiger valued its offspring. Lin believed that even in its rage, it would find a moment of calm upon learning of a chance to save its young. Grandfather Fu, I must intervene with the thunderwing white tiger. This is our only hope, Lin declared resolutely. Seeing Lin's determination, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to acquiesce. However, he vowed that if Lin were to fall to the Thunderwing White Tiger, he would seek vengeance. Even if it meant facing a foe far beyond his strength, he would leave a mark upon the beast, even in death. Lin and Vi looked at Lin with worry, their eyes reflecting not only concern but also admiration and respect. As flames of life ignited, two enormous fiery wings unfurled from Lin's back as he soared toward the Thunderwing White Tiger, which was relentlessly attacking the mercenaries. In mere minutes, hundreds had fallen. The bloodline aura of the phoenix fruit shielded Lin from the overwhelming presence of the sacred beast. He drew nearer, shouting towards the Thunderwing White Tiger. "Tiger King, please halt. There is still a chance to heal your young. Tiger King, please stop. I can save your child." Lin called out several times, and the frenzied Thunderwing White Tiger finally heard his words. It suddenly pounced before Lin, stirring up a tempest, its fierce presence akin to the arrival of a thunder deity. A force as overwhelming as a towering wave. "Human, what did you say?" The blood-red eyes of the Thunderwing White Tiger bore into Lin. "Can you truly save my child?" "Yes," Lin swallowed hard. Despite the protective aura of the phoenix's breath countering the tiger's imposing might, he found it difficult to breathe, managing to utter, "My flames possess healing abilities. As long as there is life, I can restore them." The Thunderwing White Tiger sensed the immense vitality contained within the flames of life, and the bloodlust in its eyes dimmed slightly, clarity returning. Eagerly, it exclaimed, "Human, if you can bring back my child, I shall reward you handsomely." The Thunderwing White Tiger lifted Lin and swiftly flew to the dying cub's side, speaking in a trembling yet hopeful tone, "Human, please act quickly to save my child." The cub's breath was alarmingly faint, causing Lin's heart to race. He was relieved he had made the decision in time. Otherwise, had he delayed even a few minutes longer, the cub might have succumbed, leading to a catastrophic disaster for Town. Without hesitation, Lin knelt and placed his hands upon the cub, enveloping it in the flames of life. The vibrant energy began to mend the cub's wounds. Meanwhile, the approaching horde of beasts was halted by the Thunderwing White Tiger. Nothing mattered more than the restoration of its child, and no distractions could interfere with Lin's healing. On the city wall, Lin Rongfu and others watched Lin's actions with bated breath, silently praying for the revival of the Thunderwing White Tiger cub. The mercenaries of Town paid little heed to the unfolding scene, as long as the tiger did not turn its wrath upon them. They considered themselves fortunate and took the opportunity to escape further away, hoping to evade disaster. As time passed, the cub's injuries gradually healed, though severely wounded. Its inherent weakness meant that it recovered significantly under the flames of life. "You will." The Thunderwing White Tiger cub slowly opened its eyes, emitting a faint whimper. Upon witnessing this, Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Roar. The Thunderwing White Tiger was overwhelmed with emotion. Its child had returned from the brink of death. Even as a sacred beast, tears welled in its eyes as it extended its tongue to gently lick the cub's head. "You will." The little white tiger expressed joy, attempting to rise, yet faltering halfway, collapsing back down, panting heavily as if it had expended an immense amount of energy, merely able to produce soft whimpers. "Human, what is happening?" The Thunderwing White Tiger asked anxiously, its gaze fierce as it fixed upon Lin. "Have you not fully healed my child?" Observing the cub's condition, Lin's previously relaxed expression darkened abruptly. Ignoring his fatigue, he once again invoked the flames of life to treat the little white tiger. However, the flames no longer bore any healing effect. Lin's countenance became grave. He understood all too well that the cub's current state mirrored Lin Rongfu's original injury. Unless the root of the injury was addressed, the little white tiger might remain in this frail condition indefinitely. To think of it growing into a majestic sacred beast was a distant dream. In its current state, even if it matured, it would merely be a sickly cat. Lin's heart was heavy with bitterness. Had all his efforts been in vain? No wonder the system had not indicated the completion of the task. "Tiger King, your child's external injuries have healed. Yet the damage to its essence remains beyond my current capability to mend," Lin said, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Human, do you dare to deceive this king? I shall consume you." The Thunderwing White Tiger roared in fury, for the injury to its essence signified that its offspring was rendered incapacitated, a truth it could scarcely bear. Instantly, its body crackled with lightning, and the very heavens trembled. Chapter 53. The End of the Beast Tide. The wrath of the supreme magical beast surged forth, altering the very fabric of the world. "Wait, Tiger King, there exists another possibility." In the face of peril, Lin's thoughts raced as he recalled a singular remedy that might restore the young white tiger's essence. In his hand appeared a peculiar fruit, and he proclaimed, "Tiger King. This fruit may hold the key to healing your child's essence." The fruit in Lin's hand was none other than the Zoan-type human fruit, which had been stored in his system backpack, although he was uncertain whether this fruit could restore the damaged essence of the white tiger. He had no choice but to grasp at straws. The massive jaws of the thunder-winged white tiger halted mere inches from Lin, its gaze fixated on the human fruit. Sensing a mysterious power emanating from it, an enigmatic force it had never encountered before. Could it truly be effective? Human, you had best pray that this fruit holds power. Otherwise, I shall surely devour you, the thunder-winged tiger king growled menacingly. It had already experienced too much anger and disappointment that day, and its tone had shifted from initial rage to something far more terrifying. Lin ceased to speak, leaning down to present the ren fruit to the little white tiger, signaling it to open its mouth and consume it. The little white tiger obediently complied, and Lin placed the entire fruit into its mouth, which the creature swallowed whole. Subsequently, both Lin and the thunderwing white tiger gazed at the little white tiger with bated breath, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Moments later, a transformation began to unfold. The little white tiger's previously sickly demeanor vanished, its aura visibly strengthened. It steadied itself on all fours and shook its body with renewed vigor. Witnessing this, Lin and the thunderwing white tiger were filled with immense joy, realizing that the ren fruit had indeed replenished the little white tiger's depleted essence. However, the metamorphosis was not yet complete. A look of bewilderment crossed the little white tiger's face as its limbs underwent a peculiar change. Its front paws shortened while its hind paws grew robust and powerful, and its entire body suddenly stood upright, akin to a human. The little white tiger, now experiencing the world from this new perspective, curiously observed its legs and tentatively took a few steps before exuberantly spinning in place. The thunderwing white tiger was rendered speechless by the transformation. What was happening? Lin, however, exhibited no surprise. Just as the famed pirate King Chopper could transform into a human form and articulate speech after consuming the ren fruit, so too could the little white tiger. The animal-type devil fruit grants 3 forms: human, hybrid, and beast. The little white tiger, standing upright, was now in its hybrid form. Dada! A voice emerged from the little white tiger's mouth, light and somewhat clumsy, as if it were unaccustomed to speaking. The thunderwing white tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. Was its offspring truly speaking? How could this be? "Child, is that you speaking?" it asked incredulously, its voice trembling slightly. "Dada, it is I who speaks." "Dada, I am all better now," the little white tiger replied, its second sentence flowing much more smoothly. "Wonderful." The thunderwing white tiger was overwhelmed with excitement, its whiskers quivering uncontrollably. In the realm of magical beasts, only those that transcend to the 9th tier, the legendary divine beasts, possess the ability to articulate human language. Even an 8th tier sacred beast, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, could only communicate through mental waves. Therefore, the ability to speak was emblematic of a divine beast. The fact that its offspring could now speak suggested that it had surpassed the limitations of its lineage and evolved towards becoming the first divine beast of the thunderwing white tiger lineage. This was a beacon of hope for the clan. What, then, was this extraordinary fruit that bestowed such miraculous capabilities? "Human, thank you." After a long moment, the thunderwing white tiger managed to quell its elation and expressed gratitude towards Lin, having realized the immense value of the fruit its child had consumed. "This debt is significant. You have gained my friendship. Should you ever require assistance, bring a token and seek me in the mountains. I shall do my utmost to help." With that, a strand of shimmering, lightning-imbued fur fell from the thunderwing tiger king's head and floated into Lin's hand. "Thank you," the little white tiger chimed in, its large eyes sparkling with innocence and warmth, feeling an undeniable affinity towards the human before it. Lin accepted the token of the thunderwing white tiger, a tuft of its fur, and gently caressed the head of the small white tiger. As the creature consumed the human fruit, Lin felt an inexplicable warmth, as though he had known the little tiger for an eternity and shared a bond of profound camaraderie. This might be yet another effect of the devil fruit produced by the system. While the connection lacked the intensity of a pet's allegiance, Lin sensed that the little tiger would not turn against him. This realization eased his mind, for he certainly did not wish to sacrifice a precious devil fruit only to rescue a treacherous creature. "O King of Tigers, your offspring is now safe. Yet countless lives have been lost in the town of Hudis. I implore you, let this beast tide recede," Lin declared. "Indeed," nodded the thundering tiger king. His child not only emerged unscathed but had also received a tremendous boon. With this, he ceased to pursue other matters. The countless other magical beasts that had perished in the tide held no significance for him. They were merely his sustenance. With that, the Thunderwing Tiger King departed with the little white tiger, while the vast tide of beasts retreated into the Hudis Mountains, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Watching the billowing dust of the departing horde, Lin unceremoniously sank to the ground, suddenly aware that his back was drenched in cold sweat. A wave of dread washed over him. Had the human fruit failed to heal the little tiger's underlying injuries? He had no doubt the Thunderwing White Tiger would have devoured him without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. Save the cub of the Thunderwing Tiger King. Reward, Conqueror's Haki has been granted. The system's notification rang out promptly, and the long-awaited Conqueror's Haki was now at his disposal. Lin's spirit soared, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain, and he had even acquired a human fruit in the process. Young master, a voice called, pulling Lin from his reverie. He looked up to see Lin Rongfu and Shilin Weiya descending from the city walls, their faces alight with excitement as they rushed toward him. Brother Lin, you were absolutely amazing, Weiya exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she leapt forward to embrace Lin. Lin was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze, followed by a soft, alluring sensation against his chest, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush with warmth. His hands, feeling restless and uncertain, found no place to settle, especially upon noticing the inexplicable smiles adorning the faces of Lin Rongfu and Shilin. The Thunderwing White Tiger had departed, and the beast tide had receded. At long last, some mercenaries discerned that something was amiss. They stealthily ascended to the city walls and, upon witnessing the retreat of the beast tide, they cried out in exultation. This single shout revived the entire town of Hudis. And as the reality of the situation sunk in, that this was no jest, but a genuine retreat of the monstrous horde, cheers of relief erupted from the populace. Little did they know that the savior of Hudis was none other than the mere 15-year-old boy, Lin. The four individuals beneath the city wall refrained from joining in the jubilant celebrations, for they were preoccupied with the task of gathering the myriad magical crystals scattered amidst the corpses of magical beasts left in the wake of the tide, each fragment a promise of wealth. Several dozen miles from Hudis, in a clearing, a ripple appeared in the void, from which emerged a shadowy figure, the black-robed Prado, who had narrowly escaped before the Thunderwing White Tiger. At that moment, Prado's complexion was pallid, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. He glanced back toward the direction of Hudis, his expression a blend of relief and resentment, muttering, had it not been for the fear of detection by the mercenary guild, the captain would have intervened personally. How could that beast have been so brazen? Alas, the mission has failed, and the captain's plans have come to naught. Yet, this is not the end. Prado was solely focused on his assignment, indifferent to the fate of his partner, St. Paul, who remained in Hudis. Such individuals were expendable. Casting one last look toward Hudis, he gradually faded from sight. In the aftermath of the battle, Hudis experienced a frenzied rush to harvest magical crystals and materials from the fallen beasts, interspersed with the somber task of gathering the deceased mercenaries. As night fell, the town succumbed to a profound stillness. The day's tumultuous events had left everyone physically and mentally exhausted, necessitating a period of recuperation. The following morning, Lin Rongfu had prepared breakfast. After the meal, the sisters Shilin and Weiya departed to attend to matters concerning the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Although all personnel who had ventured into the Hudis Mountains had perished, a few remained at the base in Hudis. Although Lin felt a tinge of reluctance, he was at a loss for words to express his desire to retain them. He had contemplated inviting the two to join the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. However, given that Shilin was the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Group, it was highly unlikely she would abandon her own corps. After some reflection, Lin decided against voicing his thoughts. Young master, both Shilin and Weiya are commendable individuals, truly worthy of your esteemed status, Lin Rongfu remarked. He was perceptive enough to discern the reluctance in Lin's heart. In his view, the strength and beauty of the Shilin and Weiya sisters were indeed befitting of his young master. Lin let out a wry smile, realizing that the elders in this other world were not much different from those on Earth in his previous life, as they had begun to urge him towards marriage. Nevertheless, Shilin and Weiya were indeed remarkable. Renowned as the two roses of the mercenary world in Hudis Town, their figures and appearances were undoubtedly exquisite, and their formidable strength was complemented by their sisterly bond, which made the prospect all the more exhilarating. Lin was suddenly struck by an unsettling thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of abnormality. He hastily reined in his thoughts and redirected his attention to the system panel, gazing at the lengthy number in the energy column. He couldn't help but break into a broad grin. So much energy, it was simply insurmountable. Chapter 54. The Fruit of the Toothless Pterosaur Character. Lin level, 31 experience, 60, 020. 000 physical strength, 745 occupation, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfected, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 285, 650, 000, shave, intermediate, 94. 050, 000, paper drawing intermediate, 58, 850, 000, life return, beginner. Perfected, armed color hockey, beginner, perfected, conqueror's hockey, beginner, 0. Listen to the voices of all things, non-upgradable. Devil fruit, mythical beast type phoenix, beginner, perfected, techniques, one sword style Iato. Flash, continuous flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, none pet, amethyst lion king, level 6 beginner magical beast, special items, none energy, 1, 842. 500 inventory, He Dao Ewan Z quests, main quest 1, dream of maximum level, upgrade host level to maximum. Second phase quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary core, upgrade the Da Xiao mercenary core to SSS level. Second phase quest, A-level mercenary core, reward, 1 promotion gift pack. During the Beast Tide, Lin had slain numerous magical beasts, leveling up and boosting his physical strength by 5 points, acquiring the temporary task reward of Conqueror's Haki. The system energy had accumulated to over 180,000. And after the Beast Tide, he had harvested a significant amount of magic crystals. Though predominantly low-grade, their sheer quantity was impressive. However, with only 4 members in their group, most of the magic crystals were claimed by other mercenaries. Nonetheless, Lin had managed to amass 1,500,000 energy from this Beast Tide. And with the previous 30,000, he felt wealthier than ever. Of course, while 180,000 energy appeared substantial, it was insufficient to purchase a single potent devil fruit. Claiming he couldn't exhaust it was merely jest. Contemplating how to utilize this newfound energy, Lin weighed his options: to enhance his skills for personal strength or to procure a devil fruit from the system shop for Lin Rongfu. The fact that the white tiger had replenished its damaged essence after consuming the human fruit sparked Lin's thoughts of Lin Rongfu's own essence injuries, a matter he had never forgotten. Perhaps a devil fruit could also restore Lin Rongfu's essence injuries. After a moment of deliberation, Lin resolved to purchase a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu first. If Lin Rongfu's essence injuries were healed, it would mean gaining a formidable warrior by his side. A far more advantageous investment than merely enhancing his skills. More importantly, Lin could not bear to see his devoted elder endure the torment of his injuries any longer. However, which fruit should he purchase? Lin opened the system's marketplace and began to browse the devil fruits. She realized that the only ones within her financial reach were a few paramecia and zoan types, while she could not afford even a single logia fruit. Alas, she still considered herself a pauper. Which is superior, the paramecia type or the zoan type? Lin exhibits a preference for the zoan type of devil fruit. Not because it offers superior strength, but rather due to its potential to bestow upon the consumer a formidable physique and vitality, which may significantly aid in the restoration of their original injuries. Ultimately, Lin's gaze fell upon a particular zoan devil fruit, the dragon fruit, ancient species, toothless pterosaur form. This fruit is immensely powerful, belonging to one of the calamities under the command of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and boasts substantial offensive capabilities along with the ability to fly. The dragon fruit, ancient species, toothless pterosaur form, requires an energy exchange of 1,600,000. System, purchase the dragon fruit, ancient species, toothless pterosaur form, Lin commanded. Ding. Deducting 1,600,000 system energy. Purchase successful. The devil fruit has been stored in the system's inventory. Once again impoverished. Lin glanced at the remaining over 200,000 energy units, exhaling a sigh of resignation. He mused that system energy, much like currency, is a fickle entity. Once depleted, it can always be replenished. Grandfather Fu, this fruit should heal the wounds to your original source. Lin presented the toothless pterosaur devil fruit. Sir, what is this? Lin Rongfu gazed at the fruit, adorned with peculiar patterns, in astonishment. This fruit belongs to the same category as the ones I have previously consumed, albeit with differing abilities. Lin elucidated. Once my power increases, I can unlock treasures bestowed upon me by the divine at a certain cost. Although the price is not insignificant, it merely involves some magic crystals. To quell any apprehensions Lin Rongfu might harbor, Lin felt compelled to explain. Not out of concern for his grandfather's courage to consume the devil fruit, but rather to alleviate fears of incurring an unbearable cost. Is that true? How wonderful. Lin Rongfu's excitement was palpable. The torment of his original source's injury had plagued him for decades, relegating him to a life of mediocrity within the Earl's residence, a profound agony for a once mighty warrior. Yesterday, from atop the city walls, he had witnessed Lin bestow a devil fruit upon the little white tiger, rejuvenating it with vitality. Thus he harbored no doubts regarding the efficacy of this peculiar fruit. Grandfather Fu, please consume it quickly. I can hardly wait to see you regain the prowess you once wielded in battle, Lin urged with a smile. However, while this fruit possesses extraordinary abilities, its taste leaves much to be desired, so do prepare yourself. It is merely the taste, no matter how unpalatable. This old servant shall consume it, Lin Rongfu replied resolutely. Lin Rongfu eagerly received the fruit of the toothless pterosaur. He paid little heed to Lin En's comments regarding its flavor. After enduring decades of torment, he believed he could withstand any unpleasant taste. Without hesitation, he took a substantial bite of the devil fruit. Ugh! In an instant, Lin Rongfu's excited expression froze, his pupils dilated, and his complexion turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Pahaha! Lin En could not contain his laughter. Lin Rongfu's expression was simply too amusing. Finally, someone was experiencing the sensation he had felt when he first consumed the devil fruit. Yesterday, the little white tiger had swallowed it whole, so it had no perception of the taste. However, humans lacked such large mouths, resulting in the flavor of the devil fruit erupting on the taste buds. The experience was excruciatingly sour. Young master, must I consume the entire thing? Lin Rongfu asked with a grimace, finally managing to swallow the pulp. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, to describe the flavor as merely unpleasant was a compliment in itself. It is best to consume it entirely, Lin En replied. He was uncertain about the distinction between taking a bite and finishing it, but for the sake of caution, he decided it was best to eat it all. As he had done initially, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to grimace as he launched an assault on the devil fruit, taking large bites of its flesh without chewing, swallowing it whole. Once he consumed the entirety of the fruit, he felt a wondrous energy surging within him. Under the influence of this mystical force, the damaged essence within his body began to repair itself gradually, and his aura grew increasingly potent. With a tearing sound, Lin Rongfu's legs transformed into robust dragon claws. His trousers ripped apart, and his shoes shattered under the pressure of his new form. His hands morphed into sharp dragon talons, and a pair of expansive flesh wings unfurled from his back, unleashing an overwhelming presence that struck terror, reminiscent of a primordial beast. Lin gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Lin Rongfu. Sensing his gradually strengthening aura, she mused that her intuition had indeed proven correct. The Zoan-type devil fruit could effectively restore the damaged essence. This sensation was profoundly powerful. Lin Rongfu, overwhelmed by the changes within his body, found himself unable to contain his excitement. He felt that his impaired essence had been fully restored. Although his strength had yet to regain its former pinnacle, he was confident that, after a few days of adaptation, it would pose no issue, and he might even experience a breakthrough in power. Thank you, young master. The old servant expressed gratefully. Resuming his human form, Lin Rongfu, tears glistening in his eyes, knelt before Lin in gratitude. She hurriedly supported him, stating earnestly, Grandfather Fu, I have always regarded you as a senior. It is inappropriate for me to have you kneel. From now on, you must not do this again. Understood. Old servant will remember. Lin Rongfu nodded through his tears, his face a canvas of comfort and gratitude. The young master had truly grown. Lin inquired about Lin Rongfu's condition and was elated to learn that his original state had been restored. With a few more days of adaptation, he would regain his peak strength. This elder, who had devotedly cared for him since childhood, was finally reaping the rewards of his enduring hardships. It is often said that when one ascends, those around them also benefit. Having acquired the game system, Lin was determined to elevate the lives of those close to him beyond their previous states. With Lin Rongfu's injuries resolved, Lin felt a weight lifted from his heart. Glancing at the attribute panel, he noticed the remaining energy of over 200,000 units. Continuing to store it seemed futile. It was time to enhance his capabilities. The only remaining upgrade was to the recently acquired Conqueror's Haki. System, expend 100, 000 energy to elevate the proficiency of my Conqueror's Haki to intermediate level. Ding. 100,000 energy expended. Proficiency of Conqueror's Haki increased by 10,000 points. Skill level upgraded to intermediate. Endowed power value increased by 100. The Conqueror's Haki showed remarkable progress, and Lin gained the distinctive trait of intimidation. As his Dao power surged, a warm current coursed through him. Lin distinctly felt an augmentation in his strength, and with the Conqueror's Haki now at an intermediate level, he sensed a significant enhancement in his mental acuity, rendering his awareness of the surroundings remarkably clearer. Whether this was merely an illusion, he could not ascertain. Lin was particularly intrigued by the characteristic of intimidation that came with the advancement of his Conqueror's Haki. This was not unfamiliar to him in the original pirate tale. Those possessing Conqueror's Haki could unleash a wave of intimidation, causing surrounding minions to faint from the overwhelming force. It was indeed a formidable skill for clearing out lesser foes, as individuals with weaker mental fortitude were utterly defenseless against it. Lin eagerly anticipated the moment he could employ this power in a group battle, envisioning a scene where many would succumb to unconsciousness around him. Let us go, Grandpa Fu. We should head to the Mercenary Guild and sell off those monster materials. Lin said cheerfully, deciding to sell some items at the guild to earn a bit of gold and further elevate his spirits, for acquiring wealth is indeed a joyous endeavor. In a spacious conference room on the top floor of the Mercenary Guild, White Veil scrutinized a report detailing the personnel losses incurred during the beast tide, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a shadow of gloom in her eyes. She had come to the branch in Hudis Town with aspirations to achieve something significant, hoping to demonstrate her capabilities to the headquarters of the guild and prove that her current standing was not solely due to her connections. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the beast tide had resulted in substantial casualties for the guild, and news of this would likely bring ridicule from many. White Veil recalled the cloaked figure who had escaped, her teeth grinding in frustration. This individual was the true culprit behind the chaos. The fact that he appeared in Hudis Town with holy artifacts and teleportation scrolls suggested that he was backed by a considerable force. Moreover, White Veil believed that the cloaked man's intentions were far from merely supporting the Holy Knight mercenary group's monopoly over Hudis Town. There must be other underlying motives at play. We must relay this information to the headquarters and pursue the identity of the cloaked figure with all our might, White Veil declared coldly. Regardless of the cloaked man's intentions, anyone daring to disrupt her endeavors in the Mercenary Guild of Hudis Town, regardless of the powers backing him, must be thoroughly investigated. Understood, President, replied her subordinate, who promptly set off to convey the message to the headquarters. With a sigh, White Veil thought of the troublesome matters awaiting her at the headquarters, her mood becoming increasingly vexed, prompting her to rise and descend the stairs. Upon entering the task hall, White Veil's enchanting eyes sparkled, a joyful smile gracing her face, and her pace quickened involuntarily. Lin, little brother, did you come specifically to find your sister? She asked playfully, standing before him with a bright smile. Sister White Veil. I came to submit a commission and sell some monster materials, Lin replied candidly. You're such a darling. Can't you play a little trick on your sister? White Veil teased, rolling her captivating eyes, exuding an air of charm as she wrapped her arms around Lin's, clearly unbothered by the intimacy of the gesture. Little brother, your Daxia mercenary group has already reached D rank. How swiftly you've advanced. However, to become a C rank group, it's not just about task points. There are also limits on the number of members. I know, Lin said, his cheeks flushing. The softness of her touch quickened his heartbeat, and though he felt awkward, he also found a strange sense of enjoyment in it, reluctant to withdraw his arm. Lin had indeed contemplated the recruitment of members for his mercenary group, but it was a delicate matter. He couldn't just invite a random few to meet the quota. He had initially thought of inviting the sisters Sherlin and Vaya, but they already had their own mercenary group, so he had to abandon that idea. By the way, little brother, how did you manage to evade the beast tide while you were in the Hudis Mountains? And how did you survive the encounter with the Thunderwing White Tiger? White Veil asked curiously. When the beast tide had erupted, Lin was still in the mountains, and she had been quite worried. Lin, however, refrained from sharing the details of his encounter with the Thunderwing White Tiger, having already been whisked away by Rolando at that time, thus unaware that Lin was the true hero who saved Hudis Town. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance, Lin replied, hesitant to disclose certain secrets, as he was not one to boast about his accomplishments. I'll be looking forward to it. Listening to your adventures while savoring some wine will surely be delightful, White Veil beamed. After parting ways with White Veil, Lin exited the Mercenary Guild with Lin Rongfu. Young Master Lin. Just as they stepped onto the street, Lin heard a loud call that seemed directed at him. Following the sound, he saw a tall, golden-haired youth rushing towards him, and before he knew it, he was enveloped in a bear hug. Wah! Young Master, I finally found you. The golden-haired boy, Usopp, exclaimed, bursting into tears. Usopp, is that really you? Lin was taken aback, surprised to encounter Usopp in Huda's town. He soon noticed Meguro following behind Usopp, and it dawned on him that his father had sent someone to look for him. Young Master Lin, Uncle Fu. Meguro approached with a hint of respect, bowing slightly to Lin and Lin Rongfu. All right, Usopp, stop crying for now, Lin said, pushing Usopp away. Despite Usopp's imposing stature and rugged appearance, he had always been a crybaby, which was tolerable, but the fact that Usopp's tears and snot were now on his clothes was rather unpleasant. Afterward, Lin led the two back to his residence. Upon hearing Meguro's account, Lin grasped the situation but felt little emotional impact. On the contrary, Lin Rongfu was filled with indignation, dissatisfied with Count William for failing to punish the malicious Lady Rose. Meguro, I fear you've made this trip in vain. I will not be returning to Gary City, Lin stated. Young Master, Huda's town is far too perilous. The beast tide has just passed. Who knows when the next one will strike? You should come back with me. The Count has assured that such events will not recur, Meguro insisted, casting a glance at Lin Rongfu, whose aura subtly emanated a sense of threat. With a powerful ally like him and the Count's protection, Lin's safety was undoubtedly secure. Indeed, young master, the beast tide was terrifying. Several guards who accompanied us perished in the onslaught, Usopp added, a trace of fear still evident on his face. Had he not been left behind at the end by Meguro due to his weaker abilities, he too would have likely fallen victim to the tide. I am no longer the person I once was. Life in Gary City no longer suits me. I prefer the thrilling life of a mercenary, Lin replied coolly. Moreover, I am not the defenseless waste I used to be. With that, Lin clenched his right fist, darkness swirling around it, and with a powerful punch, he struck towards Meguro. Meguro's gaze sharpened, surprise flashing in his eyes as he perceived the ferocity and speed of the blow. It was no ordinary strike. With a resounding crack, Meguro raised his palm to firmly catch Lin's fist, his astonishment deepening. The force behind Lin's punch was nearly at the level of a high-ranking warrior. Was this truly the same Lin who had previously lacked any training aptitude? Well, Lin asked with a faint smile, pleased with the shock evident on Meguro's face. A soldier is indeed judged anew after 3 days apart. Meguro was left speechless, his mind racing. It was a widely known fact that Lin had no aptitude for training, and he had never heard of anyone without such an aptitude being able to cultivate anew. Those declared devoid of training talent were effectively sentenced to failure in the realm of martial arts. But what could explain Lin's newfound strength? Beside him, Usopp was also astonished, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The young master already possessed considerable strength, and with the old servant by his side, the young master's safety was assured. Lin Rongfu let out a cold snort, a surge of imposing aura cascading towards Meguro. Meguro sensed a lethal threat, akin to a sharp sword piercing towards him. Causing a cold sweat to break out, his wariness towards Lin Rongfu intensified, realizing he had underestimated the old man's capabilities. Since young Master Lin is unwilling to return, there is little I can do. However, I will report truthfully to Lord Count, Meguro stated. Do as you wish, Lin En replied nonchalantly. Meguro felt somewhat dispirited. He had failed to accomplish the task assigned by the Count, and all his subordinates, save for Usopp, had perished in the beast tide. This instance could be deemed a complete failure. Nevertheless, the Count would surely be pleased to learn of young Master Lin's ability to cultivate. Contemplating this, Meguro longed to return to Jelly City swiftly and resolved to leave Huda's town with Usopp. Lord Meguro, I wish to stay, Usopp declared. What did you say, Usopp? Meguro was taken aback. I am not returning. I want to remain by the young master's side, Usopp asserted, his broad and expressive features radiating determination. I have been with young Master Lin since childhood. Wherever young Master Lin goes, I shall follow. Lin was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom that Usopp would choose to remain in Huda's town. However, a sense of joy washed over him. As Usopp had mentioned, they were childhood companions, having grown up together, albeit one as a young master and the other as a servant. Their bond had always been strong, and the prospect of having a familiar face nearby brought Lin great delight. Usopp, your decision is commendable. Why not stay and join me as a mercenary? He chuckled, giving Usopp a friendly pat on the shoulder. A hint of amusement also flickered in Lin Rongfu's gaze as he regarded Usopp. Since this is your own choice, I shall not voice any objections, Meguro remarked, observing Usopp's resolute expression, nodding in agreement. Take good care of young Master Lin, and do look after yourself as well. Rest assured, Lord Meguro, I shall, Usopp replied with enthusiasm. As Meguro departed, his solitary silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. During the farewell, Usopp found himself teary-eyed once again, leaving Lin with a slight headache. He began to question whether his decision to have Usopp stay was indeed wise, pondering how he had inadvertently welcomed a sentimental soul into his life. Young master, there is something I must discuss with you. But you must promise not to be angry or disheartened after hearing it. Once he had settled into a room with a cheerful demeanor, Usopp recalled certain matters that he felt compelled to share with Lin, albeit with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Speak your mind, Lin encouraged. Thus, Usopp recounted the incident of Phyllis bringing Eve to annul their engagement, his eyes filled with apprehension as he awaited Lin's reaction. Lin's expression remained largely unchanged after hearing the news. The matter of the broken engagement was something she had prepared for, having previously made a verbal agreement with Ivel. However, the audacity with which Phyllis flaunted her status and strength within the Earl's residence incited a sense of irritation in Lin. Striking the Earl's house was hardly a source of pride for her. It seemed that a grudge had indeed been formed with Phyllis. Chapter 56. The sisters joined the great Xia. Phyllis's forceful cancellation of the engagement with Ivel did not stir significant turmoil within Lin's heart. Yet, it did evoke memories of Ivel, that ethereally beautiful girl akin to a sprite. Lin vividly recalled Ivel's words from their carriage ride, where she expressed that her future husband would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. It was also Lin's first experience of a budding affection that ultimately led to heartbreak. She wondered how Ivel would react upon encountering her again, especially now that she had learned of Lin's own inability to cultivate power, while Ivel had acquired considerable strength. Surely, the expression on her beautiful face would be quite intriguing. Lin eagerly anticipated their next meeting. At the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps base, Jorarilla, still pale from injuries sustained during the Beast Tide, received the sisters, Shirlin and Weiya, despite her wounds. Jorarilla had always held Shirlin in high regard. Her prowess rendered her one of the strongest mercenaries in Town, and the rarity of female warriors further enhanced her appeal. Shirlin, your group, the Sword and Rose, has suffered significant losses. Why not merge with my Silver Shield? I can offer you the position of vice captain, Jorarilla proposed, her admiration for Shirlin evident. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had recently endured a fierce battle against the Paladins, followed by the Beast Tide, and was in dire need of fresh talent. Thank you for your invitation, Captain Jorarilla, but I have decided to disband my mercenary group, Shirlin replied, shaking her head. The betrayal of her subordinates had left her disheartened toward the Sword and Rose. Her visit today was merely to inform Jorarilla of her decision, as the Sword and Rose was an affiliated group under the Silver Shield. Isn't this fortuitous? Your mercenary group is disbanding, so you can seamlessly join mine. You know how much I admire you, Jorarilla said cheerfully. I am not considering that at the moment. Please understand, Captain Jorarilla. Shirlin reiterated her refusal, as she had already formulated her plans. Captain Shirlin, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? You dare to decline our captain's invitation? Countless mercenaries in Town would eagerly join the Silver Shield, but lack the qualifications. Now that our captain herself has extended an invitation, you ought to recognize the opportunity. Carlos, the vice captain of the Silver Shield, interjected with a dismissive scoff, his gaze toward Shirlin filled with a mix of intensity and desire. Female mercenaries were scarce, and those possessing beauty were even rarer. Please excuse me, Captain Jorarilla, Shirlin said. Before Carlos could retort, Jorarilla intervened, her expression reflecting displeasure, as if her authority had been challenged. Nevertheless, she spoke, Shirlin, I respect your decision. However, should you change your mind, the doors of the Silver Shield will always be open to you. The position of vice captain shall remain reserved for you. Thank you for your understanding, Captain Jorarilla, Shirlin replied, relieved not to have offended her. Once the sisters departed, Carlos remarked, Captain, Shirlin is truly ungrateful. Jorarilla remained silent, her gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. As Lin practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard, the sisters Shirlin and Vea arrived. Upon seeing their comings and goings, Lin felt a mix of joy and surprise. What brings you here? He inquired. Lin, brother, are you not welcoming my sister and me? Vea stepped in front of Lin, adopting an adorably fierce expression, as if to say that any refusal would provoke her wrath. Welcome, of course, Lin replied with a smile, directing his gaze toward Shirlin. Lin, We have come seeking refuge with you. I wonder if you would be willing to take us in? Shirin said, her typically cold demeanor softened by an unusual smile, akin to a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Really? Sister Shirin, you are not jesting with me, are you? Lin was taken aback. Of course not. My sister has disbanded the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and now we find ourselves homeless, Vaya explained. Wonderful. I wholeheartedly welcome you both to my Daxia Mercenary Corps, Lin exclaimed, overjoyed by the unexpected turn of events that had materialized into reality. In high spirits, Lin introduced Shirin and Vaya to Usopp's, and then, seizing the moment, they headed to the Mercenary Guild to register Usopp's as a mercenary, while also adding both sisters to the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Moreover, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps comprised more than just Shirin and Vaya. There were 5 logistics personnel stationed in the base at Huda's town, all willing to join Shirin in the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Consequently, the membership of the Daxia Mercenary Corps surpassed 10, meeting the standards for a D-grade mercenary group. Now, only mission points were needed to complete the transformation. Lin, Captain, I look forward to your guidance from now on, Shirin said earnestly as they exited the Mercenary Guild. Sister Shirin, please just call me by my name. There is no need for such formality. Lin waved his hand, not inclined to adhere to rigid protocols. Indeed. I am not accustomed to calling you Captain, right, Brother Lin? Vaya chimed in. You're such a tease. Shirin shot a glance at her sister, though a smile lingered on her face. Lin's demeanor was quite comforting, affirming that her decision had been wise. Come, today is a day of joy. Let us return and feast to celebrate, Lin declared with enthusiasm. Splendid. I adore a grand feast, Usopp exclaimed, nearly drooling in anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Mercenary Guild, Weyers, who had been closely monitoring Lin, received immediate reports from her subordinates about the sister Shirin joining the Daxia Mercenary Corps. She was taken aback, unable to fathom why Shirin, a figure of considerable repute in Huda's town, would disband her mercenary group to join Lin's relatively modest Daxia Mercenary Corps. What events could have transpired to lead to such a decision? Lin's younger brother is indeed no ordinary person. He harbors numerous secrets within. Weyers gently bit her lip, her eyes twinkling with a seductive smile. The thought of Lin spending his days and nights in close proximity to the beautiful sisters, Lin and Waya, stirred a tinge of melancholy in her heart. That brat certainly knows how to charm the ladies, having only recently arrived in Huda's town. He has already captivated the 2 renowned roses of the mercenary world. Such a young lad, yet so unprincipled, humph. In the evening, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps held a grand banquet at the premises of the former Sword and Rose Mercenary Group, which has now become the base for the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. The new location is significantly more spacious than the quarters where Lin and his companions previously resided, and it boasts comprehensive facilities, making it well suited for the mercenary group's operations. Lin also became acquainted with the 5 logistical personnel who had remained with the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Although they were in logistics, they possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they could not have registered as mercenaries. The banquet was a joyful affair, and Lin discovered that Vaya had a rather low tolerance for alcohol, becoming delightfully inebriated and clinging to Lin's arm with a blissful, silly grin. It was utterly endearing. Then there was Usopp, who, having established a rapport with the Amethyst Lion King, engaged in a drinking contest with it. After consuming too much, he began to showcase his most adept performance, his dramatic crying. Clutching the Amethyst Lion King's fluffy head, he wept profusely, prompting one to wonder if the alcohol he ingested was transforming into tears. Could this be a rather sophisticated method of sobering up? During the banquet, Lin announced Shirin as the vice-captain of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Initially, Lin intended for Lin Rongfu to assume this role, as he was the person Lin trusted most. After recovering his original strength by consuming a devil fruit, Lin Rongfu had become the most formidable. However, Lin Rongfu declined, stating he was merely a servant to the young master, content with serving him well. Lin, feeling helpless, decided to give up. Fortunately, Shirin had experience and capability in managing a mercenary group. Lin resolved not to invest much time and energy in the management of the mercenary band. Instead, he preferred to focus on enhancing his own strength. Thus, having someone capable of managing the mercenary group became essential, and Shirin was perfectly suited for the role. As the Daxia mercenary group flourished, not only did its membership increase, but its overall combat prowess also experienced a qualitative enhancement, with Shirin, a mid-tier combat master, joining their ranks, and Lin Rongfu's strength likely to recover to that of a great master in the near future. The Daxia mercenary group was poised to become a top-tier mercenary band in the entire Hudis town. In the aftermath of the Beast Tide, Hudis town saw a significant decline in the strength of the mercenary community. The Paladin mercenary group had been nearly obliterated, and the leader of the Savage Lion mercenary group, Betrayal, was assassinated, reducing his group to a secondary status. Only the Silver Shield mercenary group retained great master-level warriors, while the Daxia mercenary group, despite its lesser scale and mid-tier combat strength compared to the Silver Shield, possessed comparable high-level combat prowess. In addition to enhancing his own strength, Lin also contemplated ways to elevate the capabilities of his comrades. He imparted the two styles of the Navy's 6 forms, Sorcerer and Jep, to Lin Rongfu, Shirlin, Vea, and Usopp, who were the core members of the Daxia mercenary group and individuals he deeply trusted. In the days that followed, Lin refrained from accepting commission tasks from the mercenary guild and instead dedicated his time to training everyone in the Navy's 6 forms at their base. Lin Rongfu and Shirlin quickly grasped the fundamentals, given their status as combat masters. Vea and Usopp, however, lagged slightly, needing more practice to attain proficiency. The marvels of Sorcerer and Jep left everyone astonished and elated, as the combat techniques of the Divine Grace continent were rather rudimentary, primarily relying on the sheer force of fighting spirit with little emphasis on technique. Having witnessed the extraordinary nature of the Navy 6 forms, Shirlin felt even more reassured about her decision to join the Daxia mercenary group. Feeling immense gratitude towards Lin for sharing such remarkable combat techniques, something only a select few could achieve, seeing that everyone could master the Navy 6 forms brought Lin great joy. Once he fully learned the entirety of the techniques, he planned to teach them to the rest, which would undoubtedly lead to a substantial enhancement in the strength of the Daxia mercenary group. If sufficient energy could be amassed, and each member could receive a devil fruit, the potential was truly exhilarating. Having experienced the might of mages, Lin eagerly anticipated the comparison between the abilities of a nature-type devil fruit and magic. Chapter 57. The Sword of Judgment approaches. For several consecutive days, Lin and the others diligently trained at their base, striving to enhance their own capabilities. Meanwhile, Hudis town, having enjoyed a brief period of tranquility, soon found itself embroiled in chaos as numerous mercenary groups began to recover from the devastation caused by the Beast Tide. The 3 major mercenary groups that once dominated Hudis town had been substantially weakened. The Paladin mercenary group was virtually annihilated. The Savage Lion mercenary group had fallen to a secondary status following the death of their leader, Betrayal, and the Silver Shield mercenary group had also suffered significant losses, with their leader, Jorarira, gravely injured. This situation presented an opportunity for other mercenary groups to seize power and establish themselves as the new rulers of Hudis town. Ambitious and capable groups began to expand aggressively, merging with weaker bands or forming alliances with equally strong factions, all aiming to rival the Silver Shield mercenary group and claim their place as one of Hudis town's new power brokers. As a result, the brief calm of Hudis town was shattered, plunging it into a maelstrom of bloodshed. Numerous smaller mercenary groups vanished amidst the turmoil, either being absorbed or obliterated, while several larger groups emerged, gaining the strength to challenge the Silver Shield mercenary group. These chaotic developments instilled a sense of urgency in Lin, as the Daxia mercenary group, situated within Hudis town, needed to fortify its strength to navigate through such turbulent times. Fortunately, after a few days of adaptation, Lin Rongfu had fully regained his peak prowess, now standing at the initial stage of a great master, bolstered by the enhancements from the toothless wyvern fruit, allowing him to contend with mid-tier great masters. It would not be long before he could truly break through and become a formidable force at that level. This development filled Lin with immense confidence. Although the Daxia mercenary group was small in scale, its elite strength was now sufficient to confront the turmoil engulfing Hudis town. One day, trouble indeed found its way to them. Usopp rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming anxiously, "Young master, it's bad. There are many people outside, and our gate is blocked." "Let us go take a look," Lin replied, raising an eyebrow, surprised that trouble had arrived so swiftly. Who would have thought that such a small D-class mercenary group as the Daxia would attract attention? The true strength of Daxia remained a well-kept secret. As everyone followed Lin outside, they were met with a throng of around 200 to 300 people blocking the street outside their base. At the forefront stood a stout, middle-aged man wielding an oversized sword that towered above him. Beside him was another man, bearing a large bow, his sharp, hawk-like eyes piercing through the crowd. "Leg, Grinlam, what do you intend by blocking the entrance to my base?" Shirlin exclaimed coldly. Both were notable leaders of mercenary groups in Hudis town, particularly Leg, who was a high-tier combat master and one of the strongest leaders beneath the three major mercenary groups. Haha, Leader Sherlin. We are here today to invite you to join us, Leg bellowed with a booming voice that resonated in the air, his stature contrasting with the volume of his voice. His eyes scanned Lin and the other 10 individuals, and his confidence swelled as he continued. I have heard that your sword and Rose has suffered greatly, leaving you with only these few members. With Lin En and me, we have united to form the new Judgment Sword mercenary group. And we are in need of a strong warrior like you, Leader Sherlin. Judgment Sword? That is quite a bold claim, Sherlin retorted. Lin smacked his lips, feeling a peculiar sense of unease. He had initially assumed that they were seeking his Daxiao mercenary corps, but to his surprise, their interest lay with the sword and Rose. It appeared that the Daxiao mercenary corps had indeed become a mere shadow in Hudis town. I apologize, but I must decline, Sherlin replied coldly. Sherlin, do not blame me for my candor. Your sword and Rose now consists of merely a handful of members if you do not band together. You may very well find yourselves utterly devoured, Leg remarked, casting a disdainful glance over Lin and the others. Join my Judgment Sword, and I shall grant you the position of Vice Captain. Together, we could command respect, even from the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, and perhaps become one of the dominant forces in Hudis town. Excuse me, but is it truly wise to attempt to poach my Vice Captain in my presence? Lin interjected, finding the audacity of this man utterly laughable. Who are you? Leg's expression darkened, soon realizing that this impudent figure had just referred to Sherlin as his vice captain. He turned to Sherlin, asking, Sherlin, if I heard correctly, did he just claim you as his vice captain? Indeed, there is no longer a sword in Rose mercenary corps. Sherlin replied, her tone unfazed. What? Leg was genuinely taken aback. Sherlin's demeanor suggested she was not fabricating her words. He stared incredulously at the youthful Lin and skeptically inquired, Boy, reveal the name of your mercenary corps. I am curious to see what sort of group would attract Sherlin. Listen closely. My mercenary corps is called the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, Lin stated firmly. Daxiao Mercenary Corps? Have you heard of this group? Grinlam? Leg asked his companion. I have not. With such a small number of members, it must be an insignificant band, Grinlam scoffed. Haha. Leg laughed heartily, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Sherlin. Sherlin, even if you wish to refuse me, there is no need to fabricate such a tale, attempting to deceive me with a mere child and an inconsequential mercenary corps. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve? Now, I shall extend to you one more opportunity. Join my Judgment Sword, or your sword and Rose shall vanish from Hudis town today, and all of you shall perish. As Leg's words echoed, hundreds of mercenaries from the Judgment Sword unsheathed their weapons, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. How tiresome. Lin frowned, finding Leg's arrogance intolerable. You dare to threaten my vice captain? Just because you have numbers does not mean you wield power. I hereby offer you a chance to leave with your men at once. Otherwise, you shall not walk away from here today. Sherlin remained silent, naturally deferring to Lin, the leader of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps. Seeking death, Leg laughed with rage, waving his hand. Boys, annihilate them. With that, Leg drew his massive sword and charged at Sherlin, deeming her the only worthy opponent among them. Capturing Sherlin and forcing her to submit beneath him was a tantalizing prospect. After all, any normal man would harbor such thoughts about the renowned Rose of Hudis town. And Leg was no exception. Clang! With a resounding clash, a sword beam sliced through the air, colliding with Leg's advancing form. With a thunderous crash, Leg's giant sword shattered, and the sword beam struck him, sending his body hurtling backward with greater speed than he had charged forward, crashing into the approaching mercenaries of the Judgment Sword and toppling a multitude of them. The sudden turn of events halted the advance of the Judgment Sword mercenaries. How could their leader, a formidable warrior of the high tier, be felled by a single strike? This was unfathomable. He was one of the most powerful figures in the mercenary world of Hudis town. Lin Rongfu wielded a long sword, advancing step by step, his formidable presence akin to a surging torrent, instilling fear in the hearts of the mercenaries of the Judgment Sword. They halted, their faces pale with trepidation. Even the captain could not withstand a single strike from him, and stepping forward would be tantamount to courting death. Gulp. Greenlam swallowed hard, hastily releasing the arrow he had almost fired, relieved that he had hesitated just enough to avoid meeting the fate of Leg. The Judgment Sword. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly inconsequential mercenary band harbored a master of battle? It was no wonder Sherlin had deigned to accept the role of vice captain. What is happening? What has befallen me? Who has struck me down? Leg, grievously injured by a single blow, lay on the ground, bewildered. Upon seeing Lin Rongfu emerge step by step, he felt an overwhelming aura that sent chills down his spine. This was indeed a master of battle. Please spare me. Leg promptly knelt, dragging his injured body to the ground. Faced with a formidable master who had wounded him, he knew well the distinction between disgrace and death. With their leader kneeling, the other mercenaries of the Judgment Sword, including Green Lamb, quickly followed suit, creating a spectacular scene of submission. The rapid capitulation of the Judgment Sword disappointed Lin, who found it utterly uninteresting. How could they even contemplate opposing the Silver Shield mercenary group? Aspiring to dominate the town of Hudis? Begone! Lin waved his hand dismissively, having lost the inclination to continue taunting them. The once menacing Judgment Sword mercenary band, numbering 200 to 300, retreated in disarray. Their swift retreat did not escape the notice of other mercenary bands in Hudis, who initially believed that the Sword and Rose mercenary group would suffer, either forced to join the Judgment Sword or be annihilated by Leg. Many lamented for the sisters Sherlin and Vaya, fearing that these two roses would fall into the hands of the diminutive Leg, a truly infuriating prospect. However, when the Judgment Sword left the Sword and Rose's encampment in disgrace, the mercenaries were astonished. How could such a powerful group fail to conquer a seemingly insignificant band? Consequently, many mercenaries sought to uncover the details, quickly obtaining more comprehensive information. Yet, this information only deepened their confusion. What was this Desiam mercenary group? Chapter 58. Rising fame. The details of the Desiam mercenary group were not shrouded in secrecy. They could be found in the Mercenary Guild's records. It was merely a two-person band, led by a 15-year-old boy who was merely a novice warrior, with the other being a senior old man of considerable skill. But nothing more. How could Sherlin have chosen to join them? Moreover, even with Sherlin's team integrated into the Sword and Rose, the Desiam mercenary group still numbered just 10, yet they had caused the 100-strong Judgment Sword to retreat. It was known that Leg was a bona fide high-level warrior, and there were easily 10 individuals in Hudis more powerful than he. Was it possible that the Desiam mercenary group possessed a master of battle? The claim circulating among the Judgment Sword's ranks was met with skepticism. Masters of battle were renowned and rare. Each was a figure of great repute. It seemed implausible that one would deign to associate with a mere Desiam mercenary group. However, the undeniable fact remained that the Judgment Sword had been outmatched by the Desiam mercenary group, leading to a swift rise in the latter's mysterious and formidable reputation among the mercenaries of Hudis. No one dared to target the Desiam mercenary group any longer. Captain, who would have thought that Sherlin would refuse your invitation and instead join that obscure Desiam mercenary group? It is a slap in the face to our Silver Shield mercenary group, and to you as captain, Carlos remarked with disdain. Jolalara's expression mirrored his displeasure. As the last standing master of battle among the three former dominant mercenary groups in Hudis, she was incensed. Carlos, do you truly believe that the Desiam mercenary group has a master of battle? She inquired. I find it improbable, Carlos replied, his tone condescending. This is certainly a fabrication by Leg to salvage his pride after being bested by a master of battle. If he can claim to have escaped with his life, perhaps he can gain some reputation in the process. Indeed, Jolalara nodded slowly, sharing his suspicion. If the Desiam mercenary group possessed a master of battle, they would not have remained so obscure for so long. Surely they would have made a name for themselves in Hudis long ago. Once my injuries have healed, I shall inquire of Sherlin why she had the audacity to refuse my invitation, and how could such a diminutive group dare to compete with the Silver Shield for talent? Jolalara's eyes glinted with menace. Her pride was not to be trifled with. Within the Mercenary Guild, when Baiwei received the news, her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected that the elderly figure beside Lin was, in fact, a master of battle, likely concealing his true strength during the mercenary registration tests. She did not doubt the truth of the matter. To inflict such a grievous wound on a high-level warrior like Leg required the might of a master of battle. An old servant turned out to be a master of battle, and someone who had shown no signs of martial talent had mysteriously acquired formidable strength. What could be the explanation? Did it have any relation to the enigmatic East? Baiwei was well aware of the background of Lin's father, Count William, which revealed nothing extraordinary. However, Lin Rongfu, this master of battle, was a servant left behind by Lin's mother. Baiwei pondered the peculiarities of Lin and Lin Rongfu's striking black hair and eyes. As a high-ranking member of the Mercenary Guild, she was aware of the mysteries surrounding the East, yet the Eastern continent was so distant, separated by an endless ocean. Even the Mercenary Guild possessed limited knowledge about it, most of which was based on ancient legends, their veracity uncertain. In any case, the increasing aura of mystery surrounding Lin only intensified by Wei's curiosity. He was an enigmatic man, and his undeniable charm made it even more irresistible to draw near him. In the span of merely a few days, the Deities mercenary group had become renowned in Hudis. This small D-rank mercenary band, comprised of only 10 individuals, not only attracted Lin and her members to join as vice-captain, but also forced the Judgment Sword to retreat in disgrace. This was a remarkable feat thus. Despite the ongoing skirmishes among the mercenary bands in Hudis over the following days, none dared to target the Deities mercenary group. Instead, a few smaller groups, fearing annihilation, sought to ally themselves with Deities, hoping to become subordinate mercenaries, with some even wishing to join directly. Yet, Lin rejected all such overtures, as the Deities mercenary group preferred quality over quantity, unwilling to risk exposure of their secrets. The original 5 members of the Sword and Rose mercenary group had also undergone a significant shift in their perceptions of Lin. Initially, they could not comprehend Shirleen's decision to dissolve her group in favor of the obscure Deities mercenary group, particularly under a captain who appeared young and lacking in strength. Now, they understood that this small band was anchored by a master of battle, and thus they treated Lin with utmost respect. Captain, the Orange Cat mercenary group has returned and refuses to leave the entrance. Shireen remarked that in recent days she had turned down numerous mercenary groups. Yet the Orange Cat mercenary group clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, coming each day to linger at her doorstep, pleading to join the Great Xia. They were adamant about becoming affiliated mercenaries if not full members, refusing to leave without her consent. Despite her annoyance, Shireen felt it inappropriate to force them away. Here they come again. Lin was taken aback, noting the persistence of the Orange Cat mercenary group. This marked their 4th day of waiting. Lin, they seem to be quite sincere. Why don't you allow them to join? It would expedite the growth of our Great Xia mercenary group, Vea inquired. Vea. The decision to accept them lies solely with the leader. Refrain from speaking out of turn, Shireen reprimanded. A mercenary leader must possess absolute authority, otherwise, how could one command a rowdy band of mercenaries? On ordinary matters, it may suffice, but when it comes to significant decisions, only the leader can decide. Furthermore, you ought to address me as leader. This is no trivial matter. Oh, Vea replied, looking dejected, her sister's sternness instilling a sense of awe within her. Shireen. It's not that serious. I think it's quite all right, Lin chuckled, lacking any aggressive tendencies. His upbringing differed from many on the Divine Grace continent, devoid of hierarchical notions. Seeing Vea's distress at being scolded, he comforted her. Vea, it's merely a title. You may call me however you wish. At his words, Vea's spirits lifted, and she cheekily made a face at Shireen, who responded with an exasperated glare. It seemed that the recent training had been too lenient. Shireen resolved to increase Vea's practice regimen. As for the Orange Cat mercenary group, they could remain at the entrance as they pleased. The Great Xia mercenary group would pursue an elite path, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity. We have nearly completed our preparations. We shall venture into the mountains starting tomorrow, Lin declared. Enhancing their strength through combat with magical beasts was Lin's utmost priority, as it would also fulfill the Mercenary Guild's commission tasks, allowing them to earn points and elevate their group's rank. Understood, leader, Shireen replied, departing to organize matters. Once Shireen left, Vea immediately brightened up. Despite being a mere bronze rank, she endeavored to present herself as a seasoned mercenary in front of Lin, sharing her experiences as if to imply that her sister was looking out for him. Having lived 2 lives, Lin found her youthful exuberance endearing, and he felt relaxed in her company, relishing the light-hearted atmosphere. Outside the gates of the Great Xia mercenary group's headquarters, a dozen members of the Orange Cat mercenary group awaited eagerly, watching the sky darken as yet another fruitless day drew to a close. Leader, this is already the 4th day. The Great Xia mercenary group is not accepting us. Remaining here is merely a waste of time. One subordinate, Arno, could no longer contain his frustration. Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat mercenary group, a youthful man in his 20s with golden hair and a charming smile, responded, Arno. As long as we persist, the Great Xia mercenary group will recognize our sincerity. He spoke with unwavering patience, unaffected by the days of waiting. In the increasingly chaotic Hudis town, small mercenary groups like theirs could only survive by aligning with a larger power. Why not seek to ally with another prominent mercenary group? Like the Silver Shield mercenary group? They are the only group in Hudis town with a master-level powerhouse, Arno questioned, perplexed as to why they should pursue the Great Xia mercenary group. Rumors suggested that the Great Xia also possessed a master-level warrior, but there was no confirmation, leaving the truth uncertain. The Silver Shield mercenary group would hardly deign to notice us, Jack replied, shaking his head. Even if we did ally with them, we would merely be fodder. I believe the future of the Great Xia mercenary group will surpass that of the Silver Shield, perhaps even outshine them. Do you truly have such faith in the Great Xia mercenary group? Arno asked, bewildered by his leader's confidence. Instinct, Jack declared, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes as he recalled a vivid memory. The scene of a lightning-winged white tiger wreaking havoc atop the city wall, causing chaos and bloodshed, while a figure with blazing wings stood resolutely against it. In that moment, Jack had been among the panicked crowd, desperately fleeing for his life. But a glance back revealed an unforgettable sight. He was unaware of what transpired afterward, only that the lightning-winged tiger had vanished, and the beast's tide had receded. Jack was convinced that this was somehow connected to the young leader of the Great Xia mercenary group. Thus, Jack harbored immense curiosity and confidence in the Great Xia mercenary group, eager to join their ranks. He firmly believed that their future would eclipse that of the Silver Shield and that Hudis Town could not stifle their growth. Years later, reflecting on his journey, Jack felt immense gratitude for that fateful moment of turning back. Let us go back. We shall return tomorrow, Jack said, glancing at the gates of the Great Xia mercenary group before waving his hand and leading his subordinates away. Chapter 59, Tea Gathering that evening, after dinner. Lin reclined on the broad back of the Amethyst Lion King, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. A wave of melancholy washing over him as he thought of his family on Earth. Just then, Shirine hurriedly approached, interrupting his reverie. Leader, the Silver Shield mercenary group has issued a notice, inviting all mercenary groups in Hudis Town to a tea gathering to discuss the future landscape of the town. We have also received an invitation, Shirine announced. Oh? Lin took the invitation, glancing at it with a smirk. It appears that after the fall of the Paladin mercenary group and the Mad Lion mercenary group, Jarala has appointed herself the undisputed leader of the mercenary realm in Hudis Town. It was evident that Jarala's organization of this tea gathering was a declaration of the Silver Shield mercenary group's dominance, establishing their status as one of the three major mercenary groups in Hudis Town, currently the strongest among them. However, the emergence of the Great Xia mercenary group introduced an unpredictable variable. Leader, should we attend? Shirine inquired, not worried about the strength of the Great Xia mercenary group, but preferring to avoid any conflict between them and the Silver Shield, given their history as an affiliated group. Since they have extended an invitation, we might as well go and observe, Lin replied, although he had no intention of engaging in a power struggle with the Silver Shield mercenary group. Certain matters were unavoidable if they wished to navigate the mercenary world in Hudis Town. As he stored the invitation, Lin prepared to dismount from the Amethyst Lion King. But his gaze was drawn to two glowing white forms below. It was nighttime, and Shirine had changed from her battle armor into a flowing lavender gown, the open neckline revealing a captivating silhouette that gleamed under the moonlight, creating a dazzling display. From his elevated position, Lin had a clear view, his eyes nearly blinded by the sight, wishing to lose himself in that enchanting depth forever. Shirine noticed Lin's abrupt stillness and was about to inquire about it when she realized his gaze fixated on a certain area of her attire. Looking down, she quickly understood, and a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, her previously composed demeanor now a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Perverted wolf, Shirine exclaimed, hastily covering her chest and shooting a fierce glare at Lin before hurriedly fleeing. Perverted wolf, or not, why the little? Lin mused to himself. Lin glanced down at her robust and spirited brother, murmuring to herself that he was certainly not small at all. However, Sister Shirlene's figure was indeed impressive. If she were to have children in the future, there would be no concern about them going hungry. I must not dwell on this any longer, or I might find myself blushing uncontrollably. The recent sweltering weather has made it easy to become irritable. It is best to rest and sleep. Lin leaped down from the Amethyst Lion, gently patting its massive head before sauntering back to his bedroom. He slumbered peacefully until dawn, but before he could fully awaken, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Via rushed in, chattering animatedly. Lin, dear brother, you lazybones, it's time to rise. As she entered, she reached out to pull back Lin's covers. What are you doing, Via? Lin exclaimed, his face paling as he quickly grasped the blanket. Doing what? I'm here to wake you. Have you forgotten that we're attending the tea party hosted by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps shortly? Via replied, her excitement palpable at the mere mention of the event, which she adored for its lively atmosphere. Dear sister, Even if we are to attend the tea party, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You needn't pull back my covers to wake me. Every morning, I practice my supreme pillar technique. Uncovering my blanket might expose my secrets, and the supreme pillar technique is not to be shared lightly, Lin insisted. All right, you'd better hurry, Vi responded, oblivious to the fact that her earlier actions nearly disrupted Lin's training. At breakfast, when Seelin spotted Lin, her usually serene face bore a hint of unnaturalness and an almost imperceptible shyness. Lin couldn't resist stealing glances at Seelin, earning a scornful glare from her. He was reminded of the enchanting scene from the previous night and felt the urge to lapse into his technique once more. He quickly redirected his focus to the food before him. After the meal, the group prepared to depart for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps headquarters. Accompanying Lin were Lin Rongfu, Usopp, and the Seelin Via sisters. Usopp was brought along purely to broaden his horizons, while the others remained at the base. As they stepped outside, Lin was surprised to find a group from the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps waiting at the entrance. It seemed they were not only persistent but also diligent. Arriving early in the morning. Greetings, Captain Lin. I am Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps, Jack said, approaching with a humble smile. I genuinely wish to follow you. I kindly ask for the opportunity to join your ranks. Ah, so you're the leader, Jack? As you can see, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps consists of but a few members at the moment, and we are not considering adding new recruits, Lin replied. Despite the rejection, he felt it necessary to maintain civility, recognizing Jack's sincere demeanor. Lin saw a reflection of his own past job interviews on Earth, understanding the challenges faced by those of lower status. Captain Lin, I am willing to disband the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps and fully join the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. Even if it means serving as a mere foot soldier, Jack stated earnestly. Is he truly this resolute? Such determination surprises me, Lin thought, taken aback by Jack's words. I can sense your sincerity. However, joining the Great Summer Mercenary Corps is not a matter to be taken lightly. I will need to assess your performance, Lin said, beginning to regard Jack with newfound respect, yet he remained firm in his stance, reiterating that the Great Summer Mercenary Corps would not accept just anyone. Rest assured, Captain Lin. I will perform admirably and strive to earn your recognition as soon as possible, Jack replied enthusiastically. Although Lin did not immediately acquiesce, he had at least provided a glimmer of hope. Are you all heading to the tea party hosted by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? We're headed there too. Why not go together? Lin nodded in silence, while Jack immediately followed closely beside him like an eager sycophant. The sight of him, so submissive, was almost unbearable for the members of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps. Was this truly their leader? Surely he hadn't been replaced? However, the lively Vea found Jack rather intriguing and cast him curious glances. As they journeyed, various mercenary groups began their march toward the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps headquarters. The most powerful mercenary faction in Huda's town had issued an invitation that no one dared to decline. By the time Lin and his companions arrived, a throng of people had already gathered outside the Silver Shield headquarters, so densely packed that it was impossible for everyone to enter. The premises simply could not accommodate such a crowd, and it was stipulated that no more than 5 members from each mercenary group could enter. Fortunately, this meant that Lin's entire party could gain entry. At that moment, the Silver Shield's headquarters was under strict security, both to deter any troublesome individuals and to showcase their might to the other mercenary groups. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our tea gathering at the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Please step inside, announced Carlos, the vice leader of the Silver Shield, stationed at the entrance to greet the guests. His demeanor, though proud, bore a welcoming smile that did not induce discomfort. However, when he spotted Lin and his party approaching, the smile vanished, replaced by a gaze imbued with hostility directed at Lin and his companions. Sensing Carlos's animosity, Lin felt puzzled. He did not recall having offended this individual. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he was merely present to fulfill a formality and had no intention of engaging with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Captain, the Sword and Rose was once a subordinate group of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. It is likely that, due to my actions, they harbor considerable hostility towards us. Sherlin murmured, having sensed Carlos's disdain and quickly deducing the underlying reason. After all, her refusal of Jurura's invitation and immediate joining of the Daxia Mercenary Corps amounted to a betrayal in the eyes of the Silver Shield. Let us remain composed and observe, Lin replied calmly. With Lin Rongfu having regained his peak strength after consuming the devil fruit, Lin felt a solid confidence, akin to an unyielding rock. Inside the expansive training square of the Silver Shield headquarters, it had been transformed into an open-air banquet hall, adorned with tables and chairs, where the tea gathering would soon take place. The venue was already bustling with a sea of people. A cursory glance revealed several hundred attendees, all exuding a formidable aura, leaders and elite mercenaries from various factions. Wow, so many people, Vaya exclaimed, her innocent, sparkling eyes darting around in excitement. How impressive. These individuals are all experts. Usopp gasped, swallowing hard. Each person radiated an aura far stronger than his own, which made him somewhat nervous, his voice trembling slightly. Look at you, so timid, Lin remarked, patting Usopp on the head. With such cowardice on display, it would reflect poorly on him as the captain. Lin could not help but marvel at the numerous formidable individuals in Hudistown. A cursory glance revealed over 100 warriors of the battlemaster level, not to mention several mercenary groups yet to arrive. Furthermore, Lin also observed several mages among them. Lin and his companions entered the venue, instantly drawing a multitude of curious glances. After all, the sisters Shireen and Vaya were quite renowned in Hudistown, with many familiar faces among the crowd. And the recent exploits of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had further heightened their visibility. Lin's younger brother, here. At that moment, Lin heard someone call out to him. Following the sound, he spotted the statuesque Bai Weier waving at him. Sister Bai Weier, what brings you here? Lin inquired as he approached her. Bai Weier was affiliated with the Mercenary Guild, not the Hudistown Mercenary Corps. So it was unexpected to see her invited by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps to the tea gathering. Chapter 60, Silver Shield Strikes Back. Lin felt a surge of joy at the sight of Bai Weier at the tea gathering, especially as he did not recognize anyone apart from his own entourage. It was delightful to have a familiar face amidst the crowd, and he made his way towards her. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had also invited members of the Mercenary Guild, and notably, several large merchant associations were on the guest list. Without being too formal, let us sit together, shall we? I would rather not endure this gathering alone, Bai Weier suggested, wrapping her arm around Lin's. Of course, Lin agreed. Indifferent to where they would sit, the Mercenary Guild's formidable warrior, Roland, who accompanied Bai Weier, cast a curious glance at Lin, puzzled by the stark contrast in Bai Weier's demeanor towards the young man. However, his curiosity was fleeting, as his attention shifted to Lin Rongfu, the reputed powerful warrior, who intrigued him even more. From Lin Rongfu, Roland sensed a subtle aura of danger, indicating he was indeed a genuine formidable warrior. Brother Lin, who is she? Vaya inquired. Noticing Bai Weier affectionately intertwined with Lin's arm, a hint of jealousy flickering in her expressive eyes. With both arms embraced, Lin felt an unexpected pressure. This dual attention was not as pleasurable as one might think. Sister Vaya, this is Sister Bai Weier, Lin quickly introduced the two. I recognize you, Miss Vaya. One of the two roses of Hudistown, Bai Weier remarked with a smile, amused by Vaya's display of possessiveness over Lin. I didn't expect my little brother to be quite the charmer, attracting the attention of these two lovely sisters so quickly. And you must be Miss Shireen, the former leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps? Bai Weier addressed the composed Shireen, her eyes sparkling. She marveled at Shireen's ethereal beauty and noble demeanor, typical of someone bestowed with the title of Rose in Hudistown. I am aware of you as well, Shireen replied coolly, her gaze sharp as she regarded Bai Weier clinging to Lin. President of the Hudistown Mercenary Guild, Miss Bai Weier. To think Miss Shireen recognizes me, what an honor. Bai Weier chimed, her laughter light and teasing, her form brushing against Lin's arm, causing a stir in the atmosphere. Observing this, Shireen's expression hardened, regarding Bai Weier with disdain. Sensing the tension among the three women, Lin interjected, Sister Bai Weier, so you are the president of the Mercenary Guild? You kept that a secret from me. Well, you never asked, Bai Weier replied playfully, guiding Lin to sit down beside her. Come, dear brother Lin, let us converse. I am more than willing to share any secrets you wish to know. Humph. Flirtatious vixen, Vaya scoffed, taking a seat next to Lin as well. Master, you are quite impressive, Usopp remarked from behind, admiring Lin's situation. He turned to Lin Rongfu. Grandfather Fu, who do you think Master prefers? Mind your own business. Lin Rongfu lightly chastised Usopp, his gaze fixed on the trio surrounding Lin, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the young master had grown up. Not far away, Jack and his companions were confronted by a group from the Blade Mercenary Corps, their old rivals. Jack, I hear you groveled to the Great Siam Mercenary Corps for days, only to be turned away, taunted Novus, leader of the Blade Mercenary Corps. It seems the head of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps possesses a keen eye, knowing your Orange Cat Mercenary Corps is nothing but trash, hence their refusal. Novice, stop with the empty words and face me in battle, Jack retorted coldly. Do you really believe you still have the standing to oppose me? Novice laughed heartily, proudly gesturing to the emblem on his chest. My Blade Mercenary Corps is now an affiliate of the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps, whose leader is a formidable mid-level mage. You, a rejected waste, are in no position to challenge me. After today's tea gathering, the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps will be erased from Hudis Town. Jack's expression darkened. The Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps held a prominent position in Hudis Town, rivaling even the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Novice's alliance with them signified serious trouble for him. Given their past grievances, Jack understood Novice's words were not mere threats. Jack, prepare for your demise, Novice sneered, relishing the discontent on Jack's face as he made a throat-slitting gesture before leading his group away. Captain, this is troublesome. What should we do? Arno expressed his concern. We'll take it one step at a time, Jack replied despondently, realizing Novice had found a formidable ally in the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps. The fate of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps hung in the balance. He glanced at Lin in the distance, his resolve strengthening. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had evidently prepared extensively for this tea gathering, enlisting nearly half of Hudis Town's chefs. The tables overflowed with an array of sumptuous dishes, showcasing various levels of magical beasts' meat, a clear display of their resources and strength. Before long, the invited Mercenary Corps had nearly all arrived, the venue buzzing with over 1,000 attendees. At this moment, the host, Jorarila, leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, finally made her entrance. Jorarila strode forth, exuding an aura of a formidable warrior that captivated the entire assembly, flanked by a dozen high-ranking members of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Each one a warrior of significant caliber, including 4 mid-level warriors and an apprentice mage, their elite strength unparalleled in the mercenary circles of Hudis Town. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had established itself as one of the 3 dominant forces in Hudis Town, largely due to Jorarila's formidable presence, alongside the contributions of her comrades. Esteemed guests, I welcome you to this tea gathering, Jorarila announced from the elevated platform, her voice resonating through the hall. Pride swelling within her at the sight of the packed venue. Her invitations were not to be taken lightly. No mercenary corps in Hudis Town dared to disregard her. Captain Jorarila, you are too gracious. The assembled leaders of the Mercenary Corps responded. Even those not affiliated with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps dared not show disfavor. For Jorarila was the only visible formidable warrior in Hudis Town, the foremost authority. Today, I have invited you all to discuss the future development and structure of the mercenary community in Hudis Town, a matter of great importance to each of our corps. Jorarila spoke, her gaze sweeping through the crowd until it halted upon Lin, a flicker of cold light sparking in her eyes. However, before proceeding, allow me to address a minor issue. The crowd fell silent, puzzled by what trivial matter could possibly require resolution at a tea gathering. Yet, observing Jorarira's expression, they quickly deduced that this so-called minor issue was anything but trivial, and thus they remained mute, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Jorarira's gaze shifted toward Lin and his companions, her voice rising. Lin, you are a subordinate of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. To abandon my command and join the Great Xia Mercenary Corps without my consent is tantamount to betrayal. Such an act clearly positions you against the Silver Shield. She then turned her attention to Lin, noting his youth and lack of imposing presence, which elicited a sense of disdain within her. And you must be Captain Lin? The Great Xia Mercenary Corps openly accepting a defector from my Silver Shield, along with the Weiya sisters, has breached the mercenary code. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Upon her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, quickly transitioning to an understanding smile, recognizing Jorarira's intent to suppress dissent. Rumors of formidable warriors within the Great Xia Mercenary Corps had circulated widely, and Jorarira would not allow any mercenary group to threaten Silver Shield's standing. Lin served as the perfect pretext for her maneuver. The onlookers relished the prospect of the 2 mercenary corps clashing, anticipating mutual benefit from the ensuing rivalry. Regi, the leader of the Judgment Sword Mercenary Corps, wore a mocking smile. He relished the thought of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps suffering at the hands of Silver Shield. I was unaware that such rules existed, Lin replied with a faint smile, intercepting Lin before she could speak. He met Jorarira's gaze without flinching, unperturbed. What sort of explanation do you seek, Captain Jorarira? Quite simple, Jorarira asserted with unwavering confidence. You are to expel Lin and Weiya from the Great Xia Mercenary Corps and humbly acknowledge your wrongdoing to the Silver Shield. Her demeanor was haughty and imperious. Captain Lin, I have extended this opportunity to you, Consider whether it is worth opposing me for the sake of these two. Her arrogance radiated, as if she were bestowing a favor. If Lin acquiesced, his status in Hudis town would be irreparably damaged, unable to protect even his subordinates, thus eroding his authority. To submit would render the great Xiao mercenary corps a mere laughingstock. I refuse, Lin declared, resolute and unwavering. Captain Lin, do you truly wish to oppose me? Joralira threatened, her eyes glinting with menace. A mere D-grade mercenary corps dares to disregard my authority, believing they possess a master warrior? Today, I shall reduce you to your true form. If you perceive this as opposition, then so be it, Lin retorted with a cold laugh, rising slowly. Despite his youthful physique, he exuded an imposing stature, embodying resilience. The great Xiao mercenary corps would not abandon anyone, nor would they yield to threats or fear war. Chapter 61. The existence of master warriors. His words resonated with conviction, echoing powerfully in the air. At that moment, Lin seemed to radiate a captivating brilliance. The name of Great Xia, having stood unyielding for 5 millennia on Earth, was a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people, who had shed blood for their vibrant banner. Lin, bearing the name of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps and the 5-star red flag as its emblem, would never allow that name or banner to be sullied. Brother Lin. How handsome, Wei murmured, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bai Wire and Lin, too, were drawn to Lin's presence, captivated by an aura of formidable charisma. Is it possible? This young man truly dares to confront the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? What gives him such confidence? Could it be that the Great Xiao Mercenary Corps boasts a master warrior? A ripple of astonishment coursed through the gathering, mingled with curiosity regarding Lin's audacity. Nonetheless, it promised an entertaining spectacle. Truly, he is a man worth my allegiance, Jack mused, recognizing that only a man unafraid of formidable foes was worthy of his support. Joralira's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. If that is the case, then none of you shall exit this tea gathering unscathed. As her words fell, dozens surrounded Lin and his companions, all elite leaders and subordinates of affiliated mercenary groups under the Silver Shield, eager to showcase their strength before Joralira. Others in attendance discreetly distanced themselves, wary of being caught in the fray. Missed by wire, the mercenary guild traditionally refrains from intervening in disputes between mercenary corps. I trust you will not violate its principles. Joralira's gaze shifted toward Bai Wire, who had captured Lin En's attention, hinting at a hint of trepidation. Should Bai Wire choose to intervene on behalf of the Great Xiao Mercenary Corps, Joralira's ambitions of establishing dominance would likely falter. Thus, Joralira sought to undermine Bai Wire with her words. Rest assured, Captain Joralira, I would never act against the Mercenary Guild's regulations, Bai Wire replied with a smile. Though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, Joralira was beginning to irk her. Understanding Lin's capabilities, Bai Wire felt no concern for the Great Xiao Mercenary Corps predicament. She turned to Lin with a look of helplessness. Brother Lin, I fear I may not be able to assist you today. Not to worry, I can manage. Lin reassured her, confident in his ability to confront the Silver Shield without her aid. With Bai Wire's clear indication of non-intervention, a smile crept onto Joralira's face. Scanning the room, she noted the silence and reverence of the other mercenary leaders, her heart swelling with pride. Her ploy to assert dominance was yielding results. After today, the mercenary landscape of Hudis town would belong solely to the Silver Shield, unchallenged by any other corps. Just days prior, the Judgment Sword Mercenary Corps had retreated humiliated before the Great Xia, prompting many corps to seek favor with them, even aspiring to join. Now, as the Silver Shield confronted the Great Xia, none dared side with the latter, leaving them isolated and vulnerable. Captain Lin, well said. I stand with you. A voice unexpectedly broke the tension, drawing all eyes toward its source. Who would dare align with the Great Xia at such a perilous moment, effectively declaring war against the Silver Shield? It was none other than Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps. Ignoring the astonished stares, he approached Lin. Seriousness etched across his face. Captain Lin, the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps shall stand united with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Lin was taken aback, surprised that Jack dared to step forward at such a moment. One could not deny that this fellow possessed a certain audacity. Lin inquired, Captain Jack, have you considered this carefully? Aligning with Daxia at this juncture is perilous. I have indeed contemplated it, Jack declared loudly. It is far better to provide aid in times of dire need than to merely embellish a fortunate situation. He was also taking a gamble, betting on Lin's substantial confidence. Otherwise, Lin would not confront the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps head-on. Very well, from this moment forth, I welcome your addition to the Daxia Mercenary Corps, Lin said with a smile, patting Jack on the shoulder. Given Jack's courage to stand alongside Daxia, Lin was determined not to let him down. "Thank you, Captain Lin," Jack exclaimed joyfully. In stark contrast to Jack's elation, the expressions of Arno and the others behind him were filled with bitterness. However, as Jack was the captain and had made the decision, they were left with no choice but to hope that his judgment was sound. The numerous mercenary leaders present were utterly astonished by Jack's bold maneuver. Who was this impetuous youth, so brazen as to align with Daxia? Surely, he must be a fool. "Huh, that fellow Jack is doomed," chuckled Novus from the Blade Mercenary Corps. Jack's reckless actions would likely not require Novus's intervention. A cloud of foreboding loomed over Joralela's face. Although she was unaware of the origins of this small mercenary group, such insignificant characters typically did not warrant her attention. Yet, their sudden emergence was undoubtedly a slap in her face. "Unaware of your own mortality. If you seek death, I shall oblige," Joralela coldly retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Lin and his companions. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Seize the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps." "Yes, Captain Joralela." The affiliated mercenaries surrounding Lin and the others sprang into action, dozens of weapons brandishing towards them, their battle aura surging with murderous intent. Those who could enter the venue were either captains or high-ranking members of their respective mercenary groups. None were inept, with dozens attacking simultaneously. The overwhelming battle aura rendered even high-tier warriors compelled to retreat. As the formidable assault approached, the fate of the Daxia Mercenary Corps was all but sealed. Clang! The sound of swords rang throughout the venue as Lin Rongfu made his move, unleashing a brilliant sword light that shattered all incoming battle auras, accompanied by the continuous sound of weapons breaking. Even steel-forged arms could not withstand the force of his blade. With a single strike, he effortlessly thwarted the onslaught of what could be considered elite mercenaries. Humph! Before anyone could react, Lin Rongfu snorted coldly and swung his sword again, releasing a dazzling sword light that seemed to rival the sun above, carrying the power to rend all as it sliced towards the mercenaries ahead. Rip! As the sword light passed, a dozen mercenaries, armor and all, were cleaved in twain, their flesh and blood splattering across the ground, a stench of iron filling the air. This gruesome display left the remaining onlookers trembling in fear, their hearts racing with terror. Fortunately, the sword light had not been aimed at them. Otherwise, they would surely have shared in the carnage. Witnessing Lin Rongfu's overwhelming strength, the other mercenaries hesitated to advance, though Joralela's command held significance. The value of their own lives surpassed it, prompting them to retreat hastily, wishing for nothing more than to grow a few extra legs to escape. "To dare lay hands on my young master is to court death," came the chilling declaration. Lin Rongfu bellowed, his eyes flashing with intensity as he stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his longsword. A series of elongated sword lights surged forth, enveloping the remaining mercenaries. In an instant, the air was filled with the chaotic energy of clashing swords, the ground itself marred by deep gashes. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted as the sword light sliced through, painting the scene in a gruesome tableau of blood, transforming the venue into a veritable battlefield, the pervasive stench of blood overwhelming the senses, nearly inducing nausea. Even the seasoned mercenaries, hardened by years in the field, felt a chill run down their spines witnessing Lin Rongfu's ruthless efficiency akin to slaughtering chickens. Dozens of formidable mercenaries were dispatched in mere moments, including nearly 10 formidable warriors. A true great warrior. Only a great warrior possesses such formidable prowess, capable of cleaving the air with sword energy to claim lives. At that moment, the gathered crowd acknowledged Lin Rongfu's might with a sense of dread. Realizing the truth behind the rumors, indeed, the Great Xia mercenary group housed a great warrior. Breathless with fear, they dared not breathe heavily, lest they invoke Lin Rongfu's wrath, fearing that the next arc of sword light might fall upon them. Those who once held skepticism towards the Great Xia mercenary group now found their perspectives irrevocably altered. The Silver Shield mercenary group's ambitions of asserting dominance over the Great Xia had likely struck a formidable wall, and the balance of power within the mercenary community of Hudas Town was poised for a profound shift. Jack, standing behind Lin En, wore a manic grin, reveling in his foresight, knowing that from this moment forth, he too could ascend to greatness. In stark contrast, the members of the Silver Shield mercenary group bore expressions of grave concern. Xiao Larila's visage was dark, practically dripping with fury and frustration, the revelation of Lin Rongfu's strength weighing heavily upon her. She felt immense pressure and simmering rage, her pride bruised. Having anticipated an easy victory, she was now confronted with the daunting reality that the Great Xia mercenary group was a concealed powerhouse, leaving her in a precarious position, caught between advancing and retreating. All eyes were on Xiao Lerila, awaiting her response. How formidable the great Xia mercenary group is. Xiao Lerila nearly ground her teeth to dust. Regretting her failure to thoroughly investigate the depths of the great Xia mercenary group, which had led her into such a tight spot. She understood that sending her mercenaries against Lin Rongfu would be tantamount to sending them to their demise if her forces suffered substantial losses. The Silver Shield mercenary group would be unable to maintain control over the situation in Huda's town. Only by personally intervening could she restore the dignity of the Silver Shield mercenary group. Otherwise, the purpose of today's gathering would be rendered moot, and they would become the butt of jokes. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, the presence of a great warrior surging forth like a tidal wave. Xiao Lerila transformed into a formidable goddess of war, wielding her silver shield and war hammer. The platform beneath her cracked and trembled as she propelled herself forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Lin Rongfu. Chapter 62. Coexistence in Peace. Witnessing Xiao Lerila's personal engagement, the mercenaries in the venue swiftly vacated the area, fully aware that the clash between great warriors could unleash catastrophic consequences. Being caught in the crossfire would be a most unjust fate. Young master, you should retreat further back, they advised. Lin Rongfu, after finishing his words, lunged forward, striking the air with his sword. A blade of light, several feet long, tore through the sky, aiming directly at the figure of Xiao Lerila suspended in midair. Thud. In the air, Xiao Lerila's left hand bore a silver shield, pulsating with energy, radiating brilliance. With a sudden, forceful strike, she met the incoming sword beam head-on, producing a deep, resonant sound that reverberated painfully in the ears, shattering the sword light and conjuring a fierce whirlwind in the air. Crushing hammer, Xiao Lerila shouted, swinging her warhammer downwards. A colossal energy hammer, measuring 4 to 5 meters in size, manifested in the sky and descended like a mountain, unstoppable. The air was compressed into visible shockwaves, and the explosion echoed like thunder, rumbling ominously. Faced with this overwhelming blow, Lin Rongfu had no intention of taking it head-on. He swiftly dodged aside. Boom. The energy hammer struck the ground, creating a massive crater, shaking the entire venue as if an earthquake had struck. The earth around the crater cracked like a spiderweb, stretching out for several meters. Onlookers in the distance swayed, struggling to maintain their footing as they beheld the enormous pit shrouded in dust, filled with an inexplicable dread. Was this the power of a great war master? Anyone below that rank who endured such a strike would likely be reduced to mere pulp, rendering any retrieval of their remains unnecessary, truly terrifying. The great war master could not fly, and just as Xiao Lerila landed, a sword beam surged toward her. Following the blade, Lin Rongfu moved like lightning, his sword thrusting toward Xiao Lerila's throat. The sword's edge gleamed like snow, imbued with lethal intent, and the very presence of that intent sent shivers across the skin. Thud. The enormous silver shield interposed itself, blocking both the sword beam and its lethal tip. Xiao Lerila swung her warhammer once more, hammer after hammer, as if she were an exceptional blacksmith forging iron. The heavy warhammer felt weightless in her hands, yet each strike was imbued with tremendous force, resonating powerfully and shattering the silence with its ferocity. In stark contrast to Xiao Lerila's brutal style, Lin Rongfu moved like a dragon, his sword flowing like the wind. Avoiding direct confrontation, he unleashed slashes that tore through the air, cleaving the earth, forcing Xiao Lerila to raise her silver shield in defense. To the spectators, including Lin En and others, the figures of the two combatants were nearly impossible to discern amidst the surge of energy, the colossal hammer, and the intersecting sword beams. The center of the battle stirred a cloud of dust, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. The area resembled a disaster zone, a veritable death trap where any intruder would be instantaneously torn apart. The onlookers were captivated, their hearts racing with both fear and admiration for the terrifying prowess of the great war master, which also fueled their aspirations. How incredible! When will we possess such strength? They clutched Lin En's arm tightly, her fingers digging in, causing him a tinge of pain, her eyes wide with wonder. Indeed. We shall all become this formidable in the future, Lin En replied with a smile, his heart brimming with joy at Lin Rongfu's resurgence to peak power. For this elderly man, who had cared for him since childhood and remained steadfastly loyal, it was a long-awaited reward for his hardships. Little brother Lin En, your old servant is indeed extraordinary, able to match Xiao Lerila in combat. Bai Wire remarked, with such strong allies, the great summer mercenary corps holds limitless potential. Lin smiled faintly, realizing that this was merely the beginning. Lin Rongfu had yet to unleash his full potential. having consumed the fruit of the toothless pterosaur. His combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Once he activated the fruit's abilities, the battle would likely reach its conclusion swiftly. However, Lin had instructed Lin Rongfu to refrain from revealing the powers of the devil fruit unless absolutely necessary. After all, the abilities of the devil fruit differed significantly from the cultivation system of the divine grace continent, and such exposure could lead to unforeseen complications. Concealing this power could serve as a strategic advantage. Lin Rongfu and Jiralra were locked in a fierce battle, with Lin Rongfu not fully unleashing his strength. Savoring the thrill of the fight, his original injuries had caused him to fall in rank, and for 20 years he had concealed his true abilities to suppress the pain. Having not experienced a grand battle at the master level for 2 decades, he had thought his blood had grown cold. Yet he found himself capable of regaining his peak form. He craved a vigorous confrontation, and Jiralra proved to be a worthy adversary. In stark contrast to Lin Rongfu's enjoyment of the clash, Jiralra's expression darkened with each exchange. Lin Rongfu's resilience exceeded her expectations. His ferocious fighting style led to greater consumption of energy, and her stamina was inadequate for a prolonged engagement. Unable to secure a swift victory, she realized that she would inevitably fall behind. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jiralra understood that defeating Lin Rongfu in a short time was impossible, and as time passed, her chances of victory diminished. The battle had begun to lose its significance. With a thunderous crash, another violent collision ensued, as their energy stirred up clouds of dust, and shattered sword lights gouged the ground, creating deep, bottomless pits. Seizing the opportunity, Jiralra leaped out of the fray and declared solemnly, "Your strength is formidable, and it is clear we cannot determine a victor in the immediate future. Continuing this fight serves little purpose. It would be wiser to cease hostilities." The spectators were taken aback by Jiralra's unexpected retreat in her words, which evidently acknowledged the equal standing of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. This was an inevitable conclusion. In the face of defeat, seeking a peaceful coexistence seemed prudent. It appeared that the town of Hudis was on the brink of witnessing the rise of a dominant mercenary faction. Within the venue, the leaders of numerous mercenary groups exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Rongfu hesitated for a moment before ceasing his actions. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment today. Capturing Jiralra without utilizing the power of the toothless pterosaur fruit proved to be quite challenging. Without responding to Jiralra, Lin Rongfu returned to Lin En's side. As a mere servant, he understood that decisions belonged to his master. "Master, I hope I have not failed you," he said. "Grandfather Fu, did you enjoy yourself?" Lin En inquired with a smile. "Indeed, it is all thanks to you, master," Lin Rongfu replied, his face aglow with vitality, exuding an aura reminiscent of a long-dormant sword that had shed its rust and revealed its brilliance once more. He had once believed that the path of cultivation had come to an end, destined to languish in mediocrity for the remainder of his days. However, having regained his peak and showing signs of breakthrough in strength, Lin Rongfu felt a rekindled passion for pursuing the pinnacle of cultivation. The heart that had lain dormant for years began to pulse with fervor, ablaze with ambition. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A valiant warrior in his twilight years remains undeterred in his resolve. Witnessing Lin Rongfu's unprecedented vigor, Lin En felt a surge of joy for him. "Captain Lin En, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps possesses formidable strength, qualifying us to collaborate with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps in establishing the rules of the mercenary realm in Hudis Town," Jiralra remarked. Casting an approving glance at Lin En, she recognized the might of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps and speculated about Lin En's identity. With such a powerful subordinate, Lin En's background must be extraordinary. She believed he would not refuse the opportunity for peaceful coexistence with her. "The Daxiao Mercenary Corps can coexist peacefully with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps," Lin En affirmed. "As for establishing rules, I harbor little interest. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps does not possess ambitions of supremacy. Yet, the system task required Lin En to elevate the Daxiao Mercenary Corps to SSS rank. Although Hudis Town was renowned as a haven for mercenaries, its hierarchy ultimately remained low, lacking even a single saint-level powerhouse, which would constrain the development of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps. It would not be long before Lin En decided to depart with his corps. Thus, reigning supreme in Hudis Town held no significance for him. He attended the tea gathering merely because the Daxiao Mercenary Corps was now part of Hudis Town. Certain matters could not be avoided for the time being. Moreover, Lin En intended to enjoy a complimentary meal. Unfortunately, just as the tea gathering commenced, A fierce battle disrupted the event. Observing the chaotic scene, Lin En shook his head, realizing that dining was no longer an option. Since there was nothing to eat here, he resolved to return and prepare a sumptuous meal for himself, coinciding with the arrival of Jack and the others who had recently joined the Daxia mercenary corps. A welcome banquet seemed in order. Lin departed with his entourage, leaving behind a chaotic venue and a multitude of mercenary leaders, each lost in their own thoughts. Yora Layla gazed at Lin's retreating figure, her eyes flickering. Although Lin did not agree to collaborate with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps to control the town of Hudis, this outcome was still favorable as it ensured that there would be no conflict with them. Without clarifying Lin's origins or possessing enough strength to overpower the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, Yora Layla resolved to maintain the status quo. The tea party concluded abruptly, yet its implications for Hudis town were profound. Everyone recognized the unstoppable rise of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, fortunate enough that they harbored no ambitions for hegemony. Many mercenary groups had already determined to cultivate good relations with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, hoping to either become their vassals or join them outright. Conversely, those with personal grievances against the Great Xia Mercenary Corps felt a sense of dread. For instance, the Blade Mercenary Corps, allied with the Star of Six, found their leader Novus anxious, as his longtime rival Jack had joined the Great Xia, leaving Novus fearful of retribution. Upon returning to their base, Lin commanded a banquet to welcome Jack and his companions into the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Bai Wire was also invited to the festivities, where the attendees indulged in hearty drinking. Via and Bai Wire, unable to see eye to eye, engaged in a drinking competition, becoming increasingly intimate with Lin as they vied for his attention, causing him both enjoyment and a sense of bewilderment, nearly overwhelming him. Jack and Yusopos quickly became fast friends after sharing a few drinks, and under Jack's intentional camaraderie, the inexperienced Yusopos nearly forged a brotherly bond with him, both of them drunkenly lamenting their fates and challenging the Amethyst Lion King to a drinking contest. The banquet continued well into the night, and by the end of the day, Lin was thoroughly intoxicated. Even with his life restoration skill, he was inebriated beyond measure. In this heavy stupor, he felt a profound sense of ease, forgetting that he was a traveler from another world, gradually blending into the fabric of the divine Grace continent. In his dreams, Lin envisioned his parents back on Earth, who, while still relatively young, decided to have a second child, and he found himself with a younger brother, living a blissful life together. Chapter 63. Level up. Upon waking in the morning, Lin noticed his pillow was slightly damp. Reflecting on the dream from the previous night, his heart grew more open. Perhaps it was indeed as he dreamt. His parents, after enduring sorrow, had welcomed a second child, pouring all their love into his brother, emerging from their pain to embark on a new chapter of life. Mom and Dad, please take care of yourselves. Your son is here and will be well. Even though we are in different worlds, I will live splendidly, becoming a source of pride for you. Wiping the corner of his eye, Lin rose to greet a new day. After getting up, Lin practiced his swordsmanship at the training grounds as usual, then personally fed the Amethyst Lion King. Everything seemed quite ordinary, yet the observant Celine noticed a subtle change in Lin. Lin, you seem a bit different today, Celine remarked. How so? Lin smiled in response. I can't quite place it, but you definitely feel different, Celine replied, studying the young man closely. He radiated a relaxed smile, youthful vigor, and an extraordinary charm, exuding a unique and compelling energy. Lin smiled softly, choosing silence as she released the burdens of her heart. Her inner self, now unencumbered, felt a refreshing change. Letting go did not equate to forgetting, but rather, it was a matter of burying emotions deep within. Do you feel this has improved your situation or worsened it? Improved, Celine replied, her youthful face radiating a brilliant smile akin to the warm sun of spring, evoking a flutter in her heart and an unconscious quickening of her pulse. This sensation had never graced Celine in her 20-odd years of existence, causing a fissure in her typically frosty demeanor. Her gaze fell, seemingly unable to bear the sight of the boy's radiant smile, yet that brightness remained etched in her heart, warming her once cold spirit. Sister, what are you discussing? Thea rushed over, her voice preceding her arrival. Upon reaching them, she embraced Lin's arm tightly. Lin, cutting is far too challenging to master, and I have yet to even begin. Please, teach me. Certainly, Lin responded, acknowledging the distinct nature of their training systems and the high physical demands of cutting. It was only natural that Vea struggled to commence her training. As she observed her sister affectionately leading Lin towards the training grounds, Sheilin's gaze lingered on their intertwined arms. A subtle frown graced her features before it relaxed, and she let out a sigh, her expression tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. After a day of rest, Lin and his companions ventured once more into the Hudis Mountains, embarking on a new cycle of tasks and training. Meanwhile, Hudis Town gradually returned to a state of calm, the repercussions of the beast tide fading, allowing the mercenaries to resume their perilous lives. During this time, numerous mercenary groups sought to join the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, all of which were politely declined by Lin. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had also adopted a more discreet approach. The mercenary scene in Hudis Town had become notably more vibrant compared to the earlier days when three major factions held sway. However, the path to restoring their previous overall strength would likely be a long and arduous one. As a month passed swiftly, a notification echoed. Ding. Host has slain a level 6 magical beast, the Rock Python. Experience points 500. Experience has met the requirements for leveling up. Host level has risen to 40. And Tau power 5. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached level 40, completing Phase 2 of Main Quest 1. Reward. One upgrade package has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it at your leisure. Ding. Activating Phase 3 of Main Quest 1. Level up to 60. Reward. One upgrade package. The familiar chime of system notifications, heralding task completion, filled Lin with delight. He contemplated, system, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 40 experience, 10, 0, 35. 000 Tau power, 890 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 4, 788, 050, 000, cutting, intermediate, 1. 122, 050, 000, paper drawing intermediate, 987, 050, 000. Life restoration, intermediate, 50, 000. Armed color hockey, intermediate, 50, 000. Conqueror's hockey, intermediate, 1, 101, 000. Listening to the voice of all things, non-upgradable. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, intermediate, 50, 000. Techniques, one sword style, Aido, flash. Continuous flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, none pet, amethyst lion king, level 6 initial stage magical beast, special items, none energy, 142, 500 backpack, several magic crystals. Upgrade package quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, host level must be upgraded to full. Phase 3 quest, reach level 60, reward, 1 upgrade package. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary corps, Great Xia Mercenary Corps must upgrade to SSS level. Phase 2 quest, A-level mercenary corps, reward, 1 promotion package. Lin glanced at the panel, noting that his level had ascended to 40, with his combat power reaching 890 points, a modest increase. As the mere 5 points gained with each level seemed negligible, the enhancement of combat power primarily depended on skill upgrades. After over a month of practice, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship, augmented by the dual effects of the dominant sword body, had nearly reached perfection. However, the mastery of both the shave and paper drawing techniques from the Marine 6 styles remained significantly lacking, and the advancement of his Conqueror's Haki was painfully slow. It appeared that the only path to improvement lay in the realm of monetary investment. As anticipated, upon reaching level 40, his life restoration, Armament Haki, and the immortal bird fruit could all continue to advance. Should the system's energy prove sufficient, Lin's power would experience an explosive surge. Observing the accumulated magic crystals in his backpack, Lin silently commanded, System, convert all my magic crystals into system energy. Ding. The conversion was successful, yielding a total energy increase of 715,000 points, bringing the overall system energy to 857,500 points. Yet, upon seeing the total of just over 800,000 system energy, Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After more than a month, such a meager harvest of magic crystals was attributable to the relatively small scale of the Daxia Mercenary Corps, which had limited personnel and thus low efficiency in hunting for magic crystals. Furthermore, although the Hudis mountain range was famously known as the Monster Mountain Range, it was merely a localized phenomenon within the confines of the 3 surrounding nations, and in the grand scheme of the Divine Continent, it was of little consequence. The monsters inhabiting the mountains were of average strength, with only a solitary saint-level beast, the thunder-winged white tiger, present, leaving little opportunity for Lin and his companions to engage high-level monsters in combat. Lin glanced at his current skills, realizing that with his existing energy, he could upgrade at most 2 skills. The primary swordsmanship was on the verge of leveling up, and there was another skill he could enhance. However, since the proficiency of the primary swordsmanship was nearly maxed out and he benefited from the dual proficiency boost of the dominant sword body, he decided not to squander his energy. Instead, he opted to upgrade one skill and save the remaining energy for subsequent enhancements once he accumulated enough. System. Please upgrade my Armament Haki to the intermediate full circle, Lin instructed the system, choosing to elevate his Armament Haki first. The enhancement of this skill not only bolstered his defenses and attack power, but was also the most effective means of countering combat energy. Lin had tested this before. With his current level of Armament Haki, he could barely breach the defenses of a combat master-level energy user, inflicting minimal damage. Only by upgrading his Armament Haki could he effectively harm such formidable foes. Ding. Consumed 500,000 system energy. Armament Haki upgraded to intermediate full circle. Dao power 500. Armament Haki has significantly improved, acquiring the characteristic of hardening. The current level of Armament Haki can no longer be upgraded. With an increase of 500 Dao power, Lin felt a substantial surge in his inner strength, bringing his total Dao power to 1390, elevating his prowess to the mid-tier of advanced warriors. The sudden influx of power filled Lin with exhilaration, tempting him to upgrade the primary swordsmanship with his remaining energy. However, he ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to diligently practice until he amassed enough proficiency. Once he gathered 500,000 energy, he could upgrade another skill, thereby increasing his Dao power by another 1,000 points, propelling him into the ranks of combat masters. There exists a fundamental distinction between combat masters and advanced warriors. The former are already considered powerful. Resisting the urge to further upgrade his skills, Lin turned his gaze towards the upgrade package in his system backpack, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Wondering what treasures this package might unveil, hoping his luck would be favorable this time. Roar. Before Lin could open the upgrade package, a commanding beastly roar echoed through the forest, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. When the wind subsided, the imposing figure of the thunder-winged white tiger appeared before them. The members of the Daxia mercenary corps remained composed in the face of the suddenly manifested sacred-level beast, having encountered the thunder-winged white tiger multiple times over the past month. Although they maintained a respectful awe towards the sacred-level creature, they did not panic. Roar. A youthful voice called out as the little white tiger leaped down from its mother and dashed towards Lin, its face alight with excitement and affection. Since consuming the human fruit, the little white tiger had developed a strong bond with Lin. Whenever Lin ventured deep into the Hutus Mountains, the little white tiger would insist on being brought to play with him. Lin believed that if he possessed a contract card, the little white tiger would willingly become his contracted pet without any persuasion. He pondered when he might be able to take the little white tiger, which possessed a sacred beast lineage and had consumed the human fruit, thus holding immense potential for future growth. Ah, little white, Vea exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed over to scoop up the little white tiger into her embrace, her radiant face rubbing against its soft fur. The allure of such a plush creature was irresistible to her, especially given the little white tiger's cuteness and ability to speak, which made it even more endearing. Even the composed and mature Shiren looked at the little white tiger with affectionate eyes. Roar. Sister Vea, let me go. I want to find Lin. Despite having grown familiar with Vea, the little white tiger was evidently closer to Lin, struggling in Vea's arms. Not letting go. Let me hold you a bit longer, Vea teased, holding the little white tiger tightly against her developing figure, her face buried in its fur. The little white tiger, oblivious to the envy of every man present, squirmed vigorously, yet it was futile against Vea's embrace, its expression one of exasperation. All right, Vea, please release the little white tiger. Seeing its distressed demeanor, Shiren could no longer bear it, her heart filled with tenderness. Reluctantly, Vea released the little white tiger, which promptly leaped from her arms and dashed towards Lin, leaping into his embrace. Lin, Sister Vea is bullying me. The little white tiger complained to Lin, its voice laced with indignation. Oh, you little white rascal, how ungrateful. I even grilled meat for you last time, Vea retorted, her tone filled with mock frustration. Sister Vea just adores you. Who could resist such a cute little creature? Lin chuckled, gently stroking the little white tiger's head, which elicited a look of bliss from it. Vea, witnessing this, felt a twinge of jealousy. In a bit, I'll let Sister Vea grill some meat for you. Lin greeted the thunderwing white tiger, who, unlike its indifference towards others, exhibited a certain warmth towards Lin, the savior of its offspring. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps had grown considerably, and the task of collecting materials from the magical beasts no longer required Lin Rongfu's direct involvement. Usopp and Jack were capable of managing the task efficiently. Consequently, the group skillfully divided the flesh of the rock python, and today's meal would be roasted python meat. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, the Thunderwing White Tiger, along with the Little White Tiger and the Amethyst Lion King, displayed an undeniable fondness for cooked food. Although they did not refuse raw meat, it was evident that the cooked delicacies whetted their appetites even more. Following the grand barbecue, the Little White Tiger reluctantly bid farewell to Lin, trailing behind its mother. Lin and his companions prepared to embark on their journey back to Huda's town. Upon submitting their completed mission at the Mercenary Guild, Lin could not help but reflect on their progress. After more than a month of diligent effort, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps had ascended to C rank, bringing them closer to the A rank requirement for the next tier of missions. Lin mused on the truth of strength in numbers. As they strolled down the bustling streets after leaving the guild, mercenaries frequently approached to exchange greetings. Since the previous tea party, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps had emerged as a celebrated entity within the mercenary community of Huda's town. Even those unable to join the Corps sought to maintain amicable relations, for the Great Xia Mercenary Corps harbored no ambitions of dominance. And Lin was not the type to exert an air of superiority, endearing them to many. After managing yet another enthusiastic group of mercenaries seeking camaraderie, Lin wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, feeling a tinge of exhaustion and frustration. He had no desire to be a so-called star. His only wish was to quietly enhance his abilities. It seemed prudent to limit his outings, as he preferred to avoid the adoration of fans whenever possible. At that moment, an ominous aura enveloped him. Before he could react, one of the mercenaries who had just conversed with him drew a dagger and silently lunged toward his chest. Despite Lin's desperate attempt to evade the strike, the blade found its mark, piercing his chest. With a sickening sound, the dagger tore through flesh, and blood gushed forth. The abrupt assassination left Lin momentarily stunned. The searing pain jolted him back to reality, prompting him to retaliate with a powerful punch aimed at the assassin. Having successfully struck, the assassin swiftly disengaged and retreated with remarkable speed. "Young master!" Lin Rongfu, the first to react, shouted in alarm. His form a blur as he instantaneously appeared before the assailant, reaching out to grasp him. The assassin was taken aback by Lin Rongfu's astonishing speed. Completely unprepared for the extraordinary technique of the Navy's 6 forms, possessing initial stage battle master strength, the assassin attempted to counter by slashing at Lin Rongfu's wrist with his dagger. Lin Rongfu was consumed by a seething rage, his palm brimming with immense energy as he effortlessly deflected the dagger aimed at him. With relentless force, he struck the assassin's chest, sending the attacker sprawling backward. Lin Rongfu pursued the assailant, determined to uncover the identity of the person daring enough to attempt the assassination of his young master. The assassin lay heavily injured on the ground, and had Lin Rongfu unleashed his full strength, the attacker would have surely met his demise. Realizing the futility of escape as Lin Rongfu approached once more, the assassin, in a moment of desperation, bit down on the poison hidden within, succumbing to death instantly. "Lin En, Captain." The sudden assault left everyone in shock. As they processed the situation, they gathered around Lin En, their concern palpable. "Lin En, are you all right?" Shiren anxiously supported him, her delicate features etched with guilt and worry. "I am fine," Lin En reassured, shaking his head. Fortunately, he had managed to evade the worst of the blow. Had the dagger struck his heart, he was uncertain whether the fruit of the phoenix could save him. However, as long as his heart remained unscathed, other injuries were trivial. "How dare the Falcon Mercenary Corps attempt to assassinate our captain?" Jack seethed, immediately rallying his companions to encircle the members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps. "And no, this is a misunderstanding. I would never dare to assassinate Captain Lin En." Fred, the leader of the Falcon Mercenary Corps, exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion followed swiftly by panic. The notion that one of his own had attacked Lin En was a death sentence for him. Terrified, Fred hurried to clarify. Knowing that if he failed to dispel the suspicion, none of the Falcon Mercenary Corps would escape unscathed. He fervently hoped Lin En would remain unharmed. Otherwise, regardless of whether he had orchestrated the attack, his life would be forfeit. The members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps were equally frightened, their faces pale as they stood surrounded by Jack and his men, lacking the courage to resist. A misunderstanding here could lead to their doom. "You scoundrel, Fred. I shall end your life." Jack disregarded Fred's pleas, swinging his sword at him. "Jack, cease this madness." Lin En commanded. "Captain, this scoundrel dared to assassinate you. He cannot be spared." Jack retorted with venom, yet he ultimately obeyed Lin En's orders to halt. Captain Lin En, I swear this was not my decision. How could I dare to harm you? Fred gasped, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Seeing Lin En wounded yet seemingly stable eased the weight in his heart as he hastily explained, the assassin joined my mercenary group only days ago. I had no idea he was an assassin. Regardless of your knowledge, the assassin is now a member of your mercenary group. As its leader, you cannot evade responsibility. Vea declared angrily. The members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, including Usoppus, glared at the Falcon Mercenary Corps with fury. As Vea pointed out, even if Fred had not given the order, the assassin had used their group to approach Lin En for the attack, and they could not escape culpability. Fred and his mercenaries were drenched in cold sweat. The fury and murderous intent reflected in the eyes of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps instilled terror within them. They turned their gaze to Lin En, knowing that their fates now rested in his hands. Young master, the assassin has committed suicide by poison, Lin Rongfu reported. Having approached them, understanding Lin En's regenerative abilities, he felt less concerned for his injuries, yet his heart still burned with intense anger. Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that finding clues from the assassin was a futile endeavor. The act of immediate self-poisoning in the face of disagreement suggested the individual was a seasoned professional. Who could possibly wish to take his life? Jack, let the members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps depart, Lin commanded, gesturing dismissively. This matter should not involve them. They were merely used by the assassin to approach me. Understood, Captain, Jack replied, though he was reluctant. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to obey Lin's orders. Thank you, Captain Lin. Thank you. Frederick and his subordinates expressed their profound gratitude, having narrowly escaped death. Upon returning to the mercenary camp, Lin continued to ponder the identity of the individual seeking his demise. Lin, could it be the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? Celine suggested. They have considerable motive, as the existence of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps obstructs their ambitions to monopolize the town of Hudis. That cannot be ruled out, Lin acknowledged with a nod. Young Master Lin Rongfu hesitated, feeling that his stepmother, Lady Rose, was a strong contender in this matter. However, he deemed it inappropriate to voice such thoughts in this context. Lin wore a gloomy expression, having already surmised what Lin Rongfu intended to convey. He also recalled the stepmother who sought to bring about his demise. The fact that he had survived must surely have unsettled her. With the first assassination attempt having occurred, a second one was inevitable. Anger welled up within Lin, as he had already resolved not to return to contest any claims to the title of inheritance. Yet, his stepmother remained relentless, still perceiving him as the feeble, untrained individual he once was, allowing her to dictate the course of his fate. The news of Lin's assassination swiftly spread throughout the town of Hudis. Given that it occurred in broad daylight, numerous witnesses were present, leading many mercenaries to speculate on the identity of the perpetrator. Most conjectured that it was the Silver Shield mercenary group responsible, as they alone possessed both the motive and the capability to execute such an act. What? Lin has been assassinated? Jeralia, too, received the alarming news, her expression one of shock. Upon learning that Lin had merely sustained injuries and was not dead, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed this fellow was quite resilient. Captain, there are rumors circulating outside that we dispatched someone to assassinate Lin, Carlos stated with a serious countenance. Jeralia furrowed her brow. This was far from favorable news. She was well aware that the assassin was not one of her own. Yet what if Lin misinterpreted the situation? Carlos, you must personally go to the Great Summer Mercenary Group and clarify that we are not involved in this matter. Jeralia pondered aloud. At this juncture, she wished to avoid any conflict with the Great Summer Mercenary Group and deemed it necessary to eliminate any suspicion against herself. Lin was not surprised by Carlos's visit. Jeralia had no intention of becoming the scapegoat for an assassin's actions, nor did she wish to provoke the Great Summer. Thus, it was only natural that she sought to explain and dispel any misunderstandings at the earliest opportunity. After tending to Carlos, Wire hurriedly arrived, immediately inspecting Lin's injuries with great concern. Sister Wire, it is but a minor wound. A mere assassin cannot take my life, Lin chuckled, bemused. He was uncertain whether her worry was genuine or if she was merely seizing the chance for personal gain, as her actions were rather overstepping. With so many people around. Sister, perhaps you should choose a more private setting next time, he suggested. Fortunately, I am not gravely injured. Otherwise, I can only imagine how you would have fussed over me. Via pushed Wire's hands away, glaring at her, sensing that the woman harbored unkind intentions towards her brother. Ah, Miss Via, are you feeling a touch of jealousy? By wire teased, a sly glint in her eyes. You, how dare you say such things? I'm not. Via retorted angrily, her cheeks betraying her with a rosy hue. She cast a furtive glance at Lin, relieved to see he exhibited no extraordinary reaction. Though a pang of disappointment tugged at her heart, By wire smiled knowingly, sensing Via's embarrassment, and chose not to tease her further. Lin, my dear brother, have you uncovered the assassin's origins? She inquired. No, the assassin poisoned himself, Lin replied, shaking his head. Ah, it appears to be a professional assassin, By wire mused. This should not involve the Silver Shield mercenary group. Jeralia is not foolish. If you had been killed, Mr. Lin would surely have gone mad. Even if Jeralia could withstand his fury, her mercenaries would not. I share your sentiments, Lin nodded, recognizing By wire's competence as the president of the mercenary guild. I have begun to piece together some clues, yet this is not the time for reckoning. Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. By wire offered, harboring her own speculations, perhaps relating to Lin's identity. She was aware of the circumstances surrounding his family due to her prior inquiries. Yet she understood it was not her place to intrude unless he chose to divulge. After By wire departed, Lin utilized the flames of life to heal his wounds, leaving no scars behind. With the capabilities of the phoenix fruit, opening a scar removal beauty salon on Earth would surely be a lucrative venture. Following the assassination attempt, Lin felt a heightened sense of urgency. His strength had surged too rapidly in recent times, especially with the formidable presence of Lin Rongfu by his side, which had alleviated the initial threats he faced upon his arrival. Reflecting now, he realized there remained much to improve. He had sensed the assassin's murderous intent but had been unable to evade the attack, not even having time to employ his haki. Had the assassin been stronger? A strike to his heart might well have been fatal, even with the phoenix fruit's abilities. After all, his mastery of its powers was still in its infancy. Lacking the capacity for resurrection, the initial failed assassination would surely not deter his stepmother. Subsequent assassins would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Lin mused how advantageous it would be to possess Kinbunchika Haki, allowing him to detect an assassin's movements beforehand and rendering any stealthy approach futile. In light of these thoughts, Lin recalled the unopened upgrade package in his backpack. He wondered what treasures it might hold. Perhaps it could grant him Kinbunchika Haki. To maximize his chances, he resolved to perform a ritual that evening, bathing and changing his attire, followed by fervent prayers to the deities before finally opening the upgrade package. System, please open the upgrade package. Ding. The upgrade package has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill iron block from the Marine 6 styles. A sniper rifle known as the King of Snipers, and a perfect nature-type Sansan fruit, which has been stored in the system backpack for your perusal. What? A nature-type Sansan fruit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin nearly leaped for joy. He could hardly believe his luck in obtaining such a rare and powerful devil fruit. His faith in rituals had been vindicated. His efforts to bathe and pray had clearly borne fruit. Overjoyed, Lin eagerly retrieved the Sansan fruit from his backpack. The fruit's skin was a sandy yellow, resembling a round cactus adorned with spines, with two small branches protruding from its side. Upon touching the surface of the fruit, he discovered that the spines were surprisingly soft, allowing him to relax, as he had been uncertain how to consume it otherwise. This was indeed a nature-type devil fruit, and Lin's desire for it was palpable. Alas, he had already consumed the phoenix fruit. In the game, a devil fruit fusion card could allow one to consume a second fruit, yet its price in the system shop was a staggering 5 million energy units. A sum that left Lin daunted. The total energy he had amassed thus far was still shy of that amount. Such a powerful devil fruit could only be given to someone else. To whom should he bestow it? Lin Rongfu was immediately ruled out as he had already consumed the toothless pterodactyl fruit. The remaining candidates were Sherlin, Via, Usopp, and Jack. While other ordinary members were not yet considered, Lin experienced a slight headache, or perhaps one could describe it as a dilemma of choice. Feeling as though any decision would suffice, yet selecting a particular individual seemed somewhat inappropriate. There lingered the possibility that others might feel discomfort upon learning of his choice. For who does not desire to become stronger? As the leader of the mercenary group, Lin had the responsibility to consider the sentiments of each member. After much contemplation, he resolved to bestow the Sasa fruit upon Usopp, as among the core members, Usopp possessed the weakest strength, currently classified as a mid-level warrior, even inferior to many ordinary members, thus hindering the progress of the Daxia mercenary group. Another reason was the closer bond Lin shared with Usopp, having grown up together. Their friendship was profound, and Lin harbored the hope that his childhood friend could elevate his prowess to match his own. a reflection of Lin's personal desires. Temporarily placing the salsa fruit back into the system's backpack, Lin retrieved the King of Snipers, a weapon deemed the most formidable sniper rifle within the game. It was comparable to the highest tier of sniper rifles, the Supreme Blade of 12 Crafts, featuring an exquisitely unique design, measuring 2 meters in length, equipped with a scope. The King of Snipers boasted an effective range of 1,500 meters, a maximum range of 2,000 meters, and possessed infinite ammunition. Lin could hardly believe that he had actually unlocked the King of Snipers. Was he destined to become a sharpshooter? Regrettably, he lacked any shooting skills, and it seemed that this weapon would go to waste. After stowing away the King of Snipers, he glanced at the iron block he had just acquired, the Navy 6 style, and spoke to the system. Upgrade the iron block to intermediate level using energy. Ding. Consumed 50,000 energy points. The iron block upgraded to intermediate level, increasing his Tau power by 50 points. System. Open the attributes panel. Character. Lin level. 40 experience. 10,035,000 Tau power. 1. For 40 profession. Swordsman skills. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect. Intermediate swordsmanship. Advanced. 4. 788. 050. 000. Shave. Intermediate. 1. 122. 050. 000. Paper drawing intermediate. 987. 050. 000. Iron block. Intermediate. 50. 000. Life restoration. Intermediate. 50. 000. Armament color Haki. Intermediate. 50. 000. Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. 1. 101. 000. Listening to all things. Non-upgradable. Devil fruit. Mythical beast type. Phoenix. Intermediate. 50. 000. Techniques. One sword style. Iato. Flash. Continuous flash constitution. Supreme sword body specialization. None pet. Amethyst Lion King. Level 6. Initial stage beast. Special items. None energy. 302. 500 backpack. King of Snipers. Nature type. Sand fruit quests. Main quest 1. Dream of level cap. Host level upgrade to maximum level. Third phase quest. Reach level 60. Reward. Upgrade gift package. Main quest 2. Ambition of the Mercenary Corps. Upgrade the Great Xia Mercenary Corps to SSS level. Second phase quest. A level Mercenary Corps. Reward. Promotion gift package. After upgrading the iron block, his Tau power increased by another 50 points, reaching a total of 1,440. Having reviewed the attributes panel, Lin closed it and exited the room, heading towards Usopp's chamber. Young master, is there something you require of me? Usopp inquired, puzzled by Lin's late visit. He was drenched in sweat, evidently having just completed a strenuous workout, showcasing his dedication. Indeed, it appears you have not been idle, Lin remarked approvingly. If you were to lack effort, even granting you the sand fruit would bear little fruit, ultimately wasting this potent natural fruit. I am the weakest in the mercenary group. If I do not strive harder, I will fall behind your pace, young master, Usopp admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Knowing that you think this way reassures me, Lin said, patting Usopp on the shoulder. I have something remarkable for you that will greatly enhance your abilities. With that, he produced the sand fruit. Young master, what is this peculiar item? Usopp asked, gazing at the sand fruit, which resembled a strange fruit he had never encountered before. You will understand once you consume it. Lin replied, handing the fruit to Usopp with a serious expression. The taste may not be pleasant, but it possesses extraordinary abilities. Remember, you must eat the entire fruit without leaving any remnants. Seeing Lin's grave demeanor, Usopp nodded, fully trusting his young master. Without further ado, he took a substantial bite of the sand fruit. Ugh! The taste of the devil fruit was as sour and sharp as ever. Caught off guard, Usopp nearly retched. But he recalled Lin's warning and managed to swallow the fruit, though his face was a canvas of vivid colors. Haha, look at your delightful expression. Lin laughed heartily, relishing Usopp's discomfort. It was a shared moment of experience. Having once tasted the toothless pterosaur fruit himself, he felt no restraint in his amusement towards Usopp. Young master, did this fruit grow in a dung pit? Usopp grimaced, tears welling in his eyes, his propensity for melodrama surfacing once more. Surely, the young master was not playing a prank on him? Although the taste is indeed unpleasant, I assure you, I did not deceive you. My abilities were granted only after consuming such a fruit, Lin explained, igniting the flames of life around him. Usopp had always been intrigued by the flames of life, and now he comprehended that his young master's powers stemmed from such a fruit. Motivated by the prospect of acquiring extraordinary abilities, Usopp steeled himself, ready to endure even the most repugnant of substances. Closing his eyes, Usopp embraced a mindset of resolute determination and devoured the sand fruit in several large bites. Before long, he felt a transformation occurring within him. Opening his eyes, he lifted his right hand, astonished to witness his 5 fingers gradually morphing into grains of sand. Chapter 66. The incoming mercenary corps observing his fingers turned to sand, which then spread to his palm and eventually enveloped his entire arm. Usopp's face lit up with shock and exhilaration. Although his arm had transformed into sand, he could still sense its presence. Only its form had altered. "Young master, is this the power I have gained?" Usopp's voice trembled with excitement. Disbelief etched across his features. "Indeed, this fruit is known as the sand fruit. Upon consumption, it grants you the ability to manipulate sand and even transform your body into sand," Lin replied with a smile, his own eyes reflecting astonishment and envy. After all, the natural type was the very devil fruit he had longed for from the outset. Lin briefly explained the capabilities of the sand fruit to Usopp, then remarked, "Usopp, while you can now transform your body into sand, rendering you impervious to ordinary physical attacks, it is essential to note that energy attacks can still harm you. Additionally, sand is vulnerable to water. If your body comes into contact with water, you will lose your ability to transform." "Master, I will remember," Usopp replied, kneeling on one knee before Lin, his eyes brimming with profound gratitude and loyalty. "I am thankful to you, Master, for granting me such a miraculous fruit. I vow to follow you for the rest of my life, never to betray you." "Very well, I understand your sentiments," Lin said with a smile, helping Usopp to his feet. Perhaps it was a side effect of the system-produced devil fruit, but Usopp, like the little white tiger, displayed an almost complete loyalty and intimacy. The fruit's powers must be developed independently, yet one must also remember that while the abilities of the fruit are extraordinary, the cultivation of energy should not be neglected. Training both energy and fruit powers simultaneously will lead to even greater achievements in the future. "Yes, Usopp will not disappoint Master S' expectations," Usopp assured him. "All right, take your time to familiarize yourself with your abilities. I will return to rest now. You should also retire early," Lin advised, though he knew that Usopp would likely be too excited to sleep that night. After a refreshing slumber, Lin awoke to find the training ground bustling with activity. Upon glancing over, he saw Usopp surrounded by a throng of admirers and shook his head. Clearly, Usopp could not resist showcasing his newfound abilities early in the morning. "Lin, you are biased." Upon seeing Lin, Vaya rushed over, clinging to his arm and shaking it repeatedly with a face full of grievance, envy, and yearning. She too desired the miraculous ability to manipulate sand like Usopp. "There is only one sand fruit. Where would I find another for you?" Lin thought, but refrained from voicing it, aware that Vaya might shake his arm off. Looking around at the others, Lin noticed that although they did not rush over like Vaya, their eyes were fixed on him, filled with envy and desire. Even Shiren, known for her aloof demeanor, gazed at him with an intensity that made Lin's skin crawl. Witnessing the wonders of the devil fruit, no one could resist the allure of its powers. "This is all Usopp's fault. I shall personally train him later to fully develop his fruit abilities." Usopp shivered inexplicably. "Rest assured, you need not envy Usopp in the future. Everyone will possess such remarkable abilities. My goal is for everyone in the Great Summer Mercenary Corps to acquire these extraordinary powers," Lin proclaimed, painting a grand vision for all. "Lin, you must keep your word. Do not let this be mere talk," Vaya chimed in cheerfully. "Of course, how could I deceive such a lovely sister like Vaya?" Lin nodded vigorously. "Wonderful," Vaya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Long live the captain." Jack and the others cheered, having been astounded by Usopp's abilities. It was akin to witnessing a different kind of sorcerer. Who among them had not dreamed of being a magician? Now, with Lin's promise, their excitement was palpable. Ahem, however. Such miraculous fruits are exceedingly rare and require stringent conditions to obtain. It may take a considerable amount of time to acquire another, Lin added. Noting the joyous expressions of the crowd, he felt he had honed his skills of grandiosity akin to those of a former boss from his past life. Yet he felt it necessary to clarify, lest they be disappointed. "Thus, you must all exercise patience. Captain, rest assured, I can wait as long as necessary," Jack declared loudly. With others echoing in agreement, for such miraculous abilities, they would wait indefinitely. Seeing their understanding, Lin felt relieved. His previous words were not mere fabrications. He genuinely contemplated that with sufficient energy, all members of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps could consume devil fruits, forming an unprecedented devil fruit mercenary group. At that time, would he not easily fulfill the SSS-level mission from the system? One fruit per person would yield an abundance of energy. He would need to work diligently to amass wealth. Subsequently, Lin imparted a few more words to Usopp, advising him not to be too ostentatious, as revealing the abilities of the devil fruit while still weak could attract considerable trouble. The following time, Lin and his comrades plunged back into the Hudis Mountains, continuing their path of training and earning. On this day, a group of over 20 mercenaries entered Hudis town, led by a young man in his 20s riding a magnificent wind wolf. The young man donned extravagant attire and bore an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissing everyone around him. This is what they call mercenary paradise? Hardly impressive, he scoffed, surveying the mercenaries lining the streets with disdain. Andrew, it's just a small town. Without a tiger in the mountains, the monkeys claim the throne. Even the strongest mercenary group here is merely A rank, an old man beside him remarked coldly. Also mounted on a giant wolf, a frost magic wolf of level 6. The recent beast tide had severely diminished the town's mercenary groups, rendering them inconsequential. Had it not been for the beast tide, we would never have known that a holy level beast was birthed in the Hudis Mountains. The young man Andrew laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about the holy level beast. He turned to the old man, saying, "Uncle Andy, let us find a place to stay, rest for a while, and then venture into the mountains to hunt this holy level beast." It turned out that Andrew and his companions had come to Hudis town upon hearing of the holy level beast that emerged during the beast tide. Judging by Andrew's tone, the holy level lightning-winged white tiger appeared to be as good as his. Andrew's group took over the largest inn in Hudis town, driving out all the other guests. "Why are we being thrown out?" one enraged mercenary shouted. Mercenaries, who constantly flirted with death, were not known for their patience. "These people look unfamiliar. They must not be mercenaries from our Hudis town." Another comrade of the disgruntled mercenary chimed in angrily. "How dare these outsiders cause a ruckus in Hudis town? Get out of Hudis town. This is not your territory." "Yes, leave." The other expelled mercenaries glared fiercely at Andrew and his group, voicing their anger. These outsiders assumed the mercenaries of Hudis town were easy prey. With a swift motion, a blade of light sliced through the air, and the two loudest mercenaries fell, blood gushing from their throats as they collapsed. "These worthless scoundrels dare to be arrogant before me, oblivious to their demise." Andrew stood with his sword, a cold smile on his face. The lives of the two mercenaries seemed to him no more significant than that of two beasts, easily extinguished. "You dare kill?" The other mercenaries, stunned by Andrew's sudden violence, erupted in furious outrage, especially the companions of those slain. "How audacious! Outsiders have the gall to kill in Hudis town. Everyone, let us subdue these intruders." The poisoned mercenaries, filled with righteous indignation, were already furious after being forcefully expelled from the inn. The audacity to resort to murder ignited their wrath further. Dozens of mercenaries drew their weapons, eager to teach these outsiders a lesson and demonstrate the strength of the mercenary community in Hudis town. Before the advancing mercenaries, Andrew displayed no fear, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a cold smirk. "Humph." The elder beside Andrew, Andy, let out a scoff, drawing his knight's great sword in an instant. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a long arc of sword energy, instantly slaying the front ranks of mercenaries. A grandmaster. Panic seized the remaining mercenaries as they halted, their faces paling. They silently thanked their stars for hesitating, realizing they could have easily joined the fallen. The presence of a grandmaster among the outsiders was unexpected, explaining their brazen behavior in Hudis town. "Come on, continue. Did you not wish to kill me?" Andrew raised his sword and revealed a bloodthirsty grin. The remaining mercenaries recoiled in fear, their faces etched with terror, dreading another attack. One mercenary, mustering his courage, spoke up. "What skill is it to bully us? Don't think you alone possess a grandmaster. Hudis town has its own. The Silver Shield mercenary group will not let you get away with this slaughter." "Oh? Is the Silver Shield mercenary group formidable?" Andrew chuckled dismissively. "I shall wait here and see if they dare to seek trouble with me. If you've the guts, go summon them." The mercenary eyes darted as he remarked, "Very well. Begone." Andrew waved his hand, finding the remaining minor characters beneath his notice. As for the Silver Shield mercenary group, he cared little. Should they come for him, he would deal with them casually, providing some amusement to an otherwise dull day. "Just wait." The mercenary spat before fleeing, secretly relieved to escape the clutches of the Reaper. The others followed suit, wishing they had been born with extra legs to flee faster. Andrew chuckled softly at the petrified innkeeper. Clean this place up. Do not let it affect my mood. Arrange for some good meat quickly. Yes, the innkeeper replied, trembling, hastily issuing orders to his staff without uttering a word of protest. Chapter 67. A Dragon Crossing the River Smash. Jorilla shattered a table with a single strike, her face aflame with fury. How dare they kill with such impunity on my territory? These outsiders are utterly arrogant, entirely disregarding the Silver Shield mercenary group. Captain, these outsiders are not to be underestimated. They possess a grandmaster, Carlos remarked soberly, though he too was enraged. Engaging them recklessly could lead to dire consequences. What of a grandmaster? On our turf. Even a grandmaster must adhere to our rules, Jorilla asserted. If we remain indifferent, how can the Silver Shield mercenary group continue to command the mercenary world of Hudis Town? The Daxiao mercenary group holds no ambition for dominance, and Hudis Town remains under the Silver Shield's control. Jorilla, currently riding high, would not permit anyone to challenge her authority, even if they possess a grandmaster. We must ensure these outsiders comprehend the rules of Hudis Town and refrain from chaos during their stay. Let us confront these outsiders, Jorilla commanded. Understood, Captain. I shall gather our brothers, Carlos replied, grasping her intent. The Silver Shield mercenary group must not appear weak. Soon, Jorilla and Carlos, accompanied by over 100 men, arrived at the inn where the disturbance had occurred, followed by a throng of mercenaries eager to witness the spectacle. With Jorilla facing the outsiders, it was clear they were in for a rough time. Is it you who recklessly slay in Hudis Town? Carlos glared at Andrew and his companions, who continued to dine leisurely, their demeanor infuriatingly nonchalant, as if they did not regard him and his group at all. Jorilla remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the elder named Andy, whose hidden aura emanated a palpable threat. It was evident that he was the grandmaster among the outsiders. Are you the Silver Shield mercenary group? Andrew asked, lifting his cup for a sip. Do you wish to avenge those worthless fools? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Do not act rashly and invite calamity upon yourselves. Boy, you are quite arrogant. Jorilla narrowed her eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing beneath her lowered lashes. It had been long since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Arrogant? That is merely because I have the capital to be so, Andrew replied with a faint smile, only to transform his expression into one of cold severity. If you wish to fight, then do so directly. If not, begone. Do not disturb my meal. What did you say? Carlos roared. The other mercenaries of the Silver Shield glared furiously, weapons drawn, ready to cleave the audacious young man into pieces at Jorilla's command. Uncle Andy, I have lost interest in conversing with such insignificant figures. Please dismiss them, Andrew remarked, impatience evident on his face. Andy stood, stepping forward slowly, addressing Jorilla. I shall strike once. If you can withstand it, you may leave unscathed. If not, prepare to perish. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Andy, his frail figure now resembling a towering mountain, imposing and magnificent, evoking awe. Jorilla's expression shifted dramatically. Andy's aura sounded alarm bells in her mind, a profound sense of danger surfacing. With a swift motion, she summoned a massive silver shield to her hand. Clang! Andy unleashed a seemingly unremarkable strike. Yet a tremendous arc of sword energy manifested, a wave of violent energy cascading toward Jorilla. Boom! The sword energy collided with her immense shield, cleaving it in twain. Jorilla was thrown back, a deep gash opening on her body, crashing to the ground as blood poured from her mouth. Carlos and the other members of the Silver Shield stood in shocked disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Their captain had been grievously wounded by this elder's single strike, her shield severed. Just how powerful was this old man? A half-saint. Jorilla gasped, blood staining her lips, gazing incredulously at Andy. This elder was a peak grandmaster, having grasped a fragment of the earth element's essence, a being only a step away from the saint level. Known as a half-saint, her complexion darkened, her heart filled with bitterness. She had genuinely encountered a formidable opponent. If the elder harbored malicious intent, none of her men would escape alive. Your Grace, I thank you for your mercy. Jorilla struggled to rise, approaching Andy with a face full of respect, bowing her head. Before a high-ranking grandmaster, her pride was rendered meaningless. Defiance would only lead to her demise, and her life now rested in his hands. Pfft, how swiftly you yield. It is quite dull, Andy retorted. Andrew smirked, feeling a sense of disinterest. He had anticipated that the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps would provide him with some amusement, but alas, he decided otherwise. Very well, Uncle Andy, let them leave, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Jarala exhaled in relief, a joyful expression gracing her features. Her life was spared. She hastily expressed her gratitude once more and quickly led her subordinates, who were too frightened to breathe, away. Wait, Andrew suddenly called out, causing Jarala's heart to leap. Had he changed his mind? Yet, she dared not refuse and found her feet halting involuntarily. Esteemed young master, may I inquire if there is anything else you require? Jarala inquired, her smile unsettlingly reminiscent of a beast's grin. Please recount the details of the recent beast tide. I desire to know the specifics regarding that holy level beast. Andrew said, furrowing his brow. The sight of her smile was quite unappealing, making him feel slightly nauseous. Was it possible these individuals had come for the Thunderwing White Tiger? Jarala, filled with uncertainty, dared not ask and divulged all she knew, hoping that these people would ultimately find themselves in trouble with the Thunderwing White Tiger and perish beneath its claws, thus avenging her humiliation from earlier. Is there truly a Thunderwing White Tiger cub? What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Andrew laughed heartily, having initially expected to hunt merely one holy level beast. The discovery of a cub was a tremendous windfall. Capturing it would enable him to contract it as a pet, nurturing it into another holy level beast. Its value was incalculable. Uncle Andy, I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us venture into the mountains today, Andrew exclaimed, his spirits lifted. He waved Jarala and her companions away and turned to Andy, eager to seize the young white tiger. It appears the Thunderwing White Tiger possesses formidable power. We must prepare thoroughly, Andy cautioned. When confronting a holy level beast, one could never be too cautious. Chapter 68, Trapping the Thunderwing White Tiger Deep Within the Hudis Mountain Range. The little white tiger feasted upon the flesh of a beast that its mother, the Thunderwing White Tiger, had hunted. After savoring the delectable roasted meat prepared by Lin on several occasions, the cub found the raw, bloody meat less palatable and difficult to swallow. Mother, do you not sense Lin's presence? I wish to play with him, the little tiger expressed, observing her cub's disdain for the beast meat. The Thunderwing White Tiger understood that her child longed for the savory roasted fare. Truth be told, she too yearned for the taste of roasted meat. However, beasts and humans were inherently different. She could not roast meat herself, nor could she allow her child to become overly reliant on it. The Thunderwing White Tiger was deeply grateful to Lin. It was unreasonable to expect him to remain in the mountains merely to cook for them. I could capture another human to prepare meat for us, she suddenly thought, her eyes lighting up at the prospect. This was a splendid idea. She would seek out a human who could cook. With this thought in mind, the Thunderwing White Tiger found the raw meat before her increasingly unappetizing. Child, we shall not eat any further. Let us go in search of roasted meat, she declared. Wonderful. The little white tiger leaped onto her mother's back, believing they would seek out Lin, where they could play and enjoy delicious roasted meat. She was utterly delighted. As the Thunderwing White Tiger prepared to move, she sensed the presence of humans encroaching upon her territory, many of them, and their scents were unfamiliar. They were not Lin and his companions. From these humans emanated a palpable malice. It was well known that no mercenaries dared to venture into the depths of the Hudis mountain range, indicating these individuals were not merely lost. Though she felt these intruders might be targeting her, the Thunderwing White Tiger was undaunted. She had full confidence in her strength and felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of capturing a human who could cook. Silently, she carried her cub, summoning a fierce wind as they advanced toward the intruders. The ones who had trespassed into the Thunderwing White Tiger's domain were none other than Andrew and his companions, intent on hunting the Thunderwing White Tiger and capturing the little cub. Andrew, we have entered the territory of the holy level beast, Andy remarked, his expression grave. In this area, there were no signs of other beasts. Naturally, no creatures dared to enter the territory of a holy level beast. Andy spotted the claw marks of the Thunderwing White Tiger on the ground, still faintly tinged with its holy level essence. Excellent, Andrew exclaimed, exhilarated. Their journey into the depths of the Hudis mountain range had not been an easy one. But the thought of soon capturing the Thunderwing White Tiger cub made all the hardships worthwhile. Be cautious, the holy level beast has appeared, Andy warned, his demeanor shifting as he gripped his knight's greatsword tightly. A tempest swept through the woods, and a wave of holy level pressure descended, engulfing Andrew and his companions in a palpable terror, rendering their breaths labored, as if the air had become infinitely heavier. With a roar, the Thunderwing White Tiger, carrying her cub, emerged, her cold, fierce gaze fixed upon the 20 or so humans before her. Such a gathering was unnecessary for cooking meat. It seemed she could select one adept in culinary arts. Indeed, it is a holy level beast cub. Aha, it is mine. Andrew's eyes were fixated on the little white tiger, his elation uncontainable. "Uncle Andy, let us act. Today we shall not only hunt a holy level beast, but also capture this little tiger." With a fierce roar, the thunderwing white tiger bared her fangs. Her eyes ablaze with fury upon hearing Andrew's words. Another human had set their sights on her offspring. These humans deserved to perish. But before the enraged thunderwing white tiger could act, the elder Andy struck first, swinging his greatsword. An unmatched surge of sword energy cleaved through the air. Sharp as a blade and heavy as a mountain, infused with a hint of earth elemental essence, its power magnified, capable of inflicting harm even on a holy level beast. The thunderwing white tiger, however, regarded the incoming sword energy with disdain. Though the semi-holy warrior had grasped a fragment of elemental essence, he remained far from a holy level being. The gap between them was insurmountable. With a fierce snarl, the thunderwing white tiger unleashed a massive bolt of lightning. As the bolt collided with the sword energy in midair, the latter shattered, yet the lightning continued, diminished only by half as it propelled toward Andy. He narrowly dodged, the bolt obliterating several trees before dissipating. Andy positioned himself before the thunderwing white tiger, his knight's great sword slicing downward. The sword energy extending from the blade measured only a meter, yet it was remarkably condensed, exuding a weighty presence akin to wielding a mountain. Simultaneously, a cloud of yellow powder erupted around Andy, enveloping the vicinity in a dense shroud. Boom! The lightning-winged white tiger's forepaw struck the sword's body, causing Andy to be violently thrown back. Sparks of electricity flickered across his body, his hair stood on end, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, having sustained significant injuries from the tiger's blow, just as the lightning-winged white tiger was about to pursue. Intent on dispatching this human who posed even a slight threat, it suddenly felt a surge of chaotic magic within itself, rendering it unable to exert its full strength. It had inhaled a considerable amount of yellow powder, one of the secret weapons that allowed Andrew and his companions to hunt sacred-level magical beasts, a potent elixir crafted by an alchemist. Even a sacred-level beast would experience a drastic reduction in power upon inhalation. Simultaneously, a colossal hexagram formation illuminated the ground, emanating countless red rays that ensnared the lightning-winged white tiger. Unbeknownst to the tiger, while it was engaged with Andy, Andrew and the others had already dispersed to encircle it, each wielding a magical artifact. Upon activation, these artifacts formed the hexagram designed specifically to restrain and limit the movements of formidable magical beasts. With a furious roar, the lightning-winged white tiger, already disoriented from the yellow powder, found itself ensnared by the red threads, as if mired in a quagmire, struggling to move even slightly. Panic surged within its heart. And to make matters worse, the small white tiger on its back had also inhaled the yellow powder, now completely incapacitated. These accursed humans. The tiger's rage threatened to engulf the entire Hudis mountain range. However, it realized the dire nature of its predicament. It had to escape, or both it and its cub would likely meet a grim fate today. Aha! The lightning-winged white tiger is bound. It cannot escape. Andrew laughed triumphantly, eagerly urging, "Uncle Andy, take this opportunity to slay it, but be careful not to harm the little white tiger." Andy retrieved a vial of healing potion, drank it, leaped into the air, and swung his great sword down, aiming directly at the massive head of the lightning-winged white tiger. Chapter 69, The Fall of the Tiger King in the territory of the Hudis mountain range, where level 7 magical beasts roamed. A fierce battle had just unfolded. The colossal corpse of a mammoth giant lay on the ground, resembling a small mountain, its iron-like armor riddled with wounds. In addition to the gashes inflicted by the greatsword, there were numerous claw marks left by Lin Rongfu in his toothless wyvern half-beast form. The mammoth giant possessed immense strength. Although its speed was a weakness, its sheer power and defense were astonishing. Lin En and the others were unable to intervene, and ultimately, Lin Rongfu had to utilize his fruit ability to defeat it, sustaining significant injuries in the process. This was the first time everyone witnessed Lin Rongfu's fruit ability, prompting waves of envy and anticipation regarding the mysterious fruit that Lin En had presented. "Young master, I am no longer in grave danger. You should conserve your strength," Lin Rongfu said as he rose, waiting for Lin En to heal him with the flame of life. Lin gracefully retracted the flame of life, thoroughly pleased with the prowess exhibited by Lin Rongfu. Having now ascended to the mid-tier of the Great War Master rank, Lin Rongfu, leveraging his fruit abilities, has firmly established himself within the high tier of the Great War Master level. In an open expanse, with his flight capabilities, Lin Rongfu would likely find himself unmatched among his peers at the high tier of the Great War Master rank. Roar. As the group ready to descend the mountain. Preparing to return to Hoodie Town for a respite after collecting materials from the mammoth giant statue, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the mountains. Oh dear. It's the roar of the Tiger King. Surely, he has come with the little white tiger to play with us again. How delightful. I can hold the little white tiger once more, exclaimed Vaya, her excitement palpable. Although the little white tiger tended to cling to Lin each time. The mere prospect of cradling the adorable creature filled her with immense joy. Who could possibly resist such an endearing little tiger? Lin furrowed his brow, detecting a sense of fury and murderous intent in the roar of the thundering white tiger. A knot tightened in his heart. Had the thundering white tiger encountered trouble? Master. It seems that Lord Tiger King is in distress, remarked the Amethyst Lion King to Lin. As a magical beast, it too could discern the anger resonating within the tiger's roar. Roar. Another cry echoed, and it appeared that the thundering white tiger was approaching this way. Lin's brows knitted together more tightly. From the roar of the thundering white tiger, he discerned not only anger but also a profound sorrow, as if it were reluctant to accept its dire straits. What calamity had befallen the thundering white tiger that it was driven to such an extent? It was known that the entire Hudis mountain range was home to only one holy level beast, the thundering white tiger, and no creature could threaten it. Was it humanity? Or had something happened to the little white tiger? The likelihood of the latter seemed high. Only an incident involving the little white tiger could incite such wrath and despondency in the thundering white tiger. Lin's heart clenched at the thought. His feelings for the little white tiger had deepened significantly, and he was even contemplating taking it away. It must not come to harm. Young master, what is the matter? Lin Rongfu noticed Lin's unusual expression. The little white tiger may be in trouble, Lin replied solemnly. Let us go and investigate. Upon hearing that the little white tiger might be in peril, concern rippled through the group. During this time, everyone had developed a strong bond with the little white tiger, prompting them to hasten towards the source of the thundering white tiger's roar. After running for a while, a gust of wind swept through, revealing the thundering white tiger before them. Lin's heart sank as he beheld the creature in a pitiful state, its body marred by several enormous wounds, drenched in blood, and its aura diminished by more than half. Upon its back lay the little white tiger, motionless, had it not been for the lightning-formed bonds securing it. It might have surely fallen. Lin, quickly take my child away, the thundering white tiger exclaimed, its eyes glimmering with hope upon seeing Lin's group. It leapt before Lin and thrust the little white tiger into his arms, speaking with urgency. King Tiger, what has transpired? What has happened to the little white tiger? Lin implored, cradling the little creature, relieved to sense its life force still flickering. A group of formidable humans has arrived. I have fallen into their trap. I will hold them off. You must take my child and flee, the thundering white tiger urged Lin anxiously. It had exhausted its essence to break free from the magical restraints, managing to escape with the little white tiger. But it was gravely injured and could no longer wield its holy level power, placing its hopes entirely upon Lin. Formidable humans? Lin's heart raced. To have caused such a significant setback to the thundering white tiger, they must undoubtedly be holy level powerhouses. This realization ignited a profound sense of urgency within him. King Tiger, we must leave together, Lin insisted. No, I must confront the pursuers. My child is entrusted to you, the thundering white tiger said. Casting a lingering glance at the unconscious little white tiger in Lin's arms, tears glistening in its eyes. Lin, should I not return, please take care of my child. With that, the thundering white tiger let out a mighty roar, shedding a few reluctant tears before turning back to intercept the pursuers. Lin, what is happening? Lin inquired hastily. While they were unaware of the exchange between Lin and the thundering white tiger, seeing the latter hand over the little white tiger to Lin before sprinting back, they all sensed that the situation was dire. There is no time to explain. We must hurry. Lin spoke in a low voice, clutching the small white tiger as he dashed down the mountain. Vaya, Usopp, mount the back of the Amethyst Lion King. Observing Lin's grave demeanor, the others dared not inquire further and hurriedly followed him down the slope. At that moment, Andrew and his companions had already caught up. Leading the charge was Andy, who spotted the figures of Lin and the others in the distance. Roar. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to take my child. The thundering white tiger, fueled by an unwavering resolve to fight, charged towards Andy and his group after entrusting its child to Lin. With no further concerns, its sole purpose was to obstruct these intruders, granting Lin the precious time needed to escape with the cub. In midair, the thundering white tiger erupted with arcs of lightning, unleashing nearly all of its remaining magical energy. Serpentine bolts of electricity danced wildly, creating a tempestuous sea of thunder that blocked the path of Andrew and his companions. Boom! The raging thunderstorm surged like a tidal wave, instantly reducing several weaker mercenaries to ash. Andrew promptly activated a magical scroll, conjuring a yellow barrier around them to shield against the rampant electricity. "Beast, you seek death," Andy roared, unleashing a breathtaking sword light that cleaved through the storm, striking the thunderwing white tiger's massive head. The tiger's formidable visage was severed by a third, crashing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of breath. A legendary holy beast. The king of the beasts of the Hudis Mountains fell in a valiant effort to buy time for its offspring to escape. "Uncle Andy, where's the small white tiger?" Andrew urgently searched for the cub, desperate to ensure it had not been caught in the chaos of battle. "I haven't seen it. I noticed a mercenary leaving earlier." "It might be in their possession," Andy replied. "What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them. We mustn't let them take the small white tiger," Andrew exclaimed, unwilling to let the prize slip away. He stored the thunderwing white tiger's remains in a spatial ring and led the way after the fleeing foes. Chapter 70. Only war remains. Lin and his companions raced swiftly through the mountains, during which Lin succinctly briefed them on the dire situation. The group was taken aback, realizing that a formidable saint-level being had arrived in the Hudis Mountains, fixated on the thunderwing white tiger and the little white tiger. Furthermore, the thunderwing white tiger had sustained grievous injuries and had no choice but to entrust the little white tiger to Lin. Faced with the imminent threat of the pursuing saint-level entity, the group summoned every ounce of strength to flee. No one complained about Lin taking on the burden of the little white tiger. After all, during their time together, they had grown fond of it. And as the leader of the mercenary group, Lin's decisions were met with unwavering support. Suddenly, the unconscious little white tiger opened its eyes, letting out a sorrowful roar that tugged at the heartstrings, tears streaming from its eyes. The profound bond between mother and child awakened the little white tiger. Realizing the tragic fate of the thunderwing white tiger, Lin's heart sank as he sensed the profound anguish within the little white tiger. The thunderwing white tiger had fallen. "The thunderwing white tiger is dead," Lin uttered solemnly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with shock. The thunderwing white tiger had returned to fend off the pursuers. And yet, in such a short span, it had perished. The enemies might have transcended their wildest imaginations. "Accelerate," Shirin cried out. The group dared not delay and could only muster all their strength to hasten their pace. If the thunderwing white tiger could not withstand the enemy, neither could they. Their only option was to flee with all their might. Suddenly, a massive sword light swept in from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Andy had caught up, and the speed of a demigod was beyond Lin and the others' capabilities. Even though they had a head start, they were still overtaken. Boom. Lin Rongfu turned around, wielding his sword in a swift arc to deflect the incoming blade of light. He could not help but retreat several steps, colliding against a sturdy tree. "Young master, you must go ahead," Lin Rongfu urged, standing resolutely with his sword in hand, exuding an aura of formidable determination. "Those who dare to obstruct me shall meet their demise, even if they are merely mid-tier battle masters." Andy retorted with a fierce shout, his figure flickering as he appeared before Lin Rongfu. He brought down his great sword, the blade radiating with a mountainous force, imbued with an overwhelming essence. Even before the strike descended, the ground within several yards had already sunk half a foot under its immense pressure. Mountain and river sword, shatter the peak. Lin Rongfu unleashed his sword, its gleam radiant and unwavering, as if it could cleave mountains and shatter the very peaks themselves. The collision of two astonishing sword auras erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shards of light cascading through the air and conjuring a tempest. Surrounding trees, robust and towering, were obliterated, and in a radius of several meters, everything was laid waste, with the ground sinking an entire foot once more. Lin Rongfu was half buried in the ground, with only his torso visible above the surface. A metallic taste flooded his throat, and the coppery scent of blood filled his mouth, indicating substantial internal injuries. Nevertheless, this encounter confirmed one crucial realization for Lin Rongfu. His opponent was not a true saint-level powerhouse, but rather a semi-saint who had merely grasped a fragment of elemental essence. Although a semi-saint was formidable, opportunities still existed. With a forceful strike of his left hand against the ground, Lin Rongfu propelled himself upward, charging at Andy, exclaiming, "You are merely a semi-saint. If you wish to slay me, you must demonstrate greater prowess." Mountain river sword, sever the river. A vast sword aura surged forth, laden with a dense killing intent, aiming to cleave through the surging waters of the river. How audacious! Andy scoffed in rage. A mere mid-tier battle master dares to provoke a semi-saint? Such ignorance shall be met with retribution. With a thunderous roar, Andy swung his knight's greatsword, unleashing a swordlight that soared through the air like a colossal mountain, descending upon Lin Rongfu with oppressive force. The very air crackled and boomed, resonating like thunder. As the mighty mountain bore down, Lin Rongfu's released battle aura shattered like fragile porcelain, and he was crushed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. A ghastly wound marred his body, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Grandfather Fu. From a distance. Lin En had been closely monitoring the confrontation between Lin Rongfu and Andy. Upon witnessing Lin Rongfu's grave injuries, he could no longer contain himself. He could not allow Lin Rongfu to perish while he fled. Via, take care of the little white tiger. Lin Rong entrusted the small white tiger to Via. Lin En. What are you planning to do? Via asked, bewildered as she accepted the white tiger. I cannot stand idly by as grandfather Fu faces death. You all must leave. I will assist him, Lin En declared solemnly. No. The enemy is far too powerful. You will perish. Via cried out, her expression fraught with anxiety. Lin remained unperturbed. Did he not recognize the formidable strength of the enemy? Could it be that the might of the adversary compelled him to turn and flee, condemning his beloved Grandpa Fu to death? He could not do that. Lion King, take good care of Via, and leave quickly. Lin firmly patted the back of the Amethyst Lion King. Master, I shall fight alongside you, the Amethyst Lion King declared, halting in its tracks. Its violet eyes fixed on Lin. As a contracted companion, it could not abandon its master to flee. Young master, I shall not retreat either, Yusopus asserted. Captain, let us clash with them, Jack proclaimed loudly, a fierce expression etched on his face. As a mercenary accustomed to the taste of blood, he had never lacked the courage to fight to the death. Even if he were to perish, it was preferable to a cowardly retreat. Lin gazed at Yusopus and Jack, then at the others. Although Sherlyn did not speak, the determination in her eyes was profoundly moving. As he felt a surge of emotion, he could not help but be filled with a sense of boldness, proclaiming, very well, let us engage in battle. Lion King. Ensure the safety of Via and the little white tiger. Considering that Via and some of his brethren were not strong enough, Lin refrained from letting them participate in the fight, assigning the Amethyst Lion King to protect them. Though Via and her companions were reluctant, they recognized that even if they joined the fray, they would be a burden. With tears in her eyes, Via looked at Lin and the others, once again lamenting her own inadequacy. Brothers, let us charge back. Lin bellowed and dashed out, followed closely by Shireen, Usopp, Jack, Arno, and several mercenaries of intermediate warrior strength. Drawing their weapons in tandem, more brave souls had come forth. Their courage was commendable. Upon seeing Lin and the others return, Andy, with a smile gracing his face, casually flicked his great sword, opting to bide his time rather than attack immediately. Young master, why have you returned? Lin Rongfu inquired, his expression fraught with anxiety. Alone, he possessed the ability to escape from a semi-saint due to the power of the toothless wyvern fruit, but with Lin and the others back, his chances of fleeing alone were extinguished. Grandfather Fu, there's no need to say more. I could never abandon you, Lin declared resolutely. We cannot flee until we have vanquished our foes. You truly cannot escape, Andrew remarked, arriving with his men. His gaze was piercing. Where is that little white tiger? Surrender it, and I may spare your lives today. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. Lin shouted, his eyes aflame with the spirit of combat. This man was a formidable warrior. Little did he know how his current strength would measure against the life-and-death struggle with a seasoned combat master. Chapter 71. The Great Battle. Lin was not acting impulsively. He did not sense the same divine pressure emanating from the elderly man before him that he had felt from the Thunderwing White Tiger. It was quite possible that this individual had not genuinely reached the holy level. He recalled the Thunderwing White Tiger's earlier words, which revealed that it had fallen victim to a cunning scheme devised by these individuals. This implied that they had employed certain unique methods to defeat the Thunderwing White Tiger. As long as his adversaries were not truly at the holy level, and if their special methods could only be employed once, then he still had a chance. Furthermore, there were only 2 formidable warriors on their side, lacking even a grand warrior. Thus, they were not without the ability to fight back. Regarding the elderly man, if Lin Rongfu utilized the toothless winged dragon fruit, he could potentially secure victory, or at the very least, preserve his life. I shall personally slay you and reclaim the white tiger, Andrew declared, a cold glint flickering in his eyes as he leapt before Lin, bringing his knightly sword down in a powerful strike. In response to the warrior's attack, Lin did not meet it head-on. Instead, he skillfully evaded, drawing his sword. The he Dao Yuan Z, and executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, his weapon's gleaming blade transformed into a deep black. Enveloped in a layer of armed color and domineering aura, Andrew was astounded by Lin's displayed speed. A high-level warrior's swiftness was not inferior to his own as a battle master. It seemed this young man was far from ordinary. The clash of their weapons echoed as Andrew blocked Lin's strike with his knightly sword. "What kind of fighting spirit is this?" Andrew inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing the peculiar black blade. He had never encountered such an unusual fighting spirit before. Typically, a warrior's fighting spirit remained white until they attained the holy level and comprehended elemental principles. Moreover, this young man's fighting spirit exhibited no detectable fluctuations, rendering it exceedingly strange. "Defeat me, and I will reveal it to you," Lin retorted coolly, swiftly launching another assault from a different angle. Meanwhile, the opposing forces engaged in fierce combat, each seeking their respective opponents. Sharon confronted the remaining warrior on the opposing side, both being mid-tier battle masters, thus evenly matched. Jack faced a high-level warrior, locked in a brutal struggle. After consuming the sand fruit, Usopp's strength had escalated rapidly, and he had reached the status of a mid-tier warrior. However, his opponent was a high-level warrior, not one of equal standing. "You, a mere mid-tier warrior, dare to challenge me? Should I commend your bravery or chastise your foolishness?" The high-level warrior sneered at Usopp, confident that he could dispatch him with a single blow. "Go ahead, try to kill me. If you fail, I will be the one to end you," Usopp retorted defiantly, charging forward with a sword aimed directly at his opponent's chest. "Then allow me to grant you that wish." The warrior bellowed, disregarding Usopp's thrust, swinging his large blade down with the belief that he would cleave the overconfident youth in two. With a single strike, Usopp was bisected from head to toe as if slicing through tofu, leaving the high-level warrior momentarily stunned. Was this youth so fragile, or had he grown stronger? A gust of wind stirred up fine sand, obscuring the high-level warrior's vision. As he blinked in confusion, he noticed that the bisected body had transformed into sand. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. Glancing down, he saw a longsword piercing through his heart. "I already warned you. If you cannot kill me, I will kill you," Usopp declared as swirling sands coalesced around him, revealing his form once more, the sword still clutched in his hand. What are you?" The high-level warrior gasped. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. "The dead have no need for answers," Usopp replied, extracting the sword with a forceful swing, severing the warrior's head from his body. It turned out that Usopp had preemptively elementalized, while fighting spirit could injure him. This technique allowed him to evade such attacks. Unfortunately, the high-level warrior was unaware of this. This was Usopp's first time employing the sand fruit's abilities in combat. Achieving an unexpected first kill, even against a foe of superior rank. With one enemy dispatched, Usopp wasted no time and charged toward another adversary. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Andy intensified. Lin Rongfu had abandoned his long sword, transforming into a semi-beast form, his hands and feet morphing into robust and sharp dragon claws. Bolstered by his fighting spirit, these claws proved sharper than any sword, delivering greater lethality. Coupled with his formidable physique and the extraordinary regenerative capabilities granted by his Zoan-type devil fruit, he exchanged blows with Andy, a semi-holy warrior. Andy grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Who was this individual? Did he possess beastman blood? However, he had never heard of such a form among beastmen. In this transformed state, Lin Rongfu's combat prowess surged to that of a high-level grand warrior, his physical strength remarkable, and his recovery abilities astonishing. Minor injuries healed rapidly, leaving Andy, with his semi-holy strength, unable to vanquish him in a short span. "What race of beastman are you?" "I have never encountered one with your form," Andy inquired. Brow furrowed. "The continent of divine grace is vast, and there are many things you have yet to hear of," Lin Rongfu replied coldly, astonished himself by the immense power bestowed upon him by the mysterious fruit given by his young master. In his semi-beast form, he could barely withstand the onslaught of a semi-holy warrior. He pondered how powerful he would be in his complete beast form and whether he could indeed defeat this semi-holy adversary. "Never mind, it matters not." Andy shook his head, dismissing the thought. "You are but a dying man. Earth's principle, weighty oppression." A blade of light surged forth, a towering mountain's illusory silhouette appearing above it, casting a heavy pressure upon Lin Rongfu, as if he bore the weight of a great mountain. His upright posture bent under the immense load, rendering him unable to move. Forced to watch as the blade descended toward him. Boom! The blade struck down, causing the ground to collapse and stirring a cloud of dust that enveloped Lin Rongfu's form. After executing his attack, Andy's complexion paled. The energy expenditure was immense. As a semi-holy warrior, he had only grasped a fragment of the earth element's principles and managed to unleash an attack that could barely rival that of the holy level, nearly depleting his internal fighting spirit. He retrieved a potion from his spatial ring, drinking it to restore his energy, regaining some color to his face. He refused to glance back at the spot where Lin Rongfu had fallen, convinced that the man could not possibly survive such an onslaught. As Andy turned to seek out other foes to slay, he suddenly sensed a shift and spun around, his expression shifting dramatically. From the dust-filled area, two enormous wings ablaze with flames emerged. With a powerful flap, the fiery wings dispelled the dust, revealing Lin Rongfu's figure. Chapter 72. A terrifying eruption. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Rongfu supported himself on the ground, his body marred with blood, two massive wings unfurled behind him, engulfed in flames. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. Having withstood an attack that could rival the holy level, he was grievously injured. Had it not been for the powerful vitality conferred by a Zoan-type devil fruit, he would have already succumbed to death. Survive that? Andy was astonished, his surprise magnified by Lin Rongfu's current form, a sight he had never encountered before. What manner of monster are you? A monster? Such is the nature of immense power. Lin Rongfu gradually rose to his feet, his form transforming once again. His head morphed into a shape reminiscent of a bird, albeit not quite one, sporting a long and pointed beak. His body underwent a metamorphosis, and he was entirely transformed into a pterosaur. Following this transformation, Lin Rongfu's demeanor appeared to shift, becoming wild and ruthless. He proclaimed, "This power is truly intoxicating. Allow me to demonstrate the strength bestowed upon me by the divine. Behold the might of the toothless pterosaur." With that, Lin Rongfu's newly assumed shape trembled, expanding into a colossal pterosaur measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, its wings stretching over a dozen meters wide. With a powerful flap, it surged toward Andy with lightning speed, instantly hovering above him. As its wings beat, an avalanche of flames descended, engulfing Andy in a fiery onslaught. "You're merely a monster. Witness my blade," Andy bellowed as he swung his sword, unleashing a massive arc of light that cleaved through the sea of flames, charging directly at Lin Rongfu. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Daxia mercenary corps clashed with Andrew's subordinates, surprisingly gaining the upper hand. This advantage was largely attributed to Usopa's, a unique presence whose abilities derived from the sand fruit. His unexpected tactics had caused significant losses to unprepared opponents, resulting in him stealthily eliminating 3 adversaries who were stronger than he. As the tides of battle shifted, victory began to tilt in favor of the Daxia mercenary corps. "Usopa's. I'm fine here. You should assist Vice Captain Sherlin," Jack urged as he observed Usopa's dispatch yet another foe and intended to join forces with him. The situation on Sherlin's front was more dire, although her adversary was also a mid-tier warrior. It was evident that he was on the verge of advancing to a higher rank. After several exchanges, Sherlin found herself overwhelmed, sustaining numerous injuries and appearing quite disheveled. "Very well, once I assist the Vice Captain in dispatching her opponent, I shall come to your aid," Usopa's replied, conjuring a whirlwind of sand as he made his way toward Sherlin. Clang! Usopa's sword struck the formidable warrior, yet it failed to breach the opponent's protective aura, revealing the vast disparity in their strengths. "With your meager power, you dare to ambush me?" The seasoned warrior scoffed, effortlessly slicing through a handful of sand. Taken aback by the unexpected turn, seizing the opportunity of her opponent's surprise, Sherlin swung her sword, leaving a long gash across his body. However, the warrior's extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly recover, thwarting her chance to claim victory. "Usopa's, your strength cannot penetrate his defenses. Your task is merely to distract him," Sherlin commanded. With Usopa's abilities aiding her, she felt confident in her chances of defeating her opponent, who was oblivious to the capabilities of the sand fruit. "Rest assured, Vice Captain. Watch closely," Usopa's declared, transforming into a swirling cloud of fine sand that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the warrior's vision with a tempest of grains, a maneuver he had perfected. In another corner, the battle between Lin and Andrew raged fiercely and perilously. The chasm between a high-ranking warrior and a combat master was immense, and Lin could only rely on the intricate techniques of the Navy's 6 styles and the formidable regenerative powers of the Phoenix fruit to maintain his struggle against Andrew. While Andrew's movement speed may not rival the Swift Shave, his attack speed was not inferior to Lin's. Indeed, it often surpassed it by a hair's breadth. As their confrontation unfolded, Lin sustained numerous injuries, far more than Andrew. Yet, under the influence of the flame of life, these wounds healed rapidly, giving the appearance that Lin was in better condition than his adversary. However, Lin was acutely aware of the toll his stamina was taking. As he could no longer sustain his speed and regenerative advantages, danger loomed. It is truly rare to find a high-ranking warrior who can contend with me to this extent. You are indeed a talent. Surrender the little white tiger, and I shall permit you to follow me, Andrew remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration for Lin. To follow you? You lack the qualifications, Lin retorted with a scoff, aware that with his system, no one held the right to command him. Shave. In a flash. Clang. Andrew thwarted Lin's strike and continued, Boy, it seems you remain unaware of my identity. I am the junior leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, an S-rank mercenary group. My father is a true holy-level powerhouse. Do you truly believe I lack the authority to demand your allegiance? Lin remained silent. As the system notification resonated in his mind, ding. The host has engaged in combat using basic swordsmanship, proficiency 8. Basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached perfection, Dao power 500. Skill rapid/acquired. Ding. Congratulations, the host's basic swordsmanship has attained perfection, skill intermediate swordsmanship gained. With the mastery of basic swordsmanship now complete, Lin's Dao power had surged to 1940. Nearly 60 points shy of becoming a battle master. A formidable strength surged within him as he halted, sheathing his sword, his gaze fixed intently upon Andrew. Have you come to a realization, contemplating the prospect of following this young leader? Noticing Lin's pause and the sheathing of his sword, Andrew temporarily ceased his advance. A haughty expression re-emerging on his face. He believed that upon hearing his background, Lin had been moved. After all, who could resist the allure of an S-rank mercenary group? Andrew felt elated, for he could potentially gain a subordinate of immense promise, alongside capturing a young sacred beast. This expedition to the Hudis Mountains promised to be immensely fruitful. Should you be able to withstand this strike, I might consider your worth, Lin remarked coolly. With that, Lin bent his knees, lowering his stance. Positioning the He Dao Iwan Z at his waist with his left hand, while gripping the hilt tightly with his right, assuming a stance for Iaido draw. One strike? 10 would be no challenge, Andrew chuckled lightly. He had faced Lin's move numerous times before, while its power was indeed commendable. Capable of reaching battle master level strength, it posed no genuine threat to him. Iaido style, rapid draw. Lin let out a low growl as he unsheathed his sword. Unleashing a blade of ink-black light that resembled the scythe of death descending upon the earth, each appearance heralding demise. This strike exhibited a power far surpassing any of Lin's previous attacks. The technique unleashed twice the usual force, compounded by his unique physique, the dominant sword body, which granted an additional 30% boost to his swordsmanship. With Lin's current combat power at 1940, this stroke culminated in a staggering force of 5,044. Breaching the threshold of a high-tier warrior's 5,000 combat value and descending to the initial stage of a great warrior. As the scythe-like blacklight manifested, Andrew felt every hair on his body stand on end, overwhelmed by an acute sense of peril. His pupils constricted in horror. This blow was insurmountable. It would lead to his demise. Chapter 73. The last stand against death. The shadow of death loomed ominously, and Andrew sensed its chilling presence. A wave of profound terror surged within him, leaving him bewildered. He had no time to ponder how Lin could unleash such a fearsome assault. As the dark blade approached menacingly, he hastily retrieved a defensive magic scroll from his spatial ring and activated it, conjuring a formidable, earthen shield before him. Boom. The black blade struck with the swiftness of lightning against the shield, a robust barrier capable of withstanding a high-tier warrior's attack. Yet it shattered as if made of mere paper. The diminished force of the blade then struck Andrew directly, erupting in a spray of crimson as he was sent reeling backward, collapsing onto the ground. Lin maintained his stance, panting heavily, as he executed a strike far beyond his own capabilities, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Ah, damn it. You were doomed. Andrew, fortunate to have survived. Had most of the force mitigated by a defensive magic scroll, the residual power was insufficient to slay him, yet he sustained grievous injuries. Drawing a healing potion from his spatial ring, he imbibed it, gradually regaining some strength. Rising from the ground, his eyes, blood-red with fury, fixed on Lin. The murderous intent within them almost tangible. He had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, all thoughts of recruiting Lin vanished. His sole intention was to eliminate this wretched scoundrel. Having never before experienced the close brush with death, Andrew retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring, a sacred artifact crafted by his father, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, intended for his protection. He had not even wielded it when confronting the Thunderwing White Tiger. However, in his desperate bid to kill Lin, he finally brought it forth. Lin's sudden surge in power instilled a deep-seated fear within him, given his current state of injury. He lacked confidence in defeating Lin without the sacred artifact, underscoring his lethal determination. "Scoundrel, I will see you dead." The sacred artifact activated, and the dagger shattered. Unleashing a colossal sword light that illuminated the sky, its formidable sacred might descending upon Lin. The overwhelming presence of this divine aura startled all combatants, invoking a sense of profound dread that compelled them to cease their actions and gaze upward at the immense sword light. "Young master." Upon realizing that the target of the sword light was Lin Rongfu felt a surge of dread, shouting as he abandoned Andrew and rushed toward Lin. "Trying to escape? Did you consult me first? That brat is as good as dead." Andy leapt forward to intercept Lin Rongfu, fully aware that he could not allow him to assist Lin, even if he did not comprehend why Andrew had resorted to using the sacred artifact. "Get out of my way." Lin Rongfu was consumed by fury, launching a relentless assault on Andy, disregarding his own safety. Unfortunately for him, Andy's prowess surpassed his own, and despite his fervent attempts, Lin Rongfu could not breach the defenses. Captain, Shilin, Jack, and others were in a state of utter desperation, yearning to rush forth to rescue Lin En, yet they were hindered by their adversaries. Even if they could reach him in time, salvation was futile. Under the overwhelming divine might, any attempt to intervene would be fatal. It was only when faced with the divine pressure that Lin En truly grasped its terror. The ominous sword light above him heralded the approach of death. And in that moment, he empathized with Andrew's earlier plight. Lin En sought to evade, but the sword light had already locked onto him. Under the immense divine might, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move an inch. In the throes of dire pressure and fear, neither the Navy's 6 styles nor the Haki could be summoned. It seemed as though he was merely awaiting his demise. "No, I cannot perish here. I refuse to succumb. No matter the divine artifact, it cannot slay me." A fierce desire to survive ignited within Lin En, his spirit boiling under the divine pressure, culminating in a surge of advanced conqueror's Haki that repelled the oppressive force weighing upon him. Lin En felt a wave of relief wash over him, regaining his ability to act. Without hesitation, he swiftly employed the shave technique to escape to a distance. Though the process felt protracted, it transpired in mere moments. As the colossal sword light descended rapidly, the shave technique was swift, yet as Lin En narrowly evaded the edge of the attack, he realized he had not fully escaped its grasp. Left with no choice, he braced himself for a desperate confrontation. Armament Haki, harden. Iron block. With a thunderous crash, the sword light struck, cleaving the earth and creating a vast chasm extending over 100 meters. In the very spot Lin En had occupied, a massive pit formed, and he vanished from sight. "No." The anguished cries from Lin Rongfu and others echoed, their profound sorrow nearly overwhelming them. Despair erupted under such a terrifying divine-level assault. None believed Lin En could survive. "Young master." Tears of blood streamed from Lin Rongfu's eyes as he frantically charged at Andy, vowing vengeance. Not only Lin Rongfu, but also Usopp, Shilin, and Jack mirrored his fury, yearning to avenge Lin En. They attempted to rush towards Andrew, but were held back by their foes, resorting to frenzied attacks in a reckless manner. "Haha, finally dead." Andrew's maniacal laughter filled the air, exacerbating his injuries as he coughed violently. He strode towards the pit, eager to witness Lin En's corpse and the aftermath of his demise. Upon reaching the edge of the chasm, Andrew beheld Lin En lying motionless at the bottom, his body resembling a tattered doll, the ground around him stained crimson with blood. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, his expression froze. He noticed Lin En's chest still subtly rising and falling. He was not dead. How is this possible? He is still alive? Andrew could hardly believe his eyes. Under such a formidable divine attack, this individual had miraculously survived. This was fortuitous. It meant he could kill him with his own hands. Andrew leaped into the pit, approaching Lin En, raising his great sword and declaring, "To die by my blade is an honor." Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. But the one impaled was not Lin En, but Andrew himself. "This is what I wish to convey to you." Lin En stood before Andrew, enveloped in the flames of life, his grievous wounds gradually healing in the fire's embrace. "Impossible." Andrew's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lin En. But the excruciating pain in his chest confirmed the reality. He was witnessing the end of his own life. As he felt the warmth of life ebbing away, his body grew cold, and death began to consume him. He could not suppress a horrific scream. Uncle Andy, avenge me." With a final, desperate cry, Andrew expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground, his eyes forever closed in death. Lin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. A wave of trepidation washing over him. In that fateful moment when the holy sword's radiance descended, he genuinely believed his life was forfeit. Fortunately, he had managed to escape the epicenter of the sword's eruption, thus evading the full brunt of its most potent assault. Coupled with the protective armor of Haki and the resilience of iron, and most importantly, the remarkable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the phoenix fruit, he narrowly salvaged his existence. Even so, Lin was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. When Andrew had leaped down, poised to engage him directly, Lin had yearned to rise but found himself utterly incapacitated by his wounds. The healing powers of the phoenix fruit required time to take effect, yet, by a stroke of fortune, he managed to regain his strength just in time to counterattack and vanquish Andrew. However, he had nearly exhausted all his stamina and now longed to succumb to a deep slumber. Yet, slumber was not an option at this moment. The fierce battle above had yet to reach its conclusion. He needed to ascend, for even if he lacked the strength to fight, his mere presence could instill confidence in Lin Rongfu and his companions. With this resolve, Lin dragged his weary body, summoning his last vestiges of strength, and heaved Andrew's lifeless form out of the pit. Andy was straining to thwart Lin Rongfu's relentless onslaught. Feeling immense pressure as Lin Rongfu's transformation into the bizarre form of a pterosaur brought him alarmingly close to semi-saint status, necessitating utmost caution on Andy's part. At that moment, he heard Andrew's anguished cry, filled with pain and defiance, shaking Andy to his core. What had happened to Andrew? Hadn't that boy perished? Under the assault of the holy artifact, survival had seemed utterly improbable. What, then, had transpired with Andrew? Just then, Lin struggled to drag Andrew's body from the pit. Young master, the young master is alive. Usopp was the first to spot Lin, erupting in exhilaration. In an instant, the members of the Daxiao mercenary corps were overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Impossible. Under the holy artifact's attack, he could not have survived. Andy shouted in a fit of rage, his gaze fixed on Andrew's lifeless form. Andrew could not be dead. Not possible. Andrew lay still, motionless. And Andy was consumed by fury. How could he face the commander now? Andrew was the commander's only son. Brad, I demand your life in retribution for Andrew. Andy, engulfed in uncontrollable wrath, abandoned his pursuit of Lin Rongfu and swung his sword at Lin, unleashing a colossal blade of light that cleaved through the air. Fueled by his fierce anger and murderous intent, aimed directly at Lin, who stood several dozen meters away. Young master, watch out. Lin Rongfu was taken aback. Just moments ago, Lin En had reappeared, and amidst the overwhelming joy, his emotions surged. The flames of anger and hatred within him dissipated, and for a fleeting moment, his fighting spirit waned, causing him to react a beat too late. By the time he realized the danger after Andy had unleashed a sword strike, it was already too late to intervene. Lin Rongfu shouted a warning to Lin En and launched a fierce counterattack against Andy. The sharp claws of the dragon struck out ferociously, and in a moment of distraction, Andy was grievously wounded by Lin Rongfu's attack, a gaping, bloody hole torn into his back, through which his crimson heart could be seen pulsating. Despite inflicting such a severe injury upon Andy, it could not prevent the swift sword energy from hurtling towards Lin En. As he beheld the oncoming strike, Lin En was filled with shock and a desperate desire to evade. However, his body had grown weak, drained of all strength while dragging Andrew's lifeless form. He had exhausted his final reserves of energy, and now he lacked even the strength to lift his arms. Helplessly, he watched as the sword energy approached at an alarming speed, a bitter anguish swelling within him. Having narrowly escaped one peril, was he doomed to fall into another? It seemed that today marked the final chapter of his journey through time. Yet, he thought, to have lived anew, to have witnessed such marvels and experienced immense power, was not entirely in vain. Still, a sense of unwillingness lingered in his heart. Just as Lin En prepared to close his eyes and await the embrace of death, a figure darted forth like a moth to a flame, interposing itself between him and the incoming sword energy, resolutely wielding a sword against the lethal strike. With a thunderous crash, the great sword shattered, and the valiant figure was sent reeling backward, blood spilling into the air. Sister Shilin. As Lin En gazed at the blood-soaked silhouette, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart, a pain so profound it left him breathless. The dauntless figure that had sacrificed herself was indeed Shilin. At the moment Lin En's life hung by a thread. She had forsaken her opponent and leapt to intercept Andy's lethal blow. The sword energy was successfully blocked, yet she bore the brunt of its force. her form crashing to the ground several meters away from Lin En, her fate unknown. Suddenly, a surge of strength coursed through Lin's body. He struggled to rise, staggering toward Shireen, but stumbled and fell just a yard away, utterly devoid of energy. Crawling forward, he reached her side, gazing at Shireen, whose eyes were tightly shut. Breath faint and body drenched in blood, Lin hesitated to embrace her. Instead, he grasped her hand, summoning every ounce of his strength to channel the flame of life for her healing. However, Lin's vitality had been pushed to its limits, and no matter how fervently he tried, the flame of life flickered like a mere ember, utterly incapable of mending such grievous wounds. Shireen, why were you so foolish? Why did you shield me from the sword's glare? Tears streamed down Lin En's face, his heart wrenched with anguish, loathing his own impotence. Not only had he failed to protect those dear to him, but he had also allowed them to risk their lives for him, even to the point of death. And he fled, having suffered a grievous wound from Lin Rongfu that left him unable to confront his adversary any longer. In a desperate bid for survival, he escaped. Even though Andy was gravely injured, Lin Rongfu could not thwart his flight. He too bore significant wounds. With Andy's retreat, the remaining members of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps quickly fell to Lin Rongfu's onslaught. Yet, the victors were devoid of joy, surrounding Lin and Shireen with sorrowful expressions. Shireen, do not die. Lin clutched her hand tightly, continuing to exert himself, using the flame of life to mend her injuries, but to little avail. His strength was nearly depleted, and he knelt, barely able to remain upright, clearly at his limit. Deputy Commander Shireen, young master. Usopp was in tears, witnessing the dying Shireen and the heartbroken young master. He felt helpless, able only to share in their sorrow. Others remained silent, unsure of what to say. Everyone understood that Lin's strength had waned, rendering him incapable of continuing to wield the flame of life. Shireen's severe injuries were beyond even divine intervention. Shireen, I will not allow you to perish. There must be a way, Lin declared, his voice hoarse as he beheld Shireen's pale, bloodied face, his heart heavy with despair. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He looked up and shouted at Lin Rongfu, Grandfather Fu, the ring. The spatial ring. Chapter 75, the spatial ring. Andrew's spatial ring contains healing potions. Lin cried out, recalling how Andrew had produced potions from the spatial ring during their earlier battle to restore his injuries. Surely, there must be more healing potions within the ring. This was Shireen's hope for survival. Lin Rongfu quickly realized the situation and rushed over to remove the spatial ring from Andrew's hand. Upon examining its contents, he discovered a considerable number of magical potions, including those for recovering fighting spirit and healing wounds, all of which were of at least intermediate grade. After all, Andrew held a notable status, and his possessions were of high quality. A few bottles of healing potions were administered to Shirlin, along with 2 bottles designed to restore fighting spirit, for with the restoration of her fighting spirit, Shirleen's innate recovery abilities would be significantly enhanced. Lin fixed her gaze intently upon Shirlin, unwilling to miss even the slightest shift in her condition. Her eyes shimmered with a blend of hope and trepidation. Fortunately, the healing potion began to take effect. Shirleen's once feeble breath gradually strengthened. Though she remained unconscious, her vital signs had stabilized, indicating that her life was preserved. Phew. Lin exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart. A profound weariness surged within him, overwhelming his senses, and he succumbed to unconsciousness beside Shirlin. However, as he lay in slumber, a faint smile graced Lin's face. Upon awakening, he found himself resting on the bed in the quarters of the outpost, having returned to Huda's town. Shirlin was the first thought that crossed Lin's mind as he sprang from the bed and hurried to the door. Young master, you are awake. Lin Rongfu, who had been waiting outside, beamed with joy upon seeing Lin regain consciousness. Grandfather Fu, why do you not rest? You are injured and needn't remain by my side. Lin admonished, noticing the lingering fatigue in Lin Rongfu's demeanor, a clear sign that his injuries had yet to fully heal. Do not worry, young master. Although my recuperative abilities may not rival yours, they surpass those of an ordinary person, and I have also consumed a healing potion, Lin Rongfu replied. Lin nodded thoughtfully, realizing that healing potions were a necessity to procure in greater quantities. Although the flame of life was far more potent, one's strength was finite. Once he exhausted his energy, even the mightiest abilities would be rendered futile. This recent ordeal had imparted significant lessons and profound realizations upon Lin. Grandfather Fu, how long have I been asleep? Lin inquired. 2 days and a night. Has it truly been that long? How is Sister Shirin faring? Lin's urgency surged at the mention of her prolonged unconsciousness, fearing for Shirin's condition. Shiren's injuries are stable, but she has yet to awaken, Lin Rongfu replied. That is a relief. Lin felt a weight lift off his chest. As long as her condition remained stable, he could employ the flame of life for healing. Thus, Lin proceeded to Shiren's room to pay her a visit. Inside, he found Wei Ya keeping vigil by Shiren's side, her countenance etched with sorrow. Her eyes swollen from countless tears shed over the past days. Upon seeing Lin, Wei Ya rushed into his embrace, softly weeping. In her sister's absence, Wei Ya fell adrift. And Lin's presence seemed to anchor her, allowing her pent-up emotions to pour forth. Do not be disheartened. I will surely heal Sister Shiren, Lin reassured her, gently patting Wei Ya's back. Embracing her beauty, he harbored no impure thoughts, only compassion and guilt. I feel so powerless. I could not assist at all, otherwise. My sister would not have been injured, Wei Ya gasped through her tears, gazing at Lin with misty eyes and earnest sincerity. Brother Lin, you must help me. I wish to grow stronger, strong enough that my sister need not worry about me, strong enough to protect her. Very well, I shall assist you, Lin nodded, equally earnest. After comforting Wei Ya, Lin turned his attention to Shiren, who lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Even in slumber, Shiren retained her beauty, and her pallid complexion only accentuated her delicate allure, evoking a desire to protect her. Recalling Shiren's resolute form as she shielded him from the blade's edge stirred a tumult of emotions within Lin. In his previous life, while attending university on Earth, Lin had experienced love, yet it had been confined to mere embraces and kisses, never progressing further, and the relationship had dissolved post-graduation. Faced with the harshness of reality after entering the workforce, lacking a car, a house, or the frivolities of romance, he had sought refuge in gaming. Now, here was a woman. A stunning woman at that, willing to risk her life for him, and Lin felt that fate had truly favored him. Shiren, I will heal you soon. To treat Shiren, Lin required a substantial replenishment of energy. Though he had rested, his strength had not yet fully returned. What he needed most now was a hearty meal. Upon exiting Shiren's room, a small white figure darted in front of him. It was the little white tiger, having lost its mother. Upon seeing Lin, the cub whimpered, as though it had encountered a family member. In the absence of its mother, Lin had become its closest kin. Little White. Lin bent down to scoop up the little tiger, his heart heavy with empathy, uncertain how to console the creature. Perhaps time would heal all wounds. All he could do was offer it warmth and kindness, making it feel the comfort of home. Everyone rejoiced at Lin's awakening. As the leader, his well-being instilled confidence in the group, ensuring the summer mercenary corps could endure. Lin Rongfu had prepared an abundance of food. Upon witnessing the table laden with delicacies, Lin En finally grasped the sensation of hunger so profound that his stomach almost touched his back. He hurriedly took his seat and devoured the food voraciously, disregarding all semblance of decorum. As Lin En indulged in his meal, Lin Rongfu took the opportunity to summarize the recent confrontation between the Great Xia Mercenary Corps and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps suffered the loss of 6 lives, while the remaining members were left injured, a toll that could be deemed minimal. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Usopp, an anomaly that caught the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps off guard, the casualties would have been far more severe. Furthermore, had they not sent away individuals with relatively lesser abilities, such as Wei Ya, the losses could have escalated even further. As the 6 who perished were among the core strength of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, Lin remained silent. A mere fraction of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had inflicted grievous losses on the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Were it not for a stroke of good fortune, coupled with the aid of his system, the outcome might have been total annihilation. He recognized his own weaknesses, as well as those of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. The meal took him a full hour to finish, and afterward, Lin Rongfu presented Andrew's spatial ring. Lin's eyes sparkled. Spatial rings are indeed valuable treasures, with even the most basic ones worth 100,000 gold coins, rarely found in the entire town of Hudis. Andrew, the esteemed vice-captain of the S-Class Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, surely possessed a wealth of valuable items within his ring. After the fierce battle and the significant losses incurred by the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, Lin felt a surge of excitement as he accepted the spatial ring, eager to explore its contents. Chapter 76. A kiss seals the deal. A spatial ring can be accessed with mental power, a trait possessed by everyone, though the strength may vary. As Lin's mental energy entered the ring, he discovered that Andrew's spatial ring was quite spacious, approximately the size of a room, around 100 cubic meters, filled with numerous items. The most striking of which was the colossal corpse of a thunderwing white tiger. Even stored within the spatial ring, Lin could sense the formidable and fierce holy might emanating from the tiger's lifeless form. Gazing at the remains of the thunderwing white tiger, Lin couldn't help but reflect on the fate that befell even such a powerful sacred-level beast. His yearning for strength intensified. After some contemplation, Lin resolved not to disturb the corpse of the thunderwing white tiger for the time being. Although the remains of a sacred-level beast are treasures beyond measure, it was, after all, the mother of the little white tiger, and Lin was not yet callous enough to disregard such ties. In addition to the tiger's remains, the spatial ring contained a considerable amount of gold coins at a glance, well over 100,000. The great Siam mercenary corps still needed funds, and there were several vials of magical potions, along with hundreds of magic crystals, numerous materials from magical beasts, several weapons, and a variety of personal items, including clothing and other miscellaneous goods of which Lin was uncertain. What truly piqued Lin's interest were the hundreds of magic crystals. At this moment, he was most in need of system energy. Consequently, he extracted all the magic crystals from the spatial ring and stored them in his system backpack. System. Convert all the magic crystals into system energy. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 1,820,000 points, totaling 122,500 points. The magic crystals from Andrew, combined with those in Lin's own backpack, amounted to an impressive increase of over 180,000 points of energy, a bountiful windfall, surpassing even the energy harvested during the beast tide. This was primarily due to the high quality of the magic crystals involved, which contained far greater energy. The old adage holds true. Murder and arson fill the coffers, and indeed, robbery remains one of the swiftest means of acquiring wealth. Andrew could be considered a harbinger of fortune. With over 2 million points of energy at his disposal, Lin pondered how best to utilize this newfound power. The energy was sufficient to elevate 4 intermediate skills to perfection, thus augmenting his combat prowess by 2,000 points, propelling him into the mid-tier of battle masters, a substantial enhancement, allowing him to truly be regarded as a formidable expert. Yet, the image of Vea's tear-streaked, swollen eyes lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate. Perhaps he should purchase a powerful devil fruit for her? Lin had no interest in ordinary devil fruits. He intended to acquire only the most potent. The members of the mercenary corps would become his trusted allies, and he was willing to invest in their strength. He envisioned transforming the great Siam mercenary corps into a formidable band, where every member possessed a devil fruit, ideally of the natural type. Though such an endeavor would require an immense amount of energy, Lin glanced at the system's marketplace, noting that the lowest price for a natural-type devil fruit was a staggering 2 million energy units. With the current energy at hand, he could afford only a single fruit. However, acquiring even one would not be a loss, for enhancing Vea's strength would inherently bolster the prowess of the great Siam mercenary corps. Yet, Lin refrained from hastily purchasing the devil fruit. His foremost priority was to tend to Shirlene's injuries. Having replenished her energy and nourishment, it was now time for Shirlene to awaken. Lin entered Shiren's room alone, while the others waited outside. Even the most anxious among them, Weya, stood by the door, wishing for no disturbance during her sister's healing process. Observing Shiren's pale face, with her eyes tightly shut, a flicker of compassion appeared in Lin's eyes as she gently held Shiren's icy hand in hers. Suddenly, a vibrant flame of life ignited within Lin, enveloping Shiren entirely. The rich vitality began to mend the injuries within Shiren, gradually restoring color to her pallid complexion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, after what felt like an eternity, Lin, having exhausted much of her strength and beads of sweat forming on her brow, noticed Shiren's eyelids fluttering. Like a slumbering beauty awakened from a century-long sleep, Shiren slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and it felt as though time itself had frozen. "Sister Shiren, you're awake," Lin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with joy and tenderness. "It's truly wonderful to see you again, Lin," Shiren replied softly, her once cold eyes now sparkling with delight. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin's hand, a rosy hue blossomed on her still pale features, and she wished for that moment to last eternally. "Sister Shiren, why did you shield me from the sword? Do you realize how terrified I was at the thought of losing you?" Lin's voice was laced with reproach and heartache, the memory of that moment still haunting her. "Because I am frightened of losing you too," Shiren murmured gently, her voice barely audible. Yet her gaze was unwavering, shy yet courageous as she looked at Lin. The usually aloof beauty exhibited such a bashful demeanor that it left Lin in a state of awe. Shiren's words sent a thrill of excitement through Lin's heart. This declaration of affection was unmistakable. If Lin, having had her share of romantic experiences, failed to grasp the significance of this moment, she would surely deserve to be dragged away for a sound reprimand by the astute readers. Lin leaned down and kissed Shirlene's crimson lips. Shirlene's body stiffened, her eyes widening in surprise. After a fleeting moment, she closed her eyes, passionately responding to Lin's advances. The women of the divine grace continent, akin to their Western counterparts on Earth, are fervent and forthright in love and hate. They exchanged kisses with abandon, losing track of time. After a considerable while, they finally separated, their breaths quickening. "Sister Shirlene, you are so sweet," Lin remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Feeling a lingering desire. "I'm almost breathless," Shirlene playfully retorted, casting a playful glare at Lin, exuding charm. "Brother Lin, you are quite audacious." "I have yet to give my consent. My courage extends beyond this, Sister Shirlene. Would you care to witness it again?" Lin licked his lips, the taste lingering enticingly in his memory, leaving him yearning for more. "Not now. I am still recovering." Shirlene shot a knowing look at Lin, well aware of his intentions, yet feeling vulnerable in her current state, fearing he might take liberties. "My apologies. I almost forgot," Lin said with self-reproach. Shirlene's allure was simply overwhelming. At this moment, her well-being was paramount. Romantic pursuits could wait. "Sister Shirlene, you must be hungry, having been unconscious for 2 days and nights. I shall prepare something for you." Shirlene gently nodded, indeed feeling the pangs of hunger. Lin opened the door, and immediately everyone turned their gaze towards her. With a smile, Lin assured them, "Everyone, rest assured. Sister Shirlene has awakened." A wave of joy swept over the crowd, and Vea, unable to contain her excitement, rushed into the room to see her sister. Chapter 77, The Flame Fruit Sister. Vea exclaimed, throwing herself into Shirlene's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The past 2 days had been filled with worry for her. She had lost her appetite and sleep, her tears nearly dried up, constantly lamenting her own inadequacy and inability to protect her sister. Now that her sister had finally awakened, the heavy burden in Vea's heart was finally lifted. The two sisters embraced and wept for a considerable time before they could calm down. "Sister, why is your face so flushed?" It was only then that Vea noticed Shirlene's complexion was unusually red, not at all resembling someone who had just recovered from serious injuries. "Is it really that red?" Shirlene felt her cheeks burn, fearing Vea might discover something amiss. She hesitantly replied, "I don't know. Perhaps it's just because Lin treated my injuries." Not only had they healed, but they had also exchanged saliva. "Thank goodness Lin healed you, or I would have made him pay," Vea declared fiercely, already aware that her sister had sustained her injuries while shielding Lin from a sword strike. Shirlene's expression grew a touch awkward as she fumbled to respond to Vea, secretly thinking, "Lin will be your brother-in-law in the future. How could you possibly make him pay?" However, such thoughts were best kept to herself for the time being. At that moment, Lin entered with a bowl of porridge. Vea sat by the bed, feeding Shirlene, while Lin stealthily cast flirtatious glances at Shirlene from behind. The intensity of his gaze made Shirlene feel both embarrassed and irritated. Even with Vea present, he was audaciously unrestrained. "Sister, why is your face even redder?" Vea asked, puzzled. "It's nothing. The porridge is just a bit hot," Shirlene replied, shooting Lin a fierce glare, one that conveyed her annoyance. "Sister Shirlene's injuries aren't fully healed yet. I'll treat you again tomorrow, and you'll be fine," Lin remarked, grinning mischievously at Shirlene. Soon, the bowl of porridge was finished. "Vea, I have a gift for you," Lin said, producing a peculiar fruit from his hand. Its orange-red skin was adorned with flame-like patterns, resembling a fruit shaped from flames themselves. This was the devil fruit, the flame fruit, which Lin had just purchased from the System S marketplace. After having confirmed his relationship with Shirlene, he felt it only appropriate to bestow a gift upon Vea, who would now be akin to a sister-in-law. After all, one cannot be too stingy with a sister-in-law, and as the saying goes, a sister-in-law is half of a brother-in-law's possession. Gifting her a devil fruit was hardly excessive. He chose the flame fruit specifically because he believed Vea's vibrant personality suited it well. "What kind of fruit is this? It's so strange, it looks like fire." Vea and Shirlene marveled at the flame fruit in Lin's hand. "Didn't you want abilities similar to Usopp's? This fruit will grant you that," Lin said with a smile, handing her the flame fruit. "Once you consume it, you will gain extraordinary powers." "That's amazing." Vea could hardly contain her excitement. Leaping joyfully and embracing Lin, she planted a playful kiss on his cheek before eagerly asking, "Can I just eat it right away?" Lin was utterly bewildered. His sister-in-law had kissed him in front of his sister. What was he to do? He couldn't even dare to glance at Shirlene, for it was evident that her expression was far from pleasant. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin hastily remarked, "However, the taste of this fruit is rather unpleasant, so prepare yourself. In pursuit of extraordinary abilities, I shall consume it regardless of its taste. Vea boldly declared, raising the fiery fruit and taking a hearty bite, only to nearly retch. Ugh, this is dreadful. Lin, did you concoct this fruit from the excrement of magical beasts to prank me? Tears brimmed in Vea's eyes, her expression betraying a sense of immense grievance. Nonsense. You must finish it all. Then you'll understand. Lin stifled a laugh, knowing he must not laugh aloud, lest Vea become utterly frantic. I warn you, if you're indeed pranking me, you shall rue the day, Vea retorted fiercely, though her tear-streaked visage was hardly intimidating. When Vea set her mind to it, she was remarkably tenacious. She continued to consume the abhorrently distasteful fiery fruit, taking one agonizing bite after another, while simultaneously gagging, which caused Shirin considerable distress. She couldn't help but wonder if Lin was truly pranking Vea, for how could any fruit taste so vile? Vea's reaction resembled that of one consuming excrement. Once the fiery fruit was entirely devoured, Vea felt a surge of searing energy erupt within her, orange flames flickering to life around her. Soon, the flames transformed into a blazing inferno, enveloping her entirely, rendering her a fiery figure. Wow! Flames! Vea exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the flames that, despite their intense heat, posed no harm to her. She sensed an exhilarating control over the fire. Sister, look, I can control the flames now. Shirin's eyes widened in shock. Vea had truly acquired the remarkable ability to manipulate fire. I did not deceive you, did I? Lin chuckled, filled with a sense of accomplishment as he gazed at Vea, now a living embodiment of flames. However, Lin's expression soon shifted. Vea, in her initial attempt to wield her new power, struggled to control the flames. While they posed no threat to her, her clothing was not so fortunate, incinerated completely, revealing her tall and voluptuous form before Lin's gaze. Goodness! Lin's eyes widened, scrutinizing Vea's physique with an unabashed intensity, struggling to avert his gaze as his excitement surged. Vea, your clothes are entirely burned away. Shirin, noticing Lin's unusual behavior, finally comprehended Vea's predicament, her temper flaring. How could he be so brazenly fixated? She quickly urged Vea, hurry. Vea suddenly realized her state of undress and hastily retracted the flames. In the absence of their fiery veil, her alluring figure was laid bare for all to see. Lin's nosebleed gushed forth. Pervert. It was only then that Wei realized she had been fully exposed to Lin's gaze, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame that nearly brought her to tears. Her face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed, and she hastily leaped onto Shirin's bed, pulling the covers over her body. Like an ostrich, she buried her head in Shirin's embrace, too embarrassed to face the world. Still looking? Hurry up and get out. Shirin exclaimed, her irritation evident as she shot a fierce glare at Lin. Lin reluctantly withdrew her gaze, lamenting the swift retreat. With a playful smile, she refrained from provoking Shirin, hastily exiting the room. Once outside, she wiped away the trickling blood from her nose, reflecting that indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Had she not gifted the flame fruit to Vea, such fortune would not have befallen her. Spending 200,000 energy on the flame fruit was certainly worthwhile. It seems that one should consistently engage in virtuous acts. Chapter 78. Shirin's recovery from this moment forth. Please refer to me as the Flame Warrior. Early the following morning, having mastered the control of flames, ensuring her garments remained intact, Vea appeared in the training grounds, eager to flaunt her newfound abilities. With a touch of arrogance, she had even dubbed herself the Flame Warrior, exuding an air of audacity. Jack, Arno, and the others gazed at her with envy, their eyes aglow, saliva pooling in anticipation. As soon as Lin made her entrance, she was swiftly surrounded by Jack and his companions, who remained silent, their fervent gazes and forlorn expressions overwhelming her. All right. You will all have such abilities in due time, Lin reassured them, compelled to continue weaving grand promises. Acquiring such extraordinary powers necessitated a substantial amount of magic crystals. Vea's abilities were a result of the considerable magic crystals she had obtained from Andrew's spatial ring. Once sufficient crystals were amassed, she would ensure that everyone would be equipped accordingly. Rest assured, Captain, we will strive even harder to hunt magical beasts and gather magic crystals, Arno replied excitedly. The group was invigorated, nearly bursting with eagerness to charge into the Hudis Mountains and confront magical beasts. Who wouldn't covet such remarkable powers, given the opportunity? The recent display by Usopp during the battle with the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had captivated everyone. His performance was nothing short of dazzling. Even Jack, whose strength surpassed Usopp's, had not shone as brightly. After managing the enthusiastic crowd, Lin approached Vea, who blushed, seemingly recalling something. The earlier bravado of the flame warrior had dissipated, and she shot Lin a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes brimming with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Lin, feeling slightly embarrassed, absent-mindedly touched his nose. Upon seeing Vaya, the alluring benefits from yesterday involuntarily surfaced in his mind, making his nose feel a tad itchy. Likely due to the recent dry weather, Vaya, caught in a mix of embarrassment and shyness, was unsure how to face Lin. So she decided to play with the little white tiger instead, intentionally ignoring him. Ever since its mother passed away, the little white tiger had been rather despondent, only feeling a semblance of joy in Lin's presence, with whom it shared a close bond. It squirmed in Vaya's arms, yearning to be held by Lin. But Vaya stubbornly refused, provoking tears from the little creature. "Come on, Vaya, can't you see the little one is on the verge of crying?" Lin said, feeling a pang of sympathy for the white tiger. "Mind your own business," Vaya retorted, casting a glance at Lin before scolding the little tiger. "You ungrateful little thing. Has your sister been good to you? Why must you seek out that lecher?" Lin forced a smile, pondering how he had inadvertently transformed into a lecher. This was merely an unexpected circumstance, yet it was only natural for a girl to harbor some resentment in such situations, especially given that she was his sister-in-law. He ought to be more accommodating. Paying little heed to Vaya's minor grievances, Lin proceeded to elucidate the characteristics of the burning fruit, guiding her on how to harness the fruit's abilities. The specifics of the techniques were trivial, it all depended on how the ability user wielded them. The essence of flames lay in their capacity to burn, fundamentally driven by the temperature of the fire. As long as the flame's temperature escalated, any technique could incinerate everything in its path. After advising Vaya, Lin made his way to Shirleen's room, preparing to administer one final treatment. Following today's session, Shirlene would be fully healed. Upon entering the room, Lin closed the door with a certain intent, and before Shirlene could utter a word, he transformed into a ravenous wolf, fervently tasting her soft lips. "Are you satisfied now?" Lin asked, a smirk on his face as they finally parted. Shirlene pouted. "You always leave me breathless." Content. Yet still craving more, Lin chuckled. Such a greedy fellow. Shirlene shot him a playful glare, her beautiful eyes glistening with affection. However, a fleeting shadow of concern crossed her exquisite features. "Lin, I'm considerably older than you. Do you truly have feelings for an older sister? Will Grandfather Fu accept me?" Having acknowledged their relationship, Shirlene had begun to address him as Lin Rongfu as well. "Sister Shirlene, there's a saying in my hometown, marrying a woman older by 3 years brings fortune. By being with you, I am essentially embracing 3 bricks of gold, 3 full blessings." Grandfather Fu would undoubtedly agree. Lin took Shirlene's delicate hand, toying with it as one would with a precious gem. "Moreover, Sister Shirlene is so beautiful. If the mercenaries of Huda's town knew I had plucked the most exquisite rose from their midst, they would surely be envious. Who said I would marry you? Whether I wish to or not depends solely on my own will," Shirlene retorted playfully, though a sweetness enveloped her heart, dissipating her earlier worries. "Whether you desire it or not, you cannot escape my grasp," Lin declared dominantly, his gaze burning into Shirlene's. "Sister Shirlene, after today's treatment, your injuries will be fully healed. Once you recover, I wish to demonstrate to you that despite my youth, there are aspects in which I am far from immature." "Ignore you." Shirlene's cheeks flushed crimson, fully aware of the implications behind Lin's words. Yet, no matter how ardent she felt, she struggled to withstand the intensity of his fiery gaze, which seemed poised to consume her whole. Lin's sight of Shirlene's bashful demeanor stirred within him an insatiable desire, and he barely managed to quell the surging blood within him as he commenced healing her. After expending a considerable amount of energy, Shirlene's injuries were completely mended. The once gruesome wound on her chest was now smooth and unblemished, radiating with vitality. Fully healed, Shirlene regained her vigor and playfully embraced Lin, her passion unabated. Lin was momentarily taken aback but soon reciprocated, seizing the initiative as his hands roamed boldly. "Don't move around. It's broad daylight," Shirlene reminded, still retaining a fragment of her composure as she grasped Lin's unruly hands. His touch felt almost magical, igniting a fire within her that rendered her nearly powerless to resist. "Sister Shirlene, does this mean tonight is possible?" Lin inquired, unabashedly. Faced with such a stunning beauty, losing control felt entirely natural. "Dream on," Shirlene replied with a roll of her eyes. Although secretly pleased with his eager response, she knew they couldn't indulge in such antics during the day, especially with Vaya and the others still outside. Suddenly, a flicker of worry crossed her mind regarding her sister Vaya, prompting her to ask, "Lin, what are you planning to do about Vaya?" "Huh?" Lin paused, taken aback by her sudden mention of Vaya. "Nevertheless," he replied, "Vaya is your sister, and therefore..." She is also my sister. I will certainly treat her well. After all, I gave her the burning fruit yesterday. That's not what I meant, Lin snapped, frustrated with his feigned ignorance. Chapter 79. Bloodstab. Lin truly did not comprehend what Lin was alluding to, mistakenly believing she was referring to the incident yesterday involving the exposure of Vaya. After all, it isn't a girl's nature to feel a twinge of jealousy, even when the person in question is her own sister. Sister Lin, that was an unforeseen circumstance. I never anticipated that the flames would consume Vaya's attire. I did not intend to witness it, Lin hastily clarified, determined not to leave a lingering impression of a lecher in Lin's mind, especially since she was his sister-in-law. Lin shot Lin a disgruntled glance, irritated by his obliviousness. This fellow seemed to take advantage of the situation while feigning innocence, benefiting without consequence. Noticing that Lin still did not grasp her meaning, she candidly stated, Lin, Vaya harbors feelings for you. Upon uttering those words, a pang of bitterness welled up within Lin. The notion that both she and her sister were enamored with the same man stirred a tumult of emotions within her. If it were another woman, Lin would not be so conflicted. However, the individual in question was her own sister, the once formidable leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps, who had always maintained an air of icy strength. Now, she found herself in a predicament, fearing the potential harm to her only sister. Yet, the idea of relinquishing Lin to her was utterly inconceivable. Love, after all, is inherently selfish. What? Lin stared blankly at Lin, bewildered as he blinked. And then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was not oblivious to the fact that Vaya harbored feelings for him. However, having already established a relationship with Lin, he naturally refrained from entertaining any thoughts of Vaya. In the realm of divine grace, where strength reigns supreme, it is common for one to have multiple wives and concubines. Lin, being an ordinary man, accepted this custom and chose to go with the flow. Yet, the notion of sisters in such a context felt exceedingly wicked. He could only ponder it in his mind without daring to act upon it. What if you have seen all of Vaya, and she likes you? What should we do? Lin inquired. I have no idea, Lin replied with a wry smile, feeling a headache coming on. It was evidently a conundrum he was ill-equipped to handle. So he turned the question back to Lin. Sister Lin, you decide, and I shall follow. How would I know? Lin was equally troubled. She playfully pinched the soft flesh at Lin's waist, blaming him for the predicament. In any case, I won't take responsibility. Vaya is my only sister, and I cannot bear to see her sad or hurt. Lin was taken aback. When a woman chooses to be unreasonable, she can truly be insufferable.